In the vast and resplendent world of Yunjiang, by the banks of the Red River, lies the Tsuetu mountain range. Upon his arrival, Lin Ku was immediately enveloped by the wonders of this realm. Yet, what significance did it hold for him? He was merely an ordinary outer disciple, possessing mediocre talents, sharing the name Lin Ku, devoid of any remarkable attributes that a traveler through time might take pride in. Lin Ku, today you shall take over the Qing Sang Garden. Remember, the monthly task's failure to comply will result in expulsion from the sect and the forfeiture of your cultivation. A voice echoed from outside his senior sister. After numerous failures and assessments due to his insufficient strength, she was the only one who showed him concern. Many had failed the assessments, yet he stood at the precipice of his third and final opportunity. Should he falter this time, it would herald the end of his aspirations to ascend as an inner disciple, unless a significant contribution were to arise. Senior sister, please return, Lin Ku replied with a smile. I will take good care of the Wu Jin silkworms in the Qing Sang Garden. He refrained from stepping outside, fearing that his senior sister, familiar with his true self, might discern the truth. Take care of yourself. Her voice bore a tinge of regret. I brought you into the Genie sect with hopes of paving a path to immortality for you. Initially, your cultivation progressed well, but unexpectedly, it stagnated, plummeting from the 9th level of Qi refinement to the 1st, making longevity seem elusive. Nonetheless, while the conditions of the Qing Sang Garden are stringent, it serves as a decent sanctuary for retirement. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Do not worry, senior sister. Lin Ku maintained his optimistic tone. You may go now. I am rather fatigued and wish to rest for a while. Upon hearing his words, his senior sister fell silent, ultimately releasing a sigh before departing. Yet, Lin Ku remained undeterred in his optimism. Even with the looming threat of potential expulsion and the loss of his martial arts, he felt no fear, for the original body he inhabited possessed a hidden opportunity that had never been disclosed. With this thought, Lin Ku directed his focus inward to the depths of his mind. Within his consciousness lay a serene expanse, akin to a true ocean. Typically, the sea of consciousness will be devoid of substance until one reached higher realms. However, Lin Ku's sea was an anomaly. Suspended within was a gem of red and green, gently rising and falling, absorbing the delicate strands of spiritual energy emanating from his body. By a twist of fate, the original owner had acquired this mysterious orb, nurturing it with spiritual energy for 3 long years, 3 years of stagnation in cultivation. Fortunately, since Lin Ku's arrival, signs of awakening had begun to manifest within the gem. It was likely that in the coming days, the orb would finally unveil its potential. It seemed that Lin Ku's transmigration had accelerated this process, and he eagerly anticipated the treasures this gem would bestow upon him. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Ku tidied his abode and stepped outside. Before him stood a mountain adorned with mulberry trees. His dwelling nestled upon its slope, while in the distance, a crystal-clear spring cascaded down from the peak. Surrounding him were 3 mountains, all part of the Qing Sang Garden's domain. His daily task involved traversing the 3 mountains to gather silk. The exquisite black silkworms in the Qing Sang Garden were specially cultivated, spontaneously spinning silk into the collection shuttles without the need to wait for them to form cocoons. There were over 3,000 of these silkworms, all dispersed among the 3 mountains. As the sole disciple of the Qing Sang Garden, he was responsible for overseeing the mortals within the garden. The previous disciples had been reassigned, their whereabouts unknown, surely to places far better than the desolate Qing Sang Garden. As he pondered this, Lin Ku settled into a meditative posture. Only after confirming that his senior sister had departed did he exhale in relief. He had no choice. He was Lin Ku, not merely Lin Ku. Should he encounter his senior sister, their familiarity would undoubtedly unveil the deception. Thus, Lin Ku dared not face her. Alas, an elder sister is akin to a mother. He sighed, reflecting on his relationship with her. He shook his head to dispel such thoughts. This was not the time for such musings. Completing the sect's tasks was paramount. Moreover, aside from the sect's duties, there was the grand competition in a month. A single misstep leading to injury or expulsion from the sect would be tantamount to a death sentence. Presently, with the sect's tasks and the impending competition, he still held a glimmer of hope. That hope resided in the mysterious orb within his mind. If this enigmatic orb could offer him substantial support, it might very well alter the outcome of the competition in a month. Simultaneously, the sect's task was not overly arduous. Logically, fulfilling the silk collection requirement for the sect was quite challenging, considering his quota was fourfold that of others. Typically, the silk produced in the Yunjiang garden was often less than half a pound. The highest yield occurred when a certain elder adept in the art of green planting stimulated the mulberry trees, resulting in a significant silk production from the black silkworms. Even then, it was merely 1 pound. It was akin to a dairy cow that usually yielded half a bucket of milk. To expect 2 buckets would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, he was required to submit 2 pounds. Initially, his demotion could have led him to tend to spirit chickens or cultivate spirit herbs, both of which were lucrative tasks, yielding an abundance of eggs and herbs. Generally, the outer disciples managing those areas thrived in wealth. However, the Yunjiang garden was an exception. The yield of black silkworm silk was marginal, often fluctuating by mere grams. A few grams of silk could hardly be sold. Typically, black silkworm silk was traded by the pound. Furthermore, given that the Yunjiang garden was situated on the sect's borders, fewer disciples were willing to stand guard there. Yet, despite these challenges, Lin Ku refused to resign himself to despair. What if, with the current techniques, he could not produce the requisite amount of black silkworm silk? Then he would innovate the techniques. According to his memories, the practice of silkworm rearing and silk production here had yet to evolve to a stage where magic could supplant technology. The sericulture and silk reeling techniques here are exceedingly primitive and outdated. In other words, Lin Ku's mind is infused with biological knowledge from his past life, gleaned from the likes of Mendel, Darwin, and the revered Yuan Shui Dao, which he can apply in this context. This is the foundation of his confidence in fulfilling the sect's tasks. However, he must first comprehend the specifics of the Wujin silkworm. Only with sufficient information can he devise effective methods for application. As he pondered, a sudden stir occurred within the bead in his mind. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed in Lin Ku's consciousness, causing his mental acuity and soul to momentarily detach from the external world. Within his sea of consciousness, the bead seemed to swell like a sponge saturated with water, emanating a sense of surplus and satiation. Then, it detonated, transforming into waves of purple energy and crimson brilliance that pierced through Lin Ku's consciousness. It has arrived. The mysterious bead underwent a transformation. Lin Ku's attention was entirely captivated by the changes unfolding within his sea of consciousness. It was evident that something extraordinary was occurring in his mind, and it was a profoundly positive transformation. Whoosh! The purple and crimson energy morphed into a stream of light, traversing through the mire-like expanse of his consciousness, swiftly carving out a semicircular space. As the space formed, clarity emerged from chaos. The purple energy flowed forth, harmonizing the duality of yin and yang, merging the vastness of the void. A realm of profound mystery materialized within his consciousness. The heavens and the earth. Chapter 2. The Black Gold Silkworm. Integration and Cultivation. The terms Mud Pill and Purple Palace lingered in Lin Ku's mind as he meticulously contemplated their meanings, sifting through the memories of the original owner. The path of cultivation is delineated into numerous realms. The original owner, despite his ignorance of the vast majority, was acquainted with the earlier stages. For instance, he was currently in the Qi refinement stage, while Li Lu and his senior sister had both ascended to the initial foundation establishment stage, becoming inner disciples. The direct disciples existed at the golden core stage, and the elders were formidable nascent soul cultivators, while the supreme elders and the sect master were at the fusion stage. Beyond that, his knowledge faltered. In his previous life, however, he had perused classics such as the Huangdi Neijing and the Taihua Jing. The mud pill is said to encompass the 9 true ones, with the brain being the essence, referred to as the mud pill, and the domain it occupies known as the mud pill palace, essentially the mind itself. Cultivation necessitates the opening of the sea of consciousness, which is enveloped within the mud pill. The human body is divided into 3 palaces: the upper Yuan palace, also known as the mud pill, the middle Yuan palace, the heart, serving as the central root, and the lower Yuan palace, the dantian, whose spirit resembles that of an infant, embracing unity. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, the lower Yuan palace is developed from the foundation establishment stage. culminating in completion only during the nascent soul stage. As for Lin Ku, upon the explosion of the original pearl within his mind, he vaguely realized that he had transcended the lower and middle Yuan palaces, directly unlocking the upper Yuan palace, the Mud Pill Palace. Upon this revelation, Lin Ku's consciousness delved into the newly unveiled space. Once inside, he immediately sensed a grounding sensation beneath his feet. This was a domain spanning several hundred meters, with a terrain of black and yellow earth and the sky suffused with a certain ashen blue gas. Strangely, Lin Ku felt as though this Mud Pill Palace was not merely a figment of his mind, but rather a connection to an enigmatic dimension. After just a brief sojourn in this realm, he felt his mental acuity surging exponentially. Cultivating his mental strength here yielded remarkable results. Moreover, the insights gleaned from his soul revealed that his Mud Pill Palace possessed two unique attributes, absent in others' Mud Pill Palaces, bestowed upon him by the mysterious pearl: the capabilities of cultivation and integration. First and foremost was integration. Due to the confluence of souls from two worlds, his Mud Pill Palace underwent certain transformations, allowing various beings to interbreed and produce progeny that merged into one. How does such integration occur? When a cow and a snake mate, it is akin to affixing the cow's horns to the snake's body, resulting in the azure bull python. If a titan serpent were to mate with an orangutan, their offspring would be the titan great ape. This is the essence of integration. In the ordinary world, such occurrences are utterly impossible, violating the fundamental laws of biology. Yet, within his Mud Pill Palace, the impossible became possible. However, that was merely the beginning. For not all entities born of such integration are guaranteed to thrive. For instance, if one were to transplant a whale's heart into a human body, a single heartbeat might cause the human form to burst asunder. However, Lin Ku's Niwen Palace possesses not only the remarkable ability of fusion, but also the extraordinary capability of cultivation. Within this sacred space, even a fertilized egg can be nurtured into a new life by Lin Ku. The power of his body stirred a tremor of excitement within him. Yet, despite his exhilaration, he remained vigilant and far from hubristic. After all, while the abilities of fusion and cultivation are formidable, they merely serve as auxiliary effects, incapable of catapulting him to the pinnacle of strength in the world. Moreover, the two functions of the Niwen Palace are fraught with limitations. For instance, it cannot directly alter the forms of sentient beings. He cannot simply bring a horse in and expect it to transform into a unicorn. His own body is also immutable. He cannot attach a pair of wings to himself. Furthermore, creation ex nihilo is impossible here. He can only bring items from the outside world for cultivation, and doing so requires a depletion of his mental energy. Additionally, he cannot control the ultimate form of the species he cultivates. For example, should he introduce a black gold silkworm to mate with a cockroach, he would have no control over whether the offspring inherit the silkworm's silk spinning ability and the cockroach's tenacity, or the silkworm's fragility and the cockroach's sensitivity to light. It is conceivable that he could produce a robust new species with the resilience of a cockroach and the ability to spin silk. Or he might end up with a frail creature, as delicate as the black gold silkworm and as light-sensitive as the cockroach. In summary, while fusion and cultivation are possible, the Niwen Palace is not without its flaws and constraints. Nevertheless, in Lin Ku's eyes, the potential of the Niwen Palace is nothing short of extraordinary. If wielded wisely, it could become his greatest ally in this lifetime. Thus, it is time to commence experimentation. Black gold silkworm, do not disappoint me. If I wish to act, I shall. To bring items into the Niwen Palace requires mental energy, with smaller forms consuming less. Furthermore, his current strength is insufficient to contend with the vicious beasts of the poisonous Refinement Mountains. Any venture there would be futile. Therefore, insects are his best option. Which insects? You ask. Naturally, spirit insects. The most formidable insect of the golden wing sect is the spirit bee, known in ancient texts as the golden wing envoy. This very insect is the cornerstone upon which the golden wing sect has flourished and prospered, establishing its dominion. Consequently, the sect is heavily entwined with all matters pertaining to insects, albeit the Qing Sang garden is the least esteemed among them. Presently, he cannot purchase spirit insects due to financial constraints. Venturing into the poisonous Refinement Mountains is tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, he can access a unique spirit insect native to the Qing Sang garden, the black gold silkworm. Thus, he decided to experiment with the black gold moth. With his plans set, he promptly descended the mountain and summoned the farmers of the Qing Sang garden to procure several male specimens that had already transformed from black gold silkworms into black gold moths. After spending an entire afternoon and 2 hours of the evening, he managed to capture several beetles, a dozen cockroaches, along with various other insects such as golden tortoises, dung beetles, mantises, and bees from the surrounding woods. Thanks to the return of his innate abilities as a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, catching these ordinary insects proved to be no challenge, provided they were not spirit insects. He then returned to his abode, burdened with bags filled with these creatures. Although he possessed only the black gold silkworm as his spirit insect, it was sufficient to allow him to explore certain ideas. Upon entering his room, Linke sat cross-legged and extended his mental energy to envelop the gauze cages laid out on the floor. He intended to transfer these insects inside. Eager to observe the changes that might occur when other life forms entered his spiritual sea, he had always felt that fusion and cultivation were merely the foundational abilities, with many more waiting to be discovered. Yet, at present, the most advantageous skills for him were indeed fusion and cultivation. Firstly, he aimed to cultivate the black gold silkworm into a new variety capable of producing more silk to fulfill the sect's tasks. Secondly, he sought to leverage the essence of the black gold silkworm to hybridize it with other insects, creating some aggressive spirit insects. As a disciple of the insect manipulation sect, during the sect competition, all disciples could utilize spirit insects, and they were even encouraged to do so, provided they had cultivated or tamed them themselves. Thus, if he succeeded in cultivating certain potent hybrid insects to bring to the sect competition, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage. If fortune smiled upon him and an elder took him as a disciple, it would be even better, as he would then have a reliable backing. While contemplating this, Linke began to bring the insects into his spiritual sea. Upon entering, his mental energy began to grow rapidly. It seemed that cultivating within the spiritual sea had the effect of accelerating mental growth. However, he was not focused on cultivation at that moment. So he directed his attention to the matter at hand. The insects, which had initially appeared somewhat lethargic after being captured, now sprang to life. The dark golden black gold moth flapped its wings vigorously, its plump abdomen arched high as it searched for female moths. As a spirit insect, the majority of the black gold moth's life was spent in the caterpillar stage, with only a small portion comprising its egg, cocoon, and moth forms. For the golden wing sect, the black gold silkworm was most valuable during its caterpillar stage. Thus, the lifespan of the black gold moth was less than 1/10 that of the black gold silkworm. They typically died shortly after mating. Yet, this did not hinder the fervent mating desire of the male black gold moths. They frantically waved their tiny wings, which were insufficient for flight, and collided with one another, seemingly in search of the non-existent pheromones of female moths in the air. Linke attempted to grasp one of the male black gold moths and held it in his hand. He then pinched a cockroach, positioning its rear towards that of the male black gold moth. The mating commenced. In the next moment, two organisms, originally separated by reproductive barriers and not even belonging to the same species, were united. The male golden moth writhed with its plump abdomen, seemingly intent on infusing its essence into the body of the cockroach. However, the cockroach twisted frantically, its pointed head spinning wildly, and its antennae danced rapidly, suggesting immense distress. In the fleeting moment of their contact, the cockroach in Linke's grasp suddenly burst apart, its juices splattering across his hands. A failure? Linke furrowed his brow. Yet, he quickly deduced the reason. Fragile. Although the cockroach was dubbed Little Strong, it was fundamentally just an ordinary insect, devoid of any spiritual essence. While Linke's Dantian possessed a fusion capability, it was not applicable to all entities. This cockroach could only be considered mundane, whereas spiritual insects were of a higher caliber. Though the golden moth was common, it's still classified as a low-grade spiritual insect, and its essence was beyond what an ordinary creature could withstand. In other words, the cockroach had been seared to death by the essence of the golden moth. Troubled, Linke glanced at the other insects. If they too could not endure, he would have to seek alternative methods. Thus, he carefully cradled the golden moth and introduced the strongest, largest rhinoceros beetle. The beetle incessantly prodded him with its horn and clawed at him with its legs, yet he forcibly brought the two insects' abdomens together. Hiss! The beetle struggled desperately, emitting a cry of despair before it exploded, brown and green fluids flying in every direction. It had also succumbed to the essence of the golden moth. Yet, the golden moth did not appear diminished. Rather, it seemed invigorated by its arrival in the Dantian. Lin Ku continued his attempts with several more insects, all ultimately resulting in failure. Just as he thought this endeavor would come to an end, the tail of the golden moth met that of a bee he had captured. Initially, he held little hope. After all, within the bee species, only the queen possessed true reproductive capabilities, while the other ordinary bees were suppressed by pheromones. Moreover, the bee in his hand was quite common, small, and lacking in uniqueness. However, at that moment, as he grasped the bee's tail, the two entities surprisingly merged harmoniously into one. The crucial point was that the bee did not resist. Instead, it cooperated willingly. Moments later, their abdomens separated. Astonishingly, the once mighty spiritual golden moth appeared to have been entirely drained, reduced to an empty shell. In contrast, the bee radiated waves of spiritual energy. The next instant, the bee struggled free from Lin Ku's grasp and swiftly flew to the ground. It then used its mouthparts to gather the mysterious soil from the dantian beneath Lin Ku's feet, quickly fashioning a grid for a beehive. Lin Ku observed this process with curiosity. Clearly, the two had successfully mated. Yet, in this process, the male had perished outright, while the female eagerly set about constructing the beehive, evoking a sense of fleeting vitality. Could it be that every fusion consumed both the male and female entities? Lin Ku pondered inwardly. At that moment, a honeycomb was completed. Without waiting for it to dry, the bees immediately plunged their abdomens into the newly formed structure, their wings buzzing furiously, creating a resonant hum while their spiritual energy surged. Suddenly, their movements ceased, their spiritual essence dissipating. Their bodies crumbled into fine powder, akin to the dissolution of a primordial black silkworm. Lin Ku silently observed this entire process, and upon the death of the bee, the contents at the base of the honeycomb became distinctly visible, a single egg. Gazing at the pale yellow egg, a smile graced Lin Ku's face. Now, he would await its hatching. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ku withdrew his consciousness from the mud pill palace, exhaling slowly to alleviate the tension brought on by his excitement and anticipation. Wait, what is this? In the next moment, he perceived a shift within his body, his gaze transforming. 3 years. Following the explosion of the mysterious orb, the spiritual cultivation that had been infused into his original self over 3 years had returned. Unfortunately, it seemed the orb had still absorbed a portion of it. Otherwise, his spiritual energy should have been greater. His original self possessed considerable talent. However, despite bearing the title of genius, it had stagnated for 3 years before establishing a foundation, failing to progress beyond the 9th layer of chi refinement, even regressing to the 1st layer afterward. The root of this issue lay in the orb obtained by his original self. Now, not only did the mysterious orb return the 3 years' worth of spiritual energy, but it also opened his mud pill palace. Assisting someone in the chi refinement stage to establish a mud pill palace was no small feat. It was akin to granting an infant the robust arms of a strong man, or bestowing upon a baby the intellect and wisdom of Zhuge Liang or Einstein. This represented a qualitative leap. Ultimately, after the establishment of the mud pill palace, the orb astonishingly returned all the spiritual energy that had been infused into it. Regrettably, the suffering and burden fell upon his original self, while Lin Ku reaped the benefits. On the following day, Lin Ku rose early and, upon finishing his cultivation, made his way to the wooden cottage at the foot of the mountain. There, a group of mortal women was engaged in the task of extracting silk from cocoons for processing. This silk served as a tool for his mission. His task here required him to submit at least 2 pounds of silk each month. Previous disciples were only required to deliver half a pound. But upon his assignment to this place, it escalated to 2 pounds. However, in the next moment, a voice echoed from afar. Haha, Lin Ku, my brother. I heard of your promotion yesterday and am overwhelmed with joy. I have come to present you with a bell. As the words fell, an old, battered bell plummeted from the sky, crashing down before Lin Ku. Just as I am about to form a Tao partner with your senior sister. This is indeed a joyful occasion. Forming a Tao partner? A mutual affection? Lin Ku felt no upheaval within, yet an inexplicable surge of anger ignited within him. This was the wrath of the original owner. The person who proclaimed himself as a senior brother was the one who had assigned him to the Qing garden. Lin Ku suppressed his unnamed fury and spoke to Li Lu with a hint of disdain. There are no outsiders here, so you need not feign the demeanor of a gentleman before me. Oh? Li Lu raised an eyebrow. His handsome features, already striking, now bore a trace of malevolence. Do not think that the sect's rules against mutual slaughter leave me without alternative means to deal with you. His expression grew cold. I specifically requested your transfer here. This silk production yields at most half a pound per month. I am curious to see from where you will procure the remaining 1.5 pounds. Should you fail this sect task and fall into my grasp, I shall ensure your senior sister kneels before me, begging for our union. Your ambitions are too narrow. Lin Ke chuckled, his words laced with subtle mockery. Li Lu sneered, should I kill you, your senior sister would be left vulnerable. With that, he cast a scornful glance at Lin Ke before turning away and soaring into the sky without a backward glance. Lin Ke stood rooted in place, contemplating the name. His gaze deep as water. Regrettably, he was no match for Li Lu, who had reached the foundation establishment stage, and sect rules forbade disciples from engaging in combat. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that a gentleman's vengeance is not to be rushed. He would remember this grudge. He exhaled deeply, directing his gaze towards the kneeling servants before him. The women trembled as if caught in a storm, their faces ashen. Mere mortals serve only as expendable resources for cultivators. Having overheard the internal strife among the disciples, how could they expect to survive? Rise, Lin Ke commanded. Do not speak of today's events. After a brief moment to compose himself, he stood and ascended the mountain, having no time to concern himself with the farmers of Qingsang Garden. At this juncture, two matters weighed heavily on his mind, the sect's grand competition and the sect mission. The grand competition needed no elaboration. As a disciple of the inner sect at the foundation establishment stage, his senior brother could easily arrange for a Qi refinement master to inadvertently cripple Lin Ke during the contest. While death was unlikely, injuries during competition were commonplace. Should Lin Ke simultaneously fail to complete the sect mission, his situation would only worsen. At that point, a maimed Lin Ke would be expelled from the sect, destined to become mere fodder in the treacherous mountains, prey for the hungry. Fortunately, he possessed the Niru Palace. Chapter 4. Observe carefully, hypothesize boldly, and argue cautiously. It is worth mentioning that the Niru Palace not only allowed him to cultivate extraordinary spiritual insects, but also accelerated the development of his mental prowess. Moreover, he was certain it possessed other effects. However, his current limitations in strength and experience prevented him from fully harnessing its potential. Thus, Lin Ke naturally chose to focus on enhancing his mental cultivation, persisting until he felt a slight pressure in his mind. At that moment, his eyes shone brightly, as clear and luminous as glass beads glimmering under the sun. The eyes are indeed the windows to the soul. Those brimming with vitality possess a distinctly different gaze. Presently, Lin Ke has devoted merely a single night to his cultivation. Although his spiritual energy has seen little alteration, the path of cultivation is a gradual journey, not a hasty endeavor. Nevertheless, the enhancement of his mental fortitude over the night compensates for the progress he would have made in a week of cultivation. After one night of practice, Lin Ke is revitalized and exudes a radiant aura. However, the process of cultivation necessitates a steady and measured approach. He cannot engage in continuous practice from dawn till dusk, as his body simply cannot accommodate such an abundance of spiritual energy or mental force. Haste makes waste. Given that he cannot cultivate further, and with the egg in his mind yet to hatch, Lin Ke turns his attention to the production of the black gold silkworms. It is crucial to note that both the sect competition and sect tasks represent formidable challenges for him. The competition is manageable now that he has restored his cultivation level to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, even in the absence of formidable spells or spiritual artifacts. He remains undeterred, for he has an egg in his mind. However, the sect tasks are less reliant on strength and significantly more connected to the black gold silkworms. What are sect tasks? While others are tasked with producing half a pound of black gold silk each month, Lin Ke's workload has been drastically increased due to the persecution he faced from Li Lu. For others, doubling the output may seem improbable. Yet Lin Ke perceives it as attainable. Creak. As he contemplates this, he opens the door to his dwelling, feeling as if everything outside has transformed. The air that greets him is sweeter than yesterday's, and the familiar scenery appears more expansive in his eyes today. He understands that this shift is due to his newfound confidence in confronting challenges. Today, he is no longer the person he was yesterday. Hence the world outside appears different as well. He arrives at the wooden cabin situated at the foot of the mountain, where several women are busy extracting silk from the spindles for processing. Men approach from a distance, carrying baskets on their backs, removing spindles from the baskets to hand over to the women. The black gold silkworm is a breed cultivated by venerable masters within the sect, known for its unique ability to produce silk not by cocooning, but by spinning silk as it hatches from the egg. Daily, these silkworms weave copious threads, entangling them around specially designed spindles for the sect. The men tend to the silkworms. Once a sufficient quantity has been spun, they remove the spindles and deliver them to the cabin for the women to process the silk. The processed threads are then collected in exquisite sandalwood boxes, awaiting the monthly inspection. As he seeks ways to increase production, it is imperative to gather information from these diligent laborers who have toiled here for years. Who is the person in charge of this place? Upon reaching the cabin, Lin Ku inquires of the women. Esteemed Immortal, a plump woman steps forward. Bowing with a look of trepidation, I am the forewoman here. Very well, accompany me. Lin Ku gestures towards a nearby rock, moving to sit upon it and indicating for the plump woman to stand before him. I shall ask, and you shall respond. Yes, esteemed Immortal, the plump woman nods nervously, scarcely daring to meet Lin Ku's gaze. These mortals are usually sent here only after undergoing rigorous training. Thus they are exceedingly obedient and harbor a deep-seated fear of cultivators. While Lin Ku remains somewhat composed, many other cultivators regard mortals with the same indifference as one would a mere mosquito by the roadside. If they are not bothersome, all is well. However, should they become a nuisance, they might be swatted away without a second thought, their lives as insignificant as grass. Consequently, the plump woman behaves with utmost decorum, hardly daring to breathe. Without indulging in unnecessary chatter, Lin Ku sits down and promptly produces a jade slip, directly inquiring how many days it takes for the eggs laid by the Yunjiang moth to hatch. The woman, trembling, responds timidly, typically, the silkworm eggs take around 50 days. Nearly 2 months to break free from their shells. 50 days? Quite a lengthy span. Lin Ku nods, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. Where do you generally place the silkworm eggs for incubation, and what precautions must be taken? Sensing that Lin Ku's demeanor is not as ferocious as she initially believed, the woman relaxes slightly. Oh, we simply pluck some leaves and toss them into a box. Yet, how do the young silkworms emerge from their shells? How many molting stages do they undergo, and what is the approximate duration of each? They just come out like that, esteemed Immortal. I'm not quite sure. Very well, next question. How long after mating does the Yunjiang moth perish? One by one. Lin Ku meticulously inquires, aiming to uncover the rearing methods for the Yunjiang silkworm. Although the Yunjiang silkworm is an inconsequential and unremarkable product acquired by the sect, it is, in fact, superior to other silkworm species in that it does not require boiling for silk extraction. Even according to the original lore of the Immortal path, the Yunjiang silkworm possesses unique attributes. The sect may neglect it and refrain from research, but that does not preclude Lin Ku from conducting his own inquiries. Though Lin Ku considers himself ordinary and somewhat dull-witted, he once thrived within a resplendent human civilization, standing upon the shoulders of countless giants to behold the world. Thus, despite his commonality and simplicity, he possesses a grasp of fundamental logic and methodology. He observes keenly, hypothesizes boldly, and validates with caution. The Yunjiang moth typically dies approximately 20 days after laying its eggs. Lin Ku records this final piece of information in the jade slip. All right, I have finished my inquiries. Please send another person over. Anyone will suffice. Understood. The plump woman bows and swiftly returns to summon the next individual. Lin Ku then reiterates his questions about the Yunjiang silkworm to this woman and subsequently calls upon another person for further questioning. To ensure the accuracy of the information, he seeks to consult 3 individuals, as they would not dare to collude in such a short span of time. Each person, understanding their role, shares what they know, while refraining from speculation on uncertain matters. Once the 3 sets of information have been recorded and found to be largely consistent, Lin Ku gains a clearer understanding of the Yunjiang silkworm. In summary, it is rather delicate. One must shield them from the wind and rain. Prolonged exposure to the sun without ensuring that the leaves are turned to their undersides could lead to their demise. The silkworms can only consume fresh mulberry leaves, as those that have been picked for over a minute are unsuitable. Their natural predators include not only birds, but also various carnivorous and parasitic insects. In essence, these creatures require constant supervision, lest they succumb to death at any moment. However, the silk produced by the black gold silkworms is rather ordinary, failing to even meet the threshold of being deemed extraordinary. Consequently, over time, the sect has paid little heed to the yields of the mulberry garden. Nonetheless, Lin Ku harbors a vague suspicion that the individual who trained the black gold silkworms must harbor grand ambitions. If these silkworms could serve as breeding stock, capable of mating with other strains to produce a lineage that could continuously spin silk without the need for cocoons, it would indeed be formidable. Yet, It remains a mystery why that predecessor did not pursue further research, allowing the black gold silkworms to devolve into commonplace products. Such a species, adept at thriving in high altitudes, aligns remarkably with the functions of my mud pill palace. Chapter 5. Come, behold the grandeur of my sculpture. Upon thoroughly comprehending the habits of the black gold silkworms, Lin Ke's mind began to stir with notions of possibility. Science. The true strength of science lies not merely in technology but in the logical reasoning that it embodies. One might assert that this flower is a rare gem, unique in the world, and that it is impossible to cultivate a second of its kind. However, through the lens of scientific thought, if one fulfills the requirements of the flower's seeds, cultivation time, soil conditions, moisture levels, air quality, and nutritional needs, cultivation becomes feasible. While an exact replica may be unattainable, a closely resembling variant is certainly within reach. In my previous life, numerous so-called herbal medicines were cultivated in this very manner. Initially believed to grow solely in the mountains or dense forests, it was later discovered that simulating the same conditions could yield growth in greenhouse environments. Even artificial wombs exist. Thus, why not artificial soil, artificial temperature and humidity? Therefore, the cultivation methods for the black gold silkworms today are reminiscent of those from the Han Dynasty in China, primarily hindered by a lack of emphasis on scientific cultivation and production. The farmers tending to the mulberry garden are often disinclined to ponder deeply. They simply follow the celestial instructions provided. Consequently, the scientific and technological advancements concerning the black gold silkworms have progressed slowly. Drawing from the experiences of the local farmers, Lin Ke began to formulate ideas. For instance, the black gold silkworms thrive in warmth yet cannot be exposed to direct sunlight. Thus, they must consume mulberry leaves on the shaded undersides. Given this, why not create a greenhouse? This would shield them from direct sunlight while maintaining warmth. Beyond temperature, oxygen concentration and the quality of the mulberry leaves themselves are also crucial. According to the farmer's knowledge, black gold silkworms tend to instinctively crawl downhill, exhibiting a preference for lower elevations. This begs the question, why? Altitude significantly impacts oxygen concentration, temperature, humidity, and a myriad of other factors. As long as Lin Ke gathers sufficient information and conducts a few simple experiments, he will discern the optimal environment favored by the black gold silkworms. At that point, he can simply apply the results of these experiments. As for the method of application, while employing scientific reasoning, one must not rigidly adhere to the technologies of a past life. Rather, it is essential to adapt to the circumstances and flexibly utilize the abilities of cultivators. Whether it be formations, talismans, or spiritual artifacts, all can effectuate changes in the growth conditions of the black gold silkworms. The crux lies in the mindset inherent in science. However, to actualize this mindset, one may employ technology, celestial arts, or magic. This is the essence of mastering mathematics, physics, and chemistry, rendering one unafraid even when traversing the myriad realms. Thus, let us construct a greenhouse. After pondering the knowledge in his mind, Lin Ke rose to his feet. With no eggs to hatch and unable to cultivate, it was the perfect opportunity to engage in this task. Resolute in his decision, Lin Ke descended the mountain and ventured forth. The Qingsang Garden is situated on the borders of the sect, necessitating a journey to procure supplies. Thankfully, he possesses some basic spells, alleviating concerns about his stamina and the distance. Swift movement technique. The Yiwa market is not far off. The genie sect, where he resides, is located in the Ileo region of the Cloud Realm, traversed by a vast mountain range known as the Poison Refining Mountains. Adjacent to this mountain range flows a great river named the Red River, which cascades from the northwest towards the genie sect. Originally, the Red River was meant to flow southeast. However, it was redirected by the formidable powers of the genie sect using unparalleled celestial techniques, encircling the sect on 3 sides before continuing northeast. This alteration has rendered the protective formation of the genie sect's domain humid and warm, exceedingly suitable for the flourishing of flora and the thriving of serpents, insects, and rodents. Now, Lin Ke finds himself in the Yiwa market, the largest bazaar of the genie sect, nestled beside the Red River and bustling with activity. Here, not only are there shops and vendors from his own sect, but also individuals from outside the sect who come to trade, creating a vibrant mix of commerce and abundance. After all, the Poison Refining Mountains and the sects along the Red River are not exclusive to the genie sect. There are countless others throughout the Ileo region. As he approached, the cacophony of vendors' calls reached his ears. 200 years of giant river shrimp, Only 30 low-grade spirit stones. Is this exorbitant? What kind of insect eggs demand 3 spirit stones? Do you have the certification from the Gene E sect's spiritual insect cave? Sword cultivators required. The elder of the Wood family seeks swordplay performances for his birthday, still short 6 participants. First come, first served. Massive purchases of 3 Suns saffron and shrew oil. The marketplace buzzed with an array of vendors, each offering a diverse assortment of goods. Above the bustling market, a distinctive silver hat adorned with motifs of the Miaohui clan radiated a powerful aura, suppressing the entire market and instilling a sense of reverence among the crowd. The Cloud Realm is home to a multitude of ethnicities, with the Miaohui clan being a particularly formidable group known for their expertise in insect cultivation. Other clans, such as the Yini and Haiwa, each possess their own unique skills and areas of specialization. As Lin Ke stepped into the Yua market, he was immediately greeted by a cacophony of languages and a vibrant array of attire. The colors, black, gray, deep blue, silver, red, and more, dazzled the eye. The ethnic styles were indeed striking and distinctive, prompting Lin Ke to marvel at the diversity. However, he had little time to indulge in the exotic charm and promptly navigated his way to the marketplace area from memory. This section was bustling with both cultivators and mortals engaged in commerce. Bargain hunters and those with a penchant for thrift flocked here, as well as those who thrived on deception. The potential for profit in trading depended entirely on one's discernment and tactics. What Lin Ke sought was to establish a production line for cultivating and harvesting black silk from silkworms. The research and breeding would stem from the Niwen Palace, while the actual production could be entrusted to the mortals of the Qingsang Garden. Once this system was in place, fulfilling the sect's mission would be well within reach. As he pondered, Lin Ke suddenly felt a gentle tremor emanating from the Niwen Palace in his mind. Curiously, his subconscious directed his gaze to a particular spot in the marketplace. Spiritual roots. High-quality spiritual roots. Kidney tonifying and energy boosting. 1 spirit stone for a root carving. A bargain. A young man with dark skin and a cunning glint in his eyes sat cross-legged on the ground, hawking his wares. Before him lay an array of wooden items, resembling root carvings of various sizes. These carvings, though bizarre in shape, emanated a peculiar aura. It was evident to the discerning eye that these items were fraudulent, merely dusted with a sprinkling of spirit stone powder. Yet, some mortals, oblivious to the ruse, might be deceived by the claims of kidney tonification and energy enhancement. Lin Ke, however, held no interest in such falsities, recognizing them as mere illusions. Yet, the stirring within the Niwen Palace and his body's instinctive response hinted that something extraordinary lay among these carvings. The Niwen Palace, located in his head, was the source of his so-called sixth sense. Its reaction indicated that among these root carvings, there existed something that resonated with him, or perhaps, something that harmonized with the mysterious pearl that had birthed the Niwen Palace. Lin Ke silently advanced a few steps, then retreated, circling the vendor like a compass point. Only within a certain radius did the Niwen Palace react. Thus he pinpointed the young vendor. "Friend, come take a look at my carvings." The young man, noticing Lin Ke's gaze, quickly smiled and beckoned, revealing a set of white teeth. "These carvings are truly useful. Look at this one, it's large and exquisite." He picked up a sizable root carving, eagerly presenting it to Lin Ke. Lin Ke's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he approached, bending down to whisper, "Friend, does this carving truly have kidney tonifying properties?" His cheeks flushed slightly, his voice barely audible, and his gaze darted away. Upon seeing Lin Ke's demeanor, the seller's smile became even more sincere and enthusiastic. "It works. It is truly effective." He leaned closer to Lin Ke and whispered, "Let me tell you, I use this myself. I only conduct business during the day, and I have 3 concubines at home, with 6 sons already." The mention of 6 sons made Lin Ke inwardly scoff. After all, he appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years old. However, to purchase a particular root carving, he feigned interest, saying, "Then I shall buy one to try." "You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" "Absolutely not, I assure you." The seller's tone grew even more fervent upon hearing Lin Ke's intention to buy. "Once you purchase the first, you will undoubtedly return for a second in 2 days. My friend, trust me, it is particularly significant to form a bond with the woman you admire. The first time is crucial. This applies to mortals and cultivators alike." With that, he patted his chest, lamenting, "I missed my chance at becoming an inner disciple because I was unprepared for my first time." Otherwise, alas, the seller's exuberance and sudden despondence were so extreme that Lin Ke couldn't help but feel astonished. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Ke seemed to have made up his mind. Then I will take this one. He retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from his pocket and tossed it over, swiftly bending down to pick up an oval root carving, blushing as he walked away. The seller, not even paying attention to which root carving Lin Ke had chosen, eagerly caught the spirit stone he tossed, ecstatically stashing it away. The next moment, he attempted to call out to Lin Ke, but the young man had already vanished from sight. Hey, next time, you'll find me again, and I'll take your surname. The seller murmured joyfully as he continued his calls. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, suppressing his curiosity, placed the root carving into his storage bag and melded into the crowd, only exhaling in relief once the seller could no longer see him. Let me examine what this truly is. Chapter 6. The plan begins. The Earth Cicada's warm sand formation. Lin Ke held the pitch-black oval root carving, his spiritual energy slowly probing into it. The surface of the carving radiated a faint glow, suggesting that it was a remarkable spiritual object. However, upon delving deeper, he discovered that it was merely an ordinary piece of wood, merely coated in a layer of spirit stone powder. After further investigation, Lin Ke frowned. Wood. No matter how he looked at it, it was simply wood. Just an ordinary piece of wood wrapped in a bit of spirit stone powder. Yet, it was also true that if it were so easily discernible through spiritual probing, such things would not be within his grasp. It is known that his unique attribute is the Niwen Palace, a domain that only formidable beings can cultivate, not ordinary cultivators. With that in mind, Lin Ke resolved to explore it further upon returning to his residence. One spirit stone for a treasure that could invoke the Niwen Palace's reaction. What a bargain. Thus, he lacked the inclination to linger, hastily procuring some materials for constructing a greenhouse before returning home. Upon entering the wooden cabin, Lin Ke settled cross-legged and directly transferred the root carving into the mud pill palace. In the next moment, the gas within the palace flowed towards the root carving in his hands for several seconds, absorbing the surrounding atmosphere akin to a sponge soaking up water. The gases and soil within the mud pill palace possessed unique properties, though Lin Ke remained unaware of their peculiarities. As for the root carving he held, initially, Lin Ke believed it to be a spiritual plant that could thrive within the mud pill palace. However, after absorbing the palace's essence, the root carving gradually disintegrated into black ash, leaving behind a singular, entirely black spherical object in his grasp. Lin Ke lifted his hand to examine it. Yet he could not discern its nature. Was it an insect egg? A seed? A mineral? He could not ascertain. The object felt as though it were made of stone, entirely opaque and seemingly capable of absorbing light. Anything that could provoke a reaction within the mud pill palace was undoubtedly extraordinary. He approached the black object to the side of the black gold silkworm and the bee, intending to leave it within the palace while awaiting further developments from these two entities. To his surprise, as he brought the mysterious object closer to the golden egg, an unexpected event unfolded. The black stone in his hand suddenly sprouted a slender tendril, swiftly piercing toward the insect egg. Startled, Lin Ke immediately withdrew his hand. The tendril, no longer than a pinky finger, then began to thrash in the air, conveying a sense of yearning. A seed. It appeared to indeed be a spiritual plant. Lin Ke's expression turned grave as he contemplated extracting the seed from the mud pill palace. After all, that insect egg was the trump card for his sect's competition and the hope for fulfilling the sect's mission. Although the black seed seemed to harbor potential far exceeding that of the black gold silkworm egg, he could not afford to make hasty decisions. It is vital to recognize that the future is uncertain, while the present demands immediate attention. Potential is merely potential, and the task due in a month is of utmost urgency. Yet, in the next moment, an unmistakable sense of yearning emanated from the black gold silkworm's egg as well. There existed a mutual attraction between the two. Pondering this reciprocity, Lin Ke ultimately resolved to experiment. If the relationship between the seed and the insect egg were akin to a traveler in the desert yearning for water, Lin Ke might hesitate to offer the water, for it would simply vanish. But what if the water also desired to be consumed? Such mutual longing generally benefits both parties. At worst, he could later expend one of the few remaining black gold moss to cultivate a new egg. Therefore, he carefully placed both entities together. A soft crack echoed as the black seed split open, revealing several delicate tendrils that entwined with the golden insect egg, one tendril penetrating deep within. Then the seeds fell to the ground, with golden insect eggs facing downwards and black seeds upwards, while tendrils delved into the fertile soil of the mud palace. In an instant, Lin Ke felt a heaviness in his mind, as if a massive stone weighing several hundred pounds pressed down upon his head. Yet, His body did not experience a sense of burden. Instead, it was filled with a profound sense of harvest and joy, akin to the satiation after a hearty meal. A delightful surprise. The seeds took root and sprouted in his mind, and Lin Ku opened his eyes, barely able to contain his excitement. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There are numerous types of treasures. For instance, the inferior spiritual weapon flying swords provided to disciples by the sect belonged to the spiritual grade, as far as he knew. Above this grade lies the elemental grade, exemplified by the silver hat that hung high above the Yua market today, also known as a primordial artifact. But what lies beyond? The original self was unaware of what existed above that, yet was aware of a category known as heavenly materials and earthly treasures, far surpassing the elemental grade. This was also the speculation regarding the level of the mysterious pearl that facilitated the opening of the Mud Palace. The mysterious pearl is a heavenly material, and it is likely that this seed is not far behind. A delightful surprise. Lin Ku took several deep breaths, and even practiced the cultivation technique bestowed by his sect. The Yunjiang technique, to calm his breath. Feeling the robust energy of the 9th layer of qi cultivation within him, coupled with the faintly perceptible mental power. The weight upon Lin Ku's shoulders began to lessen. With renewed vigor, he commenced preparations for the greenhouse. What he originally intended to purchase at the Yua market were materials related to the black gold silkworm and mulberry trees for the greenhouse. However, he did not buy plastic, as such a material does not exist in this world. Instead, he procured an array. The placement of the array, however, requires careful consideration. He surveyed several mountains within the vicinity of the green mulberry garden and finally settled on the mountain closest to his wooden house. This mountain, basking in abundant sunlight, offered ideal conditions for the growth of mulberry trees and black gold silkworms. He began to arrange the array. The sun shone brilliantly, and the spring breeze was cool. Having dealt with the mysterious seed, Lin Ku ascended the nearby mountain and retrieved the items he had just purchased from the Yua market. Among them were a thin yet over a meter-long pale purple dragonfly wing, 5 dried exoskeletons of scarlet-armored rhinoceros beetles, and 10 pounds of black fly compound eyes. These materials served as the primary components for constructing the greenhouse, all of which had been refined by an array master. The array was named the Earth Cicada Worm Sand Array. First, he buried the 5 dried exoskeletons according to the prescribed method at the foot of the mountain, and then ignited the 10 pounds of black fly compound eyes at the summit using a fireball technique, gradually channeling his internal spiritual energy into the dragonfly wing. Buzz! The air trembled gently as the dragonfly wing shattered into powder. However, instead of being scattered by the wind, the powder floated in the air, slowly descending to the ground below according to a specific pattern before merging into the earth. Boom! The blazing compound eyes of the dark flies erupted in unison, casting an emerald glow across the entire mountain. However, this luminescence was steadfastly held down by the mountain, as if a magnet had ensnared iron filings, forming a protective veil over the peak. Success! Observing the verdant brilliance enveloping the mountainside, Lin Ku felt a pang of regret. The original owner had merely amassed over 100 spiritual stones, and now he had expended several dozen to purchase this formation, leaving his pockets rather light. Nevertheless, the Earth Cicada Worm Sand Array was the most suitable formation he had discovered for cultivating mulberry trees and dark golden silkworms. If it could enhance the yield of dark golden silk, every sacrifice would be worth it. Standing atop the mountain, Lin Ku savored the increasingly humid air around him, experiencing an unexpected serenity within. After half an hour, the radiance subsided, and the formation had stabilized. Lin Ku then descended to the small cottage at the foot of the mountain. There, the farmers had gathered, awaiting his instructions. Having completed the setup, it was time to commence their work. Chapter 7, Golden Silkworm Peak. Set the mountain ablaze. The recent disturbances on another mountain had not escaped the notice of these farmers. Although they lacked the ability to cultivate, they possessed a certain understanding of such phenomena. They knew that the mountain had undoubtedly undergone some positive changes, and thus they eagerly anticipated Lin Ku's words, filled with curiosity about why he had summoned them. First, please hand over all the collected dark golden silkworms to me. Lin Ku had previously instructed them to gather every last dark golden silkworm, including the dark golden moths. Now, he intended to implement a greenhouse production line plan, necessitating assistance from his fellow workers. However, these individuals needed to tend to the silkworms daily. Any losses would be counterproductive. Therefore, he decided to temporarily store all the silkworms in the Mud Pill Palace, releasing them once external matters were resolved. Regrettably, The mud pill palace lacked the natural sunlight and moisture, or else he would have experimented with planting trees and raising silkworms directly within its confines. Indeed, master, we have not missed a single dark golden silkworm. A robust man clad in the embroidered attire of the Miao ethnic group clasped his hands in respect as he replied. The leading woman among the farmers was the previously encountered stout matron, while the men were led by this strong man. They hailed from a village nestled within the toxic mountain range, where generations had toiled, making them well-versed in the ways of plants and insects. The sects of the toxic mountain range often sought apprentices from these villages or employed the villagers, albeit in a rather unfriendly manner. One by one, please. Lin Ke stood firm, extending his right hand and closing his eyes. The men exchanged puzzled glances, unsure how a single hand could accommodate so many dark golden silkworms. Yet they dared not disobey Lin Ke's command. Thus, under the guidance of their leader, they approached him in turn. The first man extracted mulberry leaves from his basket and placed them in Lin Ke's hand, where two dark golden silkworms lay nestled upon the leaves. At the very moment Lin Ke's palm made contact, the black silkworm vanished without a trace. The man, intrigued by this phenomenon, couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Hurry up, Lin Ke urged, eyes still closed, for time was of the essence. Yes, the leader promptly replied, signaling to the others to step forward. Consequently, two more individuals approached to retrieve the black silkworms from the basket. Each time they were extracted, Lin Ke swiftly absorbed them. Although the farmers were somewhat astonished, they were not entirely taken aback. After all, it was common knowledge that the cultivators in this region wielded formidable powers. After half an hour of effort, Lin Ke took a brief respite. The black silkworms were diminutive, yet their combined weight with the mulberry leaves was considerable. Tossing them into the Dantian Palace exhausted his mental energy, regardless of how abundant it might be. Furthermore, as a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi training, his mental capacity was hardly sufficient for soaring through the skies on a flying sword. He primarily relied on his legs for travel. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could he deftly utilize flying swords for swift journeys, as his mental prowess would then be robust enough. Thus, he rested for several minutes, allowing his energy to replenish before resuming the task of collecting the black silkworms. After more than 3 hours, he finally managed to store all the silkworms within the Dantian Palace. Lin Ke's complexion was flushed, yet his eyes no longer held the same brilliance as before. Let us proceed. This task is complete. Now, follow me to dig up the mulberry trees. He pointed towards the nearby mountain, explaining, I have set up a formation here. If your legs ache during rainy days, spending time within this area will be beneficial. The Earth Cicada Warm Sand Formation was a spiritual level array typically employed to nurture a type of insect known as the Earth Cicada, which could be utilized in alchemical processes. Lin Ke believed that the environment created by this formation would be exceptionally conducive for the black silkworms, and would also provide a degree of relief for those suffering from rheumatoid arthritis. The inhabitants of the poisonous mountains often faced such ailments as the pervasive toxic flora, venomous creatures, and miasma, coupled with the humid atmosphere, adversely affected their joints. Without the physique suited for cultivation, their conditions would only worsen under the influence of toxins. Thank you, esteemed Immortal. You are truly a benefactor, exclaimed one of the villagers, expressing gratitude. I often suffer from leg discomfort, but a warm compress helps. It seems I am destined for comfort now. The simplicity of the villagers shone through as they recognized Lin Ke was not a ruthless individual, allowing them to relax and express their thanks. Lin Ke smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and promptly led them to excavate the mulberry trees, placing each processed tree at the base of the mountain. In light of the circumstances, Lin Ke decided to name the mountain Golden Silkworm Peak. While the peak had already harbored some mulberry trees, their growth was erratic and overrun with weeds. Having grown up in the countryside, Lin Ke understood that meticulous cultivation practices, including weeding and pest control, were essential for optimal crop growth. To ensure the black silkworms produced abundant and high-quality silk, factors such as their inherent nature, the environment, food, and water were of paramount importance. The black gold silkworm does not require water, yet it must extract moisture from the leaves of trees. In essence, mulberry leaves serve as both nourishment and hydration for the black gold silkworm. Consequently, Lin Ke must ensure the healthy growth of these mulberry trees. The formation is a method to transform the environment into a greenhouse, a distinctive feature of this world. Conversely, Lin Ke's approach of replanting the mulberry trees is characteristic of another realm, selectively breeding varieties to enhance quality and yield. Each piece of land possesses varying fertility, which naturally affects the types and quantities of plants it can support. The soil conditions on Jinkin Peak are quite favorable. With the establishment of the Earth Cicada Warm Sand Formation, it is not difficult to improve the land's fertility. A straightforward method is to set the mountains ablaze. Before the advent of modern science and technology, the ancient tribes devised slash-and-burn agriculture as a means to increase crop yields. In this world, one does not face the dire consequences of imprisonment. Rather, they can ignite the mountains to convert the abundant vegetation and pests into fertilizer, subsequently turning the soil to cover the ash. This practice can enhance the soil conditions for the mulberry trees to a certain extent. Following this, planting at reasonable intervals will ensure that each mulberry tree does not compete for soil nutrients, thereby successfully establishing the greenhouse on Jinkin Peak. Excavate all the mulberry trees. Lin Ke commanded the crowd. Today, we must empty them all. Yes, Your Excellency. Dig, dig, dig. Let's get to work. The celestial being is truly striking, inspiring vigor in our labor. With the black gold silkworm no longer requiring care and silk reeling no longer a task, over 30 individuals diligently worked the land. Their speed remarkable. As they became slightly more familiar with Lin Ke's temperament, their expressions relaxed. This ease, in turn, rendered their efforts even more efficient. By evening, the entire mountain had been plowed, the soil turned over, with snakes, insects, and rodents scurrying about. Some particularly stubborn trees were uprooted by Lin Ke personally. Once the soil was fully turned, all plants were relocated to the sunlit side of the mountain. Your Excellency, all the trees and grasses are gathered here. The male leader, drenched in sweat, wore a smile. Behind him, from the foot to the waist of the mountain, a dense carpet of vibrant green foliage and flowers flourished, while some insects, unearthed and lacking refuge, burrowed into the greenery. All right, keep your distance. Lin Ke nodded slightly to the male leader, then summoned her spiritual energy, condensing a flame at her fingertips. Fireball technique. As one of the fundamental elemental techniques of wood, water, fire, and earth, the fireball technique holds significantly greater efficacy in the toxic mountains than elsewhere. After all, this region is abundant with flora and fauna, and flames are particularly effective against such entities. The fire was unaffected by the moisture of the plants. Under Lin Ke's spiritual influence, it surged forward, igniting the entire sunlit face of the mountain. Rise. With a burst of spiritual energy, Lin Ke activated the Earth Cicada Warm Sand Formation. Instantly, a radiant green light enveloped the mountain, merging with the flames. After the grand formation was activated, it immediately strove to contain the billowing thick smoke and astonishing heat, preventing any leakage. It is essential to note that what appeared to be dark smoke was, in fact, composed of solid particles. The substantial amount of black that essentially consisted of carbon elements, which are beneficial for enhancing soil fertility and should not be squandered. As for the heat, the intense warmth generated by the flames served to thoroughly roast the soil in the depths where they could not reach, suffocating pests, weeds, and seeds, transforming them into fertilizer. Thus, Lin Ke endeavored to retain as much heat and smoke as possible within the formation. Although the farmers from the Qingsang garden behind him did not comprehend the underlying principles, they were nonetheless mesmerized by Lin Ke's ability to trap an entire mountain fire. Such a colossal blaze dared not act recklessly. Truly impressive. This is the work of an immortal. I have heard this is the fire control array. How formidable it is. Alas, I wonder when my family's Taiju will be able to enter the Immortal sect. Last year, my nephew Wang Lin did join a sect, but I heard his qualifications were too poor, and he has since been killed and fed to centipedes. Our Lin Shaoxian from Qingsang Garden is truly remarkable. The surrounding crowd engaged in lively discussions, yet Lin Ke paid them no mind, focusing solely on controlling the formation. The Earth Cicada Warm Sand Array proved to have the dual functions of heat control and moisture enhancement, and indeed, it appeared to be the most cost-effective array available. Chapter 8. Transplanting Mulberry Trees. The mountain's beneficial rain. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The flames roared, accompanied by a series of short bursts. Some snakes, insects, and rodents scurried out from the flames, but far more perished before they could escape, reduced to ashes and charcoal. After a while of controlling the Earth Cicada Warm Sand Array, Lin Ke found his spiritual energy considerably depleted. Fortunately, the array isolated the air, and after burning for an hour, only a few scattered embers remained, with the majority extinguished. The entire mountain was permeated with the rich scent left behind by the incineration of all living things. Everyone, please work diligently to incorporate all this ash into the soil. Lin Ke gestured respectfully to the farmers behind him. Not at all, not at all. It is no trouble, no trouble. You are truly kind, esteemed Immortal. The farmers were taken aback by such reverence from an Immortal. Simultaneously, they felt motivated to work with even greater diligence and seriousness due to this treatment. Before long, the Yunjiang peak had been thoroughly processed, rendering it highly suitable for cultivation. However, Lin Ke did not rush to transplant the mulberry trees from the nearby mountains. After all, while the transplantation process was not particularly challenging, the true difficulty lay in the method of planting. Although Lin Ke possessed some knowledge, he did not dare to make arbitrary decisions. Instead, he meticulously consulted with the mortal farmers from Yunjiang Garden, comparing and hypothesizing until he ultimately established a suitable planting plan. It is crucial to understand that a reasonable planting density contributes to the healthy growth of mulberry trees and enhances yield. An overly dense arrangement may hinder the growth of the mulberry trees, while a sparse one would waste the precious land of Yunjiang Peak. Fortunately, the farmers here possess considerable experience. The working class is indeed magnificent and wise. One does not belittle the laborers of this world simply because one hails from another great civilization. Thus, he amalgamated the knowledge from his previous life with the wisdom of the diligent farmers in the mulberry grove and finalized the planting scheme. It entailed a row spacing of 90 to 120 centimeters, a narrow spacing of 35 to 50 centimeters, and a plant spacing of 13 to 18 centimeters. Consequently, the entire mountain could accommodate approximately 10,000 mulberry trees. However, the challenge lay in the method of planting, as all sides of the mountain were inclined. Therefore, over the next 2 days, Lin Ke procured several items and learned a few spells, nearly exhausting his reserves of spirit stones, in preparation for transplanting the mulberry trees. At the foot of Yunjiang Peak, the male leader and others, armed with hoes and baskets, beamed with anticipation as they looked at Lin Ke. Lin Ke turned, nodding in acknowledgement, before gazing at the staircase leading to the summit. This path had been hastily constructed over the past 2 days to facilitate access to the mountain. Follow me, he instructed, ascending the staircase at a measured pace, his internal spiritual energy flowing. As he harnessed his power, the robe he wore billowed without wind, and his eyes radiated a brilliant white light. Mountain moving technique. This was one of the 5 elemental spells that outer disciples were required to learn. Akin to the techniques of weaponry, entanglement, fireball, and water arrow, all of which could be freely acquired from the sect. Though these 5 spells lacked the potency of rarer techniques, they excelled in practicality. Under Lin Ke's guidance, the soil on either side of the staircase began to level itself from a steep incline of 40 to 50 degrees, resembling terraced fields. As Lin Ke ascended the mountain, more and more terraces materialized. From a distance, the mountain appeared as a series of plates, stacked from large to small. With each formation of a new terrace, the male and female leaders rallied the farmers to commence digging. Within a few strokes of the hoe, a pit would emerge, each excavated with a specific density before they proceeded to the next terrace. Yet, human effort has its limits. Even when Lin Ke paused momentarily to replenish his spiritual energy, he outpaced the farmers in their digging endeavors. After 2 hours, having depleted his spiritual energy 3 times, he successfully completed the reclamation task. The farmers toiled diligently, exhausted yet triumphant, having dug thousands of pits. Mission accomplished. Lin Ke beamed at the sight of the countless pits dotting the mountainside. Master, we shall now transplant all the mulberry trees, the male leader remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Although it was spring, the midday sun, combined with the influence of the soil cicada's warm sand formation, had left the farmers drenched in perspiration, their faces flushed. Well done, Lin Ke replied habitually. Though he wished to be more considerate and grant everyone a day of rest, his desire to transplant the mulberry trees sooner prevailed, for he sought to avoid the perils of prolonged waiting. Only with the establishment of the greenhouse could the black silkworms of his mud pill palace emerge promptly to feast upon the mulberry leaves and spin their silk. Little did he expect that the mere mention of hardship would invigorate the male leader, who, with a firm resolve, replied, "Not at all arduous." He pressed his lips together, wiped his eyes, and said, "Esteemed Immortal, you are busy. I shall take my leave." With an air of excitement, he descended the mountain, rallying the others to commence their labor. The farmers dispersed among the hills, diligently digging and placing the mulberry trees of various sizes into their baskets, carrying them back to the golden silkworm peak. The larger trees were planted at the base of the mountain, while the smaller ones found their place closer to the summit to bask in the sunlight. This meticulous planting continued until dusk, when the laborers, exhausted, settled down in a weary heap. Standing atop the mountain, Lin Ke gazed at the trees and the people below, once again channeling his spiritual energy. Ganlin technique. This art, which had cost him 20 low-grade spirit stones to acquire from the sect's library, could accelerate plant growth and heal injuries. Such techniques are not imparted lightly. They require payment. As is the case in any world, spirit tools, spells, elixirs, formations, talismans, and pets all demand substantial investment for mastery. However, the rewards for learning them can also be lucrative. With the Ganlin technique under his belt, Lin Ke could even cultivate a livelihood by irrigating spiritual fields for others. Thus, the price of the Ganlin technique matched that of the Earth's cicada warming sand formation. Of course, he had only purchased the foundational formation. Mastering it would surely entail greater expense. Yet, one must remember that overreaching can lead to downfall. His strengths did not lie in spells or formations, after all. His original self lacked any innate talent in these areas, otherwise, he would have caught the eye of the sect's elders long ago. His true advantage resided in the Mud Pill Palace and in beast taming. With a flourish, Lin Ke summoned delicate silver droplets of water to coalesce at the mountain's peak, cascading down like shimmering fish. However, his inexperience prevented him from targeting the mulberry trees directly, resulting in a broad, random shower. It's raining. It's raining. Run for cover. After a day of toil, a drenching rain could spell illness. Should he first inform the esteemed immortal to seek shelter from the rain? Fang Tong. Let him speak. He is the leader. The people below, unable to discern clearly, assumed it was merely rain and began to scurry for refuge. No need to flee from the rain. This is the Ganlin technique, beneficial for your health. Lin Ke's voice resonated from the mountaintop. The rain, though limited, would not only nourish the mulberry trees, but also benefit the farmers. While it wouldn't cure all ailments, it could alleviate minor aches and pains, serving as a small boon for their efforts. Lin Ke understood that the upcoming month was of utmost importance. He was unwilling to witness any faltering among the farmers. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Thank you. The cool breeze was delightful. The rain of sweetness. So this was the rain of sweetness. Huh. Why do I feel that my chronic leg pain has subsided? The farmers were exuberant, dancing joyously at the foot of the mountain, filled with laughter and cheer. The mulberry trees, which had just been transplanted and should have been languishing, thrived remarkably upon receiving the rain of sweetness, exhibiting an even better state than before. Observing this, Lin Ke felt a surge of joy within. While he cast his spells, he gazed at the night sky, his expression slightly relaxed. The situation had been favorable these past few days. He hoped no unforeseen events would arise henceforth. Chapter 9. All is ready. Breaking out of the shell. With the mulberry trees stabilized, Lin Ke released the black gold silkworms. The farmers, aware that these silkworms were more precious than their own lives, persevered through their fatigue after enjoying the rain of sweetness to continue their work. Not only were they weary, but Lin Ke himself felt exhausted. Although he was a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement and close to breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, a day spent using spells drained his spiritual energy, which he replenished only to exhaust again. Like a sponge continuously absorbing and releasing water, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Nevertheless, the black gold silkworms were undeniably crucial. For the past couple of days, while they had maintained their vital signs within his dantian, they had been crawling around restlessly, clearly disinclined to consume the mulberry leaves that had been plucked for them. Though they would eat when famished, several stubborn ones had perished from hunger. Despite being the lowest tier of spiritual insects, they were still spiritual creatures, each worth dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones. Thus, he hastily removed the silkworms from his dantian and entrusted them to the farmers. The farmers lined up, each eagerly receiving 4 or 5 silkworms in their hands, which they promptly delivered to the mulberry trees. Once placed upon the trees, the silkworms began to voraciously devour the fresh mulberry leaves, clearly starved. The act of returning the silkworms to their rightful place kept the entire mulberry garden bustling until late into the night. The farmers had never felt such exhaustion. Yet they recognized that the completion of these tasks would significantly ease their future labors. Previously, they had to disperse the silkworms across the mountains, with each person overseeing dozens or even hundreds, vigilantly guarding them from dawn till dusk, fearful of any mishaps. But now, all the silkworms were gathered on a single mountain. Lin Ke even instructed them to create a so-called schedule, allowing them to take turns monitoring the silkworms. Consequently, after finishing these tasks, the weary farmers returned to their lodgings filled with hope. Only Lin Ke remained standing atop the mountain, equally fatigued. The relentless draining and replenishing of his spiritual energy had already been arduous enough. Now, his mental energy was similarly exhausted. However, through this series of actions, not only had he addressed the sect's tasks for the month ahead, but his spiritual and mental energies had also become significantly more refined. At this moment, Lin Ke stood still, contemplating the breakthrough. The foundational stage. After reaching the Qi refinement stage, one enters the foundation establishment stage. In Lin Ke's eyes, this is the most crucial phase. To forge the foundation, what foundation is to be established? The foundational stage, also known as the foundation establishment stage. It is the bedrock of cultivating immortality and the Tao. Only with a solid foundation can a grand edifice remain steadfast. However, establishing this foundation is not as simple as consuming a mystical elixir, as depicted in the novels he read in his previous life. To establish the foundation, one must transform the originally formless spiritual energy within into a type that suits oneself, akin to tailoring a generic garment into one that fits perfectly. Moreover, a pivotal aspect of this process is that the foundation establishment stage presents the optimal opportunity to determine one's secondary profession. In this world, the most renowned secondary professions include tailor, blacksmith, alchemist, spirit plant master, mineral seeker, and beast tamer. While there are other professions, such as array master, they do not possess the same level of fame as the 6 principal ones. 3 years prior, when his Qi refinement reached the 9th level, he attempted to find a suitable profession, but alas, none of the 6 matched him. Even pursuits like arrays and spells were ill-fitted for him. Simply put, he was not suited for part-time endeavors. Presently, Lin Ke found himself in a similar predicament. However, he now possessed the Mud Pill Palace. While he could forego pursuits like weapon forging, alchemy, and spirit planting, the path of the beast tamer was indeed apt for him. To become a beast tamer, one must learn the corresponding techniques and possess their own spirit beast before the foundation establishment stage. The technique is straightforward. The Yunjiang Gu technique is specifically for beast tamers, and the Jin E sect originated from this profession. As for the spirit beast, under normal circumstances, he would likely have to settle for the black gold silkworm, as acquiring a spirit beast would cost more than purchasing a slave of his caliber, a Qi refinement cultivator. Yet, he had the Mud Pill Palace. If he could hatch the egg that merges with the mysterious seed in his mind, it would surely surpass an ordinary black gold silkworm by leaps and bounds. Everything was in place. He now awaited the hatching of the egg within the Mud Pill Palace. Once hatched, if it proved suitable, he would refine it into his destined spirit beast and subsequently break through to become a foundation establishment cultivator. Thereafter, he would observe how this environmental transformation affects the black gold silkworm's silk production. The pressures of the sect competition and sect tasks seemed to have lessened somewhat. Just as Lin Ke prepared to descend the mountain and return, he felt a tremor from his Mud Pill Palace. Has it hatched? So soon? Lin Ke was astonished. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Without time to return, he sat cross-legged on the spot. Initially, he believed the hatching period of the egg, resulting from the fusion of the black gold silkworm and the bee, would align with that of either, or at least be similar. Yet, it had barely been 5 days since, and it had already hatched. Lin Ke speculated this might be related to the mysterious seed. Within the realm of introspection, the mental force coalesced from nothingness to form within the Mud Pill Palace. The expanse of the Mud Pill Palace was vast, and Lin Ke could only speculate its true dimensions and height. Nevertheless, he could perceive an infinite essence within. In such a grand domain, he could only utilize a minuscule portion to his left and right. His mental strength was feeble, rendering even the task of bringing a mere chicken from outside a daunting endeavor. Before him, a black seed intertwined with a fusion egg quivered slightly. As it trembled, slender fissures gradually appeared upon its surface, accompanied by waves of yearning. As the master of the Mud Pill Palace, Lin Ke instantaneously comprehended this yearning. It required blood and mental energy to establish a bond. He raised an eyebrow. Did this entity demand a blood tribute for recognition? How could a mere insect egg combined with a seed necessitate a bond like a spiritual artifact? However, Lin Ke dismissed his doubts and promptly exited to pierce his fingertip for blood, returning to the Mud Pill Palace. He placed the blood upon the seed and then touched it with his right hand, which was imbued with his mental energy. In the next moment, the seed quivered, exuding a terrifying aura that made the Mud Pill Palace itself tremble, as if it could scarcely contain such a presence. Lin Ke's condensed mental form shattered, his awareness extending into the external realm. Yet, in the following instant, he retracted his consciousness back into the Mud Pill Palace. What on earth was this? Lin Ku's eyes widened in astonishment. Merely a breath of aura, seemingly a trace of bloodline inheritance emanating from the seed, could induce such tremors within the Mud Pill Palace? If this seed were to fully develop, would it not rupture the palace itself? He attempted to extract the seed, only to find it immovable. Just as his expression darkened, a wave of joy emanated from the Mud Pill Palace, a sensation of delight, akin to the satisfying fullness one experiences after a gratifying meal. In a fleeting moment, the seed, having absorbed the blood, rapidly shriveled, and Lin Ku's mental energy was instantaneously depleted. With a soft pop, the entity before him fell to the ground and emerged, a small creature, entirely golden in hue. It lifted its head, gazing vacantly at Lin Ku. Daddy Chapter 10. Gu Technique. The innate spirit insect. Daddy? Lin Ku raised an eyebrow. The appropriate term in this world should be father or something similar, not daddy. Could it be that after absorbing his mental energy, it had inherited fragments of his memories? What is your name? He crouched down to inspect the peculiar little creature. You should call me Master. Referring to me as daddy feels rather odd. All right, Master. The little creature nodded in agreement. Lin Ku acknowledged it with a nod. The little being was indeed a most curious sight. Her entire body resembled a bee, adorned in hues of orange and yellow. Yet her head bore the visage of a young girl. Two antennae cascaded like locks of hair, while her eyes sparkled with the brilliance of gemstones, resembling compound eyes. Behind this enchanting bee-like fae, she possessed a pair of delicate golden wings, nothing akin to the rigid, fragile wings of a common bee, but rather akin to the soft, golden wings of a moth. However, this was not the most peculiar aspect. The strangest feature was that her upper body appeared to be an organic amalgamation of at least two different insects and a human, while her lower half was embedded in the soil like the roots of a tree. The little creature supported herself on the ground, her lower half fully submerged in the dusky gray earth of the nest, embodying both insect and plant, her yellow gemstone-like eyes filled with curiosity as they regarded Lin Ku. Much like cordyceps, a fusion of insect and plant, this little being represented a blend of insect, human, and tree. I am the mother nest, she declared, her voice ringing clear. Mother nest? Is that your species? Lin Ku inquired, nodding slightly before breaking into a smile. Mother nest shall be your species name. Your name shall be Lin Kan. Though he struggled with naming, it was essential to bestow a name upon her, rather than continuously referring to her as Mother Nest. As he pondered, he noticed Lin can divert her gaze from him to their surroundings. Within the nest, aside from the mulberry leaves he had yet to clear away, there were also some unpaired insects. Lin Kan's attention was instantly captivated by these insects. Come forth, she commanded, her voice bright, as she lifted her left hand, seemingly pinching at something. Her small face scrunched tightly, turning a shade of crimson. In the next moment, a point of light emerged from her hand, swiftly transforming into an egg larger than her own body. Go, go, she urged, tossing it aside, then supporting herself as she gasped for breath. The unmistakably insect egg landed on the ground, from which emerged a hand-sized creature. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ku instinctively comprehended what it was. A stinging moth? Lin Ku squinted, his mind racing with the implications of this discovery. His nest could merge and cultivate, but it had always been limited to one or two at a time. Yet, that enigmatic seed had undergone a mutation, resulting in the creation of Lin Kan. The very name of her species, Mother Nest, held significant weight, evoking thoughts of mass production. If his nest could fuse two disparate species into a new one, then Lin Kan had the potential to produce this species in vast quantities. Of course, this process seemed to consume energy and flesh. Nonetheless, it heralded a future where Lin Ku would possess an unending source of support. It is worth noting that spirit beasts are quite costly, and even spirit insects share the same exorbitant nature, although the Golden Wing sect is renowned for its spirit insects. The disciples within the sect have limited methods to acquire them. They may either purchase spirit insects from the sect's designated cave, where the cultivated insects are of high quality but exorbitantly priced, or they may venture to the Iwam marketplace to buy from outside sellers, where the quality varies greatly. Yet one might find a hidden gem. Another option is to brave the treacherous poisoning mountain range to capture spirit insects, a method fraught with danger and uncertain rewards. The final approach is to cultivate one's own insects, which constitutes the primary means by which most disciples of the Golden Wing sect enhance their strength, nurturing the free spirit insects bestowed by the sect until they grow stronger. However, the quality of self-cultivated spirit insects can be quite inconsistent. At this moment, a stinging needle moth hatched from the eggs formed by the Lin silkworm. fluttered its wings and wobbled towards a cage containing various insects. The stinging needle moth bore a striking resemblance to the black gold moth, but its body was the size of a palm. Initially, its flight was somewhat sluggish, but after adapting, it gradually quickened its pace, displaying remarkable agility as it darted up and down. It alighted upon a cage containing several longhorn beetles, twisting its body to find a gap, and then thrust its robust tail inside with force. The tip of its tail revealed a dark golden stinger, which it plunged directly into one of the beetles. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through, and the beetle began to thrash about in a futile struggle, eventually succumbing to stillness after a few moments. The stinging needle moth did not withdraw its stinger but remained poised, its abdomen undulating slowly. Was it poisoning? Or perhaps feeding? Observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy and the series of movements from the stinging needle moth, Lin Kuo began to grasp the essence of its abilities. Indeed, the stinging needle moth was a spirit insect. Though it was of the lowest grade among spirit insects, it was nonetheless on par with the black gold silkworm. Clearly, the maternal Lin silkworm was extraordinary. Its capacity to hatch spirit insects would not only save Lin Kuo considerable effort in cultivating them, but also allow him to sell any surplus, should he possess spirit insects of exceptional quality. Disciples of the sect could also sell such rare and high-quality spirit insects in the spirit insect pavilion. With these thoughts, Lin Kuo's gaze towards the Lin silkworm shifted. Lin silkworm, can you communicate with me? Although he felt as if the Lin silkworm was an extension of himself, akin to his hands and feet, he sensed that it possessed its own consciousness. Moreover, the Lin silkworm, which had previously been unable to leave the Dantian palace, could now accompany him outside. Master, the Lin silkworm gazed weakly at Lin Kuo, its tone plaintive. I am hungry. Indeed, communication was possible. Lin Kuo endeavored to suppress his inner astonishment. This situation reminded him of another concept, the spirit of a vessel. The Dantian palace was his innate spirit artifact, and the Lin silkworm was the spirit of that vessel, tangible and possessing needs, like hunger. As Lin Kuo pondered, the parasitic moth swiftly pierced several beetles and other cages in the same manner. Before long, these beetles were reduced to mere empty shells. The parasitic moth, swaying its filled body, returned to Lin Kuo, and then exuded a substance resembling caramel jelly from its tail. Lin Kuo embraced the jelly and began to nibble on it, gently patting her belly afterward, revealing a look of contentment. Master, Lin Kuo then raised her head and began to call out to Lin Kuo, I want to eat. I want more to eat. Can you understand me? Lin Kuo gazed at Lin Kuo, feeling an inexplicable connection, akin to that of a parent observing their daughter. Lin Kuo nodded her little head. Master, what do you wish to eat? Upon hearing Lin Kuo's response, a smile graced Lin Kuo's face. Meat. I want to eat meat. Lin Kuo's mouth dripped with a glistening liquid. So much meat. All right, I will take you out first. Lin Kuo extended his palm toward Lin Kuo. Once we are outside, you must listen to me, understand? Outside. Lin Kuo tilted her head, observing Lin Kuo's hand, and then seemed to grasp his intention. She promptly pushed herself off the ground, her lower half emerging from the soil. Lin Kuo's lower body resembled tree roots, still coated in a bluish-gray mud, which she shook off before leaping into Lin Kuo's hands. Without delay, Lin Kuo led Lin Kuo out of the mud palace. At this moment, he sat cross-legged atop the mountain, with the dawn breaking in the east, the sun resembling a yoke. Daylight was approaching. Several hours had passed since he set fire to the mountain, and the villagers had long since dispersed, leaving him alone. However, upon entering the outside world, Lin Kuo immediately reacted. Back, daddy back. Lin Kuo was suddenly flustered. The air is bad. Back, the air is bad. Lin Kuo instantly comprehended her meaning. It seemed that his mud palace indeed possessed unique qualities, not only in its soil but also in the special atmosphere within. However, he needed to transform Lin Kuo into his life spirit beast to progress in his cultivation, so he could only temporarily put her discomfort aside. Lin Kuo reassured Lin Kuo and swiftly began to circulate his cultivation technique, absorbing spiritual energy and transforming it into spiritual power. Miyagi and Gu technique. Most qi refining techniques focus on accumulation, and the speed of cultivation primarily depends on talent. Once reaching the foundation establishment stage, numerous external factors come into play. Life spirit instruments, life formations, life plants, life spirit beasts, and so on, when combined with relevant techniques, can enhance the cultivation speed to varying degrees. Therefore, refining a life spirit beast is of utmost importance. Now, Lin Kuo, who could cause his mud palace to tremble, was about to become his life spirit insect. Once he replenished the spiritual power consumed by techniques such as the sweet rain technique, he would be able to refine Lin Kan. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Impudent child, return my spirit pearl. Chapter 11. A startling change. The beast sovereign of Yunjiang. An angry and booming voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Lin Ku abruptly lifted his head. Spirit pearl. Fear, fear. Just as Lin Kan had been calmed, his expression turned to one of terror as he clutched tightly to Lin Ku's fingers. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power swept in from afar, crashing against the protective array of the genie sect. It was not only the genie sect. The entire Poison Refinement Mountain and all nearby sects instinctively activated their protective formations. Something was amiss. Realizing this, Lin Ku hastily returned Lin Kan to the Earth Palace. Be still, beast sovereign, a voice, aged and weathered, echoed from an unknown location, causing the presence of the beast sovereign to vanish in an instant. Yet, in the next moment, the beast sovereign's voice resonated through the heavens. Cursed human race, not only have you trespassed into my Yunjiang, but you have also stolen my spirit pearl. I will not rest until I have your heads. As the words fell, a clash of crimson and pale violet erupted, seemingly tearing the sky asunder. Dawn had barely arrived, the sun just on the verge of appearing, yet it was ripped apart by these two forces, altering the colors of the entire sky. Minutes later, the sound of their collision echoed from afar, as if the heavens and earth were fracturing. Boom! The roar accompanied a shockwave that struck the protective array of the genie sect. Countless individuals within the sect looked up in terror, elders and disciples alike soaring into the air. Many had been practicing through the night, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. What is happening? What is happening? The clash of transformation stage cultivators. The beast sovereign of Yunjiang. How terrifying. What is this spirit pearl that is so crucial? Prompting the beast sovereign to engage in battle with our human cultivators? In the distant sky, numerous members of the genie sect were exchanging thoughts, until a calm female voice spread throughout the sect. The matter of the Yunjiang beast sovereign has caught the attention of powerful beings. All disciples, please return. I must journey to the Dali Domain's Mu Manor to discuss significant affairs. Until my return, all matters within the sect shall be decided by Elder Luo. After the proclamation, the crowd fell silent, then bowed deeply to the sky in unison. We obey the sect master's command. Master. Far away in the remote Qingsang garden, Lin Ku, having completed his bow and acknowledged the sect master's orders, lifted his head to see a glimmer of dark golden light streaking towards the horizon, akin to a meteor, moving with incredible speed. The spirit pearl and the Yunjiang beast sovereign. Disregarding the distant discussions among the crowd in the sky, Lin Ku swiftly returned to his abode. The moment he had escorted Lin Kan out of the Earth Palace, the spiritual force of the Yunjiang beast sovereign had swept through the heavens. It was hard for Lin Ku to believe that the mysterious pearl that had enabled him to open the Earth Palace bore no connection to the spirit pearl mentioned by the beast sovereign. He speculated that perhaps due to Lin Kan's unique constitution, upon absorbing the peculiar energy of the Earth Palace, he inadvertently leaked its essence upon exiting. After all, the beast sovereign had not detected anything when he opened the Earth Palace or when he brought in and out the Wujin silkworm and ordinary insects. Yet, it was only upon Lin Kan's emergence that the beast sovereign appeared. It seemed he would need to minimize Lin Kan's outings in the future, Lin Ku murmured, before cautiously retrieving Lin Kan once more. To establish a foundation, one must not neglect the nurturing of their innate spiritual insect. After accumulating to the 9th level of Qi refinement, one merely needs to refine their destined spirit insect and pierce through a metaphorical window to ascend to the foundational realm. Although he could choose to refine the stinging moth or the black gold silkworm, the Lin silkworm, as his fated spirit insect, undoubtedly possesses superior qualities. Daddy. Upon emerging, the Lin silkworm wore a look of trepidation, patting her chest with her tiny hand. Daddy, I'm scared. He wants to eat me. You shall not be consumed. Lin Ku reassured the Lin silkworm, hastily channeling his inner spiritual energy to refine her according to the method of the Miaojiang Gu technique. Do not move or resist. I will refine you into my destined spirit insect. With that, he infused his spiritual energy into the Lin silkworm. Her attention immediately shifted to the energy coursing within her. Curiously, she began to explore her body, touching her head, her limbs. Ah, Daddy is here. The Lin silkworm incessantly surveyed and explored herself, glancing at Lin Ku, seemingly puzzled by the presence of his aura circulating within her. Lin Ku, however, remained focused, diligently transferring his spiritual energy into the Lin Silkworm, which then took the form of a complex goo character. It's done. At the moment the character formed, both Lin Ku and the Lin Silkworm experienced an unspoken connection, sharing a knowing smile. How do you feel, Lin Silkworm? Comfortable. So comfortable. Daddy. Hearing her voice resonate in his mind, Lin Ku nodded slightly. The Lin Silkworm was now his destined spirit insect. Typically, the process of subduing and refining a spirit insect involves nearly incapacitating it to prevent fierce resistance, which could lead to potential harm to the soul if the refinement fails. However, for Lin Ku, the Lin Silkworm, in a sense, was the spirit of his Niwen Palace, which was indeed his Niwen Palace. Even though the Lin Silkworm possessed her own consciousness, it was akin to an extension of Lin Ku himself. Thus, the process of refinement was remarkably effortless, devoid of any hindrance. Now, the Lin Silkworm functioned like a filter. Lin Ku only needed to channel his spiritual energy through her body while cultivating, resulting in a significantly purer energy output. This exemplifies the role of a destined spirit insect. Its benefits extend beyond combat, proving to be of immense importance even in daily cultivation. Different destined spirit insects serve varying purposes. Lin Ku was uncertain of the Lin Silkworm's classification or the extent of her abilities as a destined spirit insect. His understanding of their effects was rather limited. However, those considerations could wait until later. Now let us continue the breakthrough. After refining the Lin Silkworm, Lin Ku did not pause, determined to surge forward and attain the foundational realm. Lin Silkworm, come forth. With a thought, the Lin Silkworm transformed into a wraith, merging into his body and flowing to his dantian like blood. The Upper Yuan Palace, also known as the Niwen Palace, the Middle Yuan Palace, referred to as the Heart Palace or Central Palace, and the Lower Yuan Palace, which is the Dantian, also called the Bao Yuan Palace. Wow, so much spiritual energy. Daddy's spiritual energy. The body of Lin Ken was enveloped in the ethereal energy of Lin Ku, her eyes wide with curiosity as she surveyed the surrounding darkness. Lin Kan, assist me in establishing the Bao Yuan Palace. Lin Ku's voice resonated directly within Lin Kan's mind. Lin Kan retracted her expression of curiosity and nodded earnestly. Though she was newly born, she comprehended the gravity of this matter. She straightened her posture in the void, raising her arms high, her entire form resembling a singular entity. She gritted her teeth, her small face puffed up, clearly straining as if she were lifting an immense weight. A steady influx of spiritual energy flowed into her dantian, infusing her being and subsequently emanating from within, becoming even more refined. This pure energy gradually expanded its flow in accordance with Lin Kan's posture. Open. Lin Kan's face flushed crimson, and with a sudden burst of strength, a glimmer of light appeared within her dantian. This spark rapidly expanded, distinguishing the clear from the turbid. Simultaneously, Lin Ku's Nidan Palace emitted a series of resounding booms. The earth within the Nidan Palace swiftly descended from the void, akin to a vessel sinking beneath the sea, at an astonishing pace. In a moment, the entire Nidan Palace was rendered barren, devoid of any soil, save for swirling masses of bluish-gray gas. Yet within the Bao Yuan Palace, the ground was instantaneously filled with earth, sourced from the Nidan Palace. Upon sensing the transformation within her body, Lin Ku abruptly opened her eyes. Clear and turbid separation? Chapter 12. Establishing the Dao Foundation, a breakthrough. Foundation establishment stage. Yet, the nature of his Dao Foundation was unlike what he had envisioned or remembered. The elder who transmitted the teachings had once remarked that the robustness of one's Dao Foundation significantly influenced future growth. The more substantial the foundation, the higher one could ascend in the future. A typical Dao Foundation merely occupies about 30% of the Bao Yuan Palace's space. Individuals with such a foundation would find it impossible to advance to the Golden Core stage. However, if the Dao Foundation occupies approximately 50%, that would provide a solid basis for breaking through to the Golden Core stage. To possess over 60% of the Dao Foundation is to be deemed a genius. And over 70%? Such individuals are rare, regarded as the elite of the sect, receiving focused cultivation and attention. As for 80%, it seems that the entire Yunjiang region lacks individuals with such a foundation. Only those said to belong to the ancient times of humanity possessed such a foundation. The ancient figures traversed the realms, carving a bloody path for humanity, illustrating their formidable prowess. What of 80% and beyond? 9/10? The elder's implication was clear. Not even the leaders of the major sects in Yunjiang had ever encountered such beings. The ancient figures have become myth and legend, let alone those with a 9/10 foundation. Initially, the elders' intention in conveying this was to encourage Lin Ku and his fellow outer disciples to diligently cultivate and solidify their foundations. The more spiritual energy accumulated during the Qi refinement stage, the more robust the foundation, and thus the greater the transformation into Tao foundation energy upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. And now what of Lin Ku? Lin Ku forcefully suppressed the tremor within, silently absorbing the boundless spiritual energy emanating from the filled Tao foundation of the Baoyuan Palace. It was profound, vast, and expansive. If one were to liken the Tao foundations of geniuses to being 60% full, and that of prodigies to 70%, while the ancient sages' foundations reached 80%, then Lin Ku's foundation was akin to being overstuffed. His stomach expanded to fill his entire chest and abdomen. No wonder the beast sovereign of Yunjiang was so furious. Lin Ku muttered a rare curse, then exhaled deeply, calming the excitement within. He could only surmise that the conditions for unlocking his mysterious orb were far more stringent than he imagined. Otherwise, why wouldn't he, the beast sovereign, do it himself? Reflecting on the peculiar and convoluted journey of the original host acquiring the orb only deepened his joy. Ah, fortuity. The treasures revered by others at the divine transformation stage must be fraught with challenges to unlock. Yet, all the arduous trials had been borne by the original host, while the fortune was his to relish. Truly a stroke of luck. At the 9th level of Qi refinement, he could effortlessly unleash a dozen spells. Such prowess was merely average, with countless cultivators in the Qi refinement stage surpassing him. But now, the profound power within his Dantian was not merely a quantitative change, but had transformed qualitatively, giving rise to a sensation of quality reverting to quantity. The spells learned during the Qi refinement stage could only be considered techniques, and even a 9th-layer practitioner could not wield the true essence of these spells. After establishing his Tao foundation, a typical practitioner at the initial stage of Tao foundation could utilize a handful of spells, but he, boom, raising his arm. A fireball ascended from his hand before extinguishing. The elemental techniques, which every outer disciple possessed, hardly consumed a fraction of his spiritual energy. Previously, the mountain-moving technique and the rainfall technique had left him utterly exhausted, yet now he could cast spells all night without depleting his energy. Contemplating this, Lin Ku shook his head and murmured, Tao Foundation, the legendary Immortal Foundation is merely 90% full, yet I find myself at 13%. The elder in charge of transmission had stated that theoretically, a complete Tao foundation did not exist. The pinnacle was merely an immortal foundation exceeding 90%. For a foundation at a full 10% would essentially be akin to a spirit stone, signifying that the Baoyuan Palace had entirely transformed into spiritual energy, becoming spiritual energy itself. Yet, Lin Ku's Baoyuan Palace boasted a foundation of 13%, an unparalleled reservoir of spiritual energy. However, he did not allow pride to swell within him. Whether a genius, a prodigy, or any other designation, all remained within the ranks of the weak until they grew into true strength. He needed to remain grounded, to endure in the Qingsang garden, and only then aspire to become powerful. Lin Ku closed his eyes, and after a moment, reopened them, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well, devoid of the earlier excitement. He rose and stepped outside. The east was already brightening, the morning sun just beginning to rise. Farmers had risen early to prepare for their labor. In light of the formidable presence of the Cloud Realm Beast Sovereign, it is unlikely that many could find solace in slumber, particularly those mortals languishing at the base of the cultivation hierarchy, yet devoid of any means to resist. They rise early and diligently engage in their labors, with little choice in the matter. With the establishment of the Earth Cicada's warm sand array, the farmers of the Qingsang garden are no longer required to take turns vigilantly guarding the black gold silkworms through the night, allowing them to awaken refreshed and invigorated. Senior Lin, do you have any instructions for today? Inquired Fong Tong, the male leader, accompanied by a portly woman, as they approached the door just as Lin Ku emerged. Fong Tong, who oversees all the farmers, and the plump woman, the head of the female farmers, bowed respectfully. Li Yanhua, continue with the silk reeling. And remember to bring it to me for inspection each day, Lin Ku directed, first addressing the portly woman. Li Yanhua slightly inclined her body, responding, as you command. Senior Lin. Lin Ku then turned to Fong Tong. In the 5 mountains of the Qingsang garden, there are numerous insects. Keep 5 individuals on patrol at the Golden Silkworm Peak to oversee the black gold silkworms. The rest will accompany you into the mountains to catch insects. The entirety of the Golden Silkworm Peak is now a mountain of mulberry trees and black gold silkworms, concentrated together and with improved temperature conditions. A mere handful can keep watch. Rather than allowing them to idle inefficiently, it is far better to venture into the mountains to capture insects. Linka harbored no fears regarding the farmers encountering danger. With the protective formation in place, wild spirit insects and spirit beasts would not intrude upon the Yunjiang garden. These farmers and female farmers, having lived in the mountains for extended periods, are far more acquainted with the terrain than Lin Ku. Catch insects? What types of insects? Fong Tong inquired, momentarily taken aback. All insects, Lin Ku replied with a smile. Size, species, color, none are restricted. As long as they are living insects, it suffices. Of course, do exercise caution and avoid being bitten by venomous ones. Upon hearing this, Fong Tong exchanged a glance with Li Yanhua, quickly grasping Lin Ku's intent. Are you planning to raise poison insects, Senior Lin? Fong Tong asked with curiosity. Yes and no, Lin Ku responded ambiguously, mindful that some matters cannot be openly discussed. Fortunately, such practices are quite customary for those residing in the poisonous mountains region. The Miao, Yi, Hua, and Hakka tribes have inherited this knowledge for countless generations, coexisting with venomous insects and miasma, and are particularly adept in the arts of witchcraft and poison. Legend has it that the founding master of the Golden Wing sect established the sect after mastering the arts of witchcraft and poison. Thus, Fong Tong and Li Yanhua were neither surprised nor fearful, accepting the outcome with calmness. In fact, Fong Tong appeared eager. All right, just you wait, Senior Lin. The men of Yunjiang Garden are exceptionally skilled at catching insects and snakes. Safety must still be a priority. Lin Ku remarked with a twinkle of anticipation in his eyes, jesting, let us hope you don't get pecked in the eye by the 5 poisons. Rest assured, Senior. Leave it to us. Fong Tong laughed heartily. As long as they aren't spirit insects, we can handle even the 6 evils. We'll capture them all for you if we encounter any. 6 evils? What are those? Lin Ku inquired, intrigued. He was well aware of the 5 poisons: snake, scorpion, toad, centipede, and gecko. Since the Warring States period, it has been a common belief that with the arrival of the Dragon Boat Festival, the 5 poisons awaken, bringing forth these creatures to disrupt human lives. In the region of Yunjiang, these 5 poisons are one of the primary factors contributing to the diminished survival rate of humanity. However, this term has only been used colloquially. Within his Miao Jianggu skill, there exists no such designation. Akin to how the common folk refer to coriander as stinking vegetable, while the formal term is cilantro. Nevertheless, Lin Ku had yet to hear anyone in the Quito mountain range mention the 6 evils. The 6 evils? Fong Tong scratched his head. This is what we locals call them, referring to 6 types of insects: wind mosquito, cold fly, summer moth, damp spider, dry ant, and fire bee. They possess a malevolent nature and are favored by the shamans and elders for their goo cultivation. However, it seems that our esteemed ones in the Golden Wing sect regard this as a sinister path, and thus the term 6 evils has gradually fallen out of use. Shamans? Elders? Lin Ku nodded slowly, a contemplative look flashing in his eyes. He inquired, what is so special about these 6 evils that they can be mentioned in the same breath as the 5 poisons? The shamans and elders are the core figures of the tribes in Yunjiang. The shamans are responsible for external warfare, while the elders manage internal affairs, each with clear responsibilities. However, Lin Ku recalled that many shamans and elders perished after the ascension of the Immortal path in Yunjiang, leading to their eventual disappearance. This likely explains why the name of the so-called 6 evils did not propagate. These 6 evils, indeed malevolent, are said to be related to the principles of mutual generation and restraint, although Fong Tong seemed somewhat confused by this notion. He then thumped his chest confidently. But rest assured, esteemed Immortal, even the 5 poisons and 6 evils shall not escape the grasp of our Miao Wei clan. Haha. Lin Ku was well aware that the Miao Jianggu skill passed down from his sect was derived from the Miao Wei clan, and he nodded with a smile to convey his trust. Then you may set off. Fong Tong and Li Yanhua bowed and withdrew. Lin Ku then made his way to the sect's scripture pavilion, seeking any suitable spells to learn. Having attained the foundation establishment stage, relying solely on basic elemental spells would render him vulnerable to countermeasures, and their potency was rather limited. Although the original body's aptitude for spells was not exceptional, the robust foundation he possessed could continuously provide abundant spiritual energy. It would be a waste not to capitalize on his strengths. The Qingsang Garden is situated far from the sect's core, yet Lin Ku, now a Foundation establishment practitioner, found his speed markedly improved. While Foundation practitioners can fly, he chose not to and continued on foot. For instance, the original S-Swift movement technique proved effective, significantly enhancing his pace, allowing him to reach the scripture pavilion in under an hour. Upon entering with his disciple token, he arrived in the spells section of the pavilion, instantly overwhelmed by the multitude of choices. The golden fruit honey brew technique, priced at over 600 spirit stones, truly a prized skill of the Golden Wing sect. The mountain shifting technique? A fusion of the mountain moving technique and water arrow technique, it demands substantial spiritual energy and has potential for future advancement. But it costs 800 spirit stones, which is exorbitantly expensive. The threefold fire technique is indeed commendable, yet it necessitates cultivation within the Baoyuan Palace. Wouldn't tea that incinerate the Lin Silkworm? As Lin Ku perused each jade tablet of the Qi-gathering technique, his gaze transitioned from fervent passion to a serene, almost monk-like detachment, devoid of desire. The costs are exorbitant. Items produced by the sect, whether they be spiritual insects or spells, are undoubtedly of exceptional quality. After all, these techniques and insect species have been refined through the tireless exploration, research, and practice of countless predecessors within the sect. Yet, correspondingly, the prices are astoundingly steep. Take for instance the technique of shifting mountains and overturning seas. This is a fusion of mountain shifting and water arrow techniques, particularly suitable for someone like him, who has a foundational understanding of basic spells, allowing for quick mastery and immense power, alongside practical applications. Its drawbacks may be fatal for others, yet for Lin Ku, it seems tailor-made. It even holds the potential to evolve into a spiritual intent or divine ability in the future, showcasing remarkable growth potential, practicality, and adaptability. However, Lin Ku finds himself in dire financial straits. He had previously expended his savings on the rain of sweet dew technique and the earth cicada's warm sand grand formation. With next month's sect stipend yet to be dispersed, amounting to a mere 150 low-grade spirit stones, he is far from able to afford them. Nevertheless, his visit here was primarily for reconnaissance, to gain a clearer understanding of his options. Currently, he favors 3 spells: shifting mountains and overturning seas, dragonfly swift technique, and the wet egg incubation technique. The shifting mountains and overturning seas technique is formidable, with the poisonous mountain and red river nearby, abundant in earth and water, which would enhance its efficacy considerably. The dragonfly swift technique is primarily employed for escape and travel, with many intricate maneuvers available at higher levels. After all, retreat is essential when one cannot prevail in battle. As for the wet egg incubation technique, it is a staple for nearly every disciple of the Golden Wing sect. This technique refers to organisms that thrive and reproduce in moist environments through oviparity. The wet egg incubation technique allows the practitioner to temporarily strip certain abilities from their spiritual insects. Without it, the strength of the Golden Wing sect and, indeed, most sects within the poisonous mountain region would significantly diminish. However, the combined cost of these 3 spells amounts to approximately 1,900 spirit stones. A considerable sum. Time to earn some money. Upon exiting the scripture repository, Lin Ku felt as though he had stepped into another realm. He wondered when the sect leader would return, and whether the elder in charge was lenient. Who knows? The sect leader hasn't ventured out in years. Alas, one cannot help but ponder the true nature of the beast sovereign of the cloud region. When such a formidable presence becomes enraged, humanity is bound to face turmoil. Let us hope it does not extend to our poisonous mountain region. Speaking of which, what exactly is that spiritual pearl? Surely it is some form of heavenly treasure? Surrounding individuals continue to discuss the recent upheaval involving the beast sovereign of the cloud region and the sect leader's intention to negotiate matters. As Lin Ku listened to their conversations, he gradually regained his focus, sensing that turmoil was indeed on the horizon for the poisonous mountain region. Yunjiang is divided into 3 regions from east to west: the Ileo Great Forest, the Tsuidu Mountain Range, and the Dali Domain. In a fit of fury, the beast sovereign of Yunjiang first directed his wrath towards the Ileo Great Forest, followed by the Tsuidu Mountain Range, and finally towards the Dali Domain. It is incredibly difficult to remain aloof in such turbulent times. As chaos looms, Lin Ku's desire to master spells intensifies. Alas, he finds himself in dire financial straits. Regardless of the world, wealth undeniably holds great significance. What avenues does he have for earning money? After much contemplation, only 2 possibilities arise. One is to sell the surplus silk from the black gold silkworm after submitting the required portion. The other is to sell spirit insects directly. Selling the black gold silkworm is out of the question, but he can certainly sell the stinging needle moth. With this thought, Lin Ke quickened his pace and soon arrived at a cave within another mountain. The mountain had been completely hollowed out, and at the entrance hung 3 words, Spirit Insect Cave. Chapter 14. An elder sister like a mother. The Spirit Insect Cave bustled with disciples coming and going. Far more than the scripture repository, many inner disciples of the Tao Foundation served as stewards in the Spirit Insect Cave. Some came to purchase spirit insects, while others came to sell them, creating a vibrant atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling market. This toad I have nurtured for 36 months has become a goo king. What do you think its price should be, junior brother? Junior sister, I promise to gift you that spirit-level mid-grade green venom leech for your 50th birthday. How could I go back on my word? But it is essential. Senior brother, you know the rules of our spirit insect cave. We are not at the Iwa market. Agreed, senior sister, but I am reserving the next 5-step purple lizard you cultivate. The cave was spacious. Upon entering, it felt akin to stepping into a grand plaza. Filled with cages and people, the air alive with chatter. The original body had only visited the spirit insect cave once upon entering, and had fled in fright at the sight of the exorbitant spirit stones. Fixed price, 3,006 spirit stones for the deal. 20 mid-grade spirit stones. This is the base price set by Elder Wang. This is a fine specimen, possessing highly pure venomous veins. It should fetch 13 mid-grade spirit stones. Listening to the surrounding voices discussing spirit insect prices that all began with 4 digits, Lin Ke couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Spells, spirit artifacts, and elixirs were never the mainstream in Yunjiang. The true passion of the cultivators lay in spirit insects. Just then, a curious voice called out from beside him. Lin Ke stiffened and turned to recognize the person who had called his name amidst the crowd. It was his senior sister. She had brought him into the Golden Wing sect after recognizing his decent aptitude during their encounter in the forest. Always poised and gracious, gentle and kind. With fair and delicate skin, her tall yet curvaceous figure made Lin Ke feel a sense of inadequacy. He had always believed he was unworthy of her, thinking she took him in out of affection. However, as someone who had experienced such matters, Lin Ke, as an outsider, understood that his senior sister regarded the original body more like a younger brother. The original self was somewhat bewildered, misunderstanding that tenderness. Silly boy, she regards you as a younger brother, yet you mistakenly believe she harbors affection for you. How narcissistic. Lin Ke sighed inwardly and stepped forward to clasp his hands in greeting, addressing her as senior sister. Do you seem reluctant to see me? The senior sister, with her elegant demeanor and captivating eyes fixated on Lin Ke, glanced at his clasped hands, her brows knitting slightly. Is it necessary for you to bow to me? Why such formality? Senior sister, I am at a loss for words. Lin Ke replied helplessly, lowering his hands. He realized he could not articulate much, for saying too much could lead to missteps. It was reasonable for the original host's character to have altered, given that his cultivation had plummeted to the first layer of qi refinement and he had been assigned to the remote Qingsang garden. Your temperament has indeed changed considerably. The senior sister sighed, her gaze softening. There is no need for you to worry about the matter of the black gold silkworms. I have come to the spirit insect cave to fulfill my duties, hoping to discover a solution for your sect's task. If I can achieve some merit and receive a reward from our master, I could purchase a mid-grade spiritual insect for you. Once you refine it into your personal spirit insect, you would have a chance to stand out in the sect competition. Really, you need not go to such lengths. Lin Ke thought with a heavy heart. The senior sister was unaware that the sect task was actually manipulated by Li Lu, who would likely target him in the upcoming sect competition. Thus, the essence of the challenge lay not in the sect task or the competition itself, but rather in Li Lu. If Lin Ke believed that merely addressing this month's sect task and the ensuing competition would suffice, he was mistaken. Each month brought a sect task, and each year a sect competition. Failing to resolve matters with Li Lu was akin to ignoring the incessant buzzing of a fly. It would eventually become unbearable. Moreover, Li Lu was no mere fly. He was a cultivator who had entered the foundation establishment stage for several months, with the backing of influential elders. Of course, Lin Ke would never disclose this to the senior sister. Sharing such burdens would only serve to create unnecessary worry, as she lacked the capacity to resolve these issues. It was akin to his past life, where he never burdened his mother with his troubles, for it would only cause her distress without any benefit. Are you aware that Li Lu has come to pressure me again? The senior sister said, her lips parting slightly. He claims that if I marry him, he would have reason to persuade his father, elderly, to transfer you from Qing Garden. Senior sister. Do not acquiesce to him, Lin Ke firmly rejected. Trust me. As he spoke, he subtly released a hint of his aura. The senior sister gasped, Foundation establishment. Her voice, raised in surprise, drew the attention of those nearby, though they soon lost interest upon realizing it was merely a conversation between two Foundation establishment cultivators. In this place, Foundation establishment cultivators were commonplace, and Qi refinement cultivators were rare. There was little cause for astonishment. After all, a typical Qi refinement cultivator would hardly possess sufficient spirit stones. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator serving in a steward role might not earn enough in a year to purchase a single spirit insect, let alone one in the Qi refinement stage. Realizing her own loss of composure, the senior sister glanced around and then said to Lin Ke, Please come with me. Lin Ke had no time to refuse and decided to follow his senior sister, bypassing the central square of the mountain and arriving at a side area. Here, numerous attics stood adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, exuding a classical beauty steeped in antiquity. The crowd was considerably diminished, yet the few souls present emanated an obscure aura. Likely practitioners of profound cultivation in the Taoist Foundation. His senior sister led him to a particular attic, entered a private chamber, and shut the door, pausing only after employing her spiritual energy to activate the array that separated the inside from the outside. Once settled, she pointed to the tea table at the center of the chamber and said, Please, take a seat. Noticing the complexity in her tone, Lin Ke sensed something amiss. He sat in silence, lost in thought as he gazed at the tabletop. Senior, my junior brother has endured a life of suffering. Why must you usurp his body? Lin Ke lifted his head. Incredulity etched across his face as he beheld his senior sister, her cheeks streaked with tears. Senior, my junior brother's cultivation had been declining day by day. I had previously contemplated whether a nascent soul master had taken residence within him to siphon his spiritual energy. Now, merely a few days later, you have ascended from the Qi refinement stage to the Foundation establishment stage. Her eyes dimmed, and she did not bother to wipe away the tears cascading down to her chin. Since you have usurped my junior brother, you might as well kill me too. I, Zongya, regard my junior brother as my own sibling. As an elder sister, seeking vengeance is a futile thought. I would rather accompany him in death. Zongya's gentle disposition had led her to be relentlessly pressured by Li Lu over the years. With a sigh, Lin Ke spoke, Senior, I am Lin Ke, and I swear upon the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, Zongya looked up in astonishment, her gaze filled with uncertainty. Lin Ke shook his head and recounted the words he had prepared earlier. I recently acquired a treasure that I believe to be a high-grade spiritual instrument or even a primordial artifact. However, just a few days ago, I discovered that it contained the soul of an otherworldly demon. It was a simple tale. A boy named Lin Ke opened a treasure, and within it resided a soul from Earth. As the two souls merged, Lin Ke obtained the memories of the earthly soul, and the spiritual energy previously infused into the treasure returned to him. In essence, Lin Ke's words aligned closely with reality. The crux of the matter was that the personality of Lin Ke from the Genie sect had dissipated, while the personality of the earthly Lin Ke had taken over. Could there truly be such a mysterious realm in existence? Junior brother, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. Chapter 15. If you cannot overcome, then render him incapable. Lin Ke merely shared tidings from Earth, yet this was sufficient to convince Zongya. After all, no one could fathom that which they had never encountered. Moreover, Zongya attributed the subtle shifts in Lin Ke's demeanor and actions to something akin to the influence of memories. In summary, having emerged as the sole individual familiar with the original self in this world, Zongya had successfully navigated this hurdle. Now that he had acquired such great fortune, it was unwise to let others in on the secret. After wiping her tears, she rose and began to pace restlessly. Finally, with a determined resolve, she declared, I shall erase my memories, retaining only vague impressions. As she spoke, Zongya gracefully settled into a lotus position, only to rise moments later with a smile. I have erased my memories, junior brother. There is no need for you to divulge what secrets have been lost. Simply remember not to speak of it to others. Lin Ke nodded in understanding. The act of memory deletion may seem daunting, yet for cultivators, it is relatively manageable, akin to severing a segment from a continuous thread, leaving the parts above and below intact. However, what has been lost are the memories concerning the matters of Earth that Lin Ke mentioned. Now that you have attained the Foundation establishment stage, you must prepare diligently for the sect's grand competition in a month's time. After completing her memory erasure, Zonya once again seated herself opposite Lin Ku. The grand competition? Isn't that meant for the outer disciples? Lin Ku furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The grand competition serves as an opportunity for outer disciples to ascend to inner disciple status. Each year, at the beginning of the year, the sect holds an assessment for inner disciples alongside the grand competition for outer disciples. From the victors among the outer disciples, those with considerable talent are selected to become inner disciples, while those showing no progress are eliminated from the ranks of inner disciples. In January, the sect removes disciples from the inner circle, and in February, outer disciples are promoted to the inner circle. Apart from these methods, those who reach the foundation establishment stage may directly ascend to inner disciple status. Lin Ku is already considered an inner disciple, albeit without having registered with the elder in charge of teaching, and thus, he is technically not required to participate in the grand competition. You indeed do not have to participate in the grand competition, Zonya clarified. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, you have yet to register with the elder, correct? No. Lin Ku shook his head. These regulations are unknown to disciples in the Qi refining stage, and Zonya immediately shared all that she was aware of with Lin Ku. In simple terms, inner disciples in the Qi refining stage are exempt from the grand competition. However, disciples at the foundation establishment stage are required to participate. This is essential for vying for the coveted positions of direct disciples. Typically, only those at the core formation stage are eligible for such advancement. Yet exceptionally talented foundation establishment disciples may be granted exceptions. Nevertheless, achieving such exceptional status generally pertains to the later stages of foundation establishment. Nonetheless, participation in the grand competition remains imperative. The excellence of a disciple is assessed through their performance in the competition. A person's reflexes, mental acuity, and ability to nurture spiritual insects are all revealed during combat. In such grand competitions, disciples in the early and mid-foundation establishment stages often find themselves merely as background figures. However, I fear that Li Lu may target you. Zonya's expression darkened. I have clearly rebuffed him numerous times, yet he remains obstinate in his pursuit, using you as leverage. I worry he may resort to harsh measures against you in the competition. Lin Ku understood that Zonya was not naive. She simply could not firmly reject Li Lu. After all, Lin Ku could be considered her Achilles heel, and Li Lu had the backing of an elder. He is merely in the early stages, Lin Ku reassured her. There is no need for concern, sister. As a fellow practitioner in the early foundation establishment stage, I will yield if I am truly outmatched. No. It would be best to incapacitate him. Zonya narrowed her eyes, a fleeting glint of ruthlessness crossing her features. Lin Ku was momentarily taken aback. Incapacitate him? She believed she must have misheard. Wasn't he at Zonya who had been possessed, rather than the other way around? In her memories, her senior sister had always been gentle and yielding, often exhibiting a timid disposition. How could she utter such a statement? Indeed, incapacitate him. Zonya's eyes reflected a contemplative light. Li Lu has persistently pressured you. Initially, I refrained from taking a stand, fearing that a rift would lead him to harm you. I sought to navigate the situation cautiously, but it has only resulted in continual concessions. However, you are now a foundation-level cultivator, an esteemed inner disciple of our sect, a pillar of strength, and even have the potential to attain the golden core stage and become a master who passes on teachings. It will not be so easy for Li Lu and elderly to harm you. Goodness. Lin Ku recalled the memory of Zonya from her past life and felt an immense disparity. It must be said, a woman may be frail, but a mother is formidable. I will strive to do my utmost, Lin Ku nodded. By the way, what brings you to the spirit insect cave? Are you here to purchase spirit insects? Zonya's expression brimmed with admiration. Indeed, junior brother, you have discerned correctly. Li Lu is not far behind you in strength. To secure a decisive victory under Elder Li's watchful gaze, you will require special spirit insects. Allow me to assist you in seeking out such formidable and venomous creatures. As she spoke, Zonya produced a jade slip, lowering her head to delve her spiritual energy into it for a search. Wait, senior sister, I cannot afford it. Lin Ku chuckled, somewhat exasperated. I came to ascertain the prices, intending to sell spirit insects later. Sell spirit insects? Zonya lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with confusion. Where would you acquire spirit insects? Surely, you do not mean to. She furrowed her brow. The black gold silkworms are allocated by the sect and are not subject to trade. You cannot sell them here, only at the Yuan market. However, if you sell them, you will be unable to fulfill your sect's tasks. No, it is not the black gold silkworms. Lin Ku shook his head. After advancing to an inner disciple, I wish to remain in the Qingsang Garden and would never engage in selling the black gold silkworms. Stay in the Qingsang Garden? Why? Zonya queried, perplexed. The Qingsang Garden is remote and yields little. Why not come to the spirit insect cave as a steward? The daily transactions of spirit insects here could earn you a commission, surpassing the annual salary of 1,000 or 800 spirit stones compared to other locations. Thus, Lin Ku shared his discoveries regarding the black gold silkworms, omitting any mention of his mysterious pearl and the mud pill palace, for such matters were best kept under wraps, especially as they pertain to the beast sovereign of the cloud realm. Unlike affairs on Earth, where many would merely regard them as peculiar secret realms, he preferred to maintain discretion. Therefore, I shall remain in the Qingsang Garden to continue my research. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Ku patiently awaited Zonya's contemplation. His decision to stay in the Qingsang Garden had been made after much deliberation, with the primary advantage being the black gold silkworms, as he had previously contemplated. Although the black gold silkworm was merely an inconspicuous and seemingly insignificant output acquired by the sect, it possessed a remarkable advantage over other silkworm species in that it did not require the traditional process of boiling cocoons for silk extraction. Any spiritual silkworm known to him could only produce silk by forming cocoons, whereas the black gold silkworm could emit silk in its larval form. Furthermore, it exhibited a remarkable adaptability. During his leisure, he had conducted experiments within the mud pill palace. Many insects could combine, yet not all were capable of laying eggs, given the various limitations present in his mud pill palace. However, the black gold silkworm, after merely a few attempts, it successfully mated with bees and even fused with mysterious seeds, giving rise to the forest silkworm. Such adaptability far surpassed that of ordinary insects. Lin Ku had an inkling that the predecessors of the sect who cultivated the black gold silkworm must have harbored grand ambitions. Yet, it was perplexing why that predecessor had not pursued further research, leading the black gold silkworm to find itself in a precarious existence on the fringes of the sect's Qingsang Garden. So, the black gold silkworm inadvertently combined with bees? Zonya nodded slowly, then cast a meaningful glance at Lin Ku. Junior brother, take out that stinging needle moth. By the way, do not mention its relation to the black gold silkworm to others. They are not as naive as your senior sister. Just say it was discovered in the poison refining mountains. It is not unusual for many new insects to appear there daily. Chapter 16. The characteristics of the stinging needle moth. Lin Ku was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Indeed, with so many people having raised the black gold silkworm, how is it that only I discovered its ability to mate with bees and lay eggs? It sounds like a far-fetched tale. I merely explained it to senior sister. Lin Ku smiled. Naturally, we will say it was found in the poison refining mountains. The vast expanse of the poison refining mountains, with its numerous branches and countless small hills and peaks, makes it quite normal for all sorts of peculiar insects to emerge. We can simply attribute it to the mountains. Senior sister, behold, this is the spirit insect I have cultivated, the stinging needle moth. As he spoke, Lin Ku retrieved the stinging needle moth from the mud pill palace. The moth fluttered aimlessly within the confines of the palace, appearing somewhat lethargic upon its emergence. Is it this large? Observing the palm-sized stinging needle moth in Lin Ku's hand, Zonya expressed her surprise. This is significantly larger than the black gold moth. Lin Ku refrained from mentioning the forest silkworm. So Zonya remained unaware that the stinging needle moth was, in fact, a product of the forest silkworm. An embonded spirit insect? Zonya instructed, please sit, while I conduct an examination. She produced a bronze treasure mirror and infused it with spiritual energy to illuminate the stinging needle moth. A faint green light enveloped the moth as Zonya carefully sensed its essence. This stinging needle moth possesses but a single form. It emerges fully formed from the egg. The gathering of spiritual energy at its tail is indeed the reason behind your naming it thus. The insect's body is of low-grade spiritual quality, and the toxin at the stinger is also at a low-grade spiritual level, capable of only incapacitating spirit beasts of the same realm or those of a lower one. This is a male. The female should also possess a stinger, albeit with a slightly larger physique and a milder toxin than the male. Its scales are non-toxic, yet they exhibit a certain latent potential, which my junior might consider cultivating in this direction. Furthermore, in terms of flight capabilities, Zonya will perceive the information, flight ability, egg-laying capability, toxic potential, and combat prowess. All things considered, my junior, this stinging moth could be valued at 230 low-grade spirit stones. 230 spirit stones. Upon hearing this assessment, Lin Ku was hardly surprised. The stinging moth's lineage was rather inferior. Originating from low-grade black gold silkworms and ordinary bees, to possess such a rank and a degree of offensive power was already commendable. However, just as Zhongya was about to draw a conclusion, she exclaimed in astonishment, "This stinging moth possesses a social characteristic?" "A social characteristic?" Lin Ku nodded slightly, knowing that this trait must derive from the bees. After all, the black gold moth does not exhibit social behavior, whereas bees are highly social insects with a strong division of labor. If this is the case, selling more than 10 at once could yield a price of 228 spirit stones each. Zhongya's expression brightened. "How many do you have?" "Selling more than 10 at once?" Lin Ku pondered. He comprehended the pricing. The original price of 230 spirit stones was for a single stinging moth. Rarity increases value. If he aimed to sell dozens at once, the price per moth would likely fall below 200 stones. However, if they possessed a social characteristic akin to that of ants or bees, their combat effectiveness would significantly enhance. Thus, in such circumstances, selling a large quantity would not drastically reduce the price. In fact, at times, buyers might demand a bulk purchase before considering a transaction. "I currently possess only one," Lin Ku stated, "but if the spirit insect cave accepts them, I could cultivate more." If he were to rely solely on the original mud pill palace to breed a second stinging moth, he would have to continuously mate the black gold moths with bees, which would only yield results through a certain probability. This process would heavily deplete both the black gold moths and bees, as they would perish after breeding. However, he now had the Lin silkworm. Before refining the Lin silkworm, he understood that it could assist him in mass production. By simply providing a certain type of spirit insect egg to the Lin silkworm, it would consume it and continuously produce that type of spirit insect. This particular stinging moth was, in a sense, generated through this method, as the Lin silkworm itself is a fusion of the stinging moth's eggs and mysterious seeds. Zhongya fell into contemplation, and after a moment, she remarked, "Logically, the stinging moth has not undergone practical testing. It has only been assessed through a treasure appraisal. I am not qualified to purchase in bulk. At most I can acquire 20. Zhongya's expression shifted, her demeanor fluctuating. "However, if I could find a few buyers, perhaps I could request the elders to increase my purchasing limit." "Senior sister, if it truly comes to it, selling 20 of them should suffice," Lin Ku remarked, not wishing to impose undue pressure on Zhongya. After all, 20 would amount to several thousand spirit stones, ample enough for him to acquire those spells he desired. However, he pondered how many insects Lin Ku would need to consume to produce 20 stinging moths. "Junior brother, how many stinging moths do you possess in total?" Zhongya inquired. Gritting her teeth, "You have painstakingly nurtured such exquisite spiritual insects. I shall seek assistance from a few senior and junior sisters. They will surely help you sell them." Lin Ku paused in contemplation, ultimately shaking his head. "Only 20. While the stinging moths were indeed spiritual insects, their initial value was rather low. He was reluctant to let Zhongya jeopardize her rapport and goodwill with their senior and junior sisters over this matter. For the time being, the spirit stones he had were sufficient. He merely needed to showcase the abilities of the stinging moths at the Sex Grand Competition. Undoubtedly, buyers would flock to him then. "Junior brother, such opportunities are rare. This is your first time independently cultivating spiritual insects, and you should sell more. You will need to purchase spiritual tools, protective gear, and mounts." Zhongya insisted, unwilling to relent. It seemed to her that Lin Ku was akin to her own child. An elder sister often assumes a maternal role. This was Lin Ku's inaugural endeavor in cultivating spiritual insects, and Zhongya naturally wished to encourage him through this avenue, while also enabling him to earn some money to prepare for the upcoming sect competition. "Senior sister," Lin Ku quickly interrupted Zhongya, then earnestly locked eyes with her. "Trust me, after selling the 20, my spirit stones will be sufficient. What if I give you 500 or even 1,000 spirit stones?" Zhongya countered, her resolve firm. "You will need to purchase many items for the sect competition. Otherwise, you cannot hope to compete with Li Lu. I have heard he possesses a robe crafted by his father, a skilled spiritual-level tailor capable of creating medium-tier spiritual garments." Feeling the tenderness behind Zhongya's persistent concern warmed Lin Ku's heart, yet he interrupted her again. "Senior sister, have you forgotten? I have my own opportunities." He refrained from mentioning Earth, aware that Zhongya had erased her memories of it. Zhongya scrutinized Lin Ku's eyes, then sighed softly, speaking gently, "Indeed, my Lin Ku has grown. Then I shall assist you in selling these 20 stinging moths. Prepare them and bring them to me when you are ready. I will be waiting for you at the spiritual insect cave." Chapter 17. the insect cultivation jar having emerged from the spiritual insect cave some time ago. Lin Ku continued to reflect on his earlier conversation with Zhongya. Despite the tribulations faced by his original self, having such a gentle and considerate sister watching over him was, in its own right, a form of happiness. However, now was not the time to indulge in familial affection. Lin Ku had already narrowed down the spells he wished to purchase and had determined a price for the stinging moths, so he swiftly returned home. At Golden Silkworm Peak, individuals were bustling about, inspecting and monitoring. Others were scouring the surrounding mountains for insects. Lin Ku had previously instructed the farmers to gather insects, and they were adeptly utilizing their skills for the task. A figure bore a round basket upon their back, filled with straw, from which tendrils occasionally emerged. Yet they remained ensnared by the vast gaps. Another individual held a clay jar, which featured several layers akin to drawers, each compartment housing a diverse assortment of insects that refrained from preying upon one another. The most striking was Fong Tong, who, upon capturing an insect, ensnared it with a thread woven from nettle, akin to walking a dog or roping a horse. The insects were tethered and sprawled across him, rendering him a veritable insect man. Lin Ku observed this spectacle for a while, marveling at the ingenuity on display. It must be said that even in the absence of sorcery, intellect can serve as a formidable magic. These methods of insect capture had been passed down through generations by the locals of the poisonous mountain range, having withstood the test of time. After a moment, Lin Ku instructed Fong Tong to gather all the captured insects and present them to him. The purpose of these insects, aside from mating with the black gold silkworms to create new species, was to serve as sustenance for the forest silkworms. Previously, Lin Ku had inquired whether the forest silkworms consumed pork or beef. However, upon discerning the nature of these meats through inherited memories, the silkworms declined, preferring only insects. This was fortuitous, as Lin Ku was concerned about where to place the insects after a failed mating in the clay palace, given the unpleasantness of a ground strewn with explosive blood and flesh. The remnants of blood and flesh from previous encounters with the black gold moth had been devoured by the stinging moth. Esteemed Immortal, this is an insect-rearing jar, a feeding box. Some insects burrow into the soil, while others penetrate wood, necessitating various compartments. Fong Tong rushed down, breathless, cradling two instruments, a round jar standing half a meter tall and a wooden box resembling a beehive of similar size. The two containers emitted a resonating hum, indicating a multitude of insects within. "Thank you," Lin Ku said politely, accepting the two vessels with a smile. "You may continue your capture." "Certainly." Fong Tong beamed with a simple smile and turned to resume his pursuit of insects. The poisonous mountain range naturally provided a suitable habitat for insects, and with spring's arrival, they flourished abundantly. Fong Tong and his companions had been gathering insects for 2 to 3 hours, yet many remained. The variety was truly astonishing. Lin Ku's spiritual energy delved into the insect-rearing jar, and he was immediately astounded by the sheer number and diversity of the insects within. There were simply too many. Upon a cursory glance, he observed numerous insects that defied earthly logic, such as three-headed earthworms, scorpions with tails resembling maces, and centipedes adorned with dragonfly wings. These specimens were categorized based on their toxicity, dietary habits, and predatory nature, with the more ferocious housed in separate compartments of the jar, while the docile cohabited with others. This method of insect rearing was indeed quite scientific. Lin Ku withdrew his spiritual energy, lifted the jar, and then stored it within his clay palace. In the next moment, his complexion paled, and he promptly seated himself in a meditative posture. Such a substantial entity has utterly drained his spiritual energy at the foundational level. The spiritual force required for this foundational stage is barely sufficient to contain such a thing, and this is only due to his extraordinary spiritual capacity surpassing that of his peers. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly suffered injuries from blood loss due to exhaustion. It appears that if he wishes to contain larger creatures, he must devise a more prudent plan in the future. After a brief moment of recuperation, Lin Ku exhaled a long breath of turbid air and subsequently submerged his consciousness into the Dantian. Although the earth within the Dantian had entirely settled into the Baoyuan Palace, the two realms remained uniquely interconnected, spanning both heaven and earth. Consequently, his spiritual energy still coalesced at the ground level. The ground still held the insect-rearing jar he had recently placed inside. Beside it, Lin Ku curiously examined the insect-rearing jar. Upon hearing the sounds and detecting the scents emanating from within, saliva immediately dripped from her mouth. Her wooden root system was embedded in the soil of the Baoyuan Palace. with her left hand propped against the ground and her right hand directing the nearby stinging moth. Eliminate the pests, devour the flesh. The stinging moth, somewhat bewildered, took flight, recalling how it previously hunted insects for sustenance. Wait, Lin Ke called out immediately. The stinging moth halted, and Lin Ke turned her gaze towards him. I will allow them to mate with the golden moth, and whatever dies shall be your meal, Lin Ke said with a smile. He was uncertain whether these insects had any chance of merging with the golden moth to create a new species. After numerous failed attempts, only the stinging moth had succeeded. This time, he could only speculate how many would perish. All right, Lin Ke nodded, drooling in anticipation as she awaited Lin Ke's experiment. Lin Ke chuckled nonchalantly and exited the Dantian. His swift entry was primarily to prevent Lin Ke from succumbing to her impatience. After halting her, he promptly retrieved one male and one female golden moth and returned home. Once again entering the Dantian, Lin Ke commenced the experiment. The golden moth was exceedingly precious. It was the only spiritual insect in his possession. Currently, he lacked spiritual stones and the capability to venture into the poisonous mountain range to search for and capture spiritual insects. Making the golden moth his sole means of potentially enhancing the quality of ordinary insects. Once Lin Ke had her fill of flesh and produced more stinging moths, he could sell them to acquire other spiritual insects for experimentation with mating. At that time, these unfortunate golden moths might be spared from harm. However, that was not guaranteed. Should it ultimately be revealed that the golden moth was more compatible with numerous spiritual insects, he would still need to cultivate more golden moths as breeding stock. With a gentle flutter, Lin Ke placed the golden moth on the ground and then opened one compartment of the insect-rearing jar. Employing the method of insect capture from the Miao Jianggu technique to grasp a large, violet centipede barehanded. This centipede was female. Thus, he aligned the posterior of the centipede with that of the male golden moth for mating. With a hissing sound, as expected, the female violet centipede writhed in agony for a brief moment before succumbing to a violent demise. Away with you. Beside him, the Lin silkworm was oblivious to the notions of loss or regret. At the very moment the giant centipede met its demise, it urged the stinging moth to advance and feast upon the remnants. The stinging moth, swaying as it flew, consumed the severed limbs strewn across the ground, subsequently waiting for Lin Ke to dispatch the next insect. This stinging moth was not only capable of feeding with its mouth but also utilized the stinger at the end of its abdomen to extract nourishment. However, it appeared that the stinging moth preferred to siphon sustenance with its stinger, displaying a reluctance when it came to gnawing on the remains. Lin Ke merely glanced at it a few times before turning his attention elsewhere. Earlier, he had conducted a tally and found that there were only 16 black gold moths in the Qingshan garden. Among them, he needed to reserve 5 pairs for breeding new black gold silkworms, leaving him with only 6 for his use. Once those were exhausted, they would be gone. Regrettably, if the Lin silkworm desired to mass-produce similar spirit insects like the stinging moth, it could only do so by devouring the creations of the Mud Pill Palace. Otherwise, Lin Ke would have already facilitated the mass production of black gold silkworms. As he pondered these matters, Lin Ke extracted a pale purple longhorn beetle, roughly the size of a thumb. To his surprise, when he attempted to mate this male longhorn beetle with a female black gold moth, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Could it truly be so? Chapter 18. A Nugu Insect. The amethyst longhorn beetle. He observed as the two beetles, their abdomens intertwined, clung tightly to the female black gold moth, their tails gently undulating. In previous experiments, whenever a female black gold moth copulated with a male ordinary insect, the outcome invariably resulted in the female being drained of life, often without laying eggs. Yet now, this purple longhorn beetle was gripping the female black gold moth with its barbed legs, its sharp mandibles poised to gnaw at the moth's thorax. This was alarming. Lin Ke furrowed his brow, attempting to separate the two, but they were locked together too firmly to be pried apart. Moreover, the black gold moth was a spirit insect. Most longhorn beetles were not carnivorous, nor did males typically consume females during mating, leaving Lin Ke bewildered by this peculiar behavior. Suddenly, he contemplated that the anomaly of the longhorn beetle and the black gold moth might indeed signify an intention to mate. He narrowed his eyes, waiting patiently as the two remained entwined. Crack, crack. The tails of the purple longhorn beetle and the black gold moth began to undulate slowly and rhythmically. The thorax and head of the black gold moth were gradually being consumed by the beetle, the meticulous manner of its feeding evoking an unexpected sense of earnestness in Lin Ke. The beetle was diligently devouring the black gold moth during their copulation. Was this truly mating? Wasn't such behavior characteristic only of mantises and spiders? Just as Lin Ku thought the black gold moth was destined for waste, an extraordinary transformation unfolded. Witnessing the wings fall away, having been entirely consumed from the thorax, the once vibrant black gold moth, now with only half of its compound-eyed head remaining, suddenly trembled. Its abdomen contracted violently in response to this tremor, and in an instant, the longhorn beetle disintegrated into nothingness, like dust scattered in the wind. Only the black gold moth, with merely the thoracic framework, half a head, and a complete abdomen, crawled on the ground, gradually laying a pale purple egg. Astonished, Lin Ku could hardly believe his eyes. In the next moment, Lin Ku did not even signal the stinging moth but instead pulled his lower body from the soil and, with a swift motion, climbed over to bite the egg. Swallowing it whole, Lin Ku did not intervene, as this was indeed meant for Lin Ku to consume and subsequently hatch. Lin Ku had inherited fragments of memories from Lin Ku's spiritual essence and bloodline, and after a brief moment of sensing the contents within, he exclaimed with a clear voice, "Daddy, this is the amethyst beetle, a spirit insect." The amethyst beetle? Lin Ku nodded slightly. "Do you have enough energy now?" Lin Ku vigorously shook his head and pointed to the nearby insect-rearing jar. "If I eat these, I can hatch an amethyst beetle. Such an energy-consuming endeavor." Lin Ku sighed in resignation and continued to facilitate the mating of the black gold moths, leaving the deceased for Lin Ku to consume. Unfortunately, the remaining insects were not as fortunate, all meeting their demise. The mating process, however, proved fruitful, as he successfully hatched both the stinging moth and the amethyst beetle. Subsequently, the male black gold moths exhausted themselves entirely, and the females were not much better off, closing their mating passages and rendering further copulation impossible. Thus, he had consumed 3 jars of reared insects and 5 insect-feeding boxes, ultimately creating only 2 varieties of spirit insects, the black gold moth and the amethyst beetle. Yet, Lin Ku did not immediately allow Lin Ku to produce the amethyst beetle. Instead, he created another 20 black gold moths. Given that the amethyst beetle required such a substantial amount of sustenance to hatch, it was likely significantly stronger than the black gold moth. However, he had previously made an agreement with Zhongyu to sell the stinging moths, so he first aimed to meet the demand for them, earning some spirit stones in the process. Thus, Lin Ku took the produced stinging moths to Zhongyu and exchanged them for 4,560 spirit stones. He then purchased an earth-shifting technique for 800 spirit stones, a dragonfly speed technique for 400 spirit stones, and a wet hatching method for 700 spirit stones, leaving him with 2,600 spirit stones. 2,600 spirit stones. This sum was indeed substantial. It must be said that regardless of the world, successful research and development can yield significant profits. However, research often incurs greater expenses with low success rates. Fortunately, the development cost for the stinging moth was nearly zero, leading to unexpectedly generous returns for Lin Ku. Yet, he was not one to squander such wealth. Good resources must be utilized wisely. His margin for error was minimal, and he could not afford to waste this money, requiring meticulous budgeting instead. Therefore, he was compelled by necessity to purchase a special spirit tool crafted from the nest of the golden-winged envoy, specifically designed to house insects, the golden-winged nest. Otherwise, continually extracting and inserting spirit insects from his mind could attract unwanted attention, leading to significant trouble. In the ensuing days, he immersed himself in his regular training, practicing spells, monitoring the silk production of the black gold silkworms, and tending to the insects feeding the forest silkworms. Concurrently, he meticulously recorded the developments concerning the black gold silkworms. Initially, when the black gold silkworms were relocated to Golden Silkworm Peak, their silk production experienced a temporary decline lasting 2 days. However, following that period, the output surged dramatically. As Lin Ku weighed the silk in his hand, he couldn't help but marvel. Compared to before, the production of the black gold silkworms had increased by nearly 30%. Indeed, his hypothesis proved accurate. By enhancing the production environment of the black gold silkworms based on the experience of the farmers in the Qingsang garden, he succeeded in providing a more comfortable habitat for them, which in turn facilitated their silk production. This warm and cozy environment even prompted some 5-year-old larvae to swiftly spin cocoons. It is noteworthy that silkworms undergo several stages: egg, larva, pupa, and adult. The larval stage refers to the white silkworms. The black gold silkworms exhibit certain distinctions from their predecessors, as they enter a state of dormancy during the 5-year larval stage, refraining from eating or drinking while waiting to transform into pupae. Consequently, 35-year-old black gold silkworms grew rapidly over these days, spun cocoons, and progressed to the next phase of their existence. They merely needed to emerge from their cocoons to become black gold moths. In addition to the changes in the black gold silkworms, the mulberry trees also exhibited favorable transformations. Lin Xianxing, those mulberry trees are thriving even better, Fong Tong remarked, standing beside Lin Ku, holding 2 tender green mulberry leaves, one large and one small. You see, this mulberry leaf was acquired from outside, while this one is newly grown. Fong Tong's words carried a regional accent, as mulberry tree was the local term for the species, and acquired meant the same as picked. Oh, such significant changes? Lin Ke handed the black gold silkworm silk to Fong Tong for safekeeping, then examined the 2 leaves closely. Both were newly sprouted tender leaves, and the mulberry leaves from golden silkworm peak were noticeably wider by 1 or 2 centimeters and thicker, displaying a distinct difference akin to cardstock versus standard paper. The transformation of the new mulberry leaves clearly indicated positive growth and development following the dual influences of setting fire to the mountain and the earth cicada's temperature sand formation. However, Lin Xianxing, regarding the silkworm excrement, Fong Tong sheepishly scratched his head. Is that really edible? Isn't it just insect droppings? It is only natural that you find it hard to believe. Lin Ke chuckled at his words. Yet, the silkworm excrement of the black gold silkworms is indeed a medicinal material. Just collect it, and I will find a use for it in due time. Chapter 19. The Great Sorcerer and the Old Man. All right, as you say, Lin Xianxing. A smile graced Fong Tong's face. By the way, Lin Xianxing, we have already filled 14 insect-rearing jars and 16 insect-feeding boxes with the new insects we caught. We have nearly captured all the insects from several mountains. Look at how many there are. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke fell into contemplation. Although the 5 mountains did indeed harbor a multitude of insects, venomous ones were scarce, and exceptionally promising or mutated insects were even rarer. This seemed quite reasonable. The golden wing sect has always been associated with insect cultivation. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, any potential venomous insects have already been captured, let alone the spiritual insects. It is quite remarkable that so many insects can still be caught on the mountains of the Qingshang Garden. Do you know how to rear insects? Lin Ku inquired. The insects are inherently scarce, and this little creature, Lin Can, consumes a considerable amount. Moreover, to induce her to produce the stinging moth or the amethyst beetle, she requires an even greater quantity of insects. The distinction in the dietary requirements between the stinging moth and the amethyst beetle is telling. The former requires merely 10 ordinary thumb-sized insects to yield one, while the latter demands approximately 130. Up to this point, Lin Ku has yet to have Lin Can produce a single one, as Lin Can herself also needs to grow. Currently, Lin Can is only palm-sized. If he hastens her production of spiritual insects at the expense of her own development, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Thus, she has already consumed the insects from 16 cultivation jars. However, such a gluttonous approach cannot continue indefinitely. The 5 mountains will soon be depleted, and beyond them lies territory managed by others. In the insect-obsessed golden wing sect, if Lin Ku were to trespass into neighboring areas to capture insects, it would be akin to pilfering from someone else's vegetable garden. Raising insects? Fong Tong immediately grasped Lin Ku's intent and pondered for a moment before responding, Esteemed Lin, to speak frankly, our poisonous mountain range is teeming with insects. In the past, the great shaman and the old man merely practiced insect cultivation. There is truly no need for rearing common insects. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke nodded slightly. This was indeed the truth. The poisonous mountain range is abundant with insects. Is there really a need to rear them? However, the esteemed Lin has now transformed that great mountain, the golden silkworm peak, into a celestial domain. And we can certainly comprehend your intentions. As he spoke, Fong Tong's expression turned contemplative. From my ancestors' time, our family has labored in the Qingshang Garden for generations. And rearing the black gold silkworm has long since become part of our very essence. In my 30 years as the head of the family, the Qingshang Garden has seen 16 esteemed figures, yet only you, esteemed Lin, regard us as equals in the black gold silkworm as a spiritual insect. We have been pondering how to repay your kindness. His demeanor shifted, and as if resolutely deciding, he finally divulged the words he had hesitated to speak. It must be said, I am actually the 132nd generation of the old man in our village. Old man? A fleeting shock glimmered in Lin Ke's eyes, but he remained silent, allowing Fong Tong to continue. The great shaman and the old man are both exceptionally enigmatic professions. Lin Ke's understanding of these two roles stemmed from the teachings imparted by the elder during their educational sessions. The crucial point lies in the fact that although the great shaman and the old man do not possess the ability to move mountains or prolong life like those who have achieved immortality through cultivation, they can command powerful spiritual insects with their mortal bodies. It is said that some exceptionally powerful sorcerers of yore could command spiritual insects to penetrate the nascent soul and devour golden elixirs, even rivaling the might of those in the fusion stage. However, such legacies of great sorcerers have long since vanished. As for the old man's legacy, if the great sorcerers were responsible for wielding spiritual insects and commanding them in battle, the old man was devoted to their cultivation, breeding, and nurturing. I perceive that you, esteemed Lin, are a person of discernment, which is why I took the considerable risk to disclose this matter. Fong Tong revealed a wry smile. Regardless of whether I speak of it or not, the legacy of the old man, like that of the great sorcerers, has essentially become severed. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ke patted Fong Tong's shoulder. You need not worry. I shall not divulge your secrets regarding the old man. The Golden Wing sect has not spoken much about the great sorcerers or the old man, yet astute individuals understand why. After the celestial sects took control of the poisoning mountain range, the great sorcerers and the old man vanished. How could there be so many mundane villages among these celestial sects? Why do these villages submit so readily, never putting up resistance? Much like why the Native Americans did not rebel. Thus, although the legacies of the great sorcerers and the old man may appear to attract little attention on the surface, Lin Ke could sense the underlying caution in Fong Tong's words. Thank you, esteemed Lin. It is only after interacting with you that I have come to grasp your character, which emboldened me to take this risk. Fong Tong clasped his hands in gratitude, visibly relieved. Yet, he hesitated and whispered, I am willing to offer the legacy of the old man, but could you, esteemed Lin, agree to one request? Lin Ke felt little turmoil within, but furrowed his brow. Pray, state your condition. Noticing Lin Ke's frown, Fong Tong's expression faltered momentarily before he mustered the courage to speak. I wish for my son to enter the celestial sect and learn the ways of immortality. To join the celestial sect and learn the ways of immortality. Lin Ke remained unsurprised. The poisoning mountain range spans tens of thousands of miles, once home to countless tribes, with the great sorcerers and the old man numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Yet now, why do we only hear of celestial sects, with no mention of the legacies of the great sorcerers or the old man? The celestial path is far superior. Even sects like the Golden Wing sect possess methods that are entirely derived from beast mastery and sorcery. Though Fong Tong is an old man, he is not foolish. The great sorcerers and the old man lived but a century, while the celestial path's legacy is ancient and inclusive, representing the true path. It is entirely understandable to seek a future for one's descendants. However, I cannot promise that. Lin Ke slowly shook his head. You are aware of my predicament. I have offended Li Lu, whose father is a powerful elder in the nascent soul stage, a figure of immense authority and strength. It is difficult enough to ensure my own safety, let alone facilitate your son's entry into the sect. The farmers in Yunjiang garden witnessed the conflict between me and Li Lu. Upon hearing Lin Ke mention that an elder in the nascent soul stage stands behind Li Lu, Fong Tong's expression changed dramatically. Yet when he raised his gaze and saw Lin Ke's enigmatic smile, he swiftly grasped the situation. We have encountered many celestial beings, but you, esteemed Lin, are truly exceptional. Fong Tong knelt on one knee, clasping his hands and said, I believe that Li Lu is no match for Lin Shangxian. The future achievements of Lin Shangxian are boundless. You are quite perceptive, Lin Ke praised, subsequently using his spiritual power to lift Fong Tong. Although I am unable to admit your son into the sect, I promise that if I come across suitable cultivation methods in the future, I shall impart them to you. Should I gain authority down the line, taking your son as my disciple would not be out of the question. Chapter 20, The Summer and Winter Mosquito? An Unexpected Inheritance. Thank you, Lin Shangxian. Fong Tong exclaimed in delight, attempting to kneel once more in gratitude, but Lin Ke lifted him again. As he gazed at Lin Ke, Fong Tong's thoughts swirled. He could sense that Lin Shangxian's aura had grown exponentially stronger since his arrival, far more than tenfold. Logically, Lin Shangxian could have long since departed from the secluded Yunjiang garden, yet he chose to remain. This included all that transpired atop the golden silkworm peak. from the neatly planted mulberry trees to their inquiries about the habits of the black gold silkworms. Such endeavors were beyond what an ordinary immortal could conceive and execute. As for why Lin Shaoxian opted to stay in Qingsang Garden rather than seek a lucrative position within the sect, Fang Tong surmised that Lin Shaoxian harbored secrets. For instance, after they handed over their insect-rearing jars and feeding boxes to Lin Ku, they were transformed into spirit insects resembling celestial moths. And what of the vanished black gold moth? In summary, this Lin Shaoxian was extraordinary. Moreover, Fang Tong estimated that Lin Ku would remain in Qingsang Garden for an extended period. The reasoning was simple. Even his son understood that once delectable treats were acquired, they should not be revealed to others, lest they be taken away. Thus, Fang Tong aimed to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Ku while he was still concealed in Qingsang Garden. For once Lin Ku achieved greatness, it would be too late to foster such ties. Many matters should remain unspoken, known only to oneself. Lin Ku's voice resonated at an opportune moment. He was unaware of Fang Tong's specific thoughts but could surmise they were along those lines, thus offering guidance on the matter of discretion. As he progressed, certain secrets would inevitably leak, such as his ability to cultivate special spirit insects. However, it was best to delay revealing such information until he possessed the means of self-preservation. Indeed, Lin Shaoxian, Fang Tong acknowledged, solemnly swearing, "I will never divulge your matters. The people of Qingsang Garden will remain silent as well." Very well. Lin Ku nodded slightly. "Now, please share the legacy of your elder." Elder. Although the name seemed ordinary, even somewhat rustic, those who were aware understood that it represented a figure revered and feared within the local village, a paternal authority akin to a village's father or god, the one who holds sway. In essence, the great shaman was responsible for external warfare, while the elder managed internal affairs. The great shaman fought with the insect warriors, while the elder nurtured them. In essence, the legacy of Fang Tong lies in the cultivation and rearing of the gu insects. It is worth mentioning that the inheritance I possess was passed down from my father. Fang Tong promptly produced a dagger, stepping back a few paces before shedding his dark attire to reveal his robust, sun-kissed physique. "Forgive me, Immortal," he said. "This inheritance was sown into my flesh by my father when I was but 13. As he spoke, Fang Tong slowly plunged the dagger into the side of his abdomen, stopping just shy of an inch deep, before deftly prying it upwards. A piece of wood, mingled with pale yellow fat and streaks of blood, emerged from his flesh, flipping outwards. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Fang Tong swiftly extracted the 1-inch wide piece of wood, a spurt of fat and plasma following, which he hastily pressed down to staunch the wound. "Here, Immortal, this is the inheritance," he gasped, drenched in sweat, trembling as he extended the wood. Without hesitation, Lin Ku accepted the piece, disregarding the gruesome mixture upon it. Contrary to the anticipated ethereal quality of a celestial treasure, this would evoke feelings of nausea, horror, and dread. "Immortal, please place this tick upon your brow, at the center of your forehead," Fang Tong urged, enduring the pain as he revealed another object. Otherwise, one may find it difficult to perceive the inheritance. Upon seeing the small, vividly colored tick in Fang Tong's hand, Lin Ku's pupils constricted. The tick, a blood-sucking parasite, is a creature loathed and detested by mammals. To place such a seemingly venomous creature upon his brow, he discreetly transferred Lin Kan and a stinging moth from the Mud Pill Palace to the golden-winged nest, just in case. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the tick and positioned it on his forehead. At the moment it made contact, the tick burrowed into Lin Ku's flesh as if a parched traveler in the desert had encountered a mirage of water. Pain shot through his brow. Yet Lin Ku remained impassive, gathering his spiritual energy at his head, prepared to crush the tick at the slightest sign of trouble. However, after a few moments, the tick ceased all activity. It did not draw blood or delve deeper. Instead, it released something before detaching itself from Lin Ku's forehead. Upon inspection, they discovered that the tick had perished. "Look, Immortal, the goo piece," Fang Tong urged eagerly. Upon hearing this, Lin Ku immediately lifted the object known as the goo piece. In an instant, the seemingly decayed wood, once steeped in mire, transformed. The goo piece writhed as if it were a willow branch swaying in the wind, emitting a unique and profound ripple. In Lin Ku's eyes, these ripples morphed into an array of information akin to what one hears, sees, smells, and tastes. One insect spoke. "Mosquito, born in summer, perishes in winter, possesses spirit through goo, feeding on blood to ascend, endlessly unceasing." Another declared, "Beetle, as dense as gold and iron." Yet another announced, "Louse, swift as thunder." Merely by observing, Lin Ku was able to extract a wealth of information from the goo piece. The art of nurturing goo insects parallels the nurturing of spiritual insects. The inheritance chronicled within this goo document pertains to a legacy intimately connected with spirit insects, namely the goo worms. It records a plethora of spirit insects that Lin Ku had never encountered nor even heard of before. Among them are certain mosquitoes, whose formidable nature even the original body had only heard whispers of. For instance, the summer-winter mosquito, which is a manifestation of one of the 6 evils, the wind mosquito, requires the esoteric blood sacrifices inscribed within the goo document to nurture and sustain it. However, its strength continues to grow without bounds, possessing an inexhaustible potential akin to that of ordinary demonic beasts. The original body had learned about the might of this summer-winter mosquito from the teachings of the elder who passed down the legacy to the outer disciples. According to legend, this summer-winter mosquito is extraordinarily powerful, inherently capable of wielding an enigmatic force of the 4 seasons, making it difficult to rival even during the fusion stage. After refining qi, one attains the Tao foundation. Following that, one cultivates the golden core, which subsequently transforms into the nascent soul, culminating in the fusion stage. The leader of the Golden Wing sect is indeed a master at the fusion stage. Thus, it could be said that the summer-winter mosquito is immensely formidable. Yet, it has long since faded into the annals of history. Lin Ku was left pondering whether the reason no one had managed to cultivate the summer-winter mosquito was due to the absence of this elder's legacy. It was unexpected that the inheritance of the summer-winter mosquito resided in the hands of this lineage's elder. Upon receiving the comprehensive information from the goo document, Lin Ku could not help but express her sentiments. The mere method of cultivating the summer-winter mosquito alone would be enough to drive masters at the nascent soul and fusion stages into a frenzy. Furthermore, the goo document records not just the summer-winter mosquito, the ancestral legacy passed from my grandfather to my father, yet they were all rigid, preferring to witness the tribe's decline rather than relinquish it to the sect for opportunities. Fong Tong's gaze dimmed as he sighed. Many villages within other sects have long submitted their legacies, enjoying wealth and prosperity while safeguarding their descendants. I do not wish for our entire village to languish during my generation. I understand. Lin Ku stood up and patted Fong Tong's shoulder, channeling her spiritual energy into his body to alleviate his pain. Rest assured, the path of witchcraft and goo is, in essence, the grand path. It simply lacks methods as direct as those of the celestial path to reach higher realms. In the future, at the very least, your son will learn the ways of the Immortals. Should he be able to integrate the celestial path with the witchcraft and goo arts, it would not be considered a decline of your elder's legacy. Yes, indeed. Upon hearing Lin Ku's words, especially the part about his son learning the celestial arts, Fong Tong's expression brightened considerably. He felt the nourishing spiritual energy Lin Ku had bestowed upon his wounded abdomen and remarked, I have encountered many celestial beings, yet only you, Lin Skensheng, stand apart. It appears I have made the right choice. I shall do my utmost. Lin Ku smiled upon hearing this and extended her hand to return the goo document. Here, take back the goo document. No, Lin Skensheng, you should keep it. Fong Tong chuckled wryly. This thing feels like a stone, clinging to me, weighing heavily on my heart. Now that I entrust it to Lin Skensheng, I can finally feel at ease. Very well. Lin Ku did not elaborate further, placing the goo document into her storage pouch, and then said, in that case, the methods for nurturing the insects can now be implemented. Among the insects you have captured, how many possess the 5 poisons and 6 evils? Chapter 21. The plan for breeding in the green mulberry garden. The presence of the 5 poisons and 6 evils was relatively scarce, particularly the latter. The pain in Fong Tong's body had lessened, and under the influence of spiritual energy, his wounds were gradually healing. In the spring, venomous snakes, centipedes, and geckos were abundant. But to catch toads, one had to venture to the banks of the Red River, and scorpions were few, likely necessitating a journey into the branches of the toxic Refinement Mountains. Among the 6 evils, he managed to capture 3 each of the wind mosquito and the wet spider, while the others remained elusive during this season. Lin Ku understood the rarity of the 6 evils and was well aware of the abundance of the 5 poisons. However, whether it was for catching toads by the Red River or scorpions on a peak of the toxic Refinement Mountains, both undertakings were fraught with danger. To cultivate the summer-winter mosquito, the 5 poisons goo was essential. Lin Ku shook his head, resigning himself to the fact that he must forego the alluring prospect of the summer-winter mosquito. Although he possessed the wind mosquito, transforming it into a summer-winter mosquito required it to first evolve into a goo. thereby becoming a spiritual insect. Once it attained this status, he would need to gather various 5 poison spiritual insects, employing the specific witchcraft inscribed on the goo tablets to facilitate the metamorphosis of the wind mosquito into a summer-winter mosquito. Should he succeed in cultivating a summer-winter mosquito, even one of the most inferior quality would likely be of superior spiritual grade, with the potential for some to be exceptional. What if he were to rear a spiritual-level extraordinary summer-winter mosquito? At that point, combining it with the black gold silkworm or its second-generation spiritual insects, such as the stinging moth or the amethyst longhorn beetle, could yield an even more formidable weapon. Regrettably, his current abilities were insufficient. He lacked the strength necessary to acquire enough spiritual insects for cultivation. Nevertheless, while he could not breed the summer-winter mosquito, he could still raise several 5-poison spiritual insects. Though the 5 poisons did not qualify as true insects, their relatively small size allowed for their inclusion in the Mud Pill Palace. Furthermore, the classification of insects stemmed from his previous life. In this world, the 5 poisons were considered insects within both the realms of witchcraft and beast mastery. Aside from toads and scorpions, there were plenty of other options available. Then let us begin by capturing more venomous snakes, geckos, and centipedes, Lin Ke proposed. I shall establish a mountain dedicated to breeding the 5 poisons, and you may assign personnel to manage it diligently. I will instruct you in due course. With the inheritance passed down from the elder, Lin Ke had effectively acquired the knowledge of countless generations of entomologists and biologists. By applying their invaluable insights to establish a breeding facility, his stock of 5 poisons would undoubtedly flourish. Is it not necessary to first cultivate goo? Fang Tong inquired, momentarily taken aback. Before reminding him, Lin Xiansheng, why bother with ordinary insects? They abound in the mountains. Only goo holds value, for goo is the most formidable. No, it is still essential to cultivate them, Lin Ke replied, shaking his head. Fang Tong and many of the elders here believed that since insects were plentiful in the wild, breeding them was unnecessary. However, they were unaware that within Lin Ke's Mud Pill Palace resided a particularly voracious little creature with a substantial appetite. They also did not comprehend that the efficiency of scientific breeding far surpassed that of foraging. The greatest advantage of industrial production lay in its capacity for mass production. In the future, should one wish to cultivate ethereal insects akin to the summer and winter mosquitoes, the demand for substantial quantities of ordinary blood sustenance is paramount, as is the necessity for these ethereal creatures themselves. How does one nurture the 5 poisons ethereal insect into a goo? The simplest and most fundamental method involves placing several hundred to 1,000 identical 5 poisons insects within a vessel imbued with shamanistic craftsmanship or inscribed with array formations, allowing them to engage in combat. Ultimately, the victor shall absorb the essence of the defeated, transforming into a goo insect. Only such goo insects can serve as the foundational materials for cultivating summer and winter mosquitoes through sorcery. One can only imagine the immense future demand for the 5 poisons. Hence, it is essential to cultivate them in advance to avoid the predicament of scarcity when the time arises. The specifics of this endeavor shall be discussed tomorrow. Lin Ke smiled and remarked, first, tend to your own health. He discerned that the goo shard was indeed a spiritual artifact. Fang Tong, not being a cultivator, was unable to refine this spiritual energy, yet through years of blood refinement, he had managed to bond with the goo shard, a process known as blood oath recognition. However, even after this refinement, it could not be utilized. Generations of elders devised a method to employ the bizarre parasitic star pattern tick, cultivated specifically for this purpose, to enable the use of the goo shard. As he pierced his own flesh, he could not fathom why the pain was so excruciating, so heart-wrenching. In truth, it was because the blood refinement had concluded, and the spiritual artifact no longer belonged to him. Thank you, esteemed Immortal. Fang Tong's eyes brimmed with gratitude before he took his leave. Lin Ke then turned his attention to the goo shard in his hand. As he channeled his spiritual energy, the goo shard was swiftly refined. Initially, he presumed it to be crafted from a plant, wood, or bark, only to discover that it was, in fact, a flattened earthworm. The method of creating such goo shards exists within the Elder's legacy, allowing the resultant shard to record information akin to a jade tablet. It must be noted that the path of witchcraft diverges significantly from that of immortality, possessing its own distinctiveness. Whoosh! The goo shard launched from his hand like a bullet, swiftly returning, mirroring the flight of his flying sword. Although it could be utilized similarly to a flying sword, Lin Ke was reluctant to expend it in such a manner. Thus, he stored the goo shard within his dantian, alongside the Lin silkworm. placing them upon the earth of the Baoyuan Palace. The Baoyuan Palace represents the earth, while the Mud Pill Palace symbolizes the sky. The Lin Silkworm, indulging in the jelly produced by the stinging needle moth, instantly became captivated when Lin tossed in a wooden shard. How about that? Is it sufficient to incubate the amethyst beetle? Lin's spiritual energy coalesced into a tangible form beside the Lin Silkworm. Daddy, just wait until I finish eating. This is enough for me. The Lin Silkworm beamed, gesturing to the 6 jellies surrounding her. Having sold 20 stinging needle moths, 1 remained for daily use. This stinging needle moth incessantly devoured the insects captured by Fong Tong and the others, transforming them into these jellies. After consuming the jelly, the Lin Silkworm's growth was not merely a simple outcome, it also expended some energy for her own development. Consequently, the Lin Silkworm had now grown to the size of a forearm. Father, what is this? Lin gazed at the strange object, her eyes wide with wonder. Can I eat it? Eat. Lin Ku was taken aback, but quickly realized that this peculiar item was a type of spirit insect, crafted from a mystical worm. In a sense, it could be classified as an insect. Within the old man's teachings, it was referred to as a goo artifact. While it lacked the efficacy of a spiritual artifact, it was undeniably enigmatic. This is not for consumption, Lin Ku chuckled, somewhat amused. But perhaps you could try to absorb the knowledge it imparts? He lifted the goo artifact and handed it to Lin Kan. The artifact was approximately the height of Lin Kan herself, and as she held it, she felt the same profound mysteries as Lin Ku, subsequently acquiring the associated knowledge. It is worth noting that Lin Kan was not only Lin Ku's destined spirit insect, but also the vessel spirit of Lin Ku's Naiwan Palace, making her an exceptionally unique entity. What Lin Ku could comprehend, Lin Kan could certainly grasp as well. Ah, so many insects! Lin Kan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she indulged in the worm jelly, akin to enjoying popcorn while watching a movie. Lin Ku smiled, choosing to say little more. After Lin Kan had savored enough, having finished 6 pieces of worm jelly, it was now time to produce the amethyst longhorn beetle. Are you full? Lin Ku inquired, grinning. Yes. Lin Kan's eyes shone brightly. She set down the goo artifact and eagerly asked Lin Ku, in the future, can we also have the summer-winter mosquito, the moon-shooting golden toad, the cold misty Xianhua louse, and the great sun giant python? Of course. Lin Ku nodded. There will certainly be opportunities. The requirements for the summer-winter mosquito were already quite challenging, and the other creatures Lin Kan mentioned belonged to the realm of divine beasts. However, there would surely be chances ahead. I want to eat the eggs produced by the mating of the summer-winter mosquito and the black gold silkworm. Lin Kan exclaimed excitedly, raising her fists. I want to hatch 100 of them. All right. Lin Kan chuckled. Let's focus on the amethyst longhorn beetle for now. The stinging moth consumed 1 piece of worm jelly, but how many would the amethyst longhorn beetle require? 16. He could hardly believe that a creature requiring such a quantity of worm jelly would be weaker than the stinging moth. It's coming. The amethyst longhorn beetle. Lin Kan's face flushed as she held her hands out in anticipation. At last, the eggs of the amethyst longhorn beetle began to coalesce before Lin Kan's eager eyes. A palm-sized, pure white egg adorned with intertwining purple patterns emerged. Just like before, the egg Lin Kan produced did not require a lengthy wait for hatching. Come forth. Lin Kan urged breathlessly. In the next moment, the egg cracked open, and a magnificent being, glimmering like crystal, emerged. Its form resembled an enlarged version of an ordinary longhorn beetle, complete with long antennae, a sturdy exoskeleton, and robust mandibles. Its most distinctive feature was its body, which resembled amethyst in its entirety. I wonder what abilities you possess, Lin mused, extending his hand for the amethyst longhorn beetle to crawl upon, examining it closely. He should indeed purchase a mirror used by Zhongya and their spirit insects, specifically that kind of precious. While it may merely be a low-grade spiritual artifact, it is specifically designed to assess the characteristics of spirit insects, making it exceedingly practical. Lin Kan gazed at the approaching Lin Kan with joy in his eyes. Look at the amethyst beetle we created. No, what we created together. Isn't it beautiful? What do you mean by we? Lin Kan replied helplessly. Please wait here. I will seek my senior sister for an appraisal. What a gorgeous beetle, Zhongya exclaimed, her voice filled with admiration. Indeed, it appears that certain women's immediate focus often lies with aesthetics. Lin Ku, observing the slowly moving amethyst beetle in his hand, found it quite appealing as well. Senior sister, how are its characteristics? Let me take a look. Zhongya retrieved the bronze and pressed it against the body of the amethyst beetle. Although your amethyst beetle is merely a low-grade spiritual creature, It is remarkably close to being a mid-grade one. Its greatest strength lies in its shell. Zonya gently stroked the beetle's shell, which felt warm and smooth. It should be capable of utilizing its abilities to instantaneously enlarge its shell. This is a spirit insect with its own innate talents. Abilities? Linku immediately grasped Zonya's implication, his eyes sparkling with delight. Some spirit insects possess their own innate abilities, which, in Linku's understanding, equates to skills. The stinging moth and the black gold silkworm, however, are rather weak. If one were to categorize their abilities, the black gold silkworm can produce silk, while the stinging moth possesses a coarse needle at its tail. The stinging moth is somewhat better, according to Zonya. The scales and powder on its wings can be cultivated into toxic substances. But what of the black gold silkworm? It is something even ordinary people can easily manage, offering little utility beyond silk production and breeding, with its combat prowess nearly non-existent. The thought of instantaneous enlargement ignited a fervor within Lin Ku as he gazed upon the amethyst beetle. The ability to instantaneously enlarge its shell is, after all, a quintessential defensive skill. Currently, he possesses methods for moving mountains and seas, the wet egg hatching technique, and the dragonfly flying technique, but he lacks a means of defense. This amethyst beetle could very well address Lin Ku's immediate shortcoming. Furthermore, its qualifications are already nearing mid-grade spiritual level. If Lincoln were to nurture it properly, would it not be possible to genuinely cultivate a mid-grade spirit insect? If sold, it could fetch as much as 460 spiritual stones. Upon concluding her appraisal, Zonya stored the bronze and smiled at Lin Ku. Lin Ku, this amethyst beetle is quite promising. If your second destined spirit insect has not yet materialized, this one would be perfect. I will consider it. Lin Ku nodded, refraining from mentioning Lin Kan. He then inquired, Senior sister, is this bronze for sale? I find it quite practical. He couldn't keep troubling Zonya. After all, she has her own responsibilities at the spirit insect cave. Are you referring to the insect mirror? Zonya frowned slightly. Although this item is merely of medium spirit level, it is exclusively assigned to the law enforcement team and personnel from the spirit insect cave. Our people can only utilize it within the confines of the cave, while the law enforcement team wears it every time they enter the poison refining mountains, and its circulation is strictly prohibited at other times. It is quite challenging to acquire one. Well, Lin Ku chuckled. It seems I will have to trouble you more in the future. It is but a trivial matter. There is no need for such formality between us. Zonya replied with a serene smile, before her eyes suddenly brightened. Alternatively, once you report to the elder in charge of passing down teachings and successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage, why not join me in the spirit insect cave as a steward? I can provide you with assistance. Becoming a steward in the spirit insect cave? Lin Ku paused in surprise, then quickly declined. No, sister, I shall remain in the Yunjiang garden. Even as a foundation establishment cultivator, one can only choose a single place to serve. Since he had opted for Yunjiang garden, he could not select the spirit insect cave. Moreover, aside from the insect mirror, there was little that attracted him to the spirit insect cave. After all, it was not a place for researching insects, but rather akin to sales, like selling houses or toothpaste, with the only difference being that they sold insects. Yunjiang garden? Zonya pondered briefly, likely grasping Lin Ku's thoughts. Though it is situated in a remote area, it is favored for its tranquility, which is quite nice. However, junior brother, she mused. The recent fury of that beast sovereign forced the sect master to convene with the Mu family in the Dali domain to discuss strategies. I cannot shake the feeling that tumultuous times are approaching, and we must consider our options carefully. Sister is right, Lin Ku nodded. I will first strive in Yunjiang garden. Perhaps it will become a refuge for us siblings in the future. That would be ideal. Zonya felt warmth in her heart. After all, Lin Ku was merely in his teens and still seemed young in her eyes, even as he established his foundation. However, the notion of a younger brother wishing to protect his older sister brought her joy. Yet, Zonya worried that Lin Ku might aim too high inside. Our family status does not compare to the scions of the sect's aristocracy, who can refine superior spirit-level insects or even exquisite ones. However, a decent medium spirit-level insect can alleviate our burdens of arduous cultivation. I understand, sister, you need not worry, Lin Ku affirmed with a nod. The standard levels are categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers, while particularly powerful entities that still fall within the spirit category are deemed exquisite. The rarest and most formidable among them are classified as superior, and above these lie the legendary ultimate specimens. Exquisite, superior, and ultimate. These are treasures that are more often sought than found. In the memories of the original self, it seemed that an elder's life spirit insect was purchased externally and was of exquisite quality, costing several times that of a fundamental level insect. Of course, during the chi refining and foundation establishment stages, one could only refine spirit-level insects, while golden core cultivators could refine fundamental level ones. In the future, perhaps I shall discover exquisite, or even superior, ultimate spirit insects. A mysterious gleam danced across Linka's face. Zonya smiled but remained silent, clearly unconvinced. Sister, I shall take my leave now. Do not forget the sect's tasks and the great sect competition. Understood. Chapter 23. The Grand Technique of Wet Egg Hatching. Upon returning home, Linku eagerly took out the amethyst beetle to play with. The amethyst beetle had already been refined by Linku using the Miaojianggu technique, transforming it into his own spiritual insect. Much like a flying sword or other spiritual artifacts, the amethyst beetle was now under his control. Previously, the stinging moth had no skills, thus Linku had not invested much effort into its refinement. After all, that stinging moth resembled a worker ant, primarily foraging to feed the queen silk moth, rather than serving as a warrior ant. Its stinger and method of extracting the bodily fluids of its prey reinforced Linku's perception of the stinging moth as inherently suited for the role of a worker ant. The amethyst beetle, however, was different. It came equipped with the skill of amethyst shell, making it exceptionally suitable for cultivation as a combat spiritual insect. Let me attempt the wet egg hatching technique, Linku thought, focusing his inner spiritual energy to operate according to this method. Transform. Suddenly, he softly uttered a word, and a brilliant light emanated from his eyes. In the next moment, spiritual energy surged from his body, enveloping his surface in hues of egg yolk and blood red, resembling blood vessels and fetal membranes. It was as if a placenta formed on his exterior, akin to the membrane of an egg on the verge of hatching. Strange, cold, and viscous, yet within this realm, Linku felt a profound warmth and tranquility as if returning to the maternal womb. At that moment, the amethyst beetle swiftly transformed into a phantom and melded into Linku's surface. With a crisp sound, the spiritual energy enveloping him retreated back into his body. In an instant, Linku felt as if he had transformed into a newly hatched amethyst beetle, curiously surveying the world from a novel perspective. Within his dantian, the amethyst beetle appeared on the terrain. Alongside it stood Linkan, a silkworm with a face full of wonder. Are you a little cow or a daddy? Linkan gazed at the amethyst beetle with sparkling eyes. The amethyst beetle stood motionless, completely oblivious to Linkan's words. Intrigued, Linkan approached and poked the amethyst beetle, but it remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, Linku, immersed in the exploration of the wet egg hatching technique's mysteries, found profound insight. So this is the essence of the wet egg hatching technique. Whether wet or egg-born, this method allows for transformation. It is indeed immensely profound. A thought stirred within Linku, and a translucent protective barrier materialized around him. This barrier shimmered with a purple light, and from a distance, it appeared much like the back of the amethyst beetle. Success. Is this how the wet egg hatching technique can strip the amethyst beetle of its skills? Although employing this technique consumed half of his spiritual energy, it effectively enabled him to learn numerous spells. This technique was truly invaluable. How costly is it to acquire a spell? Upon mastering the art of wet egg hatching, it became evident that he could acquire the abilities of all the spirit insects under his command, which essentially granted him a plethora of free spells. However, he was acutely aware that such feats could only be accomplished by him alone. Even with his substantial foundation of Tao, he had expended a significant portion of his spiritual energy, half a segment, to activate this technique. For others, employing this method would likely deplete 5 or 6 portions of their spiritual energy. Moreover, utilizing the skills of spirit insects post-hatching would result in minimal energy expenditure. Linku could not help but marvel at the remarkable creativity of the immortal predecessors who devised such an ingenious technique. Others could only harness the abilities of spirit insects, where the more capabilities an insect possessed, the lesser the energy consumed. In contrast, Linku had the unique advantage of alternating between various spirit insects to exploit their powers. This spell was perfectly suited for him. Next, he was eager to test the defensive capabilities of the amethyst shell. Linku summoned the Lin silkworm and a stinger moth, instructing the silkworm to direct the moth to attack him. Bang! The stinger moth lashed out with its powerful tail spike, striking the amethyst shell with a muffled thud. Although Linku considered the stinger moth to be rather weak, in a confrontation with an ordinary person, the outcome was uncertain. After all, it was a spirit insect. The toxicity of its tail spike and scales was not to be underestimated, and a sting could easily equate to the pain of a knife wound. However, the formidable tail spike of the stinger moth pierced the amethyst shell, only to be rebuffed with surprising force. The stinger moth paused momentarily before unwaveringly following Lin Ke's command. Bang, bang, bang. The stinger moth relentlessly jabbed its tail spike into the amethyst shell, each strike resulting in a recoil that left visible tears on its tail. Cease. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with delight. The amethyst shell remained utterly unscathed, with negligible energy consumption. This was an exceptionally effective defensive technique. Previously, he had contemplated the dangers of venturing into the toxic poison mountains, yet now, armed with the amethyst beetle, preserving his life seemed assured. Lin Ke retracted the wet egg hatching technique and exhaled deeply. To survive and thrive, one must possess wealth and strength. Relying solely on the transactions within the spirit insect market was undoubtedly the least cost-effective approach. Entering the toxic poison mountains was the choice of all capable disciples. The Gene E sect established its foothold at the terminus of the mountain range, naturally benefiting from the proximity to abundant spirit insect resources, thus facilitating easy access for elders and disciples alike. Of course, Lin Ke's current strength was still lacking. Charging into such perilous terrain without adequate self-defense would be tantamount to seeking death. His gene Silkworm peak was still developing, with extensive research on spirit insects, making it imprudent to venture into the mountains at this time. Nevertheless, he had gained a modicum of combat ability. The sect's grand competition heralded a day when the silk production of Gene Silkworm Peak surpassed all expectations. Only 5 days have passed. Yet the black gold silkworms atop the golden Silkworm Peak have produced silk amounting to 4 times their usual yield. 4 times. This figure is staggering. It signifies not only the completion of his task, but also an additional bounty of 2 portions of black gold silk. Based on market valuations, each pound of black gold silk is estimated to fetch around 200 spirit stones. This price is considerable, especially when one considers that certain spells sell for only 400 or 500 spirit stones. An Chi refining stage disciple earns a mere 150 spirit stones monthly. Observing that the original owner accumulated less than 200 spirit stones over the years underscores the exceptional nature of this price. It is only natural, as black gold silk is likely produced solely by the Golden Wing sect within the entire poisonous mountain range, although it is merely of low-grade spiritual quality. When placed in the hands of a skilled tailor specializing in crafting garments and armor, it transforms into apparel of the same spiritual quality. The garments produced by tailors are often far more valuable than the weapons and tools forged by instrument makers. As Lin could traverse the golden Silkworm Peak, he pondered the complexities of selling black gold silk. Just as he had surmised, he alone possessed this silk within the entire poisonous mountain range. Who would be unaware of the seller's identity? Should some discerning individuals take note, troubles would inevitably follow. Was he to learn the craft of a tailor? In the end, Lin Ke found himself at an impasse. In his past life, he had been rather indolent, perpetually seeking a means to live a life of ease. However, such a luxury was no longer feasible. In this perilous world, he became increasingly anxious. Each day of cultivation required moderation. Overindulgence would be as detrimental as overeating. Beyond cultivation, he naturally tended to his silkworms, embodying the role of a beast master. Yet, even when accounting for the time spent on raising silkworms and practicing spells, he still found himself with ample leisure time. Initially contemplating rest, it now appeared he must venture into the profession of a tailor. Chapter 24. The premature inspection. As he mused, he noticed a black gold silkworm voraciously consuming mulberry leaves nearby, prompting him to crouch down for a closer inspection. Crunch, crunch. The black gold silkworm leisurely feasted upon the foliage, living a life dedicated solely to eating, spinning silk, sleeping, and then resuming its feast. How enviable. Oh, my junior brother truly possesses a carefree spirit. At that moment, a voice echoed from above. Lin Ke looked up to see a man and a woman approaching from a distance. The man had striking phoenix eyes, while the woman, clad in a Taoist robe, bore a tranquil expression. The speaker was none other than the man with phoenix eyes. Lin Ke, observing their dark attire, felt a flicker of intuition. May I inquire who you are? Lin Ke asked, cupping his hands in greeting. We are disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, here to assess your sect task. The man with phoenix eyes replied with a smile. I am Han Yun, and this is my junior sister, Han Fu. I am Lin Ke. It is an honor to meet both of you, esteemed enforcers. Lin Ke's pupils constricted, and then he chuckled, with 20 days remaining until the end of the month. Why the urgency for inspection today? A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Oh, you, a Mirchi refinement disciple, Han Yun raised an eyebrow, about to retort. When he noticed Lin Ku ascending into the air, meeting their gaze at eye level, Han Yun's expression returned to normal, and he smiled. So you've already advanced. Congratulations, junior brother. However, you previously entrusted Li Lu to have us come for an early inspection. Why the change now? Hovering in midair, Lin Ku confirmed his suspicions. Li Lu indeed seemed intent on bringing about his demise. I did not entrust Li Lu. Lin Ku's expression remained as calm as a still pond. Please return. Unexpectedly. Han Fu, clad in a Taoist robe, furrowed her brow and spoke. You summoned us here at your convenience, yet expect us to leave just as easily? Lin Ku clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. This is merely Li Li's jest. It has nothing to do with me. He was uncertain whether Li Lu had deceived these two or had orchestrated their involvement, but he was resolute in not allowing them to conduct an inspection. Otherwise, if Li Lu discovered his potential for a comeback, would he not immediately seek to undermine him? Moreover, the original expressions of these two were rather peculiar. Had he not revealed his foundation establishment prowess, they likely would not have been so amiable. After hearing Lin Ku's words and observing his demeanor, the two exchanged glances. Their expressions inscrutable. How about this, junior brother? Allow us to examine the situation with the black gold silkworms, so we may fulfill our obligations. Han Yun suggested with a courteous bow. There's no need for that. Come again at the end of the month, senior brother, Lin Ku politely declined. Too weary to feign a smile, his countenance unyielding. With elderly Li backing him. It was likely that Han Yun and Han Fu had also realized the conflict between Li Lu and himself. Thus, even if they were initially unaware of being used as pawns by Li Lu, they now seemed willing to play along to undermine Lin Ku. All for the sake of pleasing Li Lu. Lin Ku could hardly muster any goodwill towards the two. You two, having come all this way, surely must do something. How can you be so unreasonable? Han Fu exclaimed, her brows knitted. Just present the black gold silkworms for us to weigh, and we can settle this matter. That's unnecessary. Lin Ku replied tersely, producing the purple crystal beetle and the stinging needle moth from the mud pill palace. The beetle and moth perched motionlessly on his shoulder, resembling two statues. Han Fu's eyes widened as she prepared to argue further. Yet, observing Lin Ku's stance, it became evident that he would not permit a forcible inspection. Even if she were to report this to their elders, she would not have the moral high ground, so she could only glare fiercely at Lin Ku. Junior sister. Do not be anxious, Han Yun remarked, casting a glance at the two insects on Lin Ku's shoulder, particularly the purple crystal beetle, his eyes reflecting admiration. What a splendid spirit insect. I have never seen such a beetle before. May I ask where junior brother acquired it? Lin Ku remained silent, simply hovering in the air. Speaking too much could lead to trouble. Moreover, with Han Yun and Han Fu playing the roles of good cop and bad cop, it was clear they intended to gather intelligence for Li Lu now that an inspection was off the table. Why should he divulge more? Should the two individuals attempt a forceful intrusion, he would not be deemed in violation of the sect's regulations, for he could assert his ignorance of their intentions. Ultimately, the misfortune would befall them. Furthermore, he could seize this opportunity to assess the efficacy of his spells and spiritual insects. Thus, Lin Ku's expression transformed into one of anticipation. The amethyst beetle perched upon his shoulder waved its elongated antennae, while the stinging moth fluttered its wings gently, eager for action. Noting Lin Ku's unwavering resolve, Han Yun narrowed his eyes and, with a flick of his sleeve, declared, Junior sister, let us return to report. He then turned his face slightly. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Ku, we shall return in a month to thoroughly inspect and ascertain whether the black gold silkworm silk here is sufficient. With a disdainful huff, Han Fu also glanced at Lin Ku before soaring away alongside Han Yun. Lin Ku stood expressionless in the air until they had departed, at which point he descended back to the ground. The name Li Lu lingered on his lips as he pondered, his brow furrowed in thought. Though opportunities were lacking at present, should he later find the chance, he vowed to deal a severe blow to Li Lu. Otherwise, this ceaseless harassment would render him utterly restless. Power. Indeed, power is of utmost importance, Lin Ku sighed. Cultivation cannot be rushed, otherwise, he would truly desire to toil for 12 hours a day, 24 hours straight. Alas, the limits of his body and spirit's endurance and assimilation were finite. One cannot achieve success in a single leap or expect to become a glutton overnight. Upon reaching the ground, his interest in the black gold silkworms waned, prompting him to venture to another mountain. Earlier, Fong Tong had bestowed upon him the old man's legacy, imparting numerous methods of insect cultivation, necessitating the establishment of a dedicated space for nurturing insects. This location seemed promising. Assessing the mountain's condition with his rudimentary geographical knowledge, he discerned its inherent warmth and moisture. Thus, he approached the mountain's base, where his spiritual energy surged. "Move mountains and seas," he exclaimed, raising his hands. In the next moment, the earth and stones before him parted like curtains, revealing the reddish-brown soil beneath. As he stepped forward, the soil spread apart like molten lard, easily yielding to his will. The technique of moving mountains and seas grants unparalleled control over the earth and water elements. It is not merely a matter of shifting or overturning, but embodies an effortless mastery. Techniques such as the mountain-moving art, earth spike art, earth and wall art, and water arrow art are but derivatives of this foundational method. Currently, Lin Ku was not entirely adept with the art of moving mountains and seas. And while he had yet to master the agile manipulation of the powers of mountains and oceans, he could still manage to carve out a cave. As he ventured deeper, he sensed soil and stones cascading down, rendering the cave increasingly unstable. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted behind Lin Ku, who had already traversed several meters into the cave. It had collapsed. Forgetting this matter, Lin Ku promptly employed the technique of moving mountains and draining seas to retrace his steps. This was entirely reasonable, after all. Even if Lin Ku had not formally studied geography or civil engineering, he possessed a fundamental understanding of concepts such as structure and load-bearing. However, it was unnecessary for him to learn on-site how to construct the framework and support of a cave. It seemed he would need to acquire the method of solidifying the ground into steel. Fortunately, he still had a surplus of spirit stones at his disposal. Adhering to the philosophy that a versatile skill set is invaluable, he decided to purchase both the solidifying the ground into steel technique and a manual titled The Chronicles of Suzhou Silk, which detailed the craft of sewing. The former cost 600 spirit stones, while the latter demanded a hefty sum of 1,500 stones. Initially, he contemplated scouring the Yiwa market for a counterfeit version, but he realized that one should not be careless with spells and occupational cultivation methods. Thus, he reluctantly made the purchase at the scripture repository, leaving him with only 500 spirit stones. Nonetheless, spirit stones were but a numerical representation. Their true value lay in their conversion into power. Transforming spirit stones into spells and techniques was the most effective way to enhance his prowess. Upon mastering these spells, not only could he bolster his strength for the future, but he could also establish a breeding ground for insects. Once he had developed such a facility, he could continuously utilize the Elder's legacy to cultivate a variety of venomous creatures. Feeding these to the Lin silkworms would allow him to harvest a substantial quantity of spirit insects for sale or to keep as a trump card. Either choice was beneficial. Simultaneously, these venomous entities could serve as subjects for experimentation, potentially mating with the black gold moth to produce new spirit insects. Furthermore, should any of these creatures undergo metamorphosis into goo, transforming into spirit insects, it would be an unexpected delight. Thus, although Lin Ku felt a pang of regret at spending his precious spirit stones, having only possessed over 2,000 for a mere 2 days, he understood that such expenditures were essential. It was time to excavate the cave. Without further contemplation, he began the process after learning the solidifying the ground into steel technique. The tunnel he had previously excavated using the moving mountains and draining seas technique had completely collapsed, necessitating further excavation. With a surge of spiritual energy, he gradually unveiled an entrance nearly 2 meters high. Entering the newly formed space, he extended his index finger and invoked, solidifying the ground into steel. Spiritual energy erupted from his fingertips, manifesting as an intricate rhythm that influenced the freshly opened cavity. The combination of moving mountains and draining seas with solidifying the ground into steel constituted the pinnacle of construction skills. As he traversed the area, he displaced the surrounding earth, subsequently using the solidifying technique to secure it. In just half an hour, he had hollowed out the entire mountain from top to bottom, like a resilient eggshell. The mountain now retained less than 2 meters of solid outer layer, leaving the interior completely vacant. Lin Ku continued his labor, meticulously controlling the soil to create layered sections, individual chambers, and stairways. The mountains were reshaped and the earth molded, subsequently solidified with a touch that turned dirt into steel. The fortified soil proved to be more resilient than reinforced concrete. In merely 5 hours, the interior of the mountain was meticulously designed. The overall design was inspired by the traditional methods of the old man regarding the creation of insect-rearing jars. The laboring populace is indeed wise. Do not underestimate the significance of insect-rearing jars and breeding boxes. For those dwelling within the toxic mountains, these two items serve as invaluable treasures for insect cultivation, surpassing even magical tools in utility. They can accommodate numerous insects, ensuring that once inside, the toxic creatures do not interfere with one another, while also allowing for ventilation, making the design exceptionally rational. The old man, a specialist in nurturing poisonous insects, also possessed the methodologies for crafting these jars and boxes within his heritage. After acquiring this knowledge, he applied it to design this mountain, which he aptly named Insect-Rearing Mountain. Lin Ku, having expended 60% of his spiritual energy, finally emerged from the mountain, yet a sudden idea struck him. Since he had excavated the mountain, why not extend the excavation beneath the entire Yunjiang garden? Connecting the 5 mountains would facilitate clandestine endeavors in the future. Lin Ku stroked his chin, convinced that this notion was quite ingenious. However, the amount of spiritual power required for such an undertaking would necessitate several days of relentless effort to complete. Thus, he had to abandon the idea for the time being. At present, cultivation was of utmost importance, followed by the practice of spells, and finally, the nurturing of insects, all aimed at enhancing his strength. The labor of digging and construction could be delegated to others in the future, but that was a matter for another time. Under the sparse moonlight and the burgeoning essence of spring, the month's deadline approached swiftly. During this period, Lin could not only solidified his foundational realm, but also mastered the techniques of reshaping mountains and solidifying earth with remarkable proficiency. Whenever he had the time, he practiced these 2 spells to expand the subterranean world of the Yunjiang garden. In moments of constraint, he devoted himself to fostering the Wujin silkworms and Wujin moths. During this time, 3 more Wujin moths emerged from their cocoons, yet all failed to mate, leaving him with only the stinging moth and the amethyst beetle as his spirit insects. The numbers of these 2 spirit insects steadily increased, and Lin Ku refrained from selling all his stinging moths and amethyst beetles. He feared that an excess of stinging moths could disrupt the market and that selling the amethyst beetles might lead to their effective countermeasures being discovered. Before the sect competition, he was reluctant to expose his trump cards. While nurturing spirit insects and practicing spells, the yield of Wujin silk also steadily improved, allowing him not only to fulfill sect assignments, but also to accumulate approximately 1 pound of Wujin silk. 1 pound. This was sufficient for him to utilize the newly acquired tailoring techniques to craft an inner armor. His cultivation, spells, spirit insects, Wujin silk, the golden silkworm peak, and insect-rearing mountain were all progressing methodically according to his plans. However, an unexpected development arose concerning Lin Ku. Lin Ku appears to be ensnared in a phase of metamorphosis, encased within a cocoon buried beneath the earth, akin to the obsidian silkworm, patiently awaiting its emergence. At that moment, I trust that Lin Ku will bestow upon him even greater assistance. With the harvesting of the obsidian silkworm silk completed and all tasks accomplished, the celestial being Lin Shangxian was receiving a report from Feng Tong, who stood before him. Beside them rested a specially crafted sandalwood box, containing the silk destined for submission. Let us impose a brief confinement on the inhabitants of Yunjiang Mountain for the next few days, Lin Ku pondered. I shall secure the mountain gate, allowing them to manage their needs within. Lin Ku preferred to keep the affairs of Yunjiang Mountain clandestine, to avoid the necessity of extensive explanations later. Thus, it was prudent to shroud them in secrecy. The sect's steward would arrive to inspect the various products of the sect in the coming days. Therefore, he resolved to have the farmers tending to the venomous creatures in Yunjiang Mountain conceal themselves for a couple of days, ensuring they brought ample provisions and water, emerging only after the inspections were complete. We are aware of this, Shangxian. Feng Tong nodded vigorously. Xiao Lao Wu and the others have already entered. They have grown up alongside the venomous creatures and are quite accustomed to that environment. Indeed, Lin Ku acknowledged with a slight nod. Furthermore, attention must be paid to the daily maintenance of Yunjiang Peak. The insect population has been steadily increasing, necessitating the timely removal of pests. With the arrival of spring's warmth and several showers, the pests in the Yunjiang garden have proliferated. The soil cicada's warmth and sandy formations on Yunjiang Peak create an ideal habitat for insects, attracting various creatures. Carnivorous insects seek to prey upon the obsidian silkworms, while herbivorous ones target the mulberry trees. In short, there is an abundance of insects. A few obsidian silkworms have already fallen victim to ordinary parasitic wasps. Fortunately, the farmers in Yunjiang garden, accustomed to dealing with insects daily, have been able to manage the situation, Understood. Fong Tong affirmed, aside from Yuchong Mountain. We shall keep a vigilant watch over Jikan Peak. We will ensure that no more obsidian silkworms perish. Lin Ke nodded, a smile gracing his features. Just then, an out-of-breath voice called out from outside. Lin Shangxian, the steward from the law enforcement hall has arrived. Chapter 26. Sect Mission. The name of a genius. At last, they have come to collect the obsidian silkworm silk. Lin Ke felt a stir within, exchanging a glance with Fong Tong before stepping outside with the box containing the silk. Logically, as Qingsang Garden is situated in a remote area, these stewards typically arrive only at the end of the month. It is worth noting that there are numerous other locations similar to Qingsang Garden within the sect, and gathering from those places requires considerable time. However, as Lin Ke anticipated, although Li Lu did not make an appearance, he had discreetly arranged for the steward's early visit to Qingsang Garden. Commencing the collection there, an endeavor made simple by the favor he commanded, given the backing of a nascent soul elder. Where's Lin Ke? Hurry forth and submit the obsidian silkworm silk. A familiar voice rang out from outside. The two individuals, Han Yun and Han Fu, who had previously visited, lingered in the air above Jikan Peak, their tones laced with disdain and arrogance. As Lin Ke stepped out of the room, he immediately spotted the two individuals. He soared into the sky, his left hand clutching a black, round stone, while his right hand held a box containing the precious black gold silk. This very stone was the Shadow Stone, designed to capture and record events much like a camera. Lin Ke, could you hasten your pace? You're dawdling like a woman. Han Fu scoffed upon seeing him, her expression grim. Lin Ke, unfazed, flew towards them without acknowledging her. He understood that Han Yun and Han Fu were deliberately raising their voices to humiliate him in front of the crowd at Golden Silkworm Peak, aiming to display his subservient demeanor to the farmers of Qingsang Garden. Should he succumb to the temptation to retaliate, he would fall into their trap. However, such juvenile tactics did not perturb Lin Ke's composure. The pressing matter at hand was to use the Shadow Stone to document the submission of the black gold silk in sufficient quantity. Lest Li Lu find an opportunity to undermine him later. Oh, sufficient black gold silk? Han Yun raised an eyebrow and retrieved a balance scale. This was a simple beam scale, with a line and iron pan attached to one end of a notched wooden stick, allowing for the weighing of objects placed upon the pan, with weights to measure the load. Is this a common scale? Lin Ke frowned, recalling that the sect typically employed spirit tools for weighing. The accuracy of a beam scale could be influenced by various factors, including calibration and the environment of use. If the standard weight was calibrated correctly, it could serve as a reliable scale. However, beam scales were prone to human manipulation, potentially leading to inaccurate measurements. Hence, the sect provided the law enforcement hall disciples with spirit tools that allowed for self-calibration and impartial weighing. Indeed. But the elder has taken the spirit scale for his own use, and we are instructed to use common tools for this month, Han Yun replied with a smile. Han Fu coldly added, if you disagree, you can report it to the elder. Report? What nonsense. Lin Ke immediately realized that Han Yun and Han Fu intended to tamper with the weights. Those familiar with common scales knew that it was exceedingly simple to manipulate them to achieve an inaccurate measurement. I have previously used several scales for weighing. Lin Ke remarked nonchalantly, let us proceed as my seniors suggest, but he glanced at the Shadow Stone in his hand, which emitted a faint aura of spiritual energy. All of this will be recorded. Han Yun and Han Fu, having witnessed the Shadow Stone in Lin Ke's possession, grew increasingly uneasy upon hearing his words. As disciples of the law enforcement hall, they dared not act too brazenly. They could only engage in slight manipulations under the watchful eye of their superiors. Hand it over, Han Yun said, his expression darkening. Lin Ke relinquished the items he held. Han Yun accepted the sandalwood box, opened it, and used his spiritual energy to lift the black gold silk onto the scale pan. Then adjusted the stone weights on the beam. 2 pounds and 2 taels. How is that possible? Han Fu exclaimed in disbelief, while Han Yun remained silent. His brows furrowed. Seeing this, Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with amusement. 2 jin and 2 liang. It's actually 3 jin. This month, the total yield of the black silk is merely close to 4 jin and 6 liang. I have taken out 3 jin, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ke knew Li Lu would intervene, and to preserve the reputation of his elder, he would certainly incite others to act. As it stands, the enforcement hall seems relatively just and impartial. These two dare only to entertain thoughts of slighting the measurement, refraining from any further mischief. Gentlemen, it is time to hand over my remuneration, Lin Ke remarked nonchalantly. You are merely weighing the black silk. Why must you dawdle like women? He deftly retorted Han Fu's words. Moreover, I do not possess 2 Jin and 2 Liang, but rather 3 Jin. With an unchanged demeanor, Lin Ku continued. If you two have resolved to trouble me for the sake of Li Lu, it appears we may have to settle this in the upcoming sect competition. Henceforth, we would bear enmity. Lin Ku uttered no harsh words, yet his internal spiritual energy surged, resonating with a tidal wave of sound. This was merely an application of spiritual pressure. Upon hearing this sound, Han Yun and Han Fu's expression shifted dramatically. A genius. A foundation of 60%. They both exclaimed in astonishment. A foundation of 60% is deemed genius, 70% is regarded as exceptional talent, while 80% embodies the gifts of ancient sages. The legendary 90% signifies a celestial foundation. Anyone capable of producing sound during the flow of spiritual energy is at least a genius in their foundational cultivation, or a practitioner of body refinement, a different scenario altogether. Lin Ku would never reveal his astonishing foundation of 130%. But showcasing a hint of his genius was advantageous. Being overly inconspicuous or excessively prominent both present extremes. One must strike a balance, ensuring he neither incites suspicion or jealousy from others, nor frequently encounters troublesome adversaries. How is it? Lin Ku inquired once more. Do you two wish to be my enemies? Merely to curry favor with Li Lu at the expense of a genius? Han Yun and Han Fu exchanged glances. Han Fu appeared bewildered, while Han Yun sighed. Brother Lin, my scale tends to be a few liang short, yet it aligns with the figure you provided. Han Yun clasped his hands respectfully, using his spiritual energy to levitate a portion of the black silk from the scale, presenting it to Lin Ku. Please keep this excess, Brother Lin. Your sect task is complete. As he spoke, he produced a cloth bag. Here are 150 lower-grade spirit stones for your monthly remuneration. Please accept it. Seeing this, a smile broke on Lin Ku's face as he stored the excess black silk and spirit stones in his storage bag. Then, with a surge of spiritual energy, he shattered the reflection stone. Brother Han, you are welcome to visit my Qingsheng garden. In April, the mulberries produced there are exceptionally sweet. You both have pressing duties, so I shall not keep you any longer. Brother Han, we shall meet again another day. Chapter 27. Preparations for expansion. As Han Yun departed with Han Fu, Lin Ku descended to the ground with a smile. It seemed that Han Fu had yet to grasp the situation, but Han Yun was undoubtedly astute. Such individuals navigate social circles with ease and are unlikely to offend anyone lightly. Even if they do, they are quick to reconsider if there is a possibility of reconciliation. Today, Lin Ku's display of 6/10 of foundational strength compelled Han Yun to alter his stance, choosing not to provoke him. After all, Lin Ku was certain to fulfill the sect's tasks, and Han Yun could not impose difficulties upon him, especially since he could not report back to Li Lu. Thus, it was wiser to ingratiate himself with Lin Ku. Cunning as a fox, Lin Ku chuckled softly, shaking his head before returning to his wooden dwelling atop the mountain. Lin Xiansheng, you've returned with a smile, Fong Tong remarked, visibly relieved but still cautious in his inquiry. Indeed, it is accomplished, Lin Ku replied with a grin. From today onwards, we may summon everyone from Yunjiang Mountain. It's all right. It's no trouble. A few days of residence here won't matter. Fong Tong wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, his face brightening with a smile. We shall wait for these 2 days to pass. We must not hinder Lin Xiansheng's grand plans. Lin Ku smiled in return. In 3 days, the sect's grand competition will commence. You may enter then. For now, let us enjoy the fresh air. He would certainly not be present in the Qingsheng garden during the grand competition. Considering the worst-case scenario, what if Li Lu sent someone to create a ruckus here? At that moment, he would be unable to manage affairs in Qingsheng garden from the sect's central area. The sect's grand competition? Fong Tong exclaimed, realization dawning. Yes. How could I forget? Lin Xiansheng is still young and should participate. In the past, Qingsheng garden was merely a place for retirement, where many outer disciples who had yet to break through to the foundational stage were sent to languish. Today, I shall venture to the Yiwu market to procure a formation. You all must exercise caution when entering and exiting Yunjiang Mountain, Lin Ku added. Fong Tong nodded in agreement. Lin Ku proceeded to outline several matters concerning Qingsheng garden, particularly the daily management of Jinqian Peak and Yunjiang Mountain, highlighting areas that required careful attention before embarking towards the sect's central region. Having completed the sect's task, he needed only to navigate the upcoming grand competition, after which he would no longer be someone Li Lu could constrain. The sound of insects resonated, and the clouds stirred. Approaching the end of March, the entirety of Genie's sect was teeming with insects. Along the way, Lin Ku encountered numerous inner and outer disciples soaring through the skies or traversing the ground. Some rode colossal grasshoppers, while others were surrounded by swarms of flies, and some had thick, slippery earthworms coiling around them, extending over a meter in length. In essence, the scene was a vivid tapestry of both commonality and individuality. Nevertheless, there were many like Lin Ku, who flew and sprinted independently, their spirit insects not oversized. The size of an insect bears no relation to its strength, thus, one cannot assess power merely by the dimensions of a spirit insect. The disciples, unable to discern between the inner and outer sects, find it challenging since one's aura does not constantly emanate. The distinction between refining qi and establishing a foundation is not as pronounced as one might think. Nevertheless, the individuals around are engaged in lively conversation. It has come to light that the beast sovereign of Yunjiang has been in a tremendous rage, and the elders of the scripture repository have been furrowing their brows incessantly. Not only the scripture repository, but it is also rumored that the law enforcement hall has made numerous entries and exits from the sect in recent days. Alas, is the sect leader not returning? One wonders how matters are faring in the Dali domain. The Dali domain is the most prosperous area of our human race within Yunjiang. Far surpassing the splendor of our poison refining mountain, I yearn to visit it. Both inner and outer disciples are keenly attentive to the significant happenings of late, such as the earlier fury of the beast sovereign of Yunjiang. Yet, there are also discussions about other matters. This year, the number of participants in the grand competition has increased, reportedly due to the sect's expansion, welcoming approximately 1,000 new outer disciples. Could it be that the ordinary folk of the indigenous tribes have finally awakened to the truth? Who could argue otherwise? After all these millennia, these mortals still fail to recognize who truly reigns over Poison Refining Mountain. Nearby, two individuals are engaged in conversation. One sits gracefully upon a mat, while the other soars through the air on a sword. Expansion? Lin Ku, upon hearing this, immediately approaches. Greetings, esteemed brothers. I am Lin Ku. The two turn to him. The slender, tall figure seated on the mat bows slightly. Lin Jr., I am Ping. The one flying on the sword, adorned in a green robe, also boasts, I am Fuqi. I overheard, esteemed brothers, that the sect plans to recruit more disciples this year? Lin Ku inquires with a smile. I happen to have a nephew who wishes to join the sect. Thus, I sought clarification. Oh, I see. Ping replies, his expression brightening. If your nephew possesses the requisite talent, he may approach the elder of transmission. He holds great favor towards our inner disciples. He gestures with a thumbs up. Fuqi, standing nearby, nods in agreement with a smile. Lin Ku, upon hearing this, nods appreciatively. I understand now. As a junior just beginning to establish my foundation, I was unaware of this matter. Thank you, esteemed brothers. He is inquiring on behalf of Fong Tong, whose son desires to join the sect to cultivate celestial arts. Perhaps this is indeed an opportunity. However, as Lin Ku absorbs the chatter around him, an unsettling sensation begins to stir within him. The beast sovereign of Yunjiang's wrath. The sect leader's prolonged absence, and the recruitment of more disciples, this portends impending conflict. It is worth noting that the spirit pearl lost by the beast sovereign of Yunjiang is highly likely to be Lin Ku's enigmatic treasure. Yet, it appears that the beast sovereign is not solely incited to war by the pearl, it merely serves as a catalyst. Just as one does not become satiated by consuming the seventh bun alone. It is probable that the beast sovereign's relations with the human race have long been fraught with hostility, and the shattering of the mysterious pearl has directly triggered the accumulation of grievances. Hence, as the beast sovereign has just unleashed his fury, the sect is already preparing to respond. The Tsuedu Mountains are thus, one can only imagine the tension that lies beyond the Ileo Great Forest. Speaking of which, this junior brother appears rather familiar. I wonder where he serves? Ping inquired with curiosity. The three flew in unison, whether soaring through the skies or riding spirit insects, or wielding swords for flight, all necessitated the expenditure of spiritual energy. Hence, they could sense each other's general cultivation levels. For instance, Lin Ku could discern that Ping was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while Fuqi's aura was obscure, likely indicating he was at the late stage of foundation establishment. I work at the Qingsang Garden, Lin Ku replied with a smile, offering a slight bow. Qingsang Garden. Ping's expression shifted, and a glimmer of insight flashed in Fuqi's eyes. Wasn't this junior brother previously unable to advance for 3 consecutive years during the disciple competition, even regressing from the 9th layer of Qi refinement to the 1st? Shiping unconsciously slowed his pace. Lin Ke chuckled. Indeed, that is me. Chapter 28. Gathering. The Grand Assembly. Why is Lin Ke's reputation so prominent? Because among his contemporaries, either they have already established their foundation or remain stagnant, unable to progress beyond the 5th layer of Qi refinement. And what of Lin Ke? He was initially among the fastest, having reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement shortly after entering the sect. However, he inexplicably regressed to the 1st layer within 3 years, prompting even the Yunjiang elders to investigate, finding no correlation to possession or similar matters. Subsequently, an elder speculated that Lin Ke was afflicted with a congenital deficiency, unable to retain spiritual energy. Thus, he was dispatched to the Qingsheng garden to live out his days in seclusion. There was also a disciple named Li Lu, who, despite being a match for Lin Ke's senior sister, was thwarted by Lin Ke's interference, resulting in a thwarted romance. The tale of his decline from the 9th layer to the 1st, coupled with his relegation to the Qingsheng garden after being on the cusp of becoming an inner disciple, along with the romantic entanglement, led to the story becoming increasingly exaggerated, yet widely circulated, as gossip is an inherent trait of humanity. Many were aware that someone was on the verge of being expelled from the sect, while some astute individuals could uncover the underlying intricacies and schemes, such as who stood behind Li Lu, something easily discernible to inner disciples. However, Lin Ke was indifferent to the impact of his reputation and paid little heed to the peculiar glances exchanged between the two before him. Unexpectedly, Huang Fuqi spoke up. I presume Brother Lin has had quite an extraordinary encounter. Previously taciturn during Lin Ke's inquiries, Huang Fuqi now clasped his hands and stated, I am known for my straightforwardness, so I shall speak plainly. My master is the esteemed by Lu Zhenren, who is said to dwell in the clear spring and white dew stream, where one drinks and sings freely. My master is fond of independence and has long disdained the elders' tyranny from Li Li's faction. I admire Brother Lin for breaking through Li Li's blockade. The clear spring and white dew stream, where one drinks and sings freely. Lin Ke's demeanor shifted. Some formidable Yunjiang masters have their poetic verses circulating within the sect, reflecting their mindset, titles, or strengths. Those whose verses endure are universally acknowledged as powerful figures, both within and beyond the sect. Within the esteemed Jin E sect, there exists but a solitary disciple at the golden core stage bestowed with such honor, while the number of formidable beings at the nascent soul stage does not exceed 5. These individuals have gained renown throughout the entire poison refining mountain range and beyond, becoming illustrious figures in the realm. They are, in fact, disciples of the venerable by Lu Zhenren. Lin Ke clasped his hands and smiled, remarking, Li Lu is merely a lowly fowl. Let us observe his arrogance. What of the elder who supports Li Lu? Disputes naturally arise among the elders. Thus, after establishing his foundational cultivation, Lin Ke no longer regarded Li Lu with any concern. His primary ambition lay in fortifying his own strength, seeking immortality, yearning to explore this world, so markedly different from his previous life, and to pursue the path of enlightenment, even if it led to an untimely demise. He had no desire to squander his vitality on a pest like Li Lu. Well said. Praise Shiping. I have the utmost disdain for those who, relying on their familial connections, act with such arrogance. I too aspire to study under by Lu Zhenren in the future. How delightful it would be to visit by Lu's stream, indulging in both cultivation and merriment. Meanwhile, Huang Fuqi, who stood beside Lin Ke, sensed the disdain Lin Ke held for Li Lu and a certain unyielding pride reflected in his demeanor. Thus, he smiled at Lin Ke and remarked, You must have traversed a great deal to reach this stage. Should you one day attain the later stages, perhaps you could join my master's teachings, and together we might traverse the expanse of the heavens. My master, by Lu Zhenren, is a swordsman of unparalleled prowess. Li Lu's father, the valiant Yunjiang, would not dare challenge him. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke smiled and responded, By Lu Zhenren's prowess in combat is unrivaled. The joy of wandering the world with a sword and a cup of wine is indeed enviable. As for the notion of becoming a disciple, Lin Ke chose not to pursue the topic. In any case, to be regarded by a nascent soul elder necessitated at least the prospect of breaking through to the golden core stage. He was merely at the initial stage of foundational cultivation, still requiring arduous training to reach the mid-stage, let alone the late stage, or the golden core itself. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation, engaging Shiping and Huang Fuqi in discussions of other matters. The trio continued their journey together, and before long, they arrived at a vast plaza. This square was impeccably flat, expansively large, comparable to three birds' nest stadiums from his past life, and surrounded by majestic mountains, each crowned with a powerful artifact suppressing the void. In the very heart of the mountains, suspended high above the plaza, an earring forged from scorpion tail stingers emanated an overwhelming aura. These artifacts were all of the highest quality. Below the artifact, various uniquely designed structures floated in the air, arranged in perfect alignment. Some resembled honeycombs, with entrances from which people entered and exited. Others took the form of pyramids, cylinders, and other shapes, adorned with the attire and architectural features of diverse ethnicities, each vying for attention in their splendid uniqueness. From the air to the ground, the entire space was filled with suspended buildings, with only the ground serving as the plaza, which boasted seating akin to that of a football field. Hundreds of thousands of disciples from the Jin-E sect gathered here, their voices rising in a cacophony. Although Lin Ke had witnessed such scenes in the memories of the original owner, experiencing it firsthand now left him somewhat awestruck. In his previous life, he had witnessed the convergence of millions in bustling metropolises, yet the sight before him, with countless edifices suspended in the air akin to the floating mountains of Avatar, was a spectacle unlike any he had ever encountered. The experience of witnessing it firsthand contrasted sharply with the recollections of memory. This was a grand gathering of the Golden Wing sect. Brother Lin, Brother Shi, and I shall proceed to the sect. We shall reconvene another day, Huang Fuqi announced. Bowing in farewell to Lin Ke, you both must visit my Chi-Sang garden for some mulberries and to enjoy the scenery on a future occasion. Lin Ke, along with Shi Ping and Huang Fuqi, shared a pleasant conversation before exchanging formal goodbyes. By the way, Brother Lin, do you possess the Xianmai manuscript? As they parted, Shi Ping produced a radiant tome. The Xianmai manuscript? I regret to inform you that I am somewhat financially constrained and have yet to acquire one. Lin Ke replied with a shake of his head. The Xianmai manuscript functioned like a communication device, meticulously crafted for mutual discourse. By simply leaving their respective auras on a page, they could converse through written words upon channeling spiritual energy. Regrettably, Lin Ke, not knowing many within the sect and being in modest financial circumstances, had not made the purchase. What a pity, Shi Ping remarked with a hint of regret. Not at all, Lin Ke smiled. As I remain within the sect, I shall procure the Xianmai manuscript in due time, and we shall communicate through it then. Indeed. Shi Ping scratched his head, then bowed his hands in gratitude. Brother Lin, do visit me at Bixiao Peak another day. Huang Fuqi chimed in joyfully. I shall be at the Jinghu River in Bailu Gorge. After their farewells, the two soared towards a spherical edifice floating in the air, while Lin Ke ventured alone towards the second tier of the floating structures in the plaza. He intended to explore this enchanting realm before the commencement of the sect's grand competition. The series of structures, spanning over a dozen layers, contrasted starkly with conventional skyscrapers that were anchored to the ground. While the entrances of tall buildings typically lay on the first floor, these edifices welcomed visitors at their mid-level. The method of traversing through the air directly into the buildings was indeed intriguing. Moreover, the establishments within offered an abundance of exquisite wares. After all, only those cultivators of foundation establishment and above could soar through the skies, and the merchants within engaged in business of such caliber, peddling items of considerable worth. Of course, should any Chi refinement disciples possessing flying mounts and sufficient funds wish to make purchases, they were welcome to do so. However, Lin Ke had no intention of buying anything. He merely wished to stroll, observe, and broaden his horizons. His primary purpose for being here was still the upcoming sect competition. Surmounting this challenge would allow him boundless freedom. Chapter 29. The Annual Festival. The Golden Wing Queen, the latest treasure of the town, the seven-angled viper, is about to be auctioned. Everyone is invited to participate. The 36 Flavors Pavilion introduces the latest Southern Ming fire stove cuisine, personally crafted by a spiritual-level chef, guaranteed to satisfy your palate. I from the Dragon Palace specialize in mining formations and undertake various business ventures. Those in need are welcome to inquire. The grand establishments around him were far from the anticipated quietude often associated with exorbitantly priced goods. Rather, they buzzed with activity, reminiscent of a vibrant tourist attraction. As Lin Ke strolled about, he remained attentive to the sensations within his dantian. Yet there were no unusual occurrences akin to those experienced at the Yiwa market. This confirmed that the seeds obtained during that event were indeed a rare fortune. The absence of anomalies did not dampen Lin Ke's spirits as he explored the various shops. This excursion truly broadened his horizons. He visited 3 auction houses, each dedicated to the sale of various commodities, including common goods, primordial-grade items, and superior-grade spiritual treasures. The sight of such exquisite items ignited a longing within him. Yet his purse felt painfully light. The auctions featured a plethora of spiritual insects, artifacts, precious garments, and elixirs, with many shops exclusively showcasing high-grade items, leaving out those of merely superior quality. Transactions involving vast quantities of goods were commonplace, such as the sale of thousands of inferior-grade flying swords, often conducted between different sections. It is well known that during the Grand Sect competition, the Golden Wing Sect typically invites numerous allied sects to participate. Commodities such as the golden essence honey and honeycombs produced by the Golden Wing Sect are traded among sects, or sometimes even among human settlements such as cities and villages, where purchases are made in the thousands, often in bulk. Transactions easily reach tens of thousands of spirit stones, generally conducted with medium-grade spirit stones for otherwise common storage bags would prove inadequate. After wandering for a while, feeling the weight of his empty pockets, Lin Ku eventually made his way to the lower square. Awaiting the commencement of the Grand Sect competition, he waited for 3 full hours. As dusk fell and the sky darkened, countless disciples filled the square, creating a sea of eager faces. Amidst this throng, a powerful aura swept across the crowd, accompanied by a resonant voice. The Golden Wing Sect's annual festival begins. With the utterance of these words, a thunderous roar followed. Countless torches were ignited, illuminating the area for miles around, casting a brilliant glow. Soon after, the air was filled with the sound of buzzing wings. Swarms of bees, adorned with golden patterns, converged from all directions. Each bee stood half a person tall, exuding an aura of foundational cultivation, numbering in the tens of thousands. They gathered in the sky, poised in anticipation. Lin Ku silently thought to himself, the elders are arriving. As he contemplated, figures began to manifest before him. Clad in garments of diverse colors and styles, some appeared regal, while others resembled beggars from bustling streets. And some bore the traditional attire of various races from the poisonous mountain range. Each individual emanated a profound aura, at the very least at the stage of transformation. The Golden Wing Sect, which occupies an entire branch of the poisonous mountain range and boasts hundreds of thousands of disciples, has fewer than 10 who have attained the transformation stage. This underscores the arduous nature of cultivating to such heights. The annual festival commences. Please, Golden Wing Envoy. An elder from the Supreme Elders Assembly resonated throughout the square. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. This was not due to the obedience of the people present, but rather an overwhelming sensation as if they were being scrutinized by an omnipotent adversary. A terrifying aura permeated the entire square, causing the wind and sounds to cease. As if time and space had momentarily frozen, a nebulous, colossal shadow materialized in the sky. 2 tendrils, sharp mandibles, and golden compound eyes. This was the visage of a bee. The bee, elegantly referred to as the Golden Wing Envoy, possessed a head that was several times larger than the square itself, as if it could consume the entire space in a single gulp. Mere seconds passed before this Golden Wing Envoy seemed to cast a fleeting glance, and the shadow vanished without a trace. In the next moment, the atmosphere of the venue was rejuvenated. Thousands of bees buzzed and dispersed in all directions, and the crowd erupted into resounding cheers. That was the Golden Wing Queen, the sacred guardian beast of our Golden Wing Sect. However, it was no longer the case. I have heard that the Golden Wing Queen retreated deep into the poison-refining mountains long ago, following the passing of our ancestral master. It is said that the Golden Wing Queen was once the spiritual beast accompanying our master, immensely powerful and renowned throughout the poison-refining mountains. Indeed, I felt as if the Golden Wing Queen had caught sight of me just now. The disciples were all aflame with excitement. Though they witnessed this spectacle annually, each encounter was equally breathtaking, stirring their enthusiasm. Lin Ku, while equally exhilarated, felt it was not merely emotional, but rather an enlightening experience. Science may allow everyone to wield a pistol, but it cannot transform everyone into a pistol. However, the path of immortality can. The immense shadow of the Golden Wing Queen made Lin Ku acutely aware of his own insignificance, while simultaneously illuminating the vastness of his future prospects. Was the Golden Wing Queen a being of great transformation, or perhaps a stronger entity beyond that? Lin Ku was uncertain, yet he had discerned the direction of his future. Such insight is indeed a stroke of fortune. It revealed to him that the future held promise, rather than leaving him in a haze of uncertainty. Moreover, did she just gaze in my direction? Lin Ku pondered. He felt as though the Golden Winged Queen had cast a glance his way. Being at the foundational stage of the Tao, he could sense even the slightest of disturbances, let alone the tangible gaze of a being as formidable as the Golden Winged Queen. "Come now, don't jest. The Golden Winged Queen was clearly looking at me," remarked a nearby disciple in the chi refining stage, casting a sideways glance. Another disciple chimed in, "Nonsense. She was looking at me." A rather handsome male disciple scoffed, "Silence. She was looking at me. I just bought a new hairpin yesterday." He then turned his head slightly to showcase the spirit-grade, inferior quality jade hairpin adorning his crown. "Nonsense. I have transitioned my attire from a pale green to a turquoise hue. Surely, the Golden Winged Queen has been observant of my change," which is why she cast a curious glance in my direction. Beside her, a male disciple donned a green robe, adorned with a green flower upon his head, upon which a mantis rested. Consequently, a multitude of individuals joined in the fray of arguments. Linka found herself both amused and exasperated, too weary to engage in their disputes, as the majority of the male disciples fervently speculated on whom the Golden Winged Queen's gaze was directed at. The venerable elder at the forefront seemed to be preparing something. "Moo-hum-ha? Quack, quack." Suddenly, a low-grade spiritual level pig, cow, sheep, chicken, duck, and goose appeared before him, bound tightly with slender straw, suspended in mid-air, rendered immobile. The Golden Winged sect pays homage to all living beings through blood offerings. He bowed toward the heavens, and in an instant, the livestock exploded into a mist of blood and flesh. The next moment, these remnants ascended towards the sky, scattering in all directions, ultimately falling beyond the confines of the Golden Winged sect. The annual sacrifice honors the heavens and the earth, as well as the resilient beings that inhabit them. Chapter 30. Lilu, do you dare act thus? The blood and flesh of those spiritual beasts will predominantly transform into nourishment for ordinary bacteria, plants, and insects. Perhaps some creatures may embark on the path of spiritual beasts as a result, or perhaps not. Nevertheless, Linko felt a profound sense of respect and reverence for the natural order and the cosmos from this annual ritual, a testament to humanity's respect for the divine and the forces of nature. However, following the completion of the annual sacrifice, the true source of Linko's anxiety emerged. The annual sacrifice has concluded. The sect's grand competition is about to commence. All outer disciples are required to participate, with those who achieve advancement receiving a low-grade spiritual level Titan Giant Spider Egg, while 3 exceptionally outstanding individuals will be awarded an additional mid-grade spiritual level Cordyceps. The champion of this grand competition will be granted a spiritual wormhole, allowing them to choose any mid-grade spiritual level insect egg. The leading elder proclaimed the commencement of the sect's grand competition, thereafter soaring into the depths of the clouds alongside numerous other elders, disappearing from view. Just as the audience was about to celebrate the rewards of the grand competition, a woman clad in delicate rose-hued gauze stepped into the center of the square. Her demeanor icy. She was the elder responsible for managing the outer disciples. "I am the transmission elder. In this initial round of the grand competition, the first 15 battles will determine those who win 10 to become inner disciples, and those who win 100 will contend for the final rankings. The sect tokens displayed numbers that merely need to be matched one by one. The venues have been delineated, and those corresponding to the numbers may enter." The transmission elder's voice resonated throughout the square. With her spiritual power, she divided the square into multiple arenas, each marked with numerical identifiers such as 1, 2, 3, and so forth. Above each arena, names began to appear: Yifan, Hanli, Shihao, Xiaoyan, Linke, here they come. Linke picked up his disciple token and observed the number 6,532 emerging on its reverse side. He then located the corresponding arena in the square and proceeded towards it with the token in hand. The vast Shui Poison Mountain Range housed the Jin E sect within one of its minor branches, which could accommodate approximately several 100,000 disciples. Among this multitude, the outer disciples constituted the majority, accounting for roughly 80% of the entire sect's population. Consequently, there were over 20,000 participants in the first contest alone. Linku appeared utterly insignificant amidst the throng. However, one's aura cannot be concealed. When Linku took to the stage, the elder responsible for transmitting teachings immediately sensed that he had transcended the chi refinement stage. "Linku, have you ascended to the foundation establishment stage?" the elder inquired, raising an eyebrow and soaring above Linku to send a voice transmission. At that moment, following the recent annual festival, countless eyes were fixed on the elder. His movement caused everyone to collectively turn their gaze towards Linku, although they could not hear the elder's words. "Indeed, elder. Lin Ku replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. By fortunate chance, I consumed a fruit that allowed me to consolidate 3 years of spiritual energy into my dantian, resulting in a direct breakthrough to foundation establishment. A fruit? The elder nodded thoughtfully at this revelation before proclaiming loudly, "If there are any outer disciples who have achieved foundation establishment, rise into the air." As the elder spoke, the disciple opposite Lin Ku, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, widened his eyes in disbelief and stammered, "Why you? Junior brother. It seems you have failed to complete the task assigned to you by Li Lu." Lin Ku merely smiled at the individual before soaring into the air himself. He then noticed 3 others rising from the audience not far from him. One was Li Lu, another was Zongya, and the last was the man accompanying Li Lu, presumably the steward entrusted with arranging Lin Ku's opponent for the duel. Li Lu and the steward were startled into the air by Lin Ku's ascent, while Zongya took flight out of caution, wary of any potential actions Li Lu might take, her concern leading to agitation. Following Lin Ku's gaze, the elder quickly spotted Li Lu and the steward, particularly the latter who had ascended alongside Li Lu. Upon glancing back at the disciple Lin Ku was originally set to face, who stood at the 9th level of Qi refinement, the elder appeared to grasp the situation, his expression shifting to one of realization. "Humph." The elder cast a cold glance towards Li Lu and the steward beside him, declaring loudly, "I have stated that outer disciples are the foundation of the inner sect. No one is allowed to meddle here, or I shall sever that hand on behalf of my sect leader sister. Du Li Gang, you have defied my orders by unlawfully grouping Lin Ku with Du Hui. You must have received some form of benefit in return. I shall send you to the Scarab Valley for 3 years as punishment." Furthermore, Li Lu. The elder narrowed his eyes. "How dare you interfere in sect matters? And your father is so indulgent towards you. After the sect competition concludes, I shall personally pay you a visit to discuss this matter." The elder's voice thundered forth, clearly indicating his genuine anger. As Li Lu suddenly soared into the air on the arena, his attendant, Duan Ligong, immediately changed countenance. Just as Duan Ligong was about to speak, the elder of transmission waved his sleeve, sending a surge of spiritual energy that hurled Duan Ligong back into his seat, rendering him mute and motionless, his eyes wide with terror. Li Lu, however, wore a sullen expression and remained silent. He scanned the surroundings. Nearly everyone in the arena was looking at him and whispering amongst themselves. Yet, he said nothing, merely cupping his hands in respect towards the elder of transmission. After casting a lingering glance at Lin Ku, he soared away from the arena without a backward glance, leaving behind Zongya, who was a mix of disbelief and ecstatic joy. Zongya had never anticipated that the elder of transmission would so openly rebuke Li Lu in front of everyone. However, Zongya chose to say nothing and quickly descended, blending back into the crowd. Lin Ku, on the other hand, was somewhat astonished by the elder of transmission's sudden outburst. This elder was the younger sister of the sect master, although she usually appeared aloof and unapproachable. Lin Ku had never expected her to publicly humiliate Li Lu in such a manner. To put it bluntly, this was tantamount to slapping Li Li's father in the face. Yet, this was not characteristic behavior. It should be noted that throughout the years since Lin Ku entered the sect, having been raised by Zongya, she had witnessed many instances of external affairs being interfered with. The elder of transmission had always turned a blind eye. Otherwise, Han Yun and Han Fu would not have been so audacious. But today, she inexplicably shifted her stance, chastising the son of a prominent nascent soul elder before the entire sect. Lin Ku could not believe that there had been no underlying circumstances. Nevertheless, since the elder had spoken on his behalf, he promptly prepared to express his gratitude telepathically. To his surprise, the elder of transmission initiated a telepathic communication with Lin Ku first. Lin Ku, in 2 days, there will be another sect-wide competition, presided over by the 3 supreme elders, exclusively for disciples at the foundation establishment stage, which is not open to outsiders. You need not participate in the external disciples competition. Simply wait to engage with other initial foundation establishment disciples in a couple of days. The elder regarded Lin Ku, her voice gentle, and an unexpected smile graced her icy features. "Do you have any questions?" A multitude of thoughts flickered through Lin Ku's mind, yet she ultimately asked, "Will there be any rewards for the sect competition?" "Rewards? You inquire about trivial accolades meant for kindergarten children when I speak of matters concerning the higher echelons." The elder of transmission momentarily faltered, then slowly nodded. "You have established your foundation. You are indeed entitled to be the first in this competition. Once an external disciple breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, they automatically ascend to the inner sect. The qi refinement stage is merely a phase of cultivation accumulation. Strictly speaking, they do not qualify as true cultivators, and the disparity in strength between them and foundation establishment practitioners is immense. As the sole foundation establishment practitioner among so many external disciples, it is only reasonable for the elder of transmission to grant you a reward. It is worth noting that many disciples with inferior aptitude may remain stuck at the first layer of qi refinement for their entire lives. Please return for now. The competition among the disciples of the foundation establishment stage will commence only after the grand tournament concludes tomorrow, instructed the elder of transmission. Lin Ku respectfully bowed and took his leave. His abrupt actions sparked a fervor throughout the plaza. Foundation establishment? Why hasn't he been promoted to an inner disciple? I heard it's somehow related to Li Lu. Which elder bears the Li surname? Being directly deemed the victor. How fortunate. I wonder if I shall ever succeed in establishing my own foundation. To simply break through to the third level of qi refinement would feel like a monumental achievement. Various disciples murmured among themselves, while Lin Ku recalled a pressing matter and turned back to inquire of the elder of transmission. Elder, I have a nephew who wishes to join the sect. I heard there has been an expansion in recruitment this year. Might this be possible? Oh, this year? Are you certain? Well, although it contravenes regulations, I shall share this with you. A war is imminent, and those in the qi refinement stage will likely become cannon fodder. It would be wise for your nephew to delay his entry into the sect. Chapter 31. The Gaze of the Golden-Winged Queen War? Upon hearing this, Lin Ku's heart stirred with unease. The beast sovereign of Yunjiang. It is highly likely that the beast sovereign of Yunjiang is the cause. Although the original body was not well versed in current affairs, Lin Ku, through memories and observations since his arrival, noted the tense relations between the human and demon clans in Yunjiang. Yet, both sides possess formidable powers, which has incited a degree of restraint to avoid severe casualties. However, with the spirit pearl of the beast sovereign of Yunjiang, essentially Lin Ku's mysterious orb, having been expended, it is likely that the beast sovereign can no longer contain his fury and will seize this opportunity to declare war. If he can deduce this, surely the upper echelons of the Golden Wing sect have also grasped the implications. Expanding recruitment for outer disciples is not without its burdens. Outer disciples require duties and stipends. A sect has a limited number of responsibilities, and suddenly increasing the ranks by thousands or tens of thousands of outer disciples would overwhelm the distribution of duties. Moreover, providing stipends would significantly strain the sect's resources. However, once war breaks out, the outer disciples will inevitably become expendable. This necessitates ensuring there are enough expendables. Otherwise, the demands of warfare cannot be sustained. Thus, Lin Ku must carefully consider whether Fang Tong's son should join the sect at this juncture. On the other hand, war can also serve as the finest crucible for forging gold from the ashes. Although brutal, those who survive the chaos and emerge from the ranks of the expendables will be shaped into true treasures. Ultimately, the decision rests with Fang Tong himself. Your sister perished alongside your parents and younger brother, and later returned with a boy who resembles her brother. It is surprising he has grown so much. The elder of transmission continued, conversing with Lin Ku. I lamented your inexplicable regression in cultivation, but today, seeing you return to the foundation establishment stage brings me great solace. As for Li Lu, I do not regard his father, the real man Yuan Yong, with much esteem. Should he ever wrong you in the future, feel free to invoke my name, the Rain Spider Real Man. Although the voice of Master Yuzhu is somewhat detached, this is merely a reflection of her character. Her words unmistakably convey her concern for Lin Ku. Had the original owner of this body been present, recalling the events surrounding the mysterious orb that absorbed spiritual energy, he would likely have been overwhelmed with gratitude. However, Lin Ku comprehends that the changes in Master Yuzhu are not rooted in nostalgia. If that were the case, she would not have needed to visit him in person. A few caring words would have sufficed, and he would have believed her sincerity. The crux of the matter is that Lin Ku, having seen many individuals in his past life, understands that one cannot extend warmth and assistance to every person encountered. For instance, a personnel manager, having interviewed numerous candidates, no longer operates based on personal preferences, but rather on genuine necessity. As the elder responsible for imparting teachings, Master Yuzhu has recruited thousands of disciples annually for centuries. In this context, one can only imagine the cold indifference she must harbor. Who would constantly concern themselves with a qi refinement disciple bringing their brother to join the sect? Yet, despite her lack of concern, should a disciple truly flourish and reach their potential, Master Yuzhu would effortlessly recall incidents related to that disciple from hundreds of years ago. let alone from just a few years prior. Naturally, Lin Ke cannot articulate these thoughts. Upon returning to his seat, he displayed an expression of heartfelt gratitude and communicated, "Thank you, Master Yuzhu, for your consideration. I shall never forget this kindness." While he spoke, his mind was abuzz with contemplation. What could have prompted Master Yuzhu's sudden change of heart towards him? It surely cannot be related to his cultivation level. The sect is home to many foundational cultivators. With even more inner disciples, what significance does Lin Ke hold? As for talent, he had previously been assessed as possessing merely average mid-grade aptitude, not even high-grade, let alone the superior, exceptional, or legendary qualities. His foundational abilities, at 13%, are indistinguishable from the outside unless he displays them. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be unable to discern them. Pondering this, he could not pinpoint any specific reason related to himself. Instead, he recalled the glance cast upon him by the golden-winged queen during the previous year's ceremony, a gaze that felt almost tangible. With this thought, Lin Ke felt a slight sense of relief. After all, unprovoked goodwill often breeds suspicion, but when there is a reason behind such kindness, understanding that reason can alleviate concerns. As for why the golden-winged queen had looked at him, perhaps it was due to the mysterious orb, or perhaps his foundational level of 13%. Or possibly something else entirely. In any case, the golden-winged queen is far too distant for him to dwell upon. Unlike Master Yuzhu, whose distance from him is not so great beyond her cultivation, allowing for some speculation. Alas, it all comes down to cultivation, Lin Ke mused inwardly, and then resolved to focus on the upcoming sect competition. Surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers, he drew their attention, prompting speculation about why he had garnered the favor of the venerable elder. However, none dared to approach him, after all. This seemed to pertain to the contentious rivalry among the elders, and many were wise enough to refrain from entangling themselves in such a maelstrom of formidable conflict. Thus, Lin Ke found solace in the tranquility that enveloped him, allowing him to focus intently on the competition. The duels among the disciples in the Qi refinement stage predominantly showcase spells of the technique rank, with low-grade spiritual flying swords clashing in combat, and very few possessed spiritual insects. Although the Golden Wing sect specialized in the realm of insects, not every practitioner was fortunate enough to be bestowed with a spiritual companion. Even Lin Ke, having reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, had yet to acquire his own spiritual insect, only obtaining a nearly powerless black gold silkworm from the desolate Qinseng garden. The scarcity of spiritual insects was thus evident. This scarcity, however, spurred the refinement of spellcasting techniques among the Qi refinement disciples. Many participants exhibited merely the foundational 5-element spells but applied them in diverse and inventive ways. For instance, some combined the water arrow technique with the fireball technique to generate steam, obscuring their opponent's vision. Others transformed the fireball technique and the binding technique into a fiery cage. Yet others employed the mountain-moving technique alongside the water arrow technique to turn the ground into a swamp, hampering their adversaries' movements. In essence, a myriad of creative expressions flourished, proving to be an eye-opening experience for Lin Ke. It is well known that profound wisdom may be found within the annals of classics and renowned works. Yet the spark of innovation often lies within the grasp of each individual. Many cultivators, amidst their lives and practices, might stumble upon unique nuances in their spellcraft, insights they themselves may overlook, yet which emerge as brilliant highlights when manifested. Such flashes of inspiration ignited Lin Ke's creativity, a sentiment likely shared by many spectators of the sect's grand competition. Apart from the thrill of the event, akin to witnessing the Olympics once every 4 years, attendees also sought to absorb knowledge and derive inspiration. Indeed, this competition unfolded over the course of 2 days and nights, concluding only in the early hours of the following day. Within this assembly of cultivators, even the disciples at the first level of Qi refinement possessed sufficient spiritual energy to dispel fatigue, rendering exhaustion a non-issue. The final match, however, drew an even larger crowd, with several golden core disciples appearing high above in the sky. The championship pitted Lin Quanming against Feng Du. At long last, the finals had arrived. Lin Quanming was a young girl clad in pale green silk, while Feng Du was a man in his 20s, bearing a distinct scar across his face, reminiscent of a blade's edge. Both were at the 9th level of Qi refinement, their talents unknown, yet their combat awareness was strikingly pronounced. Moreover, both possessed spiritual insects. Lin Quanming commanded a mid-grade spiritual bamboo insect, remarkably resilient and approximately the length of a forearm, while Feng Du wielded a low-grade spiritual earth spider, as large as a grinding disc, lurking beneath the ground with an elusive presence. The two combatants were locked in a fierce struggle, with Lin Quanming demonstrating a remarkable proficiency in while wielding a flying sword, their movements resembling an exquisite dance. Her beauty only added to the spectacle, captivating the male disciples who watched with rapt attention. The disciples beside Lin Ku were engrossed in discussions about Lin Quanming, who hailed from the Mongzi Great Tribe, one of the 13 tribes of the poisonous mountain range. Indeed, her martial art, known as Axitiaoyu, was said to possess a lineage encompassing technique, law, and intent. Intent? This dance could evoke such understanding? Certainly, the three-string dance and its accompanying techniques and philosophies were intricately connected. As Lin Ku observed the graceful girl on the field, twisting and turning like a lively flame, he couldn't help but express admiration. Her agility was truly formidable. If his instincts were correct, Lin Quanming was no ordinary individual. Not only did she possess the Axitiaoyu technique, but she also had a mid-grade spirit-level bamboo stick insect, a luxury for someone in the chi refinement stage. Just then, it appeared that the battle was reaching its climax. Hit! Fong Du shouted as he hurled his iron chain mace towards Lin Quanming's head. He gripped one end of the chain tightly and launched it with great force, the mace glowing with a faint purple light, likely imbued with some sort of poison. This type of thrown attack had failed to connect with the nimble Lin Quanming numerous times before, but this occasion was different. The earth spider, which had been persistently attempting to restrain Lin Quanming, finally succeeded in capturing the spiritual shield formed around her legs with its massive pincers. Lin Quanming was immobilized. High above, the rain spider master watched intently, particularly concerned for Lin Quanming, ready to intervene should she be struck down. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. It seemed she was about to be hit. It appeared that Fong Du was poised to claim victory. Unfortunately for Lin Quanming, her flying sword was proving ineffective against Fong Du's versatile mace, which could both attack and defend. The top 3 contenders were becoming clear: Lin Ku, Fong Du, and Lin Quanming. Thoughts of Lin Ku's foundation weighed heavily on his mind. When would he reach such heights? Fong Du was no simple opponent. His martial skills honed to perfection. The onlookers recognized Lin Quanming's strength, but also acknowledged Fong Du's seasoned expertise and awareness forged through life and death battles, far beyond the experiences of someone like Lin Quanming, who had yet to face significant conflict. Just when everyone believed Lin Quanming was on the verge of defeat, and even the Rain Spider Master prepared to intervene, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lin Quanming abruptly closed her eyes, and an enigmatic aura enveloped the arena. What was happening? The Rain Spider Master's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately waved his hand. Fong Du's mace was sent flying away, and Lin Quanming's legs, previously ensnared by the Earth Spider, broke free. Eyes still shut, she moved as gracefully as a swallow, her toes barely touching the ground. In the next moment, she sprang into action. Like a sprightly blade of grass, it dances joyfully in the wind, its form expanding and contracting, yet imbued with an enigmatic and sacred aura. As she dances the moon. The dance she just performed is the very same, known as the Three Strings Dance. However, the rendition she presents now is entirely distinct. Primal, untamed, vibrant. Even the worldly wise Lin Ku is rendered speechless. Such a performance, even in his past life, he had never encountered. Neither the most accomplished dancers nor the finest artists could exhibit such a dance. If one were to insist, it is that all dancers possess form, yet lack spirit. Yet here, Lin Quanming has conjured a sense of the divine. I understand. I comprehend. It is intention. Suddenly, someone beside him cries out, "It is intention. It is intention." Intention? Lin Ku raises an eyebrow. Curiously, others around inquire, "What do you mean by intention, good sir?" The exuberant individual who shouted earlier is now flushed. Seemingly in a fervent state, it is intention. Above technique lies law, and above law is intention. The crowd's expressions shift to realization, clearly understanding something profound. Technique, law, intention. Lin Ku nods slightly, feeling a swell of admiration for Lin Quanming. That is indeed intention. In the chi refinement stage, one can grasp technique, such as the fireball spell within the 5-element arts. Upon establishing a solid foundation, one can wield law, exemplified by Lin Ku's rain egg transformation technique. And the next step? The next step is intention. This is predominantly a domain for those in the golden core stage. For mastering intention requires not only formidable mental fortitude but also considerable insight. For instance, sword intent, knife intent. Intention is primarily mastered by those in the golden core stage. Yet this does not imply that only they can grasp it, nor that reaching this stage guarantees mastery. Much like how most self-made millionaires are adults, It does not mean that only adults can achieve such wealth, nor that adulthood guarantees it. Among the many Golden Core disciples of the Golden Wing sect, only one has mastered intention, the revered senior brother, who wields the sword intent known as flowing water intent. This further attests that those who can master intention become exceedingly powerful. Those in the Golden Core stage who grasp intention are considered geniuses, while those in the Foundation Establishment stage who achieve the same are geniuses among geniuses. And the individual before him, observing Lin Quanming, leaping and soaring, Lin Ke feels a twinge of envy. To master intention at the Qi refinement stage is undeniably the mark of a prodigy. A prodigy indeed. Lin Ke, initially consumed by envy and resentment, recalls his own formidable 13-point foundation and instantly finds solace. His foundation cannot be directly scrutinized by others, nor will he divulge its nature. Thus, no one knows the true extent of its terror. A prodigy? Half of his foundation qualifies as a prodigy in its own right. As he contemplates this, a powerful aura suddenly envelopes the entire venue. Silence. An ancient voice resonated, provoking a cascade of reactions. The air trembled with a low hum. Above the square, the scorpion-tailed needle apparatus descended in concert with the surrounding mountains, casting beams of light that suppressed the void. The entire square, along with the surrounding sect territory spanning hundreds of miles, fell into a state of complete stillness, immobilizing all within it, rendering even their eyes motionless. Even the rain spider real person found himself frozen, akin to an insect encased in amber, his body suspended in midair. In the next moment, an elderly figure appeared in the sky, evidently one of the former Supreme Elders. This elder, with his fiery red hair and beard, bore his arms bare, each adorned with a vibrant red centipede, its antennae swaying like aquatic plants. Aha, after a century away from the sect, I returned this year for the annual festival and unexpectedly encounter such an exceptional disciple. Ha ha ha, this disciple is destined to join my ranks. Chapter 33, The Dance of the Moon and the Body of 10,000 Leagues. Lin Quanming had not danced for long before her eyes fluttered open. Before her stood a jovial elder face, startling her into retreating a few steps. Disciple, I am Hua Wujiang, the third Supreme Elder. Many years ago, I hailed from the Monzi Grand tribe, and I am well versed in the Axie Dance of the Moon. If you find it suitable, why not pledge yourself to my tutelage? I shall impart my teachings with utmost dedication. Hua Wujiang chuckled, clad entirely in crimson. The Supreme Elder? Lin Quanming was once again startled. But soon a wave of delight washed over her. I am willing, indeed. Why would I not be? I am eager. Good, good. Hua Wujiang nodded, then waved his hand, dispelling the confinement that blanketed the realm. The square erupted into a fervor. The Supreme Elder is accepting disciples. If you can grasp the essence, you too may join the ranks of the Supremes. Essence. To think, merely becoming a direct disciple would be a great honor. Brother, I suggest you contemplate entering the inner sect, the other disciples murmured amongst themselves. The rain spider real person descended from the sky, clasping his hands in salute. Addressing Hua Wujiang. Very well, I shall take my disciple back for further training in the Axie Dance of the Moon, Hua Wujiang declared with a grin. You may continue. Rain Spider. Of course, the Rain Spider real person replied readily. However, Lin Quanming interjected once more. Wait. Hold on. Wait? Both the Rain Spider real person and Hua Wujiang turned their attention to her, uncertain of her intentions. Rain Spider real person. Do you not know if I ranked first or second in this sect competition? Lin Quanming inquired, her gaze intense and her fighting spirit ablaze. The Rain Spider real person glanced towards Lin Ke in the distant spectator stand, grasping the essence of Lin Xuanming's inquiry. Conventionally, Lin Ke, at the foundational stage, should have claimed the first position, yet Lin Quanming had astonishingly comprehended the essence of the Axie Dance of the Moon. Who, then, truly ranked first? Historically, the Golden Wing sect had never seen a disciple at the Qi refinement stage grasp the essence, making this a precedent. As for Feng Du, who had already been sent to rest in the audience by the Rain Spider real person, he would likely settle for no more than third place. Let us consider this. Hua Wujiang chuckled while stroking his beard, saying, let the two of them engage in a match. The victor shall be deemed the foremost. A match? It seemed that Hua Wujiang harbored no intent to assert dominance, nor did he reproach his newly accepted disciple for taking the initiative. Rather, he appeared to encourage such conduct. Thank you, master. Lin Quanming replied softly, then turned her gaze towards Lin Ke in the distance. Senior brother Lin Ke, would you care to spar a little? Lin Ke. Undaunted, was not easily intimidated. His spiritual core was inherited from a great civilization of a past life, and he would not easily concede. Previously, when faced with Li Lu, he had no intention of yielding to Zhongya, and now, even in the presence of the esteemed elder at the peak of the fusion stage and their newly enlightened disciple, Lin Ku remained unafraid. At worst, he would face death. Moreover, he perceived that this encounter was not one of life and death, but rather a friendly exchange. Thus, he rose and flew forth, landing steadily opposite Lin Quanming. His expression calm as he saluted Hua Wujing and the Rain Spider True Person. Disciple Lin Ke pays his respects to the esteemed Elder Hua and the Rain Spider True Person. What grace! Hua Wujing praised. If I am not mistaken, you are Lin Ke, who was sent to the outskirts of the sect to retire after failing the assessment at the hands of the son of the renowned Yunjiang a month ago, correct? Indeed, that is the disciple, Lin Ke nodded. You have discerned the true essence of the Wanlu body, Hua Wujing exclaimed. His demeanor somewhat elated as he threw back his head and laughed. Wonderful! To think that in a single day, our sect has produced two prodigies. Aha! The jumping moon dance is indeed unparalleled in the world, and what of the Wanlu body? In this era where the talented abound, the Wanlu body is exceedingly formidable. The Wanlu body? Lin Ke maintained a composed facade while his mind began to ponder. It was clear that Hua Wujing believed that he had regained his lost spiritual energy and had thus acquired the so-called Wanlu body. Interestingly, when he had lost his spiritual energy earlier, the Rain Spider True Person and others had come to investigate, claiming it to be the Wanlu body. Fortunately, they had not discovered the existence of the pearl. Now that he had advanced to the Dao Foundation, it seemed to further solidify the claims about the Wanlu body. However, he was unaware of what the Wanlu body truly entailed, so he skillfully feigned a hint of confusion. Afterwards, I shall take you to review the materials. And you will understand, Hua Wujing generously offered. Although that is a forbidden area, it is our own sect. We are all family, so I shall take you there. Lin Ke immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. Very well, enough talk, Hua Wujing said with a smile. My new disciple is brimming with combat spirit. You two should engage in a thorough sparring session, haha. As he spoke, he gestured to the Rain Spider True Person. Rain Spider True Person? It seems that the notion of allowing Lin Quanming to solidify her understanding of the jumping moon dance is not particularly crucial, or perhaps combat itself can serve to solidify it. Please, the Rain Spider True Person nodded respectfully, then ascended into the sky alongside him, signaling Lin Ke. Lin Ke, are you willing? Naturally, Lin Ke replied with a smile. Very well, the Rain Spider True Person slightly inclined his head. Thus, only Lin Ke and Lin Quanming remained, gazing at one another. Lin Quanming extracted a spirit stone from her storage bag to absorb spiritual energy, swiftly adjusting her state to its peak. All eyes were upon her, filled with combat fervor. Lin Xuanming's gaze was fierce, while Lin Ke remained composed and indifferent. He was, in truth, not particularly interested in battle, lacking the fervent fighting spirit often depicted in novels from his past life. Nonetheless, he understood that in such a world, avoiding conflict was nearly impossible. In every realm, one immutable law prevails. The mightier the fist, the more justified one is. Although Lin Quanming had yet to establish her foundational path, she had grasped the concept of intent and, combined with her inherent combat awareness, Lin Ke could not afford to underestimate her. This also provided him an opportunity to practice his own formidable techniques. Knowledge acquired from books feels shallow. True understanding comes from personal experience. Practice yields genuine insight. Please proceed. Lin Ke gestured with his hand. Lin Quanming exclaimed, be careful, before leaping into the air. In an instant, her bamboo segment insect, which had remained on the ground, shot forth like a released arrow, aimed directly at Lin Ke's head. The swift assault of the insect, in perfect harmony with Lin Xuanming's graceful leap, created a strikingly effective combination. The interplay of speed and force left Fong Du at a loss. Being struck by the insect would yield an effect akin to being pierced by an arrow. Now, facing this insect, Lin Ke immediately sensed the pressure from Fong Du's attack. What was the best response to such an onslaught? Either outpace it or fortify one's defense. With a swift motion, Lin Ke produced a purple crystal beetle and immediately invoked the technique of wet egg hatching. The purple crystal shell coalesced around Lin Ke in an instant, forming a faint lavender shield. Bang! The hard head of the bamboo segment insect collided with the shield, producing a dull thud. The purple crystal shell remained unwavering, and Lin Ke did not even shift his stance. Conversely, the insect was momentarily disoriented by the tremendous recoil, swaying unsteadily as if intoxicated. At that moment, Lin Kuaning's flying sword had reached the purple crystal shell, radiating with spiritual energy. Slash. Lin Chuanming's voice flowed like a clear spring, yet her intent was lethal. However, the response was merely another dull thud. Bang. To her surprise, Lin Chuanming's hand involuntarily released the sword, which was sent flying by the impact. Furrowing her brow, she danced back like a flickering flame, wary of Lin Ku seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Yet, Lin Ku remained utterly still. Not even a hint of movement in his clothing. After enduring dozens of attacks, Lin Ku stood resolute and unyielding. Consequently, Lin Kuanming ceased her assault. Observing her pause, Lin Ku clasped his hands and smiled. I am but a humble practitioner, with limited techniques at my disposal. The few spiritual insects at one's command render limited means of response, thus necessitating such defensive measures. However, Lin Kuanming from a distance shook her head at the remark, saying, There is no need for modesty. Your ability to defend against the attacks from both me and Qizhu demonstrates the rarity of your spiritual insects. I have observed your demotion to the outer sect due to subpar evaluations, yet now these insects stand as a testament to your strength. Moreover, your swift recognition of the optimal defensive strategy, despite my superior speed and agility, reveals you to be as shrewd as Fong Du. Yet, I wonder, can your spiritual energy endure such prolonged defense? With that, she commenced a new wave of assaults. Can your spiritual energy withstand it? Lin Ku smiled, responding inwardly. Let us find out. In terms of other matters, Lin Ku might have hesitated to speak boldly, for there are always greater talents and mountains beyond mountains. However, what Lin Ku had established was an unprecedented 13-fold Tao foundation. Since the inception of this foundation, he had never depleted his spiritual energy in one go. Hence, even after fighting Lin Kuanming for over 40 minutes, his amethyst shell remained steadfast. The spectators nearby were already in awe. Has it been half an hour? Why does it seem like Lin Ku hasn't moved at all? I can sense that Lin Ku is indeed at the early stage of Tao foundation. I find it curious. Does he possess some treasure? If he had a treasure, he would have soared to great heights long ago, instead of being humiliated by Li Lu. Brother, you may not be an inner sect disciple, but do you not recall the scene from over a month ago when Lin Ku was evaluated? Impressive. Oh, you are an inner sect disciple. Having entered at the Qi refining stage, your talent must be commendable. If you had a treasure, how could we not perceive it? Spirit artifacts emanate spiritual fluctuations. That spiritual insect possesses formidable protective power. I wonder what kind it is, as I failed to discern it clearly. Not only does it provide defense, but it also has a rebound effect, likely of mid-grade spirit quality. Lin Ku's skill in the wet egg transformation technique seems rather rudimentary. He must have studied it for less than a month. Otherwise, his thoughts would have seamlessly merged with the insect. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions. Some marveling at Lin Ku's profound spiritual energy, others recounting his past, and still others mentioning his spiritual insect and techniques. Yet, Lin Kuanming received little attention. Only Fong Du, seated quietly in the audience, observed everything in silence, his gaze at Lin Ku laden with inexplicable significance. Meanwhile, the rain spider true person and Hua Wujian above were also deliberating on Lin Ku. What a profound spiritual energy! Hua Wujian exclaimed. Earlier, we elders discussed Lin Ku's Wanlu body and knew that such a physique was among the finest during the era of the sages. Though the cultivation methods have been lost, I did not expect this Wanlu body to not only possess explosive power, but also exhibit such richness in spiritual energy. The elders he referred to were indeed the esteemed ones among them. The Rain Spider Master is well aware that Hua Wujing is one of the core members of the sect, and Lin Ku's situation had previously piqued the interest of these core individuals. After all, a particularly unique entity like the Wanluo body is exceedingly rare among these elders in the fusion phase, rendering it intriguing. However, interest waned over time. It is akin to a place where one has only heard tales of a parrot capable of human speech but has never witnessed such a phenomenon. Then, one day, a talking bird suddenly appears. Initially, everyone is fascinated and finds it amusing, but as time passes, the novelty fades. This explains why Lin Ku was no longer subjected to ongoing research and scrutiny. The Wanluo body, in essence, is a special constitution that cannot retain spiritual energy. If one cannot hold onto spiritual energy, the inevitable result is a depletion leading to the transformation into an ordinary mortal. Thus, Lin could transition from being an object of investigation to being left to thrive or wither in the Qingsang garden. Now that Lin Ku has unexpectedly broken through to the Tao Foundation, it is likely to rekindle the interest of many core sect members. Reflecting on the scant records regarding the Wanluo body, the Rain Spider Master realizes that Lin Ku and Lin Kuan-Ming will probably face considerable attention in the days to come. It is essential to note that these Elder Masters in the fusion phase have the most leisure time. If the esteemed Hua develops an interest, he may very well take Lin Ku as his disciple. The Rain Spider Master responds, "Take him as a disciple?" Hua Wujing chuckles yet refrains from commenting. Even a single Elder Master, upon accepting a disciple in the nascent soul stage, would attract a throng of eager candidates lining up for the opportunity. Numerous individuals possess special constitutions within the sect, yet only a handful have reached the fusion phase. It is only when a genius like Lin Kuan-Ming emerges that it might warrant the attention of an Elder Master. Meanwhile, as the two converse, the situation in the arena shifts. Lin Ku has dispelled his protective shield. Lin Kuan-Ming, already drenched in sweat, had refrained from utilizing her newly mastered moon leap technique, which consumes significant spiritual energy. Seeing Lin Ku remove the shield, her eyes gleam with curiosity, and she asks, "Why this decision?" She cannot believe that Lin Ku has exhausted his spiritual energy. Observing Lin Ku's composed demeanor, she knows he is brimming with energy. Even if she were to continue for another hour, she would still be unable to breach his defenses. "I have come to discern the limits of this technique." Lin Ku replies with a smile, "And I shall seize this opportunity to practice other spells with you. Be cautious." With that, he channels his spiritual energy, allowing it to flow rapidly within his body, generating a sound akin to a waterfall crashing upon the surface of water. And his entire being becomes infused with a fighting spirit. He is eager to test his magical prowess. As he contemplates, in this world, combat is inevitable and essential. For him, spells, spiritual insects, and the like are all elements he had yearned to explore and master during his previous life, inspired by novels, dramas, and films. Given this, why not diligently hone his skills? In any case, with the esteemed Rain Spider and Hua Wujian keeping watch, he is certainly free from the peril of death. Given this, he might as well relish the thrill of battle. "Are you treating me as a sharpening stone?" Lin Kuan-Ming, unaware of Lin Ku's inner thoughts, was momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon her eyes ignited with fervor. "Excellent. I relish your sentiment. I comprehend the essence of the jumping moon dance. While you possess a foundation of at least 60%, indeed, we are evenly matched. Let us see whether I shall break you or you shall level me." With that, her eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance, transforming her demeanor entirely. Mysterious and profound, an enigmatic aura radiated from Lin Kuan-Ming as she initiated the Axie jumping moon, infused with the essence of its meaning. However, the Rain Spider and Hua Wujian above were not focused on Lin Kuan-Ming. Instead, their attention returned to Lin Ku. The Rain Spider, perceiving the essence of Lin Ku's foundation, remarked with intrigue, "Is this the body of myriad leaks? No destruction, no establishment. Only through destruction can one establish." Achieving success equates to a 60% foundation. Indeed, it was unfortunate that the records were scant. Hua Wujian squinted. "Were it not for my preoccupation with deciphering the method of transformation, I would have been inclined to take him under my wing for further cultivation." Upon hearing this, the Rain Spider's eyes glimmered. Then why not recommend him to the other elders? Hua Wujian shook his head. "The other old fellows are even more ensnared than I. Apart from the annual rites, when have they ever made an appearance? It is only due to my recent modest gains that I have considered taking Lin Kuan-Ming under my guidance. Otherwise, modest gains?" The Rain Spider's countenance brightened. "Then congratulations are in order, Hua Wujian. To achieve even modest progress during the fusion phase is indeed a rarity." "Haha. It is still too early. I am far from achieving transformation." Hua Wujian's face broke into a smile, evidently pleased with his modest gains. He then shifted the conversation. "By the way, why are you so concerned about this Lin Ku lad?" Hua Wujian inquired, observing the Rain Spider's expression with amusement. The Rain Spider did not respond immediately, instead pondering for a few seconds before replying. "To be honest, I am uncertain if it is merely an illusion. During the previous annual rites, it seemed as though the golden-winged queen cast a glance at Lin Ku." "What?" Hua Wujian's expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening. "Is this true? Such an important matter. Why did you not mention it sooner? I shall inform the chief elder immediately." Chapter 35. Moving Mountains and Shaking Seas. A shocking spectacle for all. Lin Ku was oblivious to the conversation between the Rain Spider and Hua Wujian, as he was currently preoccupied. What a formidable technique! Only by immersing himself in the moment, shedding his defenses, did Lin Ku realize the exceptional synergy between Lin Kuan-Ming and the stick insect. From the outside, Lin Xuanming's movements appeared captivating, brimming with wildness and vitality. Yet, as her adversary, Lin Ke found her assault overwhelmingly fierce. Amidst the flames of her onslaught, an arrow that pierced through all emerged intermittently, the stick insect, rendering defense nearly impossible. Previously, Fong Du was able to subdue Lin Xuanming with iron chains, hammering, and the earth spider, showcasing his considerable combat experience. Little did he know, Lin Xuanming had also begun to harbor thoughts akin to those of Lin Ke at that moment. The formidable mastery of magical arts displayed by Lin Xuanming filled her heart with admiration. She remained unaware that Lin Ke was a traveler from another world, his original self lacking the comprehensive combat experience that she presumed he possessed. However, it was evident that Lin Ke's techniques in battle were not particularly adept. Often, he appeared somewhat clumsy, as if he had engaged in combat only a handful of times, rendering him nearly devoid of any real experience. Yet, Lin Ke's insight into the magical arts and his innovative approaches astounded her. For instance, the seemingly simple mountain-moving technique, which Lin Xuanming typically utilized to conjure earthen walls and shields for defense, was employed by Lin Ke in a remarkably different manner. Struggling to grasp the elusive dance of the moon leap, he instead unleashed the mountain-moving technique to raise clouds of dust, betraying Lin Xuanming's position amidst the swirling particles. As she moved, the wind stirred, and with it, the dust revealed her location. This led to Lin Ke often being unable to see her. Yet he could accurately discern her whereabouts. Moreover, he employed the water arrow technique and the gentle rain technique to moisten the ground, causing Lin Xuanming to become mired in mud, thereby diminishing her speed. Alternatively, he combined the water arrow technique with the fireball technique to generate scalding steam, compelling both to maintain protective barriers against the intense heat. Although Lin Ke, like Lin Xuanming, needed to sustain a barrier for protection against the high temperatures, it was evident that his spiritual energy surpassed hers. Once Lin Xuanming's energy was depleted, victory would undoubtedly belong to Lin Ke. Indeed, Lin Xuanming dared not underestimate Lin Ke, realizing he viewed her as a sharpening stone for his own skills. Initially, she perceived Lin Ke merely as a fortunate genius who had advanced to the foundation establishment stage ahead of others, thinking that the difference in their realms was negligible. The distinction between the Qi refinement stage and the foundation establishment stage is not substantial. It is akin to the difference between a fetus and a newborn. Establishing a foundation signifies the true commencement of the path of cultivation, representing the transition from a fetus to a being of the world. Nonetheless, in reality, the disparity between a fetus and a newborn is not vast, certainly not as pronounced as the difference between a newborn and a child or adolescent. Lin Xuanming had previously defeated early-stage foundation establishment disciples before fully comprehending the moon leap dance. With her newfound understanding, it was logical to conclude that a typical early-stage foundation establishment practitioner could not contend with her. Yet now, it was apparent that Lin Ke was an extraordinary early-stage foundation establishment practitioner. With this realization, Lin Xuanming resolved to go all in. Continuing in this manner would only lead to defeat. Thus, she decided to exert her utmost effort, striving for a decisive victory. "Be careful," she exclaimed, her figure suddenly accelerating by at least 30%. The dust, steam, and mud that once hindered her now held no sway. She became like a flickering flame in the wind, ethereal and elusive. "This is excellent," Lin Ke exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. The battle was proving to be far more thrilling than he had anticipated. He found himself increasingly enamored with the thrill of battle, akin to the exhilaration experienced during sports, such as long-distance running. Initially, he had no intention or awareness of engaging in such an arduous endeavor. Upon his first encounter, he might have felt fatigued and weary. Yet once fully immersed in the experience, sheer delight enveloped him. He ran until exhaustion overtook him, until beads of sweat poured forth, and then until his breath steadied and his demeanor relaxed. Ultimately, he reached a state of complete euphoria, a sense of unrestrained freedom and joy coursing through his entire being. Since his arrival in this realm, he had only experimented with spellcasting, but never had he engaged in combat quite like today. The surge of spiritual energy within him boiled with intensity, the tension and thrill of life and death electrifying his senses. And the spells began to flow effortlessly from his fingertips, igniting Lin Ke's fervor even further. Suddenly, he could not help but tilt his head back and release a piercing howl. This cry swept away the burdens and worries accumulated over the past month since his arrival, leaving only a profound sense of liberation in its wake. "Be cautious, junior sister." Lin Ke laughed heartily, unleashing nearly 40% of his spiritual energy in a tumultuous surge. This was indeed a formidable amount. Lin Ku's foundational strength was already considerable, and 40% of his spiritual energy was not merely a trivial increment. In terms of magnitude, he felt that his power was equivalent to that of a practitioner with 50% foundational strength wielding a full 100% of spiritual energy. As this immense energy erupted from his being, a tempest of wind howled, and the surrounding area fell into a chaotic maelstrom of spiritual essence. At the same time, Lin Ku's voice resonated amidst the storm of energy, moved mountains and overturned seas. As his words echoed, the earth trembled violently. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous, solid chunks of earth surged forth from the ground, forming towering spikes that reached over 10 meters in height. To put this in perspective, in his previous life, a two-story building only measured 5 or 6 meters. These earth spikes erupted from the ground in a dense array, not merely remaining where they were, but launching skyward like rockets. Standing firm, Lin Ku unleashed all of his formidable mental energy from his dantian, directing thousands of conical earth spikes to dance across the arena, akin to bees surrounding their queen. Under normal circumstances, his mental energy would not have sufficed to lift such a multitude. Even raising a single spike of that size would have been an arduous task. However, at this moment, he channeled all 40% of his spiritual energy into the technique of moving mountains and overturning seas, requiring only minimal guidance from his mental energy, as the majority was propelled by his spiritual power. Consequently, the arena became a spectacle, brimming with colossal, soaring earth spikes that left onlookers in awe. The square was exceptionally vast, as those attending the sect competition were no mere mortals. At the very least, they were disciples in the chi refinement stage, possessing keen eyesight. Yet, the sight of these numerous spikes, resembling towering buildings dancing in the air, left many spectators utterly astonished. Is this the foundational stage? He is merely in the early foundational stage. What does that make me? Such terrifying spiritual energy. Why do I feel that Lin Ku is no ordinary practitioner at this level? Could he possess some unique constitution? I can wield the technique of moving mountains and overturning seas as well. I recall that it was merely a matter of lifting a stone and hurling it, wasn't it? Can it be utilized in such a way? Alas, Lin Ku must truly be a genius. It's simply a matter of moving mountains and parting seas. If I were a genius, I could accomplish it as well. How terrifying it would be, had I been in a fight. I might have been pierced through by the ground by now. And you? You would have been shot through by that green bamboo worm in the first round. Wouldn't you? Countless spectators engaged in fervent discussions, while many disciples of the Tao Foundation were left in utter shock. One disciple even exclaimed, "This is certainly not a technique of the Tao Foundation capable of moving mountains and parting seas. I've only witnessed such spiritual power in the hands of senior brothers and sisters of the Golden Core. It is overwhelmingly vast, truly immense. This must be a manifestation of complete spiritual power." Chapter 36. A Great Being expounds. Golden Core? Many who heard the exclamation from the Tao Foundation disciple were all the more astounded. The direct disciples do not remain within the sect. All disciples at the Golden Core stage are required to embark on journeys. Yet, everyone understands that those who become direct disciples are overwhelmingly powerful. Once one condenses the Golden Core, they may seek the tutelage of the Yunjiang elders, learning profound spells and techniques, even acquiring spiritual insects inherited from the Yunjiang masters within the sect. However, since the Golden Core is not present within the sect, many are left unaware of the true might of that stage. It is essential to note that the grandest gathering of the Golden Wing sect occurs during the annual festival, with those returning doing so in advance, while those who remain outside tend to stay away. Moreover, the combatants in the annual sect competition are merely at the chi refinement stage. After all, the destructive capabilities of the chi refinement stage are already considerable. And with numerous disciples within the sect, if battles were frequent, the place would have been utterly devastated long ago. Thus, the competitions among the Tao Foundation disciples are conducted on a smaller scale, rather than the grandiose format of the chi refinement stage sect competitions. The Golden Core stage is even more so. If battles at that stage were unrestricted, it is likely that the territory of the Golden Wing sect would be entirely obliterated. Such is the essence of cultivators. Yet now, someone dares to assert that Lin Ku's technique of moving mountains and parting seas demonstrates the might of the Golden Core? Golden Core? Can it truly possess such power? That seems implausible. I believe the Golden Core stage must be even stronger. Did it not say that Lin Ku is only at the initial stage of the Tao Foundation? Who knows? After all, I am merely at the third layer of chi refinement and have not broken through for over a decade. The complete release of spiritual power is astounding. The most I have ever managed is just over 20%. The disciples were abuzz with conversation. An ant cannot perceive the difference between a kitten and a tiger, nor can it discern the disparity between a Tyrannosaurus and a 9-clawed golden dragon, as they are all crushed under a single finger. Yet a dog can certainly recognize the distinction between a tiger, a Tyrannosaurus, and a 9-clawed golden dragon. Disciples at the Qi refinement stage find themselves at a considerable distance from the Tao foundation, let alone the golden core. Thus most observers remain oblivious to the true level of Lin Ke's technique in moving mountains and parting seas. However, some Tao Foundation disciples understand that Lin Ke's strength does not reflect the vast disparity akin to that of an ant and a Tyrannosaurus or a 5-clawed golden dragon. However, it is likely a disparity akin to that between a chihuahua and a hound. At this moment, many gazed skyward, intrigued by what the Rain Spider Master and Hua Wujian would articulate or elucidate. Indeed, the Rain Spider Master, observing the curiosity of numerous disciples, raised an eyebrow and turned to Hua Wujian. Haha. The relatively weaker, this strike has indeed reached the golden core stage. Hua Wujian's voice resonated far and wide, echoing across thousands of miles. He appeared exceedingly delighted, reminiscent of the joy an elder feels when a prodigious talent emerges from their family. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, akin to a roaring tsunami. The golden core. To possess the power of a golden core strike at the initial foundation stage is astonishing. Even most practitioners at the later stages of foundation do not boast such prowess. However, before Hua Wujian could finish his statement, he continued, Lin Ke possesses the rare 10,000 leaks body. During his cultivation, he faces myriad challenges. A moment's inattention could cause his internal spiritual energy to leak away. Akin to scooping water with a sieve, no matter how much energy is drawn, it will ultimately be lost. In the Qi refining stage, each of the 9 layers corresponds to a fraction of the foundation. Achieving 10 layers equates to establishing a foundation. Lin Ke, being of the 10,000 leaks body, experienced a unique breakthrough that enabled him to reach 6/10 of the foundation, thereby qualifying as a genius. Why can he unleash such a vast amount of spiritual energy at once? It is known that a typical cultivator can only muster 4 or 5/10 at their utmost limit. However, the 10,000 leaks body is distinct. It can erupt with full 10/10 of spiritual energy. True to its name, it embodies the essence of 10,000 leaks. Consequently, Lin Ke, with 6/10 of the foundation, unleashed all his spiritual energy, resulting in a formidable display of power. Speaking of the method to move mountains and drain seas, I have some insights to share. Hua Wujian seemed to grow intrigued and began to elucidate publicly. This was a lecture from a practitioner at the fusion stage. And even the Rain Spider Master listened intently, let alone the countless disciples present. Thus, everyone attentively absorbed the teachings, contemplating their meanings. The method to move mountains and drain seas is one that many are familiar with. Even those who do not practice it may encounter it in future confrontations. Thus, it is beneficial to listen closely. As the originator of this technique, Lin Ke did not share the same fortune of listening to the teachings. During the battle, the sounds of the arena were entirely isolated, and thus he could not hear Hua Wujian's voice. Such an eruption could only occur in an instant. Lin Ke felt a moment of enlightenment, yet his mental energy began to deplete rapidly. In the following instant, he unleashed the multitude of massive earth spikes swirling in the sky, causing a tremendous roar as dust and debris filled the arena. As for Lin Kuan-Ming, in the very moment Lin Ke initiated this earth-moving technique, a spike shattered his protective shield, and the Rain Spider Master ensured his safety. The ensuing seconds, filled with a barrage of earth spikes, were merely Lin Ke testing the limits of his capabilities. In retrospect, this technique, although seemingly formidable, is more suited for mass assaults or encounters with opponents as swift as Lin Kuan-Ming. During other instances, its efficacy diminishes significantly, particularly after reaching the foundational stage. Everyone will possess the ability to soar, rendering ground spikes effective only for ambushes. He must contemplate the formulation of superior techniques. For instance, the conventional method of shifting mountains and overturning seas can be succinctly described as using stones to strike and water to inundate. However, at its most profound levels, one can consolidate materials such as diamonds, thunderstones, 1 yuan heavy water, and primordial clear water for striking and flooding. Yet, those considerations are for a later time. Lin Ke raised his gaze and beheld the descending figure of the Rain Spider real person. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the teachings of Hua Wujing. The rain spider real person gestured for him to listen first. After all, this was a discourse from a formidable figure. Opportunities to hear the teachings of those at the transformative stage are scarce. Consequently, Lin Ke listened attentively. Muscles reside outside the bones, while bloodlines flow within the flesh. Understanding the circulation of bloodlines leads to insights into the vitality and decay of muscles. Thus, all waters converge towards the northeast. While the energies of Kuan and Shin give rise to the creation of embryos, devoid of the influence of the Yu and Xin, the essence of Wu and Ding births opportunities, not to be swayed by the spirits of Kan and Gue. Hua Wujing elucidated the principles behind the technique of shifting mountains and overturning seas. What constitutes principles? Dao and Li. Dao refers to the great path, while Li embodies the truth. Lin Ke was already engaged in the study and comprehension of the technique of shifting mountains and overturning seas. At that moment, as he absorbed Hua Wujing's teachings, a flicker of enlightenment ignited within him. After a considerable time, Hua Wujing ceased his discourse and remarked, "Let us conclude for today." As his words fell, tens of thousands awakened from their reverie, gradually realizing the completion of the teachings. "I shall take my young disciple and depart first," Hua Wujing announced. Addressing the rain spider real person, "Please take good care of the matters concerning the youth." With a hearty laugh, he ascended into the sky, accompanied by Lin Kuan-ming, who appeared to want to say something to Lin Ke but was whisked away in an instant, leaving only Lin Ke and the rain spider real person on the scene. In the next moment, the audience erupted into fervent cheers and applause. Goodness! He has only been in the foundational stage for a month and has already defeated a prodigy who wields intent. Did you not hear? He possesses the body of a myriad leeks, immensely powerful, comparable to the sages of antiquity. Did I just listen to a discourse from a transformative master? Even an elder of the nascent soul stage might not have that privilege. Transformative masters are inundated with affairs. To have one take the time to teach us is indeed a stroke of fortune. I believe my understanding of the technique of shifting mountains and overturning seas now surpasses that of Lin Ke. Nonsense. Master the intent first before dreaming of challenging Lin Ke. Just 3 months ago, Lin Kuan-ming suddenly emerged, defeating numerous inner disciples at the foundational stage. He must have encountered significant opportunities. Now, he is destined to soar to new heights. Our sect is truly remarkable. Not only are there prodigies who have mastered the meaning of qi refinement, but also geniuses endowed with the 10,000 leagues body and a solid foundation of 60% in their Dao. I sense that our sect is poised for a resurgence in our generation. The entire arena is alive with cheers and lively discussions, with everyone fervently debating the recent events. One is the profound teachings of the Fusion Master, and the other is Lin Xuanming's mastery of the Moon Leap intent. And then, there's Lin Ke, who possesses the 10,000 leagues body, having endured neglect and bullying for 3 years, and who was once a target for Li Lu but ultimately made a remarkable breakthrough. Chapter 37, The Cauldron, the sacred wind body of Ling's son. Lin Ke, you have forged your foundation with the 10,000 leagues body and triumphed over Lin Kuan-ming, who wields the Moon Leap intent, thus deserving the title of first in this sect's grand competition, Master Yuzhu announced loudly. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into a fervent applause, the sound echoing across the heavens, a cacophony of cheers that filled the air. Lin Ke stood at the center of the plaza. Feeling the weight of the crowd's attention, his heart momentarily stirred, before quickly settling back into tranquility. Though he was indeed excited, he did not forget the source of his achievements, his fists. If one were to indulge in the hollow vanity of such attention and forget to forge ahead, to remain cautious, and to feel overly proud, then death would not be far away. Thank you, Master Yuzhu, Lin Ke replied calmly, bowing his hands in respect. Shedding the exhilaration from the recent battle, Master Yuzhu, observing Lin Ke's transition from fervor to insight, then to vanity, and finally to serenity, couldn't help but nod in approval. Her eyes glimmering with admiration, neither arrogant nor discouraged. This is the heart that seeks the Tao. Once the annual festival is over in a few days, I shall send someone to distribute the rewards for the sect competition. With a wave of her hand, her voice resonated far and wide. The sect competition has concluded. The annual festival lasts for 10 days. Everyone may revel freely. The annual festival is the most significant day. The entire Golden Wing sect is immersed in a sea of joy. For nearly 10 days, everyone sets aside their cultivation and responsibilities, focusing solely on indulging in the festivities in the plaza and the various structures above it. Lin Ke also immersed himself in this jubilant atmosphere, yet he continued his cultivation. However, Due to his newfound fame, he often had to conceal his face with a mask. Fortunately, many individuals wore diverse and colorful attire, and numerous others also concealed their identities, rendering him less conspicuous. Have you heard? Our sect is about to flourish. Indeed, you may not know, our sect has always been an average player in the poison refining mountains, neither rising nor falling. Now, with the new generation including Lin Ku and Lin Quanming, we are set to soar. What do you mean by neither rising nor falling? Our sect at least ranks in the top 10 of the poison refining mountains. The top 5 is possible. Let us aim for the top 3. It has nothing to do with me. I still receive a monthly stipend of 150. My friend, that is not the right attitude. If our sect grows strong, we could see spiritual stone mines from other sects, and wouldn't that mean a larger stipend? I have no time to care. I'm just focused on living my life. As Lin Ku walked along, he occasionally overheard conversations around him. His name mentioned more times than he could count. Fame instills fear in individuals, much like how a pig fears becoming plump. Lin mused internally. Nonetheless, it was precisely such grand gatherings as the annual festival that imparted to him a wealth of knowledge and broadened his horizons. The 5-element techniques he employed during his battle with Lin Quanming were inspired by the confrontations he observed on the competition stage. As for the climactic eruption of his mountain-moving technique, according to Hua Wujing, it was a technique of explosive potential from the myriad leaks of his body, enabling him to unleash his entire reservoir of spiritual energy in an instant. In truth, however, he only tapped into 40% of his spiritual power. This realization further elevated the significance he placed on his profound spiritual energy. His advantages lay in his robust spiritual force, his connection to Lin Kan, and his mastery of the Niwen Palace. He pondered about the state of Qing Sang Garden, as he had been wandering for quite some time, and began to contemplate returning. However, the competition for foundational stage sects had yet to commence, so he found himself in a state of anticipation. It was said that the foundational stage trials would not take place in the plaza, but at another location. He merely needed to await the summons from the Rain Spider Master via the disciple's token before gathering. Simultaneously, he contemplated the matter concerning Li Lu. With Lin Ku now standing out prominently, the Rain Spider Master had openly reprimanded Li Lu in front of the sect's disciples, suggesting that, in a sense, Li Lu was no longer a formidable threat. Yet, he wondered how Li Li's nascent soul father would react. Nevertheless, even if that Yunjiang master was a nascent soul elder, it was unlikely he would easily confront the Rain Spider Master, who was, after all, the sister of the sect leader, superior both in strength and in backing. Yet, Lin Ku felt an unsettling notion that matters were far from resolved. Why had Lila suddenly taken an interest in Zonya? This question prompted him to delve deeper into thought. According to the original owner's memories, there had been little connection between Li Lu and the sibling duo. Yet one day, Li Lu inexplicably became intrigued by Zonya. This was undoubtedly peculiar. The original owner had dismissed it, attributing it to Li Li's carnal desires. However, Lin Ku sensed that the situation was not so straightforward. Could the issue lie with Zonya? At this juncture, Lin Ku arrived at an auction house and decided to enter. He intended to sit down, ponder thoughtfully, and perhaps explore any intriguing items the auction house might offer. While purchasing was virtually impossible, broadening his knowledge would still be worthwhile. Esteemed friend, are you here to conduct business or merely to observe? Upon entering, he was greeted by an elegantly poised woman. Merely to observe, Lin Ku replied. The woman before him was at the late foundational stage, indicative of the auction house's caliber. Upon hearing that Lin Ku was not there to engage in transactions, her demeanor remained unchanged. She continued to exhibit the utmost courtesy, saying, "Very well, esteemed friend. Please follow me. I shall escort you to the ordinary viewing platform, if that suits you." Many auction houses featured various tiers of viewing platforms, which were determined not by strength or status, but solely by the number of spirit stones one possessed. Lin Ku had little desire for private rooms. He merely sought a place to rest and observe the lively scene. Thus, he acquiesced and followed the woman into what was termed an ordinary viewing platform. This auction house was not suspended in midair, which meant that many disciples in the Qi refinement stage could enter. Yet it did not feel crowded or noisy in the slightest. It must have employed spatial and soundproof formations, for despite the multitude of people, the interior remained spacious. Upon stepping through a particular door, the scenery changed dramatically. Cushions floated in the air, each occupied by a meditating cultivator. In the center was a large circular marble platform, where a woman spoke passionately, her voice resonating through the space, and behind her stood a cage containing some kind of demonic beast. Feel free to step onto a jade cushion. It will glide you into the fray. If you wish to participate in the auction, simply channel your spiritual energy into the jade cushion. The woman who had escorted him gestured towards the jade cushion at Lin Ke's feet before bowing and departing. Many auction houses operated in this manner, and having been to one before, Lin Ke easily settled into a cross-legged position on the cushion. The cushion ascended smoothly into the air, allowing him to take in everything on the marble platform while also hearing the discussions of the onlookers and the host's announcements. 3,800 for the first time, 3,800 for the second time, 3,800 for the third time, sold. This water-repelling pig has been acquired by Box 5. The next item is a 600-year-old purple ghost orchid, harvested from the poisonous mountain range. The host, clad in revealing attire and exuding enthusiasm, effortlessly drew the audience's attention. However, once captivated, their focus would inevitably shift back to the item being presented. This was a spirit herb. Lin Ke observed as the host introduced the purple ghost orchid. Some disciples manipulated their jade cushions to emit light in competitive bidding. Calm your mind, purge impurities, and refine your spiritual energy? Even Lin Ke felt a twinge of desire upon hearing the benefits of the purple ghost orchid. Yet, he refrained from purchasing unnecessary items, especially given his current financial constraints. Thus, he continued to ponder the memories of Zhongye and Li Lu, attempting to uncover clues that neither the original self nor Zhongye had noticed. After much contemplation, he recalled an unusual incident. It seemed that one day, Zhongye had mentioned feeling unwell during her cultivation, and after consuming a meal prepared by the kitchen, she felt better. At that time, the original self had not understood, and Lin Ke had assumed it was merely a monthly physiological occurrence. However, reflecting now, there appeared to be something amiss. Dear friends, the next item is a slave from the Yunjiang days, a banshee with the spirit wind body of the Qi refinement stage. The spirit wind body, if refined into a furnace cauldron, could have limitless potential. The mention of furnace cauldron caused Lin Ke's expression to shift. Chapter 38, Spiritual Essence. A sudden inspiration. What had initially been a quest for a place to sit, broaden his horizons, and contemplate matters had taken an unexpected turn. Unintentionally overhearing the words of the host above, Lin Ke was suddenly struck by a possibility. A furnace vessel. Li Lu intended to use Zhongye as a furnace vessel, even if not literally a furnace vessel. It was evident that some particular trait of Zhongye had caught Li Lu's attention. Li Lu was enamored with Zhongye's physique. Moreover, this admiration was not in the manner that Lin Ke and Zhongye had previously perceived. This also elucidated why Li Lu was eager to marry Zhongye. But why did the elder of the nascent soul behind Li Lu remain in the shadows? If Zhongye were indeed a remarkable furnace vessel, the elder could simply make an appearance to solidify the matter. The most plausible explanation is that he preferred to keep it discreet. Li Lu's father, the esteemed Yunjiang, feared that any leaks or suspicions might arise, thus refraining from intervening. To those of the golden core and nascent soul levels, this was merely a trivial matter of youthful infatuation, akin to adults observing children playing house. This indicated that Zhongye's physique was indeed extraordinary, captivating even beings of the nascent soul and beyond, which rendered Li Lu's father hesitant to proclaim it. 96,900 spirit stones. First, second, third, transaction completed. Hearing the figure of 1,000,000 spirit stones, Lin Ke couldn't help but gasp. He promptly left the place to seek out Zhongye. He needed to convey his suspicions to Zhongye, inquire about her specific feelings, and then consult relevant materials. Moreover, this matter could not be delegated to others. It had to be handled by him and Zhongye alone, lest it attract unwanted attention. Damn it, I truly need to acquire a spirit vein manuscript. Now, finding Zhongye was uncertain, but with the manuscript, he could simply ask. Lin Ke resolved to earn some money first, and then purchase the spirit vein manuscript. Where could his senior sister be? Lin Ke stood on the ground, gazing upward. After the conclusion of the sect competition, Zhongye had departed with several senior sisters, while Lin Ke had engaged in conversation with the rain spider elder before leaving, hence their paths did not cross. It seemed he had no choice but to seek out the rain spider elder. Lin Ke sighed. He knew where the rain spider elder resided. Thus, he soared into the sky. Unbeknownst to him, his heart was filled with urgency. The plaza is here. The office should be above. His battleground was in the center, surrounded by numerous shops. Whether on the ground or in the floating structures above, not all establishments belonged to the Golden Wing sect. In fact, most were established by external sections. The annual festival of the Golden Wing sect was considered a grand event by various factions. Many came to purchase goods from the Golden Wing sect, while also selling their own wares. The Golden Wing sect welcomed this exchange. However, who manages these establishments? Naturally, it would be one of the elders of the Golden Wing sect. These elders, to facilitate their control over the powerful artifacts that suppress a 1,000-mile radius and to assert their status, established their offices at the very top. Lin Ku ascended directly, revealing his identity, and was subsequently escorted before Master Yuzhu by the gatekeeper disciple. Your sister? Master Yuzhu, seated on a mat and perusing a physical tome, raised an eyebrow at Lin Ku's words. In just a few hours, the competition for your inner disciples in the Foundation establishment stage will commence. Why the haste? Just a few hours? Lin Ku, upon hearing this, recognized his own impatience. However, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, is this a whim? There exists a notion in the previous life that when a loved one encounters misfortune, one's body may instinctively react. At times, an innate sense of unease emerges, stemming from the subconscious and its response to the surrounding environment. For instance, certain detectives may catch glimpses of crucial details pertaining to a case without truly acknowledging them, leading their subconscious to sense that something is amiss, as if they have overlooked a significant element. Terms such as sixth sense and subconscious encapsulate similar concepts. Some individuals may feel restless at work, unable to focus, possibly due to having overlooked something. Yet, their subconscious has already pieced together the neglected details, forming a conclusion they subconsciously resist, resulting in their agitation. This phenomenon is what one might refer to as a whim. In this world of cultivation, it is even more pronounced. Cultivators often experience such whims when confronted with matters directly affecting them. Just as Lin Ku had previously acquired a mysterious seed from the Nyowan Palace due to an impulsive notion, he had recently been inspired by the effects of the furnace of that clam woman, which hastened his arrival here. The realization imparted by Master Yuzhu made him acutely aware of his own urgency. This signified a potential danger. Zonya is in peril, Lin Ku pondered, feeling a twinge of doubt about the original owner's spiritual sensitivity. Spirituality, root nature, and comprehension are the attributes assessed in new disciples upon entering a sect. The root nature pertains to one's capacity to absorb spiritual energy, akin to the spiritual roots found in novels from his previous life. Comprehension is straightforward, while spirituality, in Lin Ku's understanding, is an enigmatic aspect involving perception, innate disposition, curiosity, and whimsy. All beings possess a spirit. Much like how one might commend a particularly perceptive cat or dog or remark upon a child's innate sensitivity. According to the original owner's entrance examination, the root nature was commendable, otherwise he would not have been granted entry into the inner sect. However, the spirituality was rather average. Now, having demonstrated a sudden impulse regarding this matter, it seemed to signify a transformation brought about by his transmigration, perhaps due to the merging of two souls, resulting in heightened spirituality? Master, I seem to have experienced a whim. I feel that my senior sister is in danger. With this thought, Lin Ku took a deep breath and clasped his hands together, pleading, I kindly request your assistance, Master. Upon hearing the words, the Rain Spider Master slowly rose, casting a profound glance in his direction. Subsequently, a diminutive version of the Rain Spider Master emerged from atop her head. A nascent spirit. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from the nascent spirit, dispersing into the cosmos. Nearby, several nascent spirits sensed this potent aura emanating from the Rain Spider Master. Although intrigued, they did not intervene. Lin Ku and Zonya lacked the means of the Xianmai literature. Thus their only recourse was to allow the Rain Spider Master to utilize her spiritual power for searching. The sheer magnitude of her spiritual energy left Lin Ku astounded. Although he could not discern its full extent, he could certainly feel its vastness. Yet, it did not seem overwhelmingly strong. Despite the formidable spiritual energy, Lin Ku did not experience the stark contrast one might expect between an ant and a dragon. The ease with which a nascent spirit could crush a golden core was well known. Yet, in terms of spiritual might, he did not perceive such a pronounced disparity. He understood that this was not due to the Rain Spider Master's weakness, but rather because his own spiritual power, derived from the opening of the Mud Pill Palace, was exceptionally potent. Eventually, the Rain Spider Master let out a soft hum. This Leela truly possesses audacity, daring to commit acts of violence beneath my very nose. Upon hearing this, Lin Ku's heart tightened. In the next moment, the Rain Spider Master grasped Lin Ku's shoulder and soared into the air. Within minutes, They arrived at the outskirts of the location where the sect's annual ritual was being held. The venue was encircled by a cluster of towering mountains, which the Rain Spider Master effortlessly traversed, even beckoning to retrieve a magical artifact from the nearest mountain. Before them stood a youth with an indifferent expression. Behind him were the smiling Li Lu and the enraged Zhongya. Rain Spider Master, what brings you here? The youth inquired coolly. The Rain Spider Master scoffed. Yunjiang Master, do you wish for your son to oppose me? Chapter 39. Duel of Magic. The youth before them was indeed Yunjiang Master. He appeared even younger than Li Lu. However, Lin Ku understood that in the realm of cultivation, one's outward appearance bore little correlation to their true age or strength. This seemingly unremarkable youth was, in fact, a powerful being of the nascent spirit stage. Oppose you? No. Li Lu is fond of this woman. I shall ensure her ascendance to the Golden Core stage. Yunjiang Master replied, slowly shaking his head. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Ku, who stood beside the Rain Spider Master. Moreover, I shall grant you a saber-armed scorpion and 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The saber-armed scorpion? Lin Ku furrowed his brow as relevant information flashed through his mind. The saber-armed scorpion, a superior spirit insect, could potentially possess extraordinary talents among its royal lineage, originally hailing from the poisonous mountain range. It had been brought into the sect by an elder who reared it within the saber-armed forest, where it was exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. The saber-armed forest? Li Li's father came from there? Connecting the dots with Yunjiang Master's name, Lin Ku immediately made the association. He shifted his gaze to the Rain Spider Master, who was likewise looking at him. The gaze of the Rain Spider Master was one of inquiry, questioning whether Lin Ku concurred with the actions of the Monkey Brave Master. In response, Lin Ku's eyes conveyed a plea, beseeching the Rain Spider Master to advocate on his behalf. Their gazes soon collided, and the Rain Spider Master raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, seemingly taken aback by Lin Ku's unexpected familiarity. Little did she know that Lin Ku had already surmised her willingness to assist him. After all, although Lin Ku was unaware of the significance behind the Queen of Golden Wings' glance, he was certain that since the Rain Spider Master had already extended her aid, she would see it through to the end. It was evident that having already offended the Monkey Brave Master in plain view, the Rain Spider Master would no longer be intimidated. Release Zhongya, the Rain Spider Master commanded, turning to meet the Monkey Brave Master's gaze directly. She is a disciple of our sect. Do not breach the established order. There exists but one order in this world. The strong shall reign. The Monkey Brave Master replied indifferently. As he spoke, a scorpion, its arms covered in long hair and a tail resembling the limbs of a monkey, crawled from behind his shoulder, its size comparable to that of a human head, brandishing its claws menacingly at the Rain Spider Master. What you speak of is the order of beasts, the Rain Spider Master retorted with a cold smirk. Our sect has taken root here, and we ought to support one another, not coerce and harm. Lin Ku found himself in agreement with the Rain Spider Master's sentiments, even though he did not oppose the Monkey Brave Master's words. He, for instance, had a profound understanding of the sect's principles. Conventionally, in the realm of immortal cultivation literature, a disciple with his level of cultivation, who had regressed to the first layer of qi refinement, would have been cast out to fend for himself. Yet, the sect had not abandoned him, a seemingly hopeless case lacking potential. Instead, they had graciously allowed him to reside in the Qinsang garden for his twilight years. Such kindness was commendable, indeed. Naturally, it was not unusual for a few like Li Lu, who were akin to rotten apples, to exist within the sect. A larger environment inevitably harbors a variety of characters. Oh, by your reasoning, is our sect not established upon the peaks of the poisonous mountains through sheer strength? The White Ming sect and the Reverse Growth sect have refrained from offending us precisely because we support one another internally? The Monkey Brave Master replied coolly. Were it not for mutual support, you would have perished from starvation 230 years ago. It is precisely because the sect sheltered you and did not discard you that you can stand here today and challenge me, the Rain Spider Master retorted, her smile laced with sarcasm. That sentiment rings true. The Monkey Brave Master unexpectedly conceded, even bowing his head in gratitude. I am indebted to the Rain Spider Master for taking me enduring those years. Such a revelation astonished Lin Ku. He thought the Monkey Brave Master would yield. However, after expressing his gratitude, the Monkey Brave Master continued, but I have only one son, Lu'er, and I will not allow him to relinquish the woman he loves. I do not wish for him to endure what I did. My letting go of my beloved is why Lu'er now has no mother. As he spoke, the tail of the scorpion that accompanied the Monkey Brave Master suddenly elongated, striking towards the Rain Spider Master's brow. How audacious! The Rain Spider Master exclaimed, her voice sharp as she unleashed a surge of spiritual pressure. Dare you show your claws against me? With her delicate brows furrowed, the Rain Spider Master swung her hand fiercely, conjuring a spider adorned with yellow and black patterns, sprouting wings, which ascended into the air alongside her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spider unfurled its wings, releasing strands of silk from its abdomen that shot forth like bullets towards the scorpion of the monkey warrior. I am loyal to my sect, yet I have resolved to claim this woman. The scorpion on the monkey warrior's shoulder seamlessly merged with his body, evidently employing the art of wet egg hatching. I shall not retreat. How shameless. Your beloved Zonya, have you ever inquired about her feelings? Li Lu is not like you. The Rain Spider Master coldly snorted. She gestured for Lin Ku to move behind the monkey warrior, while she herself invoked the art of wet egg hatching. However, unlike Lin Ku's version, the monkey warrior suddenly sprouted 3 stinger tails from his back, longer than his own body. In contrast, the Rain Spider Master grew 8 spider legs from her back. Their mastery of the art of wet egg hatching was evidently profound and refined. The monkey warrior had scarcely glanced at Lin Ku, who had been tossed towards him by the Rain Spider Master, before being pushed back by her assault. In an instant, they retreated several miles, engaging in combat amidst the clouds. Meanwhile, Zonya, Lin Ku, and Li Lu remained motionless, their fury only expressed through their expressions. Who would have thought you could break through? Li Li's gaze turned malevolent as he extended his hand, upon which rested a scorpion. It seems I should have eliminated you back then. At that time, killing you would only have resulted in punishment. Now, it is not too late. Lin Ku did not respond, instead turning her attention to Zonya. It appeared that Zonya was immobilized by some force, unable to move or even open her mouth, only able to emit muffled sounds. Lin Ku furrowed her brow, first conjuring the purple crystal beetle for wet egg hatching, then spoke. Do you and your father not fear the sect's regulations? Regulations? Li Lu scoffed. War is imminent. Strength is everything. Do you think the sect would choose an underdeveloped Wanlu body over a solid Yuaning elder? When war approaches, rules are cast aside. Does this imply that Li Lu seeks to act beyond the law? Naive. In times of war, strict discipline is even more crucial. I have nothing more to say to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Ku ceased her words, directly channeling her spiritual energy, causing 2 clumps of earth to surge forth from the ground. One enveloped Zonya, transforming into a solid wall under her command. The other morphed into spikes that lunged towards Li Li's body. The monkey arm needle. Li Lu leapt, the scorpion merging with his body. This scorpion must be Li Li's innate spiritual insect, of high-quality spirit grade. Upon merging, a phantom of the scorpion's tail coalesced behind him. Whoosh! The tail phantom smashed down, shattering the earth spikes, then abruptly elongated to stab at Lin Ku. Lin Ku's body was enveloped in a purple crystal shell, standing firm to block the strike, and she conjured several spear-like earth spikes from thin air. She had previously contemplated that employing the method of mountain moving and sea overturning was too crude. With the power being excessively dispersed, it was suitable for group attacks, provided that the average realm of the group was lower than hers. If one is to engage in combat of equal rank, it is essential to consolidate one's strength. The force exerted by 5 fingers pressed together pales in comparison to that of a single fist. This illustrates the advantage of practical experience. Previously, Lin Ku had learned the art of moving mountains and overturning seas without any real combat experience or observing others in action. However, after participating in the sect competition, he gleaned numerous lessons. For instance, during his earlier battle with Lin Kuan-Ming, the total amount of spiritual energy he unleashed was equivalent to the power of a single strike from a golden core cultivator. Yet, in terms of intensity, a golden core practitioner could likely slay him with just a flying sword, as their spiritual energy is concentrated into a singular force, while his own energy was dispersed across numerous spikes, failing to even graze the opponent's ropes. Thus, when he concentrated his attack on Li Lu with the earth spikes, he employed both the techniques of moving mountains and overturning seas and solidifying the earth into steel. Bang! Li Li's scorpion tail, resembling a powerful ape's arm, swung wildly, repelling Lin Ku's assembled earth spike spear, with the agile movements of the scorpion tail creating a defensive effect. Simultaneously, Li Lu formed hand seals, conjuring immense fireballs from thin air, which he hurled at Lin Ku. Having established his foundation long ago, Li Lu possessed a robust reservoir of spiritual energy and had a far superior mastery of spells compared to Lin Ku. Nonetheless, in terms of the depth of spiritual energy, Who in the early stages of foundation establishment could rival Lin Ku? Whoosh! Lin Ku ascended into the air, his spiritual energy surging within him, erupting outward into massive water orbs, each measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter, numbering around 70 or 80. The technique of moving mountains and overturning seas. These water spheres surged forth, extinguishing Li Li's fireballs in an instant and attempting to envelop him. Not a chance. Li Li retreated, summoning a top-tier spiritual flying sword beneath his feet, and once more gestured to conjure 5 scorpion tails to cling to his body. These 5 scorpion tails, with their robust movements, replaced the ethereal projection formed by the wet egg-laying technique as a means of defense. The scorpion tails then elongated, shifting into offensive maneuvers. Your father truly spares no expense. Lin Ku observed the array of top-tier spiritual items with a hint of incredulity. He promptly dissipated the sluggish water orbs, adopting a defense with purple crystal armor, while continuing to consolidate more earth spike spears using the techniques of moving mountains and overturning seas, as well as solidifying the earth into steel. Although each earth spike spear lacked the strength of a low-tier spiritual flying sword, the relentless assault of 50 or 60 spears under Lin Ku's mental control posed a significant hindrance to Li Lu. Your mental prowess is astonishing, disciple of the 10,000 Leagues body. You have concealed your strength well over the years. Li Li's expression turned grim. Today, I shall eradicate you, you little wretch, here and now. Otherwise, in the future, though his words trailed off, his intent was unmistakable. Lin Ku's remarkable talent was already evident. Should he continue to grow, he would undoubtedly become a formidable threat. You are not capable of achieving that. Lin Ku refrained from engaging in verbal sparring. Li Lu had been cultivating his foundation for so long yet still could not surpass him, leaving him with nothing but words. However, this experience allowed Lin Ku to discern his own shortcomings. Despite possessing such profound spiritual power, his battle against Li Lu had reached an impasse, evidently lacking a decisive offensive spell. Glancing at the numerous monkey-arm scorpions crawling over Li Lu and the flying swords beneath his feet, it was clear these were all high-grade spiritual items, undoubtedly gifted by Li Li's father. This insight sparked a revelation within Lin Ku. Perhaps what he truly lacked were spells, spiritual tools, and other useful items. Yet, what would serve him best at this moment was not these artifacts, but rather powerful spiritual insects capable of being controlled and utilized for breeding. Chapter 40. The Outbreak of Conflict, Turmoil in the Sect. Boom. 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 Li Lu did not conjure a spiritual shield, clearly aware that his spiritual prowess could not match Lin Ku's, relying instead on the defensive capabilities of the monkey-arm scorpions. This showcased the wealth of his lineage. 5 high-grade spiritual monkey-arm scorpions, all exuding the aura of the 9th level of Qi refinement, meant Lin Ku was not facing Li Lu one-on-one, but rather 1 against 6. This further highlighted Lin Ku's deficiencies. It is worth noting that during his previous encounter with Lin Kuan-ming, she had only commanded a single green bamboo worm, and the disparity lay primarily in her evasive maneuvers, which Lin Ku found difficult to counterbalance. Consequently, he did not dwell on how to rectify this gap, as it was unrealistic to expect enlightenment at will. However, now, even though Lin Ku outclassed Li Lu in spells and spiritual energy, the battle remained fiercely contested, revealing a clear distinction in their capabilities. This gap was not due to an elusive understanding, but rather something he could attain. One aspect was his lack of more potent offensive spells. Or perhaps he needed to explore alternative applications of his existing abilities. The other was spiritual insects. He had begun contemplating investing heavily in acquiring several mid-grade spiritual insects for breeding, with the presence of the Mud Pill Palace and Lin Silkworm. Nurturing spiritual insects would be easier for him than for Li Lu and his father. Just as Lin Ku and Li Lu were locked in their fierce struggle, a resounding laugh echoed from the distant sky. Ha ha, Master Yunjiang, your monkey-arm scorpions are still so easily dealt with. Just use sharp objects against them, huh? It was the voice of Master Yuzhu. Simultaneously, a figure plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Master Yuzhu descended from above, her spider spiritual insect perched on her shoulder, having already dispelled the breeding technique. With a beaming smile, she flew towards Lin Ku, swatting Li Lu away, and asked him with a grin, "What do you think? Had Master Yuzhu defeated Li Li's father?" Lin Ku also smiled and replied with a respectful gesture, "Practice yields true knowledge." Li Lu found himself inexplicably whisked away by a sudden strike from the Rain Spider Master, seemingly directed towards the vicinity of the Brave Ape Master. Lin Ku understood that although the Rain Spider Master had lent her assistance, It was improbable for her to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the brave ape master solely on his behalf. The fact that she was willing to confront the brave ape master on his account was already commendable, regardless of the location. The strength of one's fist is the ultimate truth. Were Lin Ku to attain the status of a nascent soul master, he could have effortlessly dispatched Li Lu without consequence. Experience leads to wisdom, Lin Ku remarked, prompting a spark of enlightenment in the Rain Spider Master. Well said. Such profound wisdom. It appears you have gained much. She then turned her gaze towards Zonya, who was shielded by Lin Ku's formidable defenses, and with a gentle shrug. The spider, adorned in hues of yellow and black and sporting wings, leaped forth, effortlessly breaking through the earthen barrier with its front legs. With a graceful motion, it spun delicate, crystalline threads between its limbs, revealing that Zonya had previously been ensnared by such silken strands, rendering her immobile. Junior brother, Zonya exclaimed as she freed herself, her eyes filled with concern. Yet, having witnessed the Rain Spider Master's assistance to Lin Ku, she regained her composure and respectfully bowed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Rain Spider Master, for your help. Thank you. The Rain Spider Master smiled and waved her hand dismissively. Every sect has its own rules. I disdain Li Li's actions, and he shall be punished for them. Come. The Tao Foundation sect competition is about to commence. Though you may not be the protagonists, it would be beneficial for you to observe. The prospect of the sect competition piqued Lin Ku's interest. It would provide an opportunity to witness the prowess of peers, particularly those in the later stages of Tao Foundation. He anticipated the combat, as recent battles during the annual festival had highlighted the importance of practical experience. However, Zonya's well-being remained a priority. Approaching her with concern, he inquired, Senior sister, do you feel unwell? That scoundrel Li Lu lured me here under the pretense of my life being in danger, yet he did not harm me. Zonya replied, shaking her head with a sigh, I didn't think much of it at the time, but in hindsight, it seems quite foolish. Lin Ku empathized with her state of anxiety. It is a relief that you are unharmed. As for your unique constitution, I shall inform you later so you can take precautions. The Rain Spider Master, wearing a smile, patiently awaited their exchange and, upon its conclusion, declared, Since all is well, let us depart. She glanced towards the spot where the brave ape master had been knocked down moments ago. The brave ape master and Li Lu are unlikely to trouble you in the immediate future. However, she was about to continue when suddenly, a thin membrane appeared in the sky, accompanied by a chilling scream. Alert! Alert! The demonic creatures of the poisonous mountain range are in revolt. As her words echoed, a tremendous sound erupted in the air, followed by a spectacular explosion akin to fireworks. A nascent soul self-detonation? This is dire. The Rain Spider Master's expression shifted dramatically. You too must retreat. The sect is in peril. The Tao Foundation Disciples competition is hereby cancelled. Lin Ku and Zonya were still trying to comprehend the sudden turn of events when the Rain Spider Master vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a furious roar echoed from an unknown location high above, followed by a dull thud, indicating that a confrontation was underway among the higher-ups. The poisonous mountain range was in turmoil. Lin Ku's expression shifted at this revelation. Although he had anticipated that the Cloud Frontier Beast Sovereign would go into a frenzy over the mysterious gem, he was well aware of its immense value. However, he never expected that in such a short span of time, the Cloud Frontier Beast Sovereign could incite the beasts of the poisonous mountain range to madness. It is crucial to note that the location of the Cloud Frontier Beast Sovereign was in the Ileo Great Forest, a distance of countless miles away from the poisonous mountain range. Junior brother, Zonya frowned deeply. It seems the sect is on the brink of war. Follow me. Senior sister, I believe my location is safer. Lin Ku interrupted. Although the Qing Garden is typically remote, in times of war, bustling areas naturally draw more attention than secluded ones. The beast clans are not mindless creatures. If the Grand Formation is breached, they will undoubtedly target the treasures within our sect's heart. Zonya's expression shifted as she quickly grasped the implications of his words. Fortunately, she was not the kind of heroine from novels who clung to ideals naively. Instead, she decisively replied, Very well. Also, the prices of formations, medicinal pills, spiritual tools, and spirit insects will surely rise. I will first head to the spirit insect cavern to procure some supplies, while you should return and make the necessary arrangements. At present, although chaos had yet to unfold within the sect, everyone was astute enough to realize that the prices of many resources would inevitably soar with increasing demand. It was wise to stock up in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, the two of them said no more and set off towards their respective destinations. As for the distant annual festival square, it had already descended into chaos. Fortunately, Lin Ku and Zhongye were outside the city, thus remaining unaffected by the throngs of sect disciples. Before long, Lin Ku returned to the Qingshan garden. Fong Tong, summon everyone to meet me at once. Chapter 41. Preparation. The Underground World. Standing before the wooden cabin, Lin Ku pondered the implications of the impending war. While Fong Tong hastened to call upon the farmers of the Qingshan garden, Fong Tong was efficient in his tasks. And having heard of the upheaval outside the protective formation, he worked even more swiftly. It wasn't long before he gathered everyone together. You have all heard about the beast uprising in the poisonous mountain range. War is imminent. Facing the anxious expressions of his subordinates, Lin Ku spoke solemnly. In times of war, our lives are at stake, let alone those of ordinary mortals. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew even more unsettled. Lin Ku continued, therefore, I will purchase a grand formation to protect the Golden Silkworm Peak. You all may relocate underground to the Golden Silkworm Peak. I will establish an underground world to guard against beast incursions. The concept of an underground world had always been in his mind. The development of the insect cultivation mountain was, in a sense, one of his closely held secrets. Indeed, ordinary chi refining and foundational cultivators lack the spiritual energy to sustain an abundance of spiritual insects, and given the varying tastes of these creatures, there is little necessity to rear an excessive number for sustenance. However, Lin Ku stands apart. His Niwen Palace possesses the ability to integrate. Thus, the greater the diversity of insect species, the better. Should they merge with the black gold silkworm, it could yield a formidable spiritual insect. Additionally, with Lin Kan, his gluttonous companion, the creation of a formidable army of insects necessitates a considerable quantity of these creatures to serve as both fodder and delicacies. Therefore, the insect cultivation mountain holds significant importance for him. Yet, the mountain, while not insignificant in size, becomes quite constrained once hollowed out, unable to accommodate many individuals. Consequently, the most prudent course of action would be for him to excavate various passages and chambers beneath the Golden Silkworm Peak, quietly and unobtrusively developing and expanding his endeavors. This would require manpower. Otherwise, Lin Ku would find it impossible to accomplish all tasks single-handedly, especially with his own cultivation to attend to. It would be best to entrust these responsibilities to the mortals of the Qingshan garden, for the sect seems indifferent to their fate, regarding them as akin to livestock, replaceable and of little concern. They need not even procure them. It would suffice to capture a few from local tribes, train them, and deploy them as needed. Given the remoteness of Lin Ku's Qingshan garden, it naturally garners little attention. The underground world? Fong Tong's expression shifted, comprehending Lin Ku's intent. He promptly lowered his head and declared, Immortal Lin, we are willing to take refuge underground. Initially anxious, the others, upon hearing Lin Ku's words coupled with Fong Tong's mention of seeking refuge, clung to this lifeline, eagerly voicing their agreement. I am willing. I am willing. Let me hasten to gather my belongings. My wife has far too many things. Child, hurry and carry your grandmother. She has difficulty moving. These farmers had not anticipated that Lin Ku harbored reservations about descending underground. Instead, their expressions radiated joy. Observing this, Lin Ku reflected on the situation. In times of chaos, human life is as inconsequential as grass. Not to mention that these are the lives of mortals, insignificant in the realm of cultivation. Even in peaceful times, cultivators regard mortals with the same indifference as they would for mere insects. Should those demonic beasts or spiritual insects invade the Qingshan garden, it is likely that none of the mortals would survive. For them, relocating underground under the protection of a grand formation represents a tangible safeguard. Then prepare yourselves, Lin Ku instructed, dispersing the crowd before rising to soar beneath the Golden Silkworm Peak. The 5 mountains of the Qingshan garden were rather ordinary. Only the Golden Silkworm Peak and the Insect Cultivation Mountain bore the mark of his devotion and effort. He must brace for the worst-case scenario, should the protective formation of the sect be breached and demonic beasts sweep in from the north. Given that the Qingshan garden lies adjacent to the southern banks of the Red River, it is prudent to prepare in advance, even if the initial wave of demonic beasts may not strike there. With limited resources, purchasing a formation capable of enveloping the entire Qingshan garden is impractical. Acquiring a protective formation to cloak the Golden Silkworm Peak is the extent of his ambitions. As for the items from Yunjiang Mountain, they merely need to be relocated underground. Open, Lin Ku commanded softly, and with a swift application of his technique, The earth before him parted like waves, revealing a passage wide enough for a person to traverse. He descended gradually, his feet forming robust steps leading into the depths. Move mountains and seas. Solidify the earth. The air reverberated with a thunderous sound as a faint white light emanated from Lin Kuei's eyes. His spiritual energy surged from his fingertips, carving, stabilizing, and solidifying the passage ahead. Having established a solid foundation, his immense spiritual power now allowed him to execute spells without the need for rest. Unlike during his chi refining phase, where he required breaks after casting just a couple of techniques. For an entire hour, he had been cycling through 2 spells without pause, creating a subterranean expanse approximately the size of 8 or 9 basketball courts. However, complications arose. No light, no ventilation, humidity. The entire underground space lay shrouded in darkness, and he had relied solely on instinct to carve it out. Although this spacious area was sturdy enough to accommodate the entire Yunjiang garden and resilient against seismic calamities, it was undeniably inhospitable for human habitation. Setting aside the long-term effects of lacking sunlight on bone and skin health, the oppressive darkness, oxygen deficiency, and dampness would undoubtedly have detrimental effects on life. To illuminate the space, he contemplated the use of torches or oil lamps, but this would worsen the air quality and significantly increase resource consumption. As Lin Ku pondered potential solutions, he emerged from the underground just in time to see Zongya flying toward him from a distance. "Senior sister." Lin Ku ascended into the air. "Was your journey fraught with difficulties?" Zongya was a rare and trustworthy individual, and given the original owner's admiration for her, Lin Ku held her in high regard. "The sect is in chaos. I couldn't procure anything," Zongya responded, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "I reached out to a few senior sisters and junior sisters, but they all seem to be at the annual festival square and have yet to return to their residences." The festival square, located at the heart of the sect, took Lin Ku quite some time to reach previously. The sudden turn of events likely caught many off guard. Some sought to buy goods while others aimed to return to their caves, resulting in a state of disarray. "Do not worry, if it comes to that. I will check the Yiwa market," Lin Ku reassured her. The Yunjiang garden lay to the southwest, while the Yiwa market was situated at the southernmost edge of the sect, beside the Red River. Given the ongoing annual festival, the market would likely be less crowded. However, some merchants would probably remain on duty. "Junior brother, first take this." After descending to the ground alongside Lin Ku, Zongya produced 2 books. "Shenmai manuscripts?" Lin Ku exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't these quite expensive?" The spiritual insect cave could have been purchased, but he had simply chosen not to do so earlier. Zongya shook her head, her gaze towards Lin Ku brimming with concern. "The sect is undergoing significant changes. I have resigned from my position as the steward of the spirit insect cave, but prior to that, I acquired 2 volumes of texts with my authority. Should we part ways in the future, it would be prudent to maintain our correspondence." "Senior sister, you are indeed wise," Lin Ku replied, nodding slightly. Zongya was not as hesitant or indecisive as Lin Ku had imagined. She refrained from making promises to remain at the spirit insect cave or to rescue other junior sisters. Instead, she was pragmatic and resolute. Lin Ku increasingly regarded Zongya as a remarkable individual. "Follow me, senior sister," he said, leading Zongya to the surface entrance. He recounted his plan to shelter mortals underground and sought her thoughts on the matter. To his surprise, Zongya had a suggestion. "Bioluminescent mushrooms are inexpensive. They should be available in the Yiwa market. Moreover, these mushrooms can attract subterranean insects and are often used as feed for the earth locusts once they mature." "Earth locusts?" Lin Ku nodded thoughtfully. The mere fact that these bioluminescent mushrooms could emit light was commendable, and their ability to attract underground insects made them even more suitable for cultivation in the depths. "You continue to expand here, and I will head to the Yiwa market to procure the necessary items." Chapter 42, Living Like Mayflies? Ascending to Immortality? Though the situation unfolded abruptly, Lin Ku had anticipated it in his heart, and Zongya appeared calm and composed. The pair had their respective roles. Lin Ku would remain at the Golden Silkworm Peak to further develop the underground space, fortifying it into a bastion. Zongya would venture to the Yiwa market to procure supplies. After all, they had to accommodate a considerable number of individuals underground, and the requisites were substantial. Zongya was naturally meticulous and composed, so Lin Ku felt assured in trusting this task to her. For now, the sect had yet to descend into true chaos. It is essential to recognize that the Golden Wing sect was no ordinary small sect. Despite the tragedy of a nascent soul elder's demise, the sect's strength remained unaffected. Nevertheless, Lin Ku was the type to prepare for crises in advance, preferring to be well-equipped for any eventuality. Senior Lin, just as Lin Ku was laboring in the underground. Fong Tong's voice resonated through the cave entrance. Hence, Lin Ku paused his work and emerged from the tunnel. Upon stepping out, he beheld hundreds of individuals, laden with bags. Standing at the cave's mouth, their expressions a medley of emotions. Some appeared anxious, others weary, some were worried, while others exhibited curiosity and anticipation. This was indeed the entirety of the Qingshan Garden's populace, encompassing the young and strong, as well as the elderly and children. Senior Lin, shall we proceed inside now? Fong Tong inquired, glancing at the dark cave entrance, which appeared foreboding and unsettling. It's dark inside. Let us wait a moment, Lin Ku replied with a warm smile. I have sent my senior sister to procure supplies. It would be more comfortable for everyone to settle in afterward. With that smile, Lin Ku managed to alleviate much of the tension and disarray among the crowd. It is essential to recognize that they are fleeing. However, Lin Ku's unhurried demeanor instantly alleviated their tension. Is this your son? Lin Ku inquired, glancing at the woman beside Fong Tong, who was holding onto a young boy. The boy, clad in the attire of the Miao Kuei clan, possessed a sun-kissed complexion and spirited eyes, emanating an undeniable aura of vitality. Indeed, Fong Tong responded promptly, urging the young lad to pay his respects. Xiao Meng, greet Lin Shangxian. Greetings, Lin Shangxian. The boy, with his prominent brows and expressive eyes, bore a striking resemblance to a miniature version of Fong Tong, yet his demeanor was remarkably distinct from that of his father. While Fong Tong exuded the simplicity of a humble farmer, his son radiated an enchanting vivacity. Very well, what is your name? Lin Ku asked with a smile, acknowledging the boy's charm. I am Fong Meng. The boy's voice resonated with a lively and confident timbre, embodying the essence of youth. Fong Meng. In the realm of dragons and serpents, where the heavens meet the earth, what a splendid name. Lin Ku expressed his admiration for the boy's spirit. Then, recalling his earlier understanding regarding the matter of joining a sect, he turned to Fong Tong and said, by the way, could you come here for a moment? I wish to discuss something with you. Fong Tong's expression shifted, and he cautiously approached, his demeanor tinged with apprehension as he leaned in to listen. Lin Ku proceeded to recount Fong Tong's earlier mention of Fong Meng's potential initiation into a sect. Lin Ku had sensed the impending conflict, and he feared that Fong Meng's entry into the sect might render him a mere pawn in the looming war. Now that the war was a foregone conclusion, the decision to join the sect rested upon Fong Tong's shoulders. As Fong Tong absorbed Lin Ku's words, he found himself ensnared in turmoil. To join the sect would mean acquiring the profound arts of the Miao Jianggu technique, yet it would also expose Fong Meng to immediate peril, potentially leading to his demise at the onset of hostilities. Conversely, abstaining from joining the sect posed its own uncertainties. Who could ascertain the duration of the conflict? Cultivators enjoyed long lifespans, yet the treacherous terrain of the Poison Mountain Range teemed with venomous creatures. Should the war extend over decades, would his son's promising youth be squandered, much like his own? Thus, Fong Tong's internal conflict deepened. Lin Ku, understanding the gravity of Fong Tong's dilemma, refrained from further commentary, allowing him the space to ponder. Through his connection with the esteemed Yu Zhuzhenren, introducing an outer sect disciple posed no significant challenge. Many individuals gained entry through influential connections, resulting in a plethora of outer sect disciples. In a sect comprising hundreds of thousands, the number of outer sect disciples rivaled that of mortals, indicating that entry into the sect was not insurmountably difficult. Nevertheless, Lin Ku was acutely aware that this phenomenon was largely attributable to Yu Zhuzhenren. Though she appeared merely as an elder transmitting teachings, she effectively served as the overseer of the entire outer sect, wielding immense power. If she deemed one worthy of entry, they would indeed gain access, with the distinction merely lying between the inner and outer sections. Lin Ku himself was brought into the sect by Zhongya and, due to his commendable aptitude, ascended to the inner sect. Sighing, Fong Tong lamented his ignorance and then addressed Lin Shangxian, expressing his uncertainty. Lin Shangxian, we are at a loss. Might you illuminate a path forward? It was evident that Fong Tong held deep concern for his son. However, as a farmer in the Qingshan Garden, he belonged to a lineage of caretakers, most of whom were merely retired disciples of little renown, leaving him devoid of assistance in this matter. The chasm between mortals and those in the Qi refinement stage is far greater than that between Qi refinement and the nascent soul stage. The latter merely signifies different realms, while the former represents a divide between the celestial and the mundane. Fong Tong may not possess extensive knowledge of the realms, yet he discerned that Lin Shangxian was unlike any he had encountered before, whether in terms of benevolence or concealed prowess. As well as the strategic planning for Qing Sang Garden, Lin Shangxian exhibited remarkable strength and innate talent. Thus, Fong Tong was willing to entrust the pivotal decision regarding his son's fate to Lin Ke. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke sighed. Truth be told, he could empathize with Fong Tong's turmoil. Was he not also grappling with similar choices? If it were up to him, he would undoubtedly choose a life of brilliance over mediocrity. Having traversed to this realm, how could he not savor the essence of life that offers enlightenment before death? Yet, Fong Tong's son was a different matter altogether. How many souls, after traversing myriad experiences, long for the simplicity of their humble beginnings in a small village? Was it truly beneficial to usher someone into the realm of cultivation? Entering a sect now was akin to refining true gold from raw ore. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ke spoke. The probability of death is far greater than that of survival. As he spoke, not only Fong Tong, but all the farmers of Qing Sang Garden listened intently. The mention of death caused the crowd to hold their breath. As living beings, they instinctively feared mortality. Yet Lin Ke shifted his tone. However, should one attain true gold, they shall undoubtedly soar to great heights. This applies not only to your son but to all. Regardless of whether they join a sect or not, they will inevitably face the conclusion of life. The most equitable aspect of existence is that all endings culminate in death. Yet, the most riveting facet lies in the journey between life and death. Lin Ke regarded Fong Tong, his voice soft yet resonant, imparting a profound message. Living an ordinary life in a mountain village is distinct from choosing to live an ordinary life there after achieving strength. The mayfly lives but a day. If you two could only live a single day, would you choose to be a mayfly or a human? Or would you desire to experience a day as an immortal, reveling in freedom? A smile graced Lin Ke's face as he pondered how to choose one's own life. This is my perspective. Now, I bestow the choice upon you, Fong Mang. Chapter 43. Everyone can cultivate. In his past life, Lin Ke had contemplated this conundrum for a time. Why do some individuals willingly sacrifice their lives for ideals and beliefs, while others cling to life so desperately that they forsake family and abandon their convictions? Upon arriving in this realm, he gained some insights. Here, cultivators can live for millennia, truly achieving immortality. However, is living for millennia according to one's own desires truly equivalent to merely existing in a physiological sense for the same duration? To endure as a vegetative state, as a wretched being, or as a slave for countless years, how does that compare to the existence of a celestial sovereign, a revered immortal, or a king for just a century? What choice does one make? Therefore, Lin Ke possesses a remarkably clear understanding of his own perception. He may choose to retreat into the pastoral tranquility of picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence, leisurely gazing upon the southern mountain. Or he may embrace the urgency of seizing the fleeting moments, where each moment is a chance to grasp enlightenment before the inevitable end. Of course, regardless of the life he opts for, he must wield power. Only with power does one possess the authority to choose. To have a sword yet not wield it is a stark contrast to being without a sword altogether. Life and death, the essence of wonder, I have comprehended, Lin Shangxian. Fong Tong gained some insight, then turned to his son, Fong Mang, who, though partially understanding, nodded and said, Lin Shangxian, I wish to learn to fly. Fly? Lin Ke nodded. After cultivation, one may feast upon the gale by day and sip from the yellow springs by night, traversing heaven and earth, capable of anything. Upon hearing this, admiration flickered across the faces of the crowd. Yet, they were acutely aware that transcending the divide between the immortal and mortal realms was akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm. Were it not for Fong Tong's diligent assistance to Lin Ke, his son would not have been afforded such an opportunity. Sometimes, what is readily available to those of a certain class remains perpetually out of reach for others across generations. Lin Shangxian, I am deeply grateful, Fong Tong said with utmost respect, bowing. Had he not known that Lin could disdain such formalities, he might have resorted to prostrating himself. This was a chance to alter the fate that had bound their family to the depths of common existence for generations. Nevertheless, it seemed the elder responsible for imparting teachings was preoccupied, and it would likely take a few more days, Lin Ke remarked. Naturally, Fong Tong and the others refrained from voicing any objections. They then waited in place for Zhong Ye's return, while Lin Ke continued to expand the underground realm. By the time Zhong Ye returned, Lin Ke had made significant progress. lacking experience in constructing such subterranean cities. He merely replicated the structural designs of above-ground buildings inverted into the depths. Adaptations could be made later based on necessity. They did not wait long before Zonya appeared. Flying in from a distance, her expression grave. "Sister, what is the situation outside?" Lin Ku inquired as he approached her. "Everyone is in a state of panic." Zonya shook her head. "The entirety of the Yiwu marketplace is nearly deserted. Many are simply not skilled enough. Cultivation does not equate to mental fortitude. To say nothing of the rest, the Golden Wing sect has lost an essence infant elder, and if they do not reclaim their honor, they will struggle to hold their head high throughout the entire poisonous toxic mountain range. Moreover, the circumstances surrounding the poisonous toxic mountain suggest that the chaos leading to the assassination of a Golden Wing sect essence infant elder was far from spontaneous or unplanned. Thus, it is evident to all discerning minds that war is on the horizon. The realm of cultivation has witnessed numerous wars, each prolonged and devastating, ultimately ceasing only through the highest wills of the warring factions. Presently, the Cloud Realm has enjoyed a peace that has lasted for millennia. The last significant conflict that affected the entire Cloud Realm dates back to ancient times, when cultivators from beyond its borders descended and waged war against the indigenous tribes. The outcome was catastrophic, with the great shamans and elders of various tribes decimated, while the cultivation sects flourished within the Cloud Realm. As for the demon clans that have long existed in this land, it is likely they, too, engaged in battles with the tribes of old. Yet those events have long since faded into the annals of history, becoming obscure and insignificant. Notably, they have not confronted the cultivation sects in any grand conflict. Recently, the beast sovereign of the Cloud Realm let out a furious roar just a month prior, startling even the leader of the Golden Wing sect, prompting him to convene with the heads of other sects in the Dali domain to discuss pressing matters. This serves as a clear indication that war is imminent. Astute individuals are surely preparing in advance. Moreover, one cannot overlook the chilling screams of the nascent soul elder that reverberated throughout the sect. Has that senior sister managed to procure the necessary items? Lin Ku is particularly concerned about consumables such as formations and elixirs, including the previously mentioned luminescent mushrooms. Fortunately, some were indeed purchased. Zonya nodded slightly and then gestured towards an adjacent open space. In the next moment, a considerable number of items appeared on the ground, seeds suitable for cultivation. Zonya turned to Fong Tong beside her and remarked, "You have yet to undergo the fasting ritual and will require sustenance from grains. These will suffice." "Thank you for your consideration, esteemed one," Fong Tong replied, smiling and bowing. Lin Ku could not help but smile as well, acknowledging, "Sister, your foresight is commendable. I nearly overlooked that." For many cultivators, the mundane folk of the Qinsang Garden hold little value, merely a burden. However, this is not the case for the Golden Wing sect. Known for its vast array of enterprises where spiritual stones flow like rivers each month, the mundane folk can tend to spiritual insects or herbs, thereby allowing the disciples more time to cultivate or engage in side ventures. For Lin Ku, the significance of these commoners is even greater. After all, the Qisang Garden is merely one of his needs. Another necessity lies with the Lin Silkworm and the Mud Pill Palace. By merging different types of spiritual insects within his Mud Pill Palace, he may chance upon creating unique, powerful, and practical spiritual insects. This endeavor requires an abundance of spiritual insects, the more diverse the better. To manage and nurture such a multitude, commoners are the ideal choice. As for the Lin Silkworm, it can be replicated. However, this is contingent upon having sufficient food. Moreover, due to the mysterious combination of the tree species and the black gold silkworm eggs, it appears that Lin silkworms are only interested in consuming insects, showing no inclination towards pigs, cattle, sheep, or fish. Thus, the raising of insects is imperative. Thus, through the ages, the farmers and farm women of the Qingsang Garden, who have devoted themselves to nurturing the insects for the Golden Wing sect, have become Lin Ku's most reliable allies. However, relocating them all underground entails numerous considerations. Zonya's brow seemed to bear an indelible sorrow. "Senior sister understands that you have your reasons for this course of action. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Zonya was puzzled as to why Lin Ku chose to bring along such a multitude of burdens. After all, despite the Golden Wing sect's vast enterprises, boasting dominion over the 10,000 peaks of the poisonous mountain range, not every disciple's holdings were flourishing. Nevertheless, she placed her faith in Lin Ku and refrained from pressing further, instead offering her help directly. "Rest assured, Senior sister, I have it all under control. A warm current surged within Lin Ke's heart. Zonya was trustworthy, and trustworthiness was a rare gem in any era, typically confined to the bonds between parents and children. A reliable cultivator represented an immense boon for Lin Ke. Contemplating this, he addressed Fong Tong and the others. In the future, if opportunities arise, I shall ensure that everyone can cultivate. In this world, sects abound, yet the reverence for techniques, legacies, and intellectual property is even greater than in his previous life. For the sake of inheritance, two sects might engage in a relentless feud. This explains why Fong Tong and his kin had been deprived of the chance to cultivate for generations. Such narrow-mindedness, such bloodline prejudice, much like in ancient times, where aristocratic families would rather let their precious tomes decay in storage than lend them to the impoverished or common folk. Knowledge is invaluable. Those who have grown up in the age of the internet and information explosion may struggle to appreciate its worth. Yet Lin Ke understood that to make a horse run swiftly, one must feed it well. And so he aspired to cultivate his own foundation if circumstances permitted in the future. He harbored no significant biases against lineage. Thus, as his words resonated, the farmers of Qingsang Garden began to breathe heavily with excitement. Cultivation. Chapter 44. A great change in the sect. Expanding territories. Upon hearing Lin Ke's declaration, everyone was ablaze with enthusiasm. They had just listened to his discourse and were already yearning for the path of cultivation. Now they were utterly elated. Can I also cultivate? Stammered Li Tsuhua, the plump woman behind Fong Tong, her expression dazed. In Qingsang Garden, Fong Tong generally managed the men, while Li Tsuhua oversaw the women. This was the current arrangement. Although Li Tsuhua performed her duties diligently, she was rather dull-witted and had never approached Lin Ke with any requests, unlike the cunning yet honest Fong Tong. Of course you can, Lin Ke replied with a smile. But the prerequisite is that there must be opportunities in the future. At present, it is rather difficult. Living with hope, as opposed to in despair or numbness, is an entirely different experience. Whether one paints grand visions or delineates blueprints, it ultimately uplifts the spirits of all. Moreover, he himself felt quite confident. When I first arrived, there was nothing. However, after traversing the hall of condensed mud, establishing the foundation of the 13 paths, witnessing the birth of Lin Kan, and triumphing over Lin Quanming in the sect competition, Lin Ke's confidence in his future surged. Of course, an increase in confidence does not equate to arrogance. Until he fully develops, it is wise to remain prudent. Everyone can succeed, but for now, avoiding calamity remains paramount. Lin Ke smiled. Everyone, follow closely behind me and my senior sister. He glanced at Zonya, who nodded in agreement and then produced a bioluminescent mushroom from her palm. This bioluminescent mushroom is quite convenient. It can be directly planted in the soil. Thus, Zonya took the lead, entering through the entrance at the base of the golden silkworm peak, with Lin Ke closely trailing her, followed by the others. After walking a few paces, Zonya would insert a bioluminescent mushroom into the earth. She had also learned the mountain-moving technique, although it was not as formidable as Lin Ke's. She could soften the hardened soil he had left behind. The bioluminescent mushroom resembled small, pure white button mushrooms, automatically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to emit light. It was said that these mushrooms could serve as food for soil locusts, and perhaps in the future, they could be fed to other insects as well. As Zonya walked, she inserted mushrooms, and soon they arrived at the first level of space created by Lin Ke. Here, Lin Ke had modeled a refuge, leaving 2 sentry positions and several minor traps for entry management. Zonya used her spiritual power to control 7 or 8 bioluminescent mushrooms, planting them into the surrounding walls and ceiling before continuing downward. It seemed that her junior brother was not particularly adept at construction. As they walked, Zonya critiqued. Your design is somewhat unreasonable. Upon reaching the second underground level, she furrowed her brow, feeling something was amiss. Lin Ke surveyed the surroundings and admitted, I also find it somewhat illogical. Unfortunately, we need to remain hidden and cannot invite anyone from the dragon sect to assist with the design. When he constructed the space, he could only clumsily create rooms in simple cuboidal shapes, lacking any rational design. Thus, the entrance directly descended from the first level. In his previous life, although he had observed numerous buildings, he had never paid attention to their architectural principles and methods. This oversight left him feeling a vague discomfort upon entering. The dragon sect specializes in civil engineering, geomancy, and locating dragon veins, much like how the Golden Wing sect is dedicated to insect cultivation, showcasing their expertise. It would be wonderful to engage someone to assist. However, the dragon sect also charges for their services, and Lin Ke needed to manage his finances carefully, refraining from extravagance. Therefore, he decided to make do for the time being. Zhongya understood this as well, offering only a sigh before continuing her work. The method of planting bioluminescent mushrooms was not difficult, and after watching for a while, Lin Ke took some from her to plant alongside her. This subterranean realm has been divided into 7 layers, and logically, habitation should commence from the bottommost 7th layer. However, the ventilation system remains inadequate. The inhabitants of Qingsang Garden would likely suffocate if they descended for a slumber. The issue of ventilation necessitates resolution, and Lin Ke is also contemplating cost-effective solutions. Otherwise, one could simply procure a breeze array, which would ensure a continuous supply of fresh air. Yet, similarly, spiritual stones would be incessantly consumed, a luxury he cannot afford. Had he known in his previous life that he would traverse dimensions, he would have endeavored to acquire more knowledge, as he mused while cultivating bioluminescent mushrooms. The two of them planted swiftly, and soon the 7th layer of the underground space was entirely sown. Consequently, the mortals of Qingsang Garden began to deposit their bundles, subsequently venturing forth to fell trees, which they brought in one by one to construct their abodes. Lin Ke could have assisted, but at that moment, he had already accompanied his senior sister to the annual festival square. The venerable elder Yuzhu was summoning all disciples, both internal and external, through their disciple tokens. They soared side by side, taking quite a while to reach the square. Upon their arrival, the square was teeming with people. The audience seats were filled with disciples in the Qi refinement stage, while the foundation establishment disciples hovered in the air. Even higher, Lin Ke could discern formidable figures. Golden Core. Golden Core disciples are meant to traverse the world, though not exclusively. Most Golden Core disciples return to the sect at intervals. It appears that Elder Yuzhu has summoned all the Golden Core disciples who have returned to the sect. There were even more figures shimmering in the heights. Likely the nascent soul elders who usually practice in various parts of the sect. Lin Ke and his companion were among the last to arrive, and shortly after their arrival, Elder Yuzhu began to speak. The sect has existed for thousands of years, and the region of 1,000,000 miles around the banks of the Red River belongs to us. With a grave expression, Elder Yuzhu's voice held an undeniable sense of noble sanctity, intertwined with strands of pride. We have long maintained a position of seclusion, refraining from initiating conflicts with other sects or enmity with the demon races, earning a commendable reputation within the Yunjiang realm. However, the demon races have violated the covenant. At this juncture, Elder Yuzhu's tone shifted ominously. First, the beast sovereign of Yunjiang inexplicably implicated our entire human race in the so-called Spirit Pearl affair, and subsequently incited all demon races in Yunjiang to wage war against us. This is war. A war waged by the demon races to annihilate our kind. A millennium ago, myriad schools thrived upon the earth, and naturally, there were human settlements in Yunjiang, which gradually flourished with clans such as Miao Wei and Hakka. We are diligent and wise, wielding the powers of celestial arts to master all things, and we willingly express our gratitude to heaven and the Tao through our annual festival. However, should that beast sovereign of Yunjiang seek to wage war against humanity for personal desires, we shall retaliate. Moreover, we must take the initiative to strike, catching them unawares. The voice of the Rain Spider Master rose in a crescendo, igniting the fighting spirit of the disciples around him, who eagerly rubbed their hands together, cheering with excitement. Let us seize this opportunity to expand our territory, ensuring that our future disciples possess greater resources and a superior environment for cultivation. From this day forth, we shall lift the protective formation of our sect. The elders of the nascent soul will henceforth be known as Peak Masters. They will guard the outer regions of our sect, overseeing the Clear Moon Peak, the Great Flame Peak, the Savage Consumption Peak, the Purple Peak, and 206 other peaks, each governing a radius of 1,000 miles. Any disciple who conquers a territory of at least 1 mile outside the sect and maintains control for 10 days without it being reclaimed shall be granted this land as their fief, under the protection of their respective peak master and the sect. Fellow disciples, let us forge new frontiers for our sect. Chapter 45. A call to arms from the sect. Is the sect truly preparing to unleash the mountain-protecting formation, allowing them to engage in battle? The elders of the nascent soul will no longer be referred to as elders but as peak masters? And what are the proclamations that follow? Listening to the words of the Rain Spider Master, Lin Ke felt as though the heavens were shifting, expanding territories. Everyone saw only the promise of newfound land, believing it to be theirs for the taking, yet failed to acknowledge the rivers of blood that lay behind such declarations. it is essential to realize that the sect already occupies a considerable expanse of territory, indeed, one of the larger branches within the poison refining mountain range. Based on Lin Ku's estimations during flight, this branch alone is akin to half of the Himalayas from her past life. The entire poison refining mountain range and the region it encompasses are nearly equivalent to a vast continent from her previous existence. Boundless and expansive. This serves to illustrate that the Golden Wings sect, in truth, does not possess as much as it seems. The peaks mentioned by the Rain Spider Master must lie beyond the borders of the sect. According to her statements, the elders within the sect shall be rebranded as Peak Masters, each overseeing their respective mountains, with a radius of 1,000 miles under their jurisdiction and protection. And beyond this, outside of these boundaries, any Golden Core or Tao Foundation disciple who conquers a territory originally belonging to the demon race can apply for it to fall under the governance and protection of the Peak Masters. What does this signify? It indicates an initiative for the Golden Core and Tao Foundation disciples to develop further. Although there are numerous cultivation sects within the poison refining mountain range, the development of this vast mountain is estimated to be less than 30%. Vast areas are teeming with a myriad of spiritual materials, treasures, insects, and herbs. If they could claim a piece of land rich in spiritual resources or suitable for cultivating specific spiritual plants or nurturing certain spiritual beasts, or even discover a vein of spirit stones, it would be a monumental gain. The crux of the matter is that this expansion is not the typical solitary endeavor of claiming territory. Rather, it is supported by the entire Golden Wing sect. As long as one secures a territory and holds it for 10 days, the nascent Soul Peak Masters will come to their aid. Lin Ku surmised that this 10-day requirement serves to demonstrate one's capability to the sect. After all, the Peak Masters cannot be expected to stand guard indefinitely. More often than not, one must stand guard oneself. Only when faced with insurmountable danger should one seek assistance from the peaks. Lin Ku could only imagine the frenzy among the Golden Core and Tao Foundation members of the sect. It is not just the Golden Core and Tao Foundation cultivators who would covet such resources. Even the Qi refinement disciples would surely be envious. In the realm of cultivation, the 4 cardinal words, wealth, companions, techniques, and territory, are paramount. Ultimately, these words signify resources. Should one claim dominion over a mountain, even a Qi refinement disciple could procure substantial resources. As for those of the Tao Foundation and Golden Core stages, the prospects are even more promising. Regrettably, Qi refinement disciples lack the requisite strength. Thus, even if they manage to conquer a territory, they cannot hold it. After all, prime territories are highly coveted by demonic beasts, which possess territorial instincts. There are reasons why demonic beasts occupy prime lands. Perhaps there are treasures, abundant spiritual energy, or spiritual plants. If one were to seize such territory, the demonic beasts would undoubtedly attempt to reclaim it. The struggle would not end with mere conquest. Conversely, should one capture a territory, the demonic beast's desire to reclaim it would also stem from the allure of wealth and land within that domain. This notion even stirred Lin Ku's heart. His incessant envy arises from his impoverished circumstances. The spiritual energy in his Qisang garden is insufficient, and many areas within the sect suffer from a lack of spiritual energy. With the abundant locales already claimed by beings of the nascent soul stage and above, if only there were sufficient spiritual energy, his cultivation efficiency would undoubtedly soar. But what if he were to discover a spiritually rich site within the Poison Refinement mountain range? In addition to this, he faces numerous challenges, such as the scarcity of spiritual insect species, the inability to afford formations, and the high cost of equipment. If he could conquer a territory and rule it, backed by the support of the sect, it would truly be a delightful prospect. However, Lin Ku understands well that with his current meager strength, it is wise to develop cautiously rather than aim for unattainable heights. At that moment, the Rain Spider True Person continued, "Just now, I have consulted the Supreme Elder." She bowed respectfully to an unseen point in the sky and continued, "The Supreme Elders have already swept their spiritual consciousness across tens of thousands of miles beyond the sect and have established contact with the Great Power Fire Prison sect, the Unemo sect, and the Emerald Great Radiance sect. Their mountain guarding elders have fallen. The demonic tribes of the Poison Refinement mountain range are preparing to wage war against us, the human race." The tone of the Rain Spider True Person brimmed with fury, yet her voice remained as cold as ever. "Do not allow our fellow practitioners to underestimate the Golden Wing sect. Now, all peak leaders, please take your positions." As her words echoed, a surge of energy rippled through the sky. "Ha ha! I have long asserted that the sect should take the initiative, though it is late. It is not too late. Children, follow me as we charge forth. I shall lead the vanguard. The first peak at the front line shall henceforth be known as the White Dew Peak. My spider mother's lair shall finally see an abundance of blood and sustenance once more. Kill, kill, kill. The legacy of the giant insect corpse which has finally seen the light of day. Any disciples interested in the corpse-raising lineage are welcome to join. Ha ha ha. The voices of the formidable nascent soul practitioners each bore their unique characteristics, resonating through the heavens and tinting the sky with vibrant hues. As spiritual energy surged chaotically and the air vibrated with intensity. Regardless of their personalities, be it the aloof and proud or the savage and bloodthirsty, there was a palpable sense of fervent anticipation and exhilaration in their tones. Lin Kugwa, merely listening to their words, felt as though the historical tapestry of the Golden Wing sect was unfurling before him, an exhilarating prelude to expansion and conquest. One nascent soul, known as the Fly Immortal, shattered into countless flies that swarmed into the distance. Another, the White Dew Immortal, fused with his sword, becoming a sharp blade that cleaved the firmament. There was also the renowned spider matron, who sprinted through the air with 8 legs, adorned with a multitude of vividly hued spiders. All the nascent soul practitioners had mobilized. At that moment, the rain spider Immortal remained aloft, holding a tome of profound veins, its pages resembling jade, distinct from any ordinary text. Observing that all nascent soul masters had taken action, the rain spider Immortal cast the tome into the air. The sect summons, to battle we must return. A surge of immense spiritual and mental power flowed from the rain spider Immortal into the tome, unleashing waves of esoteric energy. In an instant, consciousnesses emerged from within, conveying various intentions, a call to arms from the sect. It appeared that the beasts of the Poison Mountain range were as unruly as those in the Ileo forest. Golden Wing Sect, a name I have cherished for over 3 centuries. It's time to return and take a look. Aha! The sect has finally issued a call to arms. I have heard of disturbances caused by beasts in the cloud borders. I shall come forth. After a century of absence, I wonder where my old friends are. Is that old man still alive? I hope he hasn't passed on. I shall return to see you soon. These intentions swept across several miles, allowing Lin Ku and the others to sense the profound heritage of the sect, for these voices came from the direct disciples of the Golden Core stage. Just listening, Lin could discern that there were no fewer than 100 direct disciples at the Golden Core level. While he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, he also realized that the future would undoubtedly be fraught with turmoil. I must exercise restraint. Battle is inevitable. It will hone my skills. Yet venturing into such chaos will surely pose threats. However, threats also present opportunities. Moreover, with the sect's grand formation about to open, everyone will face such threats. The sect seeks to refine true gold through fierce flames. With this thought in mind, Lin Ku narrowed his eyes and murmured, "The underground world of the Golden Silkworm Peak must accelerate its construction." Chapter 46. Encounters and arrangements. Having resolved his inner thoughts, Lin Ku felt less exhilarated. Yet, observing those around him, their expressions remained unchanged, evidently captivated by the prospects spoken of by the rain spider Immortal, completely forgetting their own power issues. Although Lin Ku also yearned for territory and resources, he maintained a calm demeanor deep within. Only by first establishing his own stronghold and securing a robust rear can he venture into battle with peace of mind. Furthermore, it is only in this manner that his accomplishments in combat are likely to transform into his own strength. With this thought in mind, Lin Ku felt a surge of urgency. Until the moment when Master Yu Zhu issued the command, the disciples of the sect scattered, and Lin Ku blended into the crowd alongside Zonya, hastening back to Qingsang Garden. Almost everyone was rushing towards their respective caves, with the majority preparing to gather their belongings and ready themselves for battle, while a small fraction seemed intent on hiding away indefinitely. After all, disciples in the Qi refinement stage seldom triumph against ferocious beasts unless fortune shines upon them. Even those of the foundation establishment stage, like Zonya, face considerable challenges. Previously, Zonya had been responsible for tending to spiritual pigs raised to feed the insects, and later, upon reaching foundation establishment, she took up duties in the spirit insect cave. Even during the annual sect competition, she was often defeated in just a few exchanges. It must be noted that individuals like Lin Quanming and Fong Du are exceedingly rare within the sect, with the majority resembling Zonya in their capabilities. This phenomenon is a result of the prolonged peace and stability enjoyed by the Golden Wing sect. Thus, upon returning to Qingsang Garden, Lin Ku's demeanor was both cautious and exhilarated, while Zhongya was filled with anxiety and trepidation. In the Qingsang Garden, beneath the Jinkan Peak, Zhongya and Lin Ku sat at a rustic table and chairs crafted from the earth using the techniques of mountain moving and earth steel. A gentle glow emanated from the surrounding luminescent mushrooms, illuminating the entire space. Junior brother, I know you will certainly venture out, Zhongya thought of Lin Ku first. There are many poisonous insects outside. Do take care. Elder sister, fret not, Lin Ku reassured her. My combat prowess is commendable and well suited for honing. With the presence of the Yunjiang elders, there is little danger. Indeed, with the upheaval in Yunjiang, it is essential for both of us to survive this turmoil through combat, Zhongya replied, biting her lip. Not only must you go out, but I too must venture forth to sharpen my skills. Otherwise, relying solely on you to support Qingsang Garden in the future will not suffice. Though Zhongya often appeared delicate and fragile, she displayed a remarkable clarity of thought in critical moments, complemented by a subtle inner strength. When Lin Ku was weaker, she would often adopt a stance of submission, skillfully navigating her relationships without outright rejecting Li Lu, keeping him at bay. However, upon Lin Ku's return to strength, she had proposed that Lin Ku directly eliminate Li Lu, a plan that was never realized due to the onset of war. The impending conflict brought about no delay. She swiftly severed ties with the spirit insect cave and directly came to Lin Ku's Qingsang Garden to prepare for the impending chaos. Now, although she still felt a pang of fear within, she resolved to train both her own and Lin Ku's combat abilities. It must be said, from Lin Ku's perspective, Zhongya indeed possessed considerable prowess. Let us proceed then. Lin Ku pondered for a moment and said, Senior sister, Li Lu has already taken forceful action against you, and it is likely he will not relent afterward. Fortunately, his father, the true man Yunjiang, is currently stationed in the mountain region, so we only need to deal with him. However, venturing out carries inherent dangers. During this period, it would be wise for you to remain hidden below, diligently tending to our Qingsang Garden while also practicing your techniques. Lin Ku had previously formulated a plan, and naturally expressed his thoughts on arranging for Zhongya. Once I have addressed Li Lu, if I can find 1 or 2 allies, I will accompany you outside. Otherwise, it would be unsafe for you to go alone. Very well, Zhongya replied, nodding after a brief contemplation, without any hint of reluctance. Additionally, senior sister, please follow me. Lin Ku stood up, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes as he addressed Zhongya. Are you not curious about the origins of the previous stinger moth and the violet crystal beetle? Zhongya's expression shifted slightly, and she promptly followed Lin Ku downwards. The underground world beneath Jinkan Peak comprised 7 levels in total, with Fong Tong and the others residing on the 2nd level. The 3rd level was designated for storing various daily necessities, while the 4th was utilized for washing and processing the black gold silkworm silk. The 5th level served to store the silkworms, their eggs, and several black gold moths. The 6th level was dedicated to breeding poisonous insects, a space that Lin Ku had developed into the largest area. Currently, the 7th level was empty, reserved for Lin Ku and Zhongya, suitable for conducting discrete activities, such as this. Lin Ku halted at the midpoint of the 7th level, where bioluminescent mushrooms flourished abundantly, illuminating the expansive area of over 500 square feet as if it were lit by lanterns. Junior brother, what is it you wish to convey? Zhongya inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she glanced around. There were only 2 cushions, intended for the 2 of them. Naturally, they planned to practice in the wooden house above to maintain secrecy, as the underground world served as a hidden refuge. My secret is her, Lin Ku declared, extending his hand. Instantly, a peculiar creature appeared, resembling a 1-legged wooden figure with crystalline eyes, the Lin Silkworm. Zhongya was immediately captivated by the unique appearance of the Lin Silkworm, which regarded her with curiosity. Though the Lin Silkworm knew of Zhongya's existence, the reverse was not true. Her name is Lin Silkworm, Lin Ku briefly introduced. From now on, Lin Silkworm will roam between the 6th and 7th levels. Lin Silkworm, you must listen to Zhongya. Understood? Understood. Daddy. The Lin Silkworm gazed at Zhongya in a daze, then softly added, Mommy. Zhongya's cheeks flushed at this remark. You may call me Aunt, not Mommy. Aunt? The Lin Silkworm tilted her head. Oh, Aunt. Lin Ku chuckled and proceeded to discuss the care instructions for the Lin Silkworm with Zhongya. After transforming into a cocoon, the Lin Silkworm emerged without any significant change, merely appearing slightly larger, a transformation difficult to discern with the naked eye. However, her appetite had notably increased, requiring approximately 1 piece of insect jelly daily for her cultivation. Everything in this world, much like humans, was capable of cultivation. Even Lin Ke's most envied aspect lies within the cultivation technique practiced by Lin Kan. In the primordial era, who imparted the teachings? At the dawn of time, there were no such teachings. How did this technique come into existence? Lin Ke understands that cultivation methods bear a striking resemblance to the sciences of his past life. Both are the result of generations of individuals learning, comprehending, refining, and passing down knowledge. Many demon tribes follow a similar path. Lacking inheritors, they merely absorb the essence of heaven and earth in a rudimentary manner during their primal existence, ultimately embarking on the path of cultivation. Lin Kan embodies this essence. After absorbing spiritual energy and transforming it into spiritual power, she operates it within her body in a manner that feels natural and comfortable to her. Absorbing spiritual energy, converting it into spiritual power, and allowing that power to nourish both body and soul. This is the essence of cultivation. The technique serves as a guide for individuals on how to cultivate. The speed of energy absorption, the rate of transformation into spiritual power, the efficiency of its operation, and the extent to which it nourishes the body and soul are all dimensions by which one's aptitude and the effectiveness of the technique can be measured. A technique that suits one's nature can yield remarkable results with minimal effort. However, such techniques are exceedingly rare, and most sects guard their methods jealously behind high walls, making it exceedingly difficult to find one that is well-suited. For instance, Lin Ke is only aware of his own technique, Miao Jianggu technique, and has never even heard the names of others. In this context, Lin Kan's innate ability to operate her technique instinctively is a gift that others can only envy. Whereas human cultivators must navigate challenges such as energy divergence, demonic possession, and meridian conflicts, she has already reached the first level of qi cultivation, requiring ample sustenance. Yet on ordinary days, she merely needs to settle into the softened earth. When I venture out, my senior sister feeds her a slightly larger insect daily, and she commands the stinging moth to assist her. Lin Ke gradually elaborated on Lin Kan's unique traits. The more he spoke, the more astonished Zhongyu appeared. Upon concluding his account, Zhongyu's expression turned grave. Junior brother, the matter of Lin Kan must remain between us. We shall interact frequently in the future. I shall refrain from erasing memories for now, but we must exercise utmost caution. Chapter 47. Constructing the Underground City. Nurturing Growth. Lin Ke was well aware of the principle governing the vulnerable early stages of a traveler. Fortunately, Zhongyu shared Lin Ke's sentiments. After a brief exchange, Lin Ke placed Lin Kan onto the ground. With a thud, Lin Kan buried her lower half into the softened soil, propping herself up with her hands, and exclaimed, "Daddy, I'm hungry." Lin Ke, not wishing to deprive the child, promptly retrieved the only stinging moth he possessed. This spirit insect could be controlled by both Lin Ke and Lin Kan, with the latter exerting secondary control. Simply put, as long as Lin Ke remained silent, Lin Kan could command it. At this moment, Lin Kan immediately instructed the stinging moth to fly to the 6th level. She seemed to have inherited a fragment of Lin Ke's soul, currently possessing the intellect of a 5 or 6-year-old child. She was also aware that the 6th floor housed an abundance of delectable food. Observing Lin Kan had already begun to partake, Zhongyu continued, "Junior brother, aside from ventilation, there is another pressing issue." Lin Ke, sensing the unspoken thought, interjected, "Are you referring to waste disposal?" "Precisely," Zhongyu replied, smiling as she acknowledged Lin Ke's insight. "Since you can articulate this, I presume you have already contemplated it." Lin Ke nodded slightly. The matter of excrement is of utmost significance. Every living being, even cultivators, cannot escape the cycle of absorption, consumption, and excretion. However, for cultivators, they absorb spiritual energy and expel spiritual power and spells. While the feces of the black gold silkworm may serve as medicinal material, many insect droppings do not share this quality. In fact, the droppings of these insects are akin to that of humans, suitable for fertilization. With so many people in the Qingsang garden, the situation was manageable outdoors. But confined within the 7th floor, neglecting the waste issue would soon lead to a foul stench permeating the area. History has shown that many cities have fallen victim to the accumulation of waste due to inadequate sewage management. The high-heeled shoes of the West were designed precisely to avoid noble ladies stepping in excrement, underscoring the necessity of a sewage treatment system. Fortunately, Lin Ke understood that directly using the waste as fertilizer could harm the seedlings, but constructing a biogas digester would serve a dual purpose. Not only could it transform the accumulated waste into nutrient-rich material for plants, but it could also generate biogas for cooking. Let me attend to this matter immediately. Lin Ke resolved, contemplating his next steps. It was crucial to note that once the Sect S formation was activated, the cultivators like them would fare better, as they could roam freely. However, the ordinary folk within the sect would likely suffer great losses. As for the beasts and many spirit insects, they posed a threat that commoners could hardly withstand. Despite their small size, spirit insects' power is not necessarily correlated with their dimensions. A lion, though not as large as a water buffalo, is still capable of hunting one. Thus, while commoners might flee from beasts, they might not escape the unpredictable spirit insects. In such circumstances, the best course of action for Fong Tong and his companions would be to remain underground, sending individuals in shifts to oversee the black gold silkworms on Jinkan Peak. At other times, they could care for the other insects in the subterranean confines, transforming the space into an underground fortress. Shall we address this now? Zhongyu inquired, momentarily taken aback. Do you require my assistance? No need, Lin Ke chuckled. Sister, you may familiarize yourself with Fong Tong and the others, and get accustomed to the affairs at hand. What he was about to create could be elegantly termed a biogas digester, or rather crudely, a cesspool. Moreover, the fermentation and decomposition processes could not be expedited by spells. They would require patience, left undisturbed to ferment. Nevertheless, this was the most resource-efficient method to conserve spirit stones and energy. Let us proceed with determination. I shall forge my own underground domain. Lin Ke set off to construct the cesspool, while Zhongyu attended to the insects. Zhongyu originally served in the spirit wormhole, possessing both keen insight and adept skills. She required little time to familiarize herself with the 6th level, even capable of offering guidance to the inhabitants of Qingshan Garden. Lin Ke, on the other hand, spent half an hour excavating a substantial cavity adjacent to the basement on the 7th level, while simultaneously creating several sewer passages on the 5th level to connect with the cesspool. The fundamental principle of modern sewage systems is to consolidate all urban wastewater for unified treatment. Lin Ke's endeavors mirrored this concept. First, he designed a space for storage, followed by the creation of interconnected channels akin to sewers. He also constructed an area at the entrance resembling a public restroom, complete with a bathing facility nearby. Thus, everything was accomplished. A restroom? Fong Tong gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Yet, was it not sufficient to merely find a thicket for such needs? In the past, it was indeed so, but in these perilous times, it was far too dangerous. Lin Ke shook his head, advising, you should venture out as little as possible. The sect's grand formation will soon activate, and leaving could expose you to grave dangers. Yes, Fong Tong replied, suddenly enlightened, his expression a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. But must the esteemed immortal be burdened with such menial tasks? Lin Ke maintained a commendable attitude towards these laborers. In chaotic times, lives are as fleeting as blades of grass, especially in such a tumultuous realm of fantasy. Just inform everyone to come here for water in the future. Lin Ke gestured towards the rooms ahead. To the left was the restroom, and to the right, the bathing area. He even designated separate facilities for men and women. However, the people of Qingshan Garden were illiterate, so Lin Ke instructed Fong Tong to ensure they could distinguish between the genders. Although, in reality, it made little difference, as everyone in Qingshan Garden was well acquainted with one another, and even the women would not fuss over such trivialities. You will draw water here for bathing. This place will eventually provide heat for boiling water, but that capability is not yet available. Should the water supply run low, remember to inform me or my senior sister. We will accompany you to fetch more, Lin Ke explained in great detail, clarifying every aspect of the arrangement. Fong Tong listened intently to Lin Ke's exposition, feeling an indescribable sensation stirring within him. He sensed that the issue of waste disposal was not particularly significant. Yet he also perceived a shift towards a different way of life. Perhaps he even sensed the convenience and cleanliness that he did not fully comprehend the importance of. By the way, esteemed Immortal Lin, Fong Tong suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead as a thought struck him. He produced a bamboo slip from his robe, inscribed with various characters. This records the weight of the Yunjiang silkworms over the past 5 days. He reverently presented the bamboo slip, his face alight with joy. It has probably increased by an ounce. An ounce? Lin Ke's expression brightened at the news. Has there been an increase in yield? At last, some good tidings. Indeed, Fong Tong replied, admiration evident in his demeanor. The methods of esteemed Immortal Lin are truly remarkable. I observed that the Yunjiang silkworms are growing plumper. The Yunjiang moths have significantly increased in size, and they are laying even more eggs. That is excellent, Lin Ku affirmed. Lin Ku nodded slightly. How about this? You first give me the excess prepared black gold silk. This should be sufficient for me to craft a set of black gold silk inner armor. Alchemy, artifact forging, spells, sewing, insect breeding, and formations. Though the original self had experimented with these, Lin Ku remained skeptical. What if he differed from his predecessor? Of course, Lin Ku was reluctant to practice directly with the precious black gold silk. Such a fine material was far too valuable. He preferred to barter, hoping to exchange it for superior items. Should that prove unsuccessful, he would then contemplate trading the black gold silk for spirit stones, subsequently using those stones to procure tools for forging, allowing him to hone his skills in that craft. In Lin Ku's view, while many professions emphasize innate talent, success is not solely reserved for the gifted. Much like mastering mathematics or physics, diligent study can yield commendable results. One may not reach the pinnacle, but effort will certainly reap rewards. Certain talents are indeed challenging to surpass, yet endeavors that can be achieved through hard work are also worth considering. Although the cost-effectiveness may be lacking, after all, the unskilled will inevitably differ in quality and consumption when compared to the gifted. Lower returns are preferable to exposing one's weaknesses. Discretion during one's formative years is crucial. Thus, Lin Ku arrived at the Yua market, observing the chaotic scene before him. He could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. It was not chaos born of violence. Rather, the market was safeguarded by floating primordial artifacts, which would swiftly eliminate any would-be rioters. Though not a riot in the traditional sense, the atmosphere was still charged. Panic buying ensued. The storefronts, typically lacking in customers, were now crowded with people clamoring for weapons, potions, and spiritual food. The vendors' area was no different. Under normal circumstances, the sect's protective formations provided a sense of security, causing such items to be less in demand. However, the present situation was markedly different. Everyone anticipated future shortages of supplies and the impending dangers, leading to a frantic rush for war resources. Given the throngs of people, Lin Ku estimated that entering the shops would be nearly impossible. Thus, he turned his attention to the vendors' area. Upon arriving, a clever idea struck him. He found a suitable spot to establish himself and called out loudly, "Top-quality black gold silk. 8 taels per pound. Can be crafted into inner armor by skilled seamstresses, offering unparalleled protection." The vendors' area was bustling with noise, far more lively than usual, with everyone engaged in trade. As soon as Lin Ku began to speak, a crowd quickly gathered around him. Black gold silk? What is this material? Is it of low-grade spirit quality? It's merely imbued with a touch of spiritual energy, but I happen to need a pair of gloves. How much for this? Black gold silk? What kind of spiritual insect produces this? My dear friend, you seem somewhat familiar to me. Many are intrigued by the obsidian silk, while others recognize Lin Ku, though they cannot quite place him. Regardless, obsidian silk is deemed quite valuable by many. The undergarments crafted from silk are not only lighter and more delicate than those made of metal, but also possess remarkable defensive capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, let us engage in a barter. Lin Ku did not come seeking spirit stones. Trading goods would be preferable. No sooner had he spoken than someone made an offer. I possess a section of breathwood, suitable for nurturing the larvae of the great horned beetle. A woman clad in green produced a pale greenwood piece, roughly the length of her forearm. Breadwood? Lin Ku nodded slightly and turned to the others. A man in black robes presented a porcelain vial. 10 cold needle darts. Single-use weaponry, each capable of immobilizing a foundation establishment novice for 3 breaths. Single-use weaponry? Regrettably, it only holds for 3 seconds and is effective solely against those in the chi refinement stage. I must decline, Lin Ku replied firmly, rejecting the man in black. The man took no offense and promptly moved on to seek other buyers. Soon, another bid was made. 30 sheets of bamboo charcoal paper, suitable for inscribing talismans. A handful of inferior-grade Xian maple soil, a derivative of the inferior-grade spiritual Xian maple soil. A single inferior-grade broken arrow. 3 individuals made offers, each comparable in value to the obsidian silk. While these items were not without merit, they fell slightly short. Just as Lin Ku contemplated a casual selection, he heard a nearby vendor call out, "A pair of blood sand frogs, male and female, perfect for breeding blood sand frogs. Only spirit stones accepted." The blood sand frog. Its leg bones, once processed, are likened to blood sandwood, hence its name. The leg bones of this frog can be utilized in crafting, though even the finest bones only qualify as ordinary materials. However, they would suit Lin Ku perfectly. Do any of you possess spirit stones? Lin Ku smiled at potential buyers, who, unfazed, immediately began to bid. Lin Ku settled on a suitable price and successfully sold the obsidian silk for a total of 50 spirit stones. He then swiftly made his way to the vendor's stall. "Are you interested in blood sand frogs?" asked a young boy who had a fish basket slung at his waist. Only 80 spirit stones required. Several buyers gathered around the boy, though it appeared no transaction had yet been completed. Lin Ku squeezed through the crowd, prompting the boy's inquiry directed at him. "Little one, let us see the quality of these blood sand frogs." Someone nearby chuckled. "If you don't intend to buy, I shan't show them." The boy shook his head, ignoring the others and focusing on Lin Ku. "This esteemed immortal seems keen to purchase. He has come specifically." The boy had evidently noticed Lin Ku's approach. 80 spirit stones is quite steep, Lin Ku remarked with a smile. "I am indeed interested in the blood sand frogs, but I merely wish to use their leg bones for practice and crafting. If the price is too high, it would not be worth it." "That will not do," the boy replied firmly. He remained silent for a while before speaking. "You must take good care of my blood sand frogs if you wish to purchase them. You cannot kill them. You must swear." Immediately, others around him shook their heads, asserting, "The blood sand frogs are valuable for their bones. If you refuse to let us kill them, what purpose does buying them serve?" With that, they turned and walked away. Time waits for no one, and many were unwilling to squander their moments. If this place proved futile, they would simply move on, disinterested in wasting time on so-called breeding frogs. The young boy fell silent upon hearing this. Their offspring might be viable, but the adults were not. He touched the fish basket at his waist, his expression torn. "I have cared for the two red frogs for quite some time. I cannot bring myself to kill them." It was evident that the boy was compelled to sell these two blood sand frogs out of necessity. Otherwise, his expression suggested he would prefer not to part with them. "I can refrain from killing them. I will use them solely for breeding." At this moment, Lin Ku interjected, "However, I can only offer 50 spirit stones." His intention was not to buy them merely to slaughter for bones. After all, for many here, the need was to acquire items that could immediately enhance their strength. They had no time to rear breeding frogs and endure the lengthy process of spawning, hatching, and maturing before reaping the rewards. But Lin Ku was different. He possessed the Mud Palace and the Lin Silkworm, although the blood sand frogs could not directly assist in hatching the silkworms. If he could breed a new species using the Mud Palace, it would lead to a bountiful production. The resultant abundance of blood sand frogs would continuously provide Lin Ku with materials for refining. 50 spirit stones? Deal. Chapter 49. An unexpected success. Upon returning to the underground city of Qing Garden, Fong Tong was explaining toilets and bathrooms to the villagers. The Lin Silkworm had also acclimatized to the external environment, no longer needing to remain in the Mud Palace. This time, the Lin Silkworm's cocooning and evolution had brought about some changes. Unlike before, where it clung to Lin Ku, it had matured, akin to a child growing into a teenager. The Lin Silkworm was a part of Lin Ku's soul, an entity of the Mud Palace, yet it possessed its own independent personality. Its interactions with Zhongyu were quite pleasant. Zhongyu quickly became familiar with the 6th level. After all, compared to the spiritual insect tunnel, these so-called venomous insects and crawling creatures of Qing Garden were rather ordinary. With Zhongyu's experience, managing these insects was effortless. Upon bringing back the blood sand frogs, Zhongyu immediately had thoughts and plans for them. Blood sand frogs thrive in extremely moist environments and have a substantial appetite, yet they are not difficult to rear. Observing the two frogs in the pumpkin-sized fish basket, their eyes adorned with crimson streaks, Zhongyu's voice brimmed with joy. "It is rare to find blood sand frogs for sale. They are often killed for their bones shortly after metamorphosing from tadpoles. Who would have thought we would come across such mature specimens?" Although unable to ascertain their exact age, I estimate these two blood sand frogs to be around 3 years old, capable of breeding by the end of this winter. Breeding in winter? Lin Ku paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. While shopping earlier, the seller was surrounded by numerous onlookers, yet none showed intention to purchase the blood sandalwood frogs. He presumed it was due to the complications of breeding, as everyone seemed eager to acquire something ready-made. Little did he realize the truth behind it. The blood sandalwood frogs can only reproduce in winter, and with the recent completion of the New Year's festival, winter had just passed. It would take at least a year before they could breed. By that time, many might have perished. No wonder he was the only one making a purchase at that moment. Nevertheless, it posed no significant issue. "I have a solution." Fortunately, Lin Ku was not devoid of options. The Mud Palace does not concern itself with the season of reproduction. As long as two reproductive parts are brought together within the Mud Palace, Those capable of breeding will do so naturally. Do you have a method, junior brother? Zonia initially expressed surprise, but then recalled the stinger moth and the amethyst beetle, seemingly grasping the concept without further inquiry. Yes, Linka nodded. Sister, what types of frogs are available on our 6th level? Although the mud palace could facilitate reproduction, the blood sandalwood frog is not a spiritual beast or insect. Breeding it with the black gold silkworm could lead to fatal consequences. He would first need to mate it with other frog species to minimize the risks involved. We have all the 5 poisons and 6 evils that Fong Tong mentioned, Zonia mused. I have heard an elder speak of the blood sandalwood frog's reproduction. It seems there is a powerful entity within the sect managing a blood sandalwood lake, which not only houses blood sandalwood frogs but also a substantial number of blood sandalwood mosquitoes and third-turn-young leaves. I suspect that the blood sandalwood lake is specifically designed for producing blood sandalwood frogs for the purpose of refining bones into swords. I've heard there are quite a few red-patterned frogs there as well. We have raised some, but they are merely mundane varieties. Both inner and outer disciples of the sect are equipped with a low-grade spiritual flying sword, which is of the poorest quality. Upon hearing Zonia's words, Lin Ku could surmise that their flying swords were likely mass-produced from the leg bones of blood sandalwood frogs. Red-patterned frogs? Lin Ku nodded slightly. Could you kindly retrieve a few for me, sister? Zonia agreed and went to fetch the red-patterned frogs. Meanwhile, Lin Ku crouched down to further observe the 2 blood sandalwood frogs in the fish basket. The distinctive feature of the blood sandalwood frog is its remarkably developed hind legs. Each as thick as 2 regular frogs' legs, with blood streaks at the corners of their eyes. They resemble toads or bullfrogs more than they do frogs. Sitting motionless on the ground. Daddy, is this a red frog? Lin constrained her neck to see. Can we eat it? No, Lin Ku replied, both amused and exasperated. It seemed that Lin Kan's first instinct upon seeing anything was to inquire about its edibility. In reality, she should have been in a satiated state. Yet her desire for food persisted. I digest quickly, Lin Kan explained, her tone filled with a sense of grievance, sharing a portion of Lin Ku's soul. She understood the meaning of digestion. In her consciousness, digesting was akin to refining spiritual energy. Lin Kan, you must strive hard. Lin Ku covered the fish basket, sparing Lin Kan from worry, and then smiled. Only by producing more stinging moths and amethyst beetles can I earn a bit more money. With more earnings, I can buy delicious spirit insects for you to feast upon. I can currently produce 10 stinging moths and 2 amethyst beetles. At this, Lin Kan's mouth watered immediately. No, you should save them for now. Lin Ku chuckled. Later, I will present you with something new, and then you can produce more. Why produce amethyst beetles? Because they sell well. And why do they sell well? Because of advertising. It is worth noting that Lin Ku had successfully defended against Lin Xuanming's attack during the sect competition using solely the amethyst beetle. Any discerning observer could see that. Had Lin Ku not wished to test the method of moving mountains, the power of the amethyst beetle, after the wet hatching technique, would have sufficed to drag Lin Quanming to his demise. In the days following the annual festival, Lin Ku had also overheard discussions in the marketplace regarding a desire to purchase amethyst beetles. If he were to announce his intent to sell them, many would likely come seeking to buy. Should he shine in future sect competitions at the foundation stage, the amethyst beetles would surely become even more sought after. Unfortunately, the potential of the amethyst beetle is limited, being merely of low spirit grade. If he could cultivate them to medium or even high spirit grade, some golden core disciples might be tempted. However, as he intended to dabble in weapon crafting, it was essential for Lin Kan to produce other items. This included a new breed he was about to create through the mating of blood sandal frogs. New things? Excellent. Lin Kan nodded adorably. Then I will cultivate first, yes. Cultivate. She then settled into a meditative state. Lin Kan's eyes, resembling gem-like compound eyes without eyelids, dimmed slightly, akin to having closed her eyes. Cultivating? Good. Lin Kan smiled. Choosing not to comment, Lin Kan's current cultivation appeared quite promising. Yet, he understood that ultimately she would rely more on blood nourishment to enhance her strength. Much like most demonic beasts. As he pondered, Lin Kan fetched several red-patterned frogs without delay. He promptly took a few red-patterned frogs and blood sandal frogs into the mud palace. If the 2 blood sandal frogs were to mate directly within the palace, they would only produce a single egg, resulting in the demise of both parents. However, by mating them separately, as long as the mating was successful, he could obtain a new species. The crucial aspect was that Lin Kan could devour the egg post-mating to facilitate mass production. After all, if he were to cultivate them himself, Who could predict what issues might arise? Let us proceed with the mating. Linka grasped the male blood sandal frog in his left hand and the female red-patterned frog in his right, bringing them together. The male blood sandal frog immediately embraced the female red-patterned frog with its forelimbs. Typically, blood sandal frogs only mate during winter. Yet it was clear that they had developed a desire to reproduce within the confines of the mud palace. To Linka's astonishment, the red-patterned frog did not burst apart and perish. It is known that Linka had previously conducted numerous experiments involving the mating of various insects. However, the lower-ranked parties in these unions typically perished in explosive failure. Thus, it appears that this is the first instance of successful mating. Chapter 50. Revealing Partial Talent? As Linka had anticipated, the male blood sand frog disintegrated into ashes, while the female red-striped frog hopped to the ground to commence oviposition. This does not constitute a violation of regulations, Linka mused, observing the pulverized remains of the male blood sand frog. He had promised the seller not to harm the blood sand frog, yet the frog's self-inflicted demise during mating was beyond his control. As the seller had indicated, acquiring 2 blood sand frogs was intended for breeding purposes. Linka, too, intended to use them for propagation, albeit with an outcome divergent from the seller's expectations. This does not breach his vow. As Linka mourned the male blood sand frog, the female red-striped frog, after laying her eggs, was drained of her vitality, leaving behind a singular red-shelled frog egg. In nature, amphibians are known to lay numerous eggs. However, the customs of the mud palace dictate that only one egg be produced. Remarkably, success had indeed been achieved. Linka picked up the frog egg, filled with sentiment. It seems adaptability is indeed of paramount importance. The blood sand frog and the red-striped frog had mated successfully in one attempt, while the previously encountered stinger moth and amethyst longhorn beetle required numerous trials. Perhaps this could serve as a future direction. Subsequently, Linka experimented with another blood sand frog, yielding surprisingly similar results. The blood sand frog easily produced a second frog egg with the red-striped frog. With his consciousness, he extracted the 2 frog eggs from the mud palace. Zonya, astute as ever, recognized the secrecy surrounding certain matters as Linka's consciousness entered her mind. Thus, she ventured to the 6th level. Therefore, upon Linka's emergence, Linkan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, evidently having concluded her cultivation. "I want to eat," exclaimed Linkan with eager delight. However, having already established herself, she refrained from emerging from the soil, instead gazing longingly at the 2 frog eggs in Linka's hand. The frog eggs had been prepared specifically for Linka, thus. He smiled as he tossed one toward her. "What I mentioned earlier is this item. You shall produce it, and I shall see if it holds any utility." From their aura, both entities appeared to be mundane, albeit possessing a hint of spirituality. It remains to be seen what the hatched offspring will be like. Good. Linkan caught the frog egg and, with a few crunching sounds, consumed it. Moments later, she raised her hands, her body surging with spiritual energy. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Ah," she exclaimed, and soon after, an egg larger than herself began to form. So large. Linka was taken aback. The blood sand frog was merely palm-sized, and the red-striped frog even smaller. How could their union yield such a size? Just as Linka was astonished, the egg cracked open, revealing a bright red tadpole emerging from within. "Quick, quick, Daddy, it needs water." Linkan gasped urgently, her anxiety palpable. "Water?" Linka immediately enveloped the wriggling red tadpole on the ground with his mental energy and swiftly ascended to the 6th floor. Here, the majority of the reptiles required water. However, there were no designated pools, as the poisonous toads were relatively scarce. Fortunately, Linka possessed the ability to manipulate the elements and had also learned the ancient techniques passed down by the old man from the former grass bank. Hence he was well versed in the habits of various poisonous and crawling creatures. Upon reaching the 6th floor, which was divided into several distinct areas for raising different insects, he found the largest section dedicated to common insects, filled with numerous insect-rearing jars. The caretakers from the green mulberry garden visited daily to feed and clean the waste. Next, there was a specialized area for the black gold silkworms, which housed their eggs and cocoons. Additionally, there was a section for water storage. Naturally, Linka headed to the common insect rearing area. Confronting the wall, which appeared impenetrable, he extended his palm and pushed forward, taking slow steps. With each movement, the soil parted around him, creating a new space ahead. In no time, a room as large as a basketball court was formed. Yet Linka did not stop there. He created 2 1-meter-deep pools on either side, leaving a bridge and passageway in between. He then placed the red tadpole, which had been thrashing about due to lack of water, into the right pool. "Part the seas," he softly uttered, waving his hands. In the next moment, a continuous stream of water began to seep from the surrounding soil, cascading into the pool. Sensing the arrival of its water source, the red tadpole settled down, calmly dwelling in the pool. However, Lin couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration regarding the numerous considerations that came with raising aquatic spirit beasts. The old man from the grass bank, the ancestral figure of Fong Tong and his lineage, primarily dealt with land-dwelling poisonous insects, with only a small fraction being aquatic. While Lin possessed some knowledge, it was limited to his past experiences with fish tanks, turtles, and horned frogs. He knew a bit, but not extensively. He could only approach it gradually. Watching the red tadpole frolicking continually in the pool, Lin shook his head with a smile and stepped outside. "Junior brother." "What is this?" Zonia approached with curiosity. Lin replied softly, "The red-patterned frog and the blood-sandal frog have successfully mated." Zonia was immediately taken aback, covering her mouth, and then exclaimed, "So soon?" Lin nodded. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Zonia's eyes. "If that's the case, the refining techniques you mentioned earlier should also be feasible?" "Indeed," Lin smiled. "Sister, perhaps you should consider learning it in your spare time?" Zonia pondered for a moment, but then shook her head, saying, "No, I have thought of a division of labor." Her eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. "Junior brother, since we are so adept at breeding spirit insects, we need not delve into refining tools or alchemy." "Need not delve?" Lin raised an eyebrow. "I would like to hear more." "The art of refining tools and concocting elixirs extends outward to encompass various crafts such as smithing, sewing, culinary arts, and the cultivation of spiritual flora, among many others. However, I recall your discourse on the industrial and supply chains." Zonia paced slowly, stating, "As you have articulated, we need only to concentrate on the breeding of spiritual insects, and naturally, others will engage in the refinement of tools and potions." "Are you suggesting that we partially disclose our secrets?" Lin furrowed his brow. He had previously contemplated specializing in a single discipline, believing that excelling in breeding would suffice. Yet, he ultimately deemed this approach precarious. Survival. Countless novels from his past life imparted a singular lesson: survival begets a future. Otherwise, even the most gifted of transmigrators, should they draw excessive attention to themselves, would inevitably become targets of scorn, and even if they ultimately grew powerful, the journey would be fraught with hardship. Thus, his philosophy has always been to avoid exposure as much as possible. Even his 13 foundational paths appeared to the outside world as merely 6 foundational paths, a body of myriad leaks. Indeed, partial exposure. Zonia stepped forward and grasped Lin Ku's hand. "Junior brother, I understand the hardships you have endured thus far. However, there are times when judiciously revealing our capabilities can serve to garner the elder's attention. Fear not, I shall shoulder this risk." Chapter 51. The Versatile Senior Sister? Rewards Distributed. Shouldering the risk? Lin looked at Zonia, inquiring, "You mean I shall refine tools and concoct elixirs?" Zonia smiled. "And also become a spiritual flora cultivator." "A spiritual flora cultivator?" Lin nodded. "That is indeed a commendable profession. A spiritual flora cultivator specializes in nurturing spiritual plants. The care of insects encompasses not merely the insects themselves, but also their sustenance and byproducts, which are scholarly pursuits in their own right. Regarding the issue of sustenance, the Qing Garden has yet to find a resolution. This has resulted in Fong Tong and the others only capturing a limited variety of herbivorous insects to feed the carnivorous ones. Previously, they had to constantly venture outside to gather supplies. While it may not reach the heights of profundity, the daily nourishment of our Qing Garden should suffice." Zonia remarked. "Subsequently, I shall attempt tool refinement. Although the quality may be inferior, it will undoubtedly sell for a lower price. However, given the onset of conflict, even the most ordinary flying swords will become consumables. I need not learn anything else, but rather specialize solely in flying swords. With the profession of a smith, I can then take up sewing, crafting garments and equipment from black gold silk for personal use and sale. The alchemy will follow suit. What do you think, junior brother? But what of your cultivation, senior sister?" Lin inquired further. "If you are to serve as a spiritual flora cultivator, a smith, a seamstress, and an alchemist, how will you manage to cultivate?" "This is a consideration I have also pondered." Zonia looked deeply into Lin's eyes. "This ultimately depends on you, junior brother. Once you grow stronger, you will secure more resources, at which point you need not fear others coveting them. You may even acquire some slaves to tend to your needs. In summary, you are a myriad leak body, and by cultivating to the highest depths, you shall become immensely powerful. As for me, with my ordinary aptitude, I would rather find solace within the confines of Qing Garden. Zhongya's gaze was filled with determination, prompting Lin Ku to hesitantly nod in agreement. Very well. Let us first discuss the matters at hand. Zhongya smiled and surveyed their surroundings. Junior brother, the water and food here must be transported from outside, which I find quite troublesome. Do you have any solutions? Solutions? Lin Ku fell into contemplation. He had considered this matter before. Yet the sudden emergence of the underground world had caused him to overlook it momentarily. If the issues of food and drinking water remained unresolved, the farmers of Qisang Garden would still need to frequently venture to the surface, thereby negating the purpose of the underground city. What about formations? He suggested. Such formations should not be overly expensive, or perhaps a spiritual artifact could suffice. Zhongya proposed, alternatively. I have heard of spiritual plants that can draw moisture from the surroundings and subsequently release it onto the surface. Having spent years in the realm of cultivation, her first instinct was to think of formations or spiritual artifacts that could easily address their immediate concerns. Lin Ku, however, was contemplating the principles of air pressure and atmospheric pressure to create siphoning or other effects, allowing water from distant locations to flow continuously to their current site. Much like running water. However, such methods would undoubtedly be challenging to implement, considering that the nearest lake was dozens of kilometers away. The nearby Red River was choked with reddish silt and could not be used directly, plus it was teeming with monstrous beasts. As for Zhongya's suggestion, Lin Ku was not unaware of it, yet it too posed significant challenges. Such resources were not only costly but also required spiritual stones as fuel, rendering them impractical. Good formations like the soil cicada warm sand formation were few and far between, and their prices were steep. After much deliberation, he concluded that the most cost-effective solution would still be to transport water from the outside. As for food, it was more or less the same. I might as well prepare over the next few days and check outside the sect, Lin mused, clenching his fists. Out there, in his previous life, he had never experienced combat, but after the battles he had faced in this life, he discovered he did not despise fighting. The fear of battle was merely a fear of pain and death. Yet, Lin Ku understood that in this life, he certainly would not live in a peaceful realm as he had in his past. In this world of cultivation, to claim one would not engage in battle would be a falsehood. Rather than cower in hesitation, it would be wiser to charge into the fray amidst the chaos between the Genie sect and the demon tribes of the Tsuedu Mountains. The risks were high, but the potential rewards were undoubtedly substantial. He only needed to venture outside, whether to leverage his experiences from his past life to identify edible plants for cultivation, slay some monstrous beasts, or seize a territory. Each option bore high risks and high rewards. If he could capture new spiritual insects and cultivate a more powerful fusion body, that would be even more exhilarating. Going out? Zhongya's eyes reflected concern, evidently aware of some of Lin Ku's thoughts. Junior brother, are you certain? Certain. Lin Ku inhaled deeply. Now that we have resolved the waste disposal issue, only the matters of water and food remain. I shall venture out to see if there are any solutions, addressing the food concerns of the 6th layer of the insect nurturing level, while also exploring any additional opportunities. However, before we venture out, my dear senior sister, allow me to reiterate the importance of your physical condition. Previously, Lin Ku and Zhongya briefly touched upon the matter of your constitution, yet did not delve deeply. Now that we are preparing to leave, we must remain vigilant against Li Lu. Fortunately, his father, the esteemed Yunjiang, a nascent soul, has taken up residence outside the sect, alleviating our immediate concerns regarding any threats from him. Our focus should solely be on Li Lu. Furthermore, with you safeguarding Lin Kan, I have instructed her to produce a greater number of red tadpoles, which you may then utilize for your crafting endeavors. Nevertheless, we must not neglect the production of the purple crystal beetles. Thus, for every 3 red tadpoles produced, let us also create 1 purple crystal beetle. With this plan firmly established, Zhongya had no further remarks to contribute. Lin Ku still possessed approximately 500 spirit stones, while her senior sister had over 400. Consequently, Lin Ku proceeded to acquire a refining furnace and a textile machine, alongside obtaining a copy of the Herbalist Manual by Chao Shoujia, a copy of the blacksmithing technique, De Emojuan Shu, and a sewing manual, Shisanji Fong Yaoji. Ultimately, her spirit stones dwindled to a mere 6. However, these resources should suffice for Zhongya's learning and utilization for some time. The following day, After Lin Ke had meticulously prepared everything and was ready to embark on her journey, she was unexpectedly greeted by a visitor. At the wooden cottage by the entrance of the underground city at Yunjiang Peak, Lin Ke found herself engaged in conversation with a man. Fengdu. Lin Ke exclaimed in surprise, "You have broken through to the foundation establishment stage?" Before her stood Fengdu, who had valiantly navigated the trials of the sect competition and ultimately clashed with Lin Quanming. Although he ranked third in the competition, Lin Ke had previously heard of his reputation as someone who rose from humble beginnings. While opportunities certainly abound, it is his diligence and perseverance that have brought Fengdu to his current stature. Junior brother Lin, Fengdu, bearing a prominent scar resembling a blade across his face, appeared fierce, yet his demeanor conveyed a gentler impression than anticipated. I was already on the verge of breaking through, and my duel with Lin Quanming proved quite fruitful. His expression was stern, yet his voice was gentle. I have come not only to congratulate you on your victory in the sect competition, but also to deliver this on behalf of Master Yuzhu. He unfastened a storage bag from his waist and presented it, saying, "This is your reward for winning the sect competition. Please inspect and confirm its contents." Reward? Lin Ke was taken aback. This competition included all outer sect disciples, and those who ascended to the inner sect would receive a low-grade spirit-level Titan Giant Spider Egg. The top 3 would additionally receive a mid-grade spirit-level Glimmering Spore Worm, and the first-place winner would also obtain a mid-grade spirit-level Insect Egg from the Insect Worm Cave. Setting aside the Titan Giant Spider and Glimmering Spore Worm, the mid-grade spirit-level Insect Egg alone is incredibly valuable. It is understood that the price of mid-tier spiritual-level insect eggs is estimated to be around 800 to 900 spirit stones, and for those of a higher quality, the prices vary significantly, even among those classified as low-tier spiritual level, such as the black gold silkworm, the stinging moth, and the amethyst beetle. For instance, the stinging moth can only fetch around 230 spirit stones, while the black gold silkworm is unlikely to exceed 300. As for the amethyst beetle, which has yet to be appraised at the Spirit Insect Cave, it is anticipated to be worth at least 300 spirit stones, potentially nearing 400. The prices for mid-tier spiritual insects are even more disparate, ranging anywhere from 700 or 800 to over 1,000. The variance is quite substantial. With this in mind, Lin Ke accepted the storage bag handed to him by Fengdu, without inspecting its contents, and tucked it away into his embrace. He then smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Brother Feng. If you are not in a hurry, shall we descend together for a cup of tea? It would be rather impolite to dismiss someone who has come specifically to deliver something amidst such chaos. Furthermore, Fengdu holds considerable renown and strength. Thus it would be prudent to cultivate this acquaintance." "Thank you, Senior Brother Lin." Fengdu surprisingly did not decline and accompanied Lin Ke as they descended. Along the way, he glanced thoughtfully at the nearby golden silkworm peak and remarked, "Senior Brother Lin's Qingsang garden is quite orderly. Yet it does not appear as dilapidated as the rumors suggest. This is surely a testament to the diligence of the farmers, though it doesn't pertain much to my interests." Lin Ke replied with a wry smile, "You are aware of the enmity between Li Lu and myself, I presume?" Fengdu nodded slightly, "Speaking of which, I have come not only to deliver these items to you, Senior Brother, but also to make a request." Upon landing, Lin Ke opened the door to his wooden hut in search of a teapot, cups, and tea leaves. Curious, he inquired, "What is it?" Simultaneously, he gestured towards the ground, causing the soil to swirl and coalesce into a table and 2 chairs. "My humble abode is rather simple. I hope Brother Feng does not take offense. Please allow me a moment to find some tea. Your mastery of the techniques of moving mountains and transforming earth into steel is truly remarkable." Fengdu complimented upon witnessing this. "Haha, Junior Brother, do not jest," Lin Ke chuckled, shaking his head as he continued to search. It seems that although Fengdu's demeanor is stern, he is not lacking in intellect, having risen from humble beginnings. The ability to derive maximum benefit from the simplest of methods is a tactic known to many, but often overlooked. Sometimes, just a few words can foster goodwill or tarnish one's reputation. Fengdu clearly understands this principle, as he effortlessly compliments Lin Ke with a single gesture, thereby enhancing their rapport. "I have come not only to deliver items, but also to inquire about purchasing a spiritual insect that you previously utilized." Fengdu seated himself on the chair and deliberated. "I find myself lacking in resources to afford the insects from the Spirit Insect Cave, facing life and death battles ahead. I am in dire need of a protective measure. I have observed that the skills of your spiritual insect are quite commendable. The wet egg hatching technique is one that I have also learned. In a critical moment, transforming into this insect could serve as a vital safeguard. Fong Du's earnest words clearly indicate his genuine desire to acquire the amethyst beetle. Oh, Lin Ke poured the aged tea he had discovered into the pot, subsequently employing the technique of pouring water with great force before igniting the stove with a fireball to brew the tea. Are you looking to purchase the amethyst beetle? He inquired. Indeed, Fong Du nodded. I see that you are a discerning individual, brother. I wish to procure the amethyst beetle for 350 lower-grade spirit stones. Would you be amenable to this? 350 spirit stones. Lin Ke pondered as he took a seat beside the chair, musing. Your offer is somewhat on the low side. Upon hearing this, Fong Du's expression shifted slightly, and he inquired nervously, what do you mean by that? Though it is indeed low, the efficacy of the amethyst beetle may not be as formidable as you envision, Lin Ke replied, shaking his head. Let us do this. I will accept 350 spirit stones, and if you feel it is a loss later, you may return to exchange it back with me. You are quite forthright, brother, Fong Du exclaimed, clasping his fists in gratitude. Rest assured, I am aware of your extraordinary talents as a practitioner and that the amethyst beetle's effects, even if diminished, will still be significant. Then I shall shamelessly sell you one. Lin Ke chuckled softly. He had anticipated that some would come seeking the amethyst beetle, but he had not expected Fong Du to be the first. He thought Fong Du was already well-equipped with the Titan spider awarded by the sect. Thank you, brother. Fong Du smiled as he produced several medium-grade and lower-grade spirit stones, extending them toward Lin Ke. I presume you have yet to cultivate a second one. I will pay in advance. And could you kindly deliver the spirit insect to the Baoji garden later? Lin Ke accepted the spirit stones and waved his hand dismissively. The cultivation of the amethyst beetle is not a simple task. However, I did obtain a considerable number of eggs initially, and I now have newly hatched amethyst beetles. They only require a couple of days of care and some insect feed. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the spirit insect. So you won't have to wait long. Excellent. Fong Du's eyes brightened, and he gestured for Lin Ke to proceed. Lin Ke hastily entered the golden silkworm peak, instructing Zhongya to entertain Fong Du while he sought out Lin Ke to produce the amethyst beetles. Having just spun his spirit stones, he was pleasantly surprised by Fong Du's timely offering of new ones. Fortunately, Lin Ke likely had a reserve of insect larvae. If not, they could be created on site, as Lin could typically conserve their usage. Produce the amethyst beetle? Lin Ke responded without hesitation, very well. She immediately harnessed the energy within her body, her cheeks flushing as she began the incubation process. Typically, the insect larvae were stored externally, but after a brief rest, Lin Ke could store energy for approximately 60 insect larvae within her body for immediate use when needed. Thus, under Lin Ke's urging, an amethyst beetle emerged from its shell. With the newly hatched amethyst beetle in hand, Lin Ke returned to the surface. Zhongya was pouring the brewed tea for Fong Du, engaged in casual conversation. Upon seeing Lin Ke's figure, both turned their gazes toward him. Brother Lin, Zhongya called out, while Fong Du's eyes were immediately drawn to the amethyst beetle crawling on Lin Ke's hand. The entire entity resembled amethyst, with two antennae nearly the same length as its body, presenting itself as a true work of art. Indeed, this is the amethyst beetle. Approaching the table, Lin Ke conjured a chair once more, seated himself, and placed the amethyst beetle upon the tabletop. Fong Du's gaze immediately fixed upon it with keen interest. Thank you for your efforts, senior sister. Lin Ke then turned to Zhongya, who had just finished pouring tea. Please take a seat. We can converse with Brother Fong. Given the current shifts in our sex situation, it would be beneficial to exchange insights. Certainly. After pouring the tea, Zhongya sat down with a cheerful smile, playfully remarking, Junior brother, it is high time to replace this tea. Otherwise, future guests will be served this aged brew, which would hardly be delightful. Haha. I shall make the change when an opportunity arises. Lin Ke chuckled, and then turned to Fong Du. Brother Fong, you may attempt to refine it now. At this moment, Fong Du was observing the amethyst beetle. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, he raised his head. Brother Lin, this amethyst beetle is truly exceptional. A glint of joy flickered in Fong Du's eyes as he began to channel his spiritual energy, extending his right hand toward the amethyst beetle. In its bewilderment, the beetle remained still, allowing Fong Du to lift it effortlessly. In the next instant, Fong Du's spiritual energy surged into the amethyst beetle, swiftly refining it into his own goo insect. The Yunjiang goo technique, the foundational method of the golden wing sect, truly proves effective in refining goo insects. Brother Lin, this amethyst beetle has quite an appetite. Chapter 53. The Genius List. The Prodigy List. Fong Du's voice was devoid of irritation. Instead filled with delight. Its defensive capabilities are indeed remarkable. Under his guidance, a protective shield enveloped the amethyst beetle, showcasing its skill, the amethyst shell. After testing the skill and admiring the beetle's artistic form, Fong Du's satisfaction grew. Thank you once again, Brother Lin and Sister Zong. Fong Du expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Zongya smiled gently. All credit belongs to Lin Ku. Lin Ku waved his hand dismissively, as long as Brother Fong doesn't mind its substantial consumption. I do not. A rather unattractive smile flickered on Fong Du's stern visage, clearly indicating his genuine joy. Subsequently, he placed the amethyst beetle into his golden wing nest. Contemplating for a moment before speaking, Brother Lin, regarding the impending sect conflict, I wonder what your thoughts might be? Lin Ku and Zongya exchanged glances. And Lin Ku responded, Sister and I have deliberated on this matter. In essence, our conclusion can be distilled into 8 words. Wait patiently for the opportune moment. And proceed gradually. Wait patiently for the opportune moment, and proceed gradually? Fong Du took a sip of tea, his lips twitching slightly from the bitterness. Before silently setting down his cup and nodding, that is indeed profound. However, I have a third matter to discuss with you today. With a sigh, Fong Du continued, the law enforcement hall requires all foundational disciples to occupy a territory or slay a foundational beast or insect each month, and has instituted the Genius List and Prodigy List, corresponding to the combat prowess of foundational and golden core disciples. Every month, one must seize territory or eliminate demon beasts of the same realm. The genius ranking? The talented ranking? Lin Ku and Zongya exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in unison. Was this truly the case? Although they knew Fong Du would not speak lightly, Zongya could not help but inquire further. Indeed. Fong Du sighed. The relationship between the real master Yunjiang and the elders of the law enforcement hall is quite close. He may pose a threat to Brother Lin. Since I am preparing to enter the law enforcement hall after establishing my foundation, I felt compelled to inform you. Reciprocation is essential. Lin Ku surmised that Fong Du's visit was part of a larger scheme. Had Lin Ku not been deemed worthy of friendship, Fong Du would likely have delivered his message and departed. However, despite being the champion of the sect's grand competition, Lin Ku remained humble and courteous, which prompted Fong Du to wish to procure the purple crystal heavenly beetle. After acquiring it, he recognized Lin Ku as a worthy ally and thus divulged the information he possessed. I see. Thank you, Brother Fong. Lin Ku expressed his gratitude sincerely, clasping his fists. Had it not been for your timely warning, I would have been caught off guard. In truth, Lin Ku had already taken precautions, as the prior incident with the black gold silkworm had revealed the camaraderie between Yunjiang and the elders of the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, Li Lu would not have acted so recklessly. Nonetheless, as Fong Du approached with goodwill, Lin Ku naturally responded in kind. This news will likely spread within the next couple of days, but it is not particularly shocking. Fong Du inclined his head, however. I see that Brother Lin intends to venture outside. He had happened upon Lin Ku just as he was preparing to explore the surroundings. Indeed. Lin Ku nodded. I wish to journey beyond the sect and scout a region. Should an opportunity arise, I shall strive to engage. In that case, shall we not travel together? Fong Du smiled. My primary purpose here was to deliver your items. After that, I too must join the fray against the demons. By the way, let me share another piece of news with Brother Lin. At the end of each month, the sect rewards the top 100 on the genius and talented rankings. Oh? Lin Ku's eyes sparkled. He had been impoverished in his past life. And after traversing into this new existence for over a month, he found himself in the same dire state. The prospect of free rewards was undeniably enticing. You may call me Lin Ku without formality, and I shall refer to you as Fong Du, he said. Might you elaborate on this ranking? Very well. I shall address you by your given name, brother. Fong Du nodded. The talented ranking is reserved for those personally mentored in the Golden Core stage. I am unaware of the specific rewards. However, I have heard my brothers and sisters mention the rewards for the genius ranking. In essence, they include spirit artifacts, spirit pills, spiritual herbs, and spirit insects, which vary each month. Furthermore, if one is dissatisfied with the current rewards, the sect allows for conversion into spirit stones. Such an array of rewards? It appears this time they are truly investing heavily. The mere fact that the sect can establish territory for its disciples already makes it an alluring prospect. Now, with the introduction of these rankings, offering both fame and fortune, it is likely that few can resist such temptation. Just as I was about to venture out, Brother Lin, would you care to accompany me? Fong Du invited. I am accustomed to my solitary ways, yet I perceive Brother Lin to be a trustworthy individual. Shall we form a team? Indeed, Fong Du is habituated to solitude, and Lin Ku has heard of this junior brother through the memories of the original owner. Now that Fong Du wishes to team up with Lin Ku speculates that there are various reasons for this. For instance, Lin Ku's potential and his amiable character might be contributing factors. It is evident that in this world, one cannot persist in isolation indefinitely. If Fong Du is indeed reliable, having an additional companion would be quite beneficial. After all, just moments ago, Lin Ku had expressed concerns to Zonya regarding the plethora of professions they require. It would be splendid if someone skilled in handling black gold and silk were to join Qing Garden in the future. Forming a team? Lin Ku exchanged a glance with Zonya, their expressions inscrutable, before turning back to Fong Du and saying, Certainly, I was also hoping to explore, Brother Fong. Shall we proceed together? Yes, indeed. The two soared through the skies, encountering many others also hastening towards the horizon. The Poison Refinement Mountains stretched endlessly, with the Golden Wing sect nestled at the southernmost end, adjacent to the Red River. The conflicts with the demon race, however, arose from the north. During their flight, Lin Ku engaged in dialogue with Fong Du, who diligently elucidated matters beyond the sect. Lin Ku was rather uninformed about circumstances outside the sect and the surrounding situation. Fong Du meticulously explained that to the south lay the Red River, encircled by the 13 great tribes, home to many mortals. The northern boundary of the sect, however, was divided into several regions. As they flew side by side, Fong Du patiently elaborated to Lin Ku. In the northern expanse of the Golden Wing sect, there were several other sects, each sprawling over vast territories comparable to that of the Golden Wing sect itself. From left to right, they were the Great Power Fire Hell sect, the Cloud Ink sect, and the Emerald Radiance sect. Yet, the distances between them spanned more than mere thousands of miles, akin to blocks arranged in a basin, with vast spaces in between. The combined area of these gaps likely surpassed that of all four sects combined. Hence, the expansion of the Golden Wing sect indeed holds promising prospects. Speaking of which, Lin Ku recalled certain subtle signs before the onset of war. He always felt that the Golden Wing sect would not remain passive. Perhaps they were the ones to initiate conflict and then turn the tables? He could hardly believe that the esteemed elders of the Golden Wing sect were merely waiting for their adversaries to strike. If the Golden Wing sect were to provoke the demons of the Poison Refinement Mountains into action, it would surely be with substantial confidence. The wrath of the Cloud Border Beast Sovereign had incited an all-out assault on humanity. Yet, it is essential to recognize that many sects, like the Golden Wing sect, have long endured in silence, exercising restraint for the sake of peace between humans and demons. Otherwise, they would have expanded their territories long ago. Reflecting upon this, it seems that now is indeed a fortuitous time for disciples like Lin Ku to seize the opportunity for growth. Chapter 54, The Objective. The Boundless Poison Refinement Mountains. In ordinary circumstances, seeking resources and aspiring for advancement is not impossible, yet it remains exceedingly challenging. It is either a matter of innate talent or a desperate struggle beyond the protective formation of the sect. Now, however, a propitious moment has arrived. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Fong Du pointed towards the distant sky. Brother, take a look. Lin Ku followed his gaze and immediately spotted a dozen or so foundational cultivators hovering midair. This left Lin Ku perplexed. Fong Du chuckled. They too wish to venture forth, but have yet to find suitable companions for a team, hence they wait. Lin Ku suddenly understood. It seemed many others, like him, had remained within the confines of the sect for an extended period, seldom venturing out, and thus desired companionship on their first foray. Not only would they look out for one another, but their skills could also complement each other. By the way, have you considered taking a position in the Law Enforcement Hall? Fong Du inquired. The Law Enforcement Hall is divided into the Execution Hall and the Guardian Hall. The former handles internal matters of the sect, while the latter oversees external affairs. If you were to join the Guardian Hall like I did, those Li Lu and his son would not dare to challenge you. Lin Ku pondered. Currently, my foundation lies within the Qing Garden, which may pose some inconvenience. It won't be an issue, Fong Du replied with a smile. Members of the Law Enforcement Hall can typically hold dual positions, especially in the Guardian Hall, which prioritizes combat prowess. Your martial capabilities far exceed mine, so joining the Guardian Hall would be quite effortless for you. The Guardian Hall is indeed responsible for external affairs. Correct? Lin Ku asked with curiosity. Does that mean the current territorial expansion initiative falls under their purview? In his understanding, the law enforcement hall acted like the police. While the Guardian Hall resembled the military, one governing internal matters, the other external. Thus, it would be logical for the Guardian Hall to take charge of the ongoing conflict. Precisely. Fengdu affirmed. The Genius and Prodigy rankings are set to be released by the Guardian Hall and have already been approved by Master Yuzhu. Master Yuzhu serves as the chief steward beneath the Grand Elder, overseeing various matters and acting on the will of the Grand Elders and the sect leader. I currently lack the strength for such endeavors. Perhaps in the future, I may consider joining, Lin Ku replied, shaking his head. His foundation in the Qing Seng Garden was still unstable, and he believed he could contemplate joining the Guardian Hall for external battles and honing his combat skills once he achieved stability. After speaking, he took out the Celestial Veins document, engaging in writing and sketching while flying. Very well, Fengdu said, not pressing the matter, merely extending an invitation. For everyone has their own path. Observing Lin Ku with the Celestial Veins document, he curiously asked, "What are you doing, brother?" Lin Ku smiled. "My sister has never ventured out, so I am sharing the beautiful scenery here with her." The scenery here is indeed splendid. Fengdu nodded, indifferent, and shifted to casual conversation. Speaking of which, your 10,000 league body is quite formidable. Though Fengdu typically appeared cold, he proved to be quite talkative in their interactions. Lin Ku was not particularly interested in the 10,000 league body. After all, he was not one himself. The 3 years of spiritual energy depletion were associated with the mysterious pearl, unrelated to other matters. It was merely that outsiders were unaware of this. Thus, he and Fengdu chatted leisurely as they gradually flew beyond the boundaries of the sect. Along the way, they encountered many disciples journeying together. One by one, they were filled with exuberance, as if embarking on a joyful excursion. Yet, gradually, a chilling atmosphere began to permeate the surroundings. Within the span of an hour, the sky above was devoid of any trace of humanity. They traversed one mountain after another, ultimately arriving at the perimeter of the original sect's protective formation. What lay before them was a boundless expanse of terrifying mountains. Towering peaks, each rising over 1,000 meters, stood shoulder to shoulder, stretching infinitely into the distance. Their summits shrouded in clouds and mist. Some mountains were verdant, others barren. Some were rugged with sharp stones, while others were draped in snow and ice. With Lin Ku's keen eyesight, he perceived over 100,000 majestic mountains extending northward, occupying his entire field of vision. They seemed to stand at the apex of a triangle, with the mountain ranges sprawling towards both the left and right in a breathtaking display. Vast, boundless, primordial, and ancient. Lin Ku momentarily lost himself in awe. "Brother, let us descend." Fengdu, unaware of Lin Ku's reverence for the unprecedented scenery, had grown solemn. While flying within the sect was manageable, soaring through the skies outside felt akin to being a target. Such audacity might be acceptable for those in the nascent soul stage. But their current foundation establishment stage made their aerial antics seem like a mouse flaunting itself before a cat. However, they did not descend to the ground, but instead halted amidst the towering trees. The trees here were remarkably tall, with the shorter ones measuring several dozen meters and the tallest reaching several hundred meters, truly towering giants. The two paused beneath the great trees, surveying their surroundings and assessing the situation. The environment was enveloped in verdant shade, with sunlight barely penetrating through. "Brother, do you have any specific objectives for this outing?" Fengdu inquired softly. The silence of the surroundings instinctively instilled a reluctance to speak loudly. "Indeed," Lin Ku replied, his gaze sweeping the area. Yet he saw nothing of note. "I have 3 objectives for this excursion." "Oh," Fengdu nodded slightly. "I have but one objective. You may as well share yours first, and I shall determine our subsequent course." Lin Ku nodded with a smile, stating, "My first objective is to capture spirit insects. I welcome any spirit insect that crosses my path." He patted the beehive at his waist. The golden-winged beast's hive currently housed only a single amethyst beetle, whereas it could accommodate over 100. It would be a pity to return without filling it to capacity. However, most insects that could be deemed spirit insects, or those anciently referred to as gu, possessed spiritual energy at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Yet, the quantity of spiritual energy does not necessarily correlate with strength. He had an abundance of black gold silkworms, all of which could easily be crushed underfoot. Yet, creatures like the stinging moth were formidable enough that even an ordinary mortal might struggle against them. Hence, Lin Ku approached this venture with a mindset of capturing as many as possible. His second objective was to seek out valuable treasures. Lin Ke smiled. Spirit flowers, spirit herbs, and spirit minerals will all suffice. In the depths of his underground realm, all was in disarray. However, should he discover some rare spiritual artifacts, whether to sell or directly utilize, it would undoubtedly be a prudent choice. As for this third objective, Lin Ke regarded Fong Du with a bemused smile. That depends on your intentions, junior brother. My intentions? Fong Du was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. My goal is to seize a spiritual spring, as tasked by the elder. Are you implying there is a misunderstanding, senior brother? Observing the sincerity in Fong Du's expression, Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. Oh? Just as he was about to speak, two hearty laughs echoed from afar. Haha, thank you, junior brother Fong, for luring this rascal out. Indeed, we shall not treat you poorly afterward. As the words fell, 5 figures rushed toward them. Zhang Xixiang, Ma Shiji? Fong Du's brow knitted in concern. Then he sighed. So it is. He clasped his fists toward Lin Ke. Senior brother, it seems I have let slip some information. Ha, junior brother Fong, you still do not grasp the allure of power and strength. The foremost man bellowed with laughter. Quickly, let us capture this scoundrel and present him to junior brother Li. He shall reward each of us with a scorpion arm. Everyone, let the chaos unfold. Ha. Chapter 55. Encirclement and counter-encirclement. The 5 approached with fierce intent, surrounding Lin Ke. Yet, Lin Ke remained unruffled. Casting a glance at Fong Du with a lingering smile, it appears your years of experience in the martial world have not attuned you to the unusual, junior brother. Fong Du gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Senior brother, I have traversed the martial world during my mortal years, well aware of the importance of survival. Once life is lost, it is irretrievable. Lin Ke patiently awaited Fong Du's completion, while the 5 adversaries displayed a range of expressions: mockery, disdain, or mere amusement. However, I have never forsaken my comrades, Fong Du declared, directing a cold gaze at the 5. Zhang Jihua, how dare you attempt to exploit me? You shall soon learn the rules of the path. With that, Fong Du brandished the golden wings from his waist, and the recently acquired purple crystal beetle emerged. He then retrieved his iron chain hammer, radiant with spiritual energy. Do you wish to oppose me? Zhang Jihua, the leader, laughed heartily, unleashing a tremendous wave of spiritual pressure. Mid-stage of the Tao realm, his 4 companions similarly summoned their internal energies. Ha, Fong Du, I have long found you displeasing. Fong Du, I must admit, I am quite intrigued by you. Do prepare for some intimate engagement later. I shall take your earth spider. Then I shall claim your chain hammer. One by one. The 4 revealed their murderous intent, extracting spiritual insects from their golden wings. The leader, Zhang Jihua, even possessed a mid-tier spiritual-grade human-face spider. Combat was imminent. At that moment, Lin Ke shook his head with a smile. It seems I have misjudged you, junior brother. Can you handle one of them? Handle one? Fong Du was momentarily taken aback. Expressing his confusion, senior brother, this is not the time for bravado. We should fight retreating together and find a way to break free. No need, Lin Ke replied meaningfully. I am waiting for a big fish. Fong Du frowned. A big fish? Lin Ke slightly nodded and then called out loudly, Sister, you may come out now. In the next instant, 3 figures appeared in the sky, swiftly making their way towards them, with the foremost being Zhongyu. Impossible, Zhang Jihua exclaimed, his expression shifting in shock. Our movements have not been disclosed. How could you possibly know? It's right here, Lin Ke pointed to his own head. Fong Du's arrival was rather abrupt, or perhaps not entirely so, but his invitation was certainly unexpected. Lin Ke had to consider whether Fong Du was acting under Li Li's orders. However, their interactions suggested otherwise. Yet, to be on the safe side, when Fong Du had previously invited him to form a team, Lin Ke had discreetly communicated with Zhongyu, regardless of Fong Du's affiliations. This presented a valuable opportunity to eliminate Li Lu. The real man of courage, Yunjiang, was bound by the rules not to roam freely outside the sect, and the consequences of his disobedience were severe. Hence, any action would likely be instigated by Li Lu, whether or not Li Lu personally arrived. It was an opportune moment to dismantle his influence and authority. Lin Ke's spiritual energy extended outward through the layers of foliage. Yet he did not sense the presence of others for the time being. He then clasped his hands in greeting to the 2 individuals beside Zhongyu, senior brother Han Yun, junior sister Han Fu. I am grateful for your journey from afar to assist us. The newcomers were indeed Han Yun and Han Fu from the law enforcement hall. Previously, under Li Li's instigation, they had offended Lin Ke. Although Han Yun, a cunning individual, had not intentionally made Lin Ke's silkworm task difficult. A rift had formed between them. During the sect competition, Han Yun and Han Fu witnessed Lin Ke's prowess and noted the esteem in which he was held by the real man of Rain Spider, as well as the favor of the esteemed elder Hua Wujiang. It is worth noting that while Yunjiang was indeed a nascent soul, so was the real man of Rain Spider. Moreover, not all nascent souls are created equal, just as there are various types of business owners. From the humble shopkeeper in a rural town to the powerful heads of multinational corporations, the distinction is significant. Yunjiang was merely one among many elders in the sect. While it was uncertain who was stronger between him and the real man of Rain Spider, in terms of authority, the latter far surpassed him. Thus, the terrified Han Yun and Han Fu had long harbored thoughts of seeking forgiveness. Lin Ke had also taken advantage of this situation to strategize. After departing with Fong Du, he reached out to Han Yun and Han Fu, resulting in the present reinforcement. His spiritual energy, due to the unique nature of his Niwen Palace, was unlike that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to remain acutely aware of his surroundings. Upon detecting someone approaching specifically towards him, he utilized the Xianmai document to inform Zongya and the others to await their arrival. At this moment, as Lin Ke greeted them, Han Yun wore a smile that was somewhat stiff. I dare not claim the accolades of a great achievement. It is merely the modest effort of my siblings. His expression was one of admiration. Beside him, Han Fu appeared quite embarrassed but refrained from speaking, merely offering Lin Ke a slight bow. Subsequently, Han Yun shifted his gaze to the 5 individuals below. I am genuinely impressed by Lin's strategic foresight. Even the number of adversaries has been anticipated. I wonder how Lin intends to deal with these 5? Anticipated? This is not mere conjecture. It is a revelation of spiritual insight. Lin Ke, maintaining his composure, turned his gaze towards the leader, Zhang Jihua, and chuckled softly. Let us eliminate them all, considering it a sacrificial offering to the poisonous mountain range. Throughout the journey, he had observed Fong Du, knowing him to be unaware of the larger scheme, likely due to Lin Ke's enmity with Li Lu not concerning him. Fong Du had not pondered deeply. However, it now appeared that Fong Du was indeed aligned with their side. Fong Du, Zongya, Han Yun, and Han Fu, all 4 could hold off the 4 nascent Foundation enemies, and once Lin Ke swiftly dealt with Zhang Jihua, he could dispatch the others one by one. Haha, what audacity! Zhang Jihua laughed heartily. And then the vivid yellow humanoid spider above his head suddenly melded into his form. Do not think that the body of 1,000 leeks can rampage unchecked. My humanoid yellow spider is particularly adept at countering your explosive power. Upon Zhang Jihua's movement, the other 4 adversaries sprang into action. Let us see what unfolds. Lin Ke approached with a smile. Fong Du and Zongya, upon witnessing this, also began to engage in fierce combat. Zongya's innate spirit insect was a jade-white butterfly, chosen hastily at the time for its affordability to facilitate her breakthrough to the nascent Foundation stage. It did not enhance her combat prowess, but merely assisted her in cultivation. Thus, she soon found herself at a disadvantage. Yet, a purple crystal carapace surged around her, clearly a product of refining a purple crystal beetle. Although she could not match her opponent, her defenses held long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Han Fu was in a similar predicament, clearly lacking the practical experience to match her opponent. Han Yun and his adversary were evenly matched, engaged in a fierce stalemate. Fong Du, however, was different. He had ranked just below Lin Ke and Lin Quanming in this year's sect competition, excelling in practical combat. He clashed with the so-called senior sister Ma, swiftly rendering her pale and shaken. You members of the execution hall are overstepping your bounds. Fong Du's eyes gleamed with ferocity. If you do not perish today, I shall seek out senior brother Shin and demand justice, and we shall see how many axes you can withstand. Upon hearing the name of senior brother Shin, both Zhang Jihua and his companions, as well as Han Yun and Han Fu, turned pale, as if he were a legendary fiend. Bang! At that moment, taking advantage of senior sister Ma's momentary lapse, Fong Du smashed her spiritual energy shield with a chain hammer, striking her torso. She was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby tree trunk, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You little wretch. She extended her finger to curse Fong Du. Unaware that his hammer was already swinging toward her innate spirit insect, the flower spider ensnared by the earth spider. Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Ke was multitasking, and a terrifying earth spike suddenly erupted from the ground, soaring skyward from a distance of several meters. The force was monumental. The earth was as solid as steel. This was the moment Lin Ke sought to seize. Die. Lin Ke's gaze turned icy. How bold. Zhang Jihua was both astonished and enraged. Second sister. Just then, a fist-sized orb of spiritual energy struck fiercely against Lin Ku's earth spike, causing it to shatter into dust in an instant. The unleashed spiritual energy was accompanied by a chilling laughter. Lin Ku, you are indeed astute. Fortunately, I have made thorough preparations. Today, I shall kill you and forcefully violate your master before your very eyes. Chapter 56, Sword Cultivator. Pure Spring Sword Intent. Li Lu. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Ku immediately squinted. She noticed that Zhang Jihua and the others swiftly abandoned their opponents and retreated behind Li Lu. At that moment, Li Lu was radiating powerful spiritual energy, with a massive scorpion tail phantom looming behind him, evidently the result of his transformation into a hybrid beast. You have ascended? Lin Ku responded to Li Lu with an indifferent expression. Ascension cannot alter your true nature. Only beasts incessantly think of mating, manipulated by the desires below. How pitiful for you. Sharp-tongued wretch, Li Lu scoffed, retrieving a porcelain vial and using his spiritual energy to extract 5 crimson pills, which floated before the others. Thank you, Junior Brother Li. Zhang Jihua and the others' faces lit up with joy as they accepted the pills and swallowed them. As long as you follow me, you shall never lack resources in the future. Although Li Lu directed his words towards Zhang Jihua and the others, his gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Ku, a smirk gracing his lips. Unlike you, Lin Ku, you are impoverished, your talents are mediocre, and you possess a pitiful pride. These are all obstacles to your future. No, not just your future, for you shall soon meet your demise. And I? My father is the valiant Jinren Yuan, and I am his only son. Anything that slips through his fingers is coveted even by those of the Golden Core lineage. I am currently at the mid-stage of foundational cultivation, but I shall soon break through to the latter stage, then consolidate my Golden Core, and thereafter soar to great heights. Transcending to the nascent soul stage is just around the corner. As he spoke, the arrogance on Li Li's face intensified, and he pointed at Lin Ku. You will not only die here, but those 2 treacherous wretches, Han Yun and Han Fu, shall also perish. Lin Ku, what do you possess to contend with me? As he spoke, Zhang Jihua and the others not only regained their spiritual power, but also experienced a surge in their aura. Clearly, the pills Li Lu had given them were extraordinary. The siblings Han Yun and Han Fu, singled out by Li Lu, were grim expressions. Fong Du merely tightened his grip on the chain hammer in hand, his demeanor serious. Zongya, like Lin Ku, maintained a calm expression, as if Li Lu's words about imminent violation and death did not pertain to her. Have you finished speaking? Lin Ku sighed. The more you speak, the more I find you pitiful. Pitiful? Once brimming with a wild grin, Li Lu furrowed his brow, and in the next moment, he astonishingly produced a top-tier spiritual flying sword from his storage pouch. Pity for you. In your lifetime, you shall never even touch a top-tier spiritual flying sword. As for me, should I desire it, I could effortlessly wield a primordial artifact to eliminate you. The true pity lies with you. Li Lu summoned the top-tier spiritual flying sword in his hand, its spiritual pressure emanating in waves, prompting exclamations of astonishment from Zhang Jihua and the others. Top-tier spiritual level. This is indeed a top-tier spiritual flying sword. If one were to purchase it, it would undoubtedly cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Many direct disciples can only wield top-tier spiritual flying swords, yet Junior Brother Li possesses a primordial artifact. It appears our allegiance to Junior Brother Li was indeed wise. Let us see how Junior Brother Li dispatches these wretches. Excitement danced across the faces of Zhang Jihua and his companions. Lin Ku's gaze also grew solemn in response to the top-tier spiritual flying sword. However, he remained unperturbed as he looked towards Li Lu. Is that all? Is this mere inanimate object your trump card? Seeing Lin Ku's nonchalance, Li Li's frown deepened further. Since you have nothing more to say, I shall send you on your way. Yet, in the next moment, before the sword could take flight, a gentle whistle echoed from afar. Brother Lin, I have arrived. Accompanying this was the laughter of another. Brother Lin, in the future, should there be such delightful opportunities for ma'am, do remember to include me. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in green robes, soaring on a sword, along with a tall, slender figure, approached Lin Ku. It was none other than Huang Fuqi and Shi Ping, whom Lin Ku had encountered prior to the sect competition. The bond between gentlemen is as delicate as water, though the 3 had only met once before. They had conversed amiably. After the sect competition, Lin Ku had spent additional time with the 2, leisurely strolling through the annual festival square while engaging in pleasant discourse, thus establishing a certain camaraderie. It was precisely through this connection that Lin Ke learned why the sword cultivator Huang Fuqi had been granted an exceptional apprenticeship by the nascent soul elder. Typically, nascent soul elders only accept disciples at the golden core stage, particularly those expected to break through. To take on a disciple at the late foundation establishment stage is a testament to the disciple's extraordinary abilities, much like Lin Kuoming, who, despite being at the 9th level of Qi refinement, comprehended the moon dance intent, ranking him among the most talented individuals in the history of the Golden Wing sect. This extraordinary talent led the Grand Elder Hua Wujing to accept him as a disciple. While Huang Fuqi may not possess Lin Xuanming's level of talent, being accepted by a nascent soul elder is still a significant testament to his capabilities. What abilities, you may ask? Naturally, the ability to kill. Though I was far away, I have grasped the situation, Huang Fuqi remarked with a subtle smile, first bowing to Lin Ke before turning his attention to Li Lu. Li Lu, your father. The valiant true man Yunjiang and my master, the illustrious true man Bai Lu, are bitter enemies. Bound by sect regulations, our two factions have refrained from large-scale confrontations. As he spoke, the flying sword beneath Huang Fuqi slowly ascended above his head. It was a pale green sword, as translucent and radiant as a finely carved jade. However, my intervention this time is at the behest of Brother Lin, and since you struck first, my actions do not contravene any established norms. With that, he cast a languid glance at the high-grade spiritual sword hovering above Li Lu's head, slowly shaking his head, mere facade, ostentatious yet devoid of substance. You do not comprehend the essence of the sword. As his words fell, Huang Fuqi's jade sword gracefully soared towards Li Lu, descending with formidable force. The jade sword danced in the air, swirling like a crystal-clear spring meandering through a mountain gorge, twisting and turning, before finally plunging into the depths of the pond. You are Huang Fuqi? Li Lu, originally intent on confronting the oncoming sword with his own, was struck with dread upon witnessing Huang Fuqi's weapon. He instantly disregarded the so-called high-grade spiritual sword and swiftly retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch, infusing it with spiritual energy. In the next moment, a layer of ethereal light enveloped his form, clinging tightly. Clang! Simultaneously, the sound of metal striking metal rang out as his high-grade spiritual sword was sent flying backward, piercing through 7 or 8 large trees before vanishing from sight. Subsequently, Huang Fuqi's jade sword struck Li Li's body, causing the thin layer of ethereal light to quiver incessantly, yet it ultimately steadied itself. Xianguang Talisman? Low-grade Yuan level? Huang Fuqi furrowed his brow at the sight. The true man of the brave ape has indeed invested heavily in his only son. Meanwhile, Zhang Jihua and the others beside Li Lu were just beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Huang Fuqi, the one who embodies the essence of the clear spring sword. Zhang Jihua's expression turned pale with horror. Huang Fuqi remained silent. Yet, the mere mention of his name instilled fear in the hearts of Zhang Jihua and the others. Brother Lin, the Xianguang talisman on Li Lu is of low-grade Yuan level. I cannot break through it. Huang Fuqi disregarded Zhang Jihua and the others, addressing Lin Ke instead. However, his spiritual energy can only sustain for the duration of half a stick of incense. I shall ensure he does not escape. As for the rest, it is up to you. Understood. Lin Ke nodded, then turned to Zhang Jihua and his companions. Run. Zhang Jihua and the others were momentarily stunned, but then immediately fled with all their might. Lin Ke and his group pursued closely behind. They already held the advantage, and with the addition of Shiping, victory for Zhang Jihua and his companions was all but impossible. Everyone, keep the treasures after the killing. Consider it a token of gratitude for your arduous journey. Lin Ke's calm laughter echoed through the air. This outing had 3 objectives. Whether to capture spirit insects or seek resources, none were as paramount as the ultimate goal. That was to lure the snake from its lair. Chapter 57. Kill. Lin Ke had long contemplated eliminating the nuisance that was Li Lu. However, he had merely formulated a plan without the opportunity to execute it. Initially, he intended to bide his time until the war commenced. Who would have thought that Fong Du's arrival would present him with a glimmer of opportunity? Li Lu was neither foolish nor dim-witted. Yet he possessed a singular flaw, his excessive penchant for ostentation. When Lin Ke was assigned to the Qingshan Garden, Li Lu was the first to mock and ridicule him. He reveled in humiliating Lin Ke in his presence. And this, indeed, was Li Li's Achilles heel, regardless of whether Fong Du stood by him. Lin Ke was confident in his ability to seize this moment. This grasp is not solely reliant on Huang Fuqi, but also on the enigmatic Rain Spider Master. One must acknowledge that he has left the contact information of the Rain Spider Master within the Xianmai manuscript. When the need arises, he believes that the Rain Spider Master will choose to assist him, if only for the fleeting glance bestowed by the golden-winged queen. A thorough preparation. Lin Ke does not fancy taking risks. He prefers to remain in the shadows. Yet, on occasion, he can tolerate a modicum of risk, particularly when it concerns eliminating formidable foes such as Li Lu. Senior brother Lin Ke, please spare me. Ahead, Zhang Jihua, whom Lin Ke pursued, was utterly terrified. They had initially planned for 6 to besiege Lin Ke, or at the very least, 5 to ambush him and Fang Du. Who could have anticipated that Lin Ke would summon reinforcements? It is worth noting that Zhang Jihua was well acquainted with himself and his fellow disciples. Were it not for their dire circumstances, who would willingly serve as a lackey to someone at the initial stage of the Tao Foundation? And if they possessed the strength, how could they be in such a predicament? After merely practicing for a moment, Zhang Jihua realized he was no match for Lin Ke, let alone in this state of sheer terror. Very well, I shall spare you. Lin Ke's voice floated languidly through the air. But you must obey me from this day forth. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jihua's heart leaped with joy, and he halted, sustaining his protective shield. By now, the others had scattered in flight, while Zhongya and the rest pursued them one by one, with Huang Fuqi guarding Li Lu to prevent his escape. Thus, Lin Ke had already chased Zhang Jihua several hundred meters away. Is this for real? Zhang Jihua turned back, filled with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Lin Ke's pace had slowed. Indeed, it is true. My foundation is still shallow. If you pledge your allegiance to me in the future, I shall not impose upon you. Perhaps I could even offer you the opportunity to attain the Golden Core. Attain the Golden Core? Zhang Jihua's speed diminished as a blend of joy, disdain, and resentment flickered in his eyes. In Zhang Jihua's mind, if Lin Ke sought to entice him with the promise of future Golden Core attainment, it was evident that he truly wished to recruit him. However, having been cornered in such a manner today, how could he allow Lin Ke to manipulate him in the future? Once I escape, I shall surely expose your deeds. You little brat who has pushed me to this extent. Zhang Jihua buried his thoughts deep within, then turned with feigned delight. Excellent, senior brother Lin Ke. From henceforth, I am willing. Yet, in the next moment, a thick, sharp spike suddenly erupted violently from below, crashing heavily against Zhang Jihua's spiritual energy shield. Simultaneously, Lin Ke swiftly approached, his right hand thrusting forth a bone spike half a meter in length. What egg-hatching great technique! Stinging needle moth. Lin Ke possessed more than just the purple crystal beetle. He also wielded a type of spirit insect he had never employed before, the stinging needle moth. Although the stinging needle moth was not innately comparable to the purple crystal beetle, it nonetheless possessed its own unique abilities. The amethyst beetle at least possesses a usable amethyst shell, while the stinger moth can only be said to have its stinger at the tail as a semblance of a skill. However, at this moment, Lin Ke unleashed this ability, yielding astonishing results. Zhang Jihua was still preoccupied with his future schemes, oblivious to the fact that Lin Ke had no intention of sparing him. When it was time to kill, he would kill. Crack. Splatter. Zhang Jihua's spiritual shield shattered upon impact, as Lin Ke's bone spikes penetrated his eye socket, directly shattering his brain. It mattered not what he wished. Lin Ke retracted his right hand and swiftly made another slash. Splatter. A head soared into the air, accompanied by a plume of blood mist and the spiritual energy erupting from the severed neck. Zhang Jihua was dead. Before the corpse could fall, Lin Ke swiftly collected the beheaded body. Who could say whether these individuals possessed any means of resurrection? It would be prudent to take the corpse and reduce it to ashes, or perhaps even use it as fertilizer. One must remember that humans, in essence, are akin to other spiritual beasts, with their bodies containing vast amounts of spiritual energy, ideal for nurturing plants or even feeding to goo worms. Unfortunately, the Lin silkworm only consumes insects and not flesh, resulting in the stinger moth and amethyst beetle only feeding on bugs. Otherwise, using this energy-rich corpse to nourish the amethyst beetle could potentially expedite its growth, and should it attain foundational cultivation, that would be even more fortuitous. Without further contemplation, Lin Ke set off to pursue the others after securing Zhang Jihua's body. These individuals were like reeds swaying in the wind, having learned of today's events. They could not be allowed to return alive. When it was time to kill, one must kill. Among them, the weakest was not Zhongya, but rather Han Fu. Yet, despite her weakness, Han Fu could still impede the opponents like Shi Ping and Han Yun, even managing to suppress the enemy. However, Lin Ke's first act of support was directed towards Zhongya. Sister, I come to assist you. Upon Lin Ke's arrival, Zhongya was sustaining her spiritual shield, fending off attacks from the adversary using fireball techniques and flying swords. The enemy, a man in gray at the early foundational stage, was taken aback upon seeing Lin Ke. Lin Ke. The gray-clad man immediately turned to flee, only to be thwarted by 3 fireballs from Zhongya. Lin Ke wasted no time in idle chatter, summoning a dozen earth spikes with a wave of his hand. Boom! The spikes pierced through the gray man's spiritual shield, impaling him from his rear to his mouth. Zhongya, seeing this, exchanged a glance with Lin Ke and nodded, after which the two hastened to aid another. In a mere 10 minutes, aside from Li Lu, all others had fallen to Lin Ke and his companions. They surrounded Li Lu. Li Lu, if you come out now, I will grant you a swift end. Lin Ke softly declared, facing Li Lu. Li Lu, you must die? So, you have no intention of letting me go? Li Lu replied. Li Li's countenance was grim, his ethereal glow casting a shadow over his face, rendering it exceedingly dark. Lin Ke remained silent, a smile gracing her lips. Li Lu found himself encircled by Huang Fuqi, Shi Ping, and others, with no possible escape. I have already informed my father. Do you wish to perish? Li Li's voice was cold. His father, the formidable Yunjiang, was a being of great power. Indeed, upon hearing this, Han Fu displayed a hint of fear, though Han Yun maintained his composure. Shi Ping, Feng Du, and Zhongya exhibited no discernible reaction, while Huang Fuqi's expression remained unchanged. Your father will merely arrive later than you, Lin Ke remarked with a smile. Now that the war has commenced, do you truly believe your father has the leisure to attend to matters beneath the Yuanying level? Even he will be overwhelmed. Furthermore, do not harbor hopes of being resurrected by your father as divine means. I shall reduce you to dust and obliterate your very soul, leaving you with no chance of revival. Lin Ke spoke softly. It was only after Lin Ke finished her words that Li Li's expression truly transformed. How could you be so malevolent? Chapter 58, Li Lu Death. Malevolent? Lin Ke waved her hand nonchalantly, and a massive clock soared into view. This is the grand clock you presented me upon my arrival at Qingsang Garden, informing me of your intent to forcibly marry senior sister. The black silkworms of Qingsang Garden typically yield 7 to 8 tails, yet you insisted on a demand of 2 pounds. At this juncture, her gaze flicked to Han Yun and Han Fu. Han Fu appeared somewhat embarrassed, while Han Yun remained unruffled. Lin Ke bore no grudge against them. Instead, she continued. During the sect's grand competition, you brazenly arranged for a 9th-layer Qi practitioner to attempt my demise. Yet alas, I have already forged my foundation. Was further elaboration necessary? Lin Ke shook her head with a smile. In the game of kings, to conquer or be conquered, if one seeks to slay me, one must be prepared for retaliation. With that, Lin Ke stood poised in the air, observing Li Lu alongside the others. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, a flicker of panic crossed Li Li's face. And suddenly he knelt. Lin Ke, junior brother. I was wrong. I should not have been blinded by desire or pursued Zhongya's beauty. I beg you. Junior brother, spare me. I am willing to serve you faithfully in return. I shall bring you tea and water. I will serve you. Junior brother. I truly realize my mistakes. Li Li's expression was filled with desperation, tears streaming down his face. Realizing your mistakes? Lin Ke shook her head. You merely comprehend that your death is imminent. Moreover, she discerned that even now, Li Lu sought to mask his true intentions regarding Zhongya with his desire for beauty, revealing his ulterior motives. If he were to be spared, it was likely that Li Lu would still plot against Zhongya, albeit with greater cunning and ruthlessness. Thus, Li Lu must perish. Lin Ke was not a person prone to indecision. He understood the significance of decisive action. Upon hearing Lin Ke's resolute declaration, Li Li's expression shifted gradually. First came regret, followed by fear, and finally culminating in an overwhelming resentment. Since you seek to end my life, I shall ensure your suffering as well. Li Lu suddenly raised his right hand, pointing at Zhongya. Zhongya is the Xian Kuan sacred body. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated across a vast expanse, audible for miles around. What is the Xian Kuan sacred body? I have only heard of the Ling Sun sacred wind body. Is it not similar? It seemed that Li Li's intentions were far from mere lust. He appeared to covet Zhongya as a furnace for his ambitions. Such an act would contravene the sect's regulations. Upon hearing the term Xian Kuan sacred body, Shi Ping and the others cast their gazes towards Zhongya, while Huang Fuqi's expression shifted dramatically. What's it to you? Nevertheless, Lin Ku and Zhongya remained the most unflappable among them. They had already exchanged insights regarding the impending conflict and had speculated on Zhongya's unique constitution. Today merely served to confirm their suspicions, although it was prudent to keep such knowledge concealed, after all. A constitution coveted even by nascent soul masters must possess extraordinary qualities. Now that it was revealed, Lin Ku had devised some countermeasures. Yuzhu Jinren and Hua Wujian, senior brother. What exactly is the Xian Kuan Sacredine body? Shiping inquired curiously of Huang Fuqi, as it seemed the surrounding crowd was oblivious to this term. Save for Huang Fuqi himself, it is advisable that you refrain from disclosing what you have witnessed today, Huang Fuqi advised. Shaking his head without directly answering Shiping, he turned to Lin Ku and said earnestly, Brother Lin, junior sister Zong, this matter is of great significance. You must not share it with anyone. I shall reveal what I know shortly. Lin Ku and Zongya exchanged a glance, then nodded slightly. Thus, with minds racing in various directions, the group turned their attention back to Li Lu. As time passed, Li Lu descended into madness. He relentlessly drew treasures from his storage bag, launching attacks against Lin Ku and the others. Yet, most were effortlessly thwarted by Huang Fuqi alone. Even when Li Lu resorted to self-destructing some spiritual artifacts, Huang Fuqi countered them with a single stroke of his sword. At that moment, Lin Ku understood why Huang Fuqi claimed that his master, by Lu Jinren, was the sole inheritor of the sword cultivation lineage within the sect. The way Lin Ku wielded his flying sword differed significantly from that of a true swordsman. It was akin to an ordinary person throwing punches, while they might strike. They could not compare to a professional soldier, martial artist, or boxer. One sword breaks myriad techniques. Although Huang Fuqi could not yet be considered a master of such prowess, he had begun to unveil the essence of the sword cultivator's lineage to Lin Ku. No. Die. All of you, perish. Li Lu screamed frantically, desperately trying to break free from their encirclement. But he could not escape the trap set by Lin Ku and the others. Lin Ku's careful strategizing ultimately cornered Li Lu into a dead end. As time elapsed, Li Li's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Furthermore, Lin Ku also noticed that Li Li's spiritual artifacts were running low. Artifacts of all grades, from superior to inferior, were discarded. And they all self-destructed. Li Lu preferred to exhaust everything rather than leave anything for Lin Ku and the others. Lin Ku, Huang Fuqi, and Han Yun stood at the forefront, slightly stronger than the rest, while others remained behind. The ethereal glow emanating from Li Li's elemental talismans was on the verge of extinguishment, just as Lin Ku had anticipated. Throughout the ordeal, Li Li's father, the formidable Yuan Yongjinren, had not appeared, with the battle just commencing. Yuan Yongjinren was preoccupied with suppressing external threats and had little time to concern himself with his son, who had already established his foundation. Perhaps he was currently engaged in combat against the demon clan. The turbulence of their conflict reverberated far and wide, and discerning individuals understood that the best way to avoid trouble in such disputes was to remain uninvolved. Thus, no one intervened to stir the pot. Lin Ku, I hate. Ultimately, as the ethereal glow around Li Lu faded, Huang Fuqi refrained from taking action, allowing Lin Ku to directly slay Li Lu. With a swift motion, a head soared into the sky before landing in Lin Ku's grasp, subsequently stored in his spatial pouch. Li Lu was dead. The matter concluded, Lin Ku expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you all for your assistance." He bore an expression of tranquility while killing Li Lu, as if casually plucking wildflowers by the roadside, devoid of any exhilaration or sense of vengeance. Indeed, Brother Lin possesses an elevated temperament. Observing Lin Ku's demeanor, Huang Fuqi felt a twinge of regret. What a pity. Brother Lin's exceptional physique is perfectly suited for swordsmanship, yet such a high-minded temperament seems at odds with the way of the sword. Not to worry, Lin Ku replied with a smile. The way of the sword is of little consequence. What matters is the ability to take lives. Methods that enable one to kill are the most effective. While the sword is indeed elegant, I need not sacrifice my essence for the sake of form. My primary focus should remain on spiritual insects and spells. Brother Lin, since we have ventured out, why not travel together? Chapter 59, Formation of the Team. Arrival at the destination. Travel together? The inquiry came from Han Yun. Han Yun, possessing commendable strength and keen intellect, had initially sought to complicate matters for Lin Ku, but swiftly altered his approach upon recognizing Lin Ku's extraordinary nature. A shrewd individual. Hence, upon receiving news from Lin Ku, he unhesitatingly brought his sister along, aiming to atone for his previous transgressions against Lin Ku and restore his own reputation. Undoubtedly, he succeeded. If Brother Han is willing, I see no objection, Lin Ke stated with a smile. This is indeed a time of great upheaval, presenting an opportunity for us lesser cultivators to rise. He then turned to Han Fu. Sister Han Fu, if you are willing, you may accompany my senior sister and me to Qing Sang Garden for a respite. Indulge in some mulberries and engage in discourse. His tone was exceptionally warm, which instantly eased Han Fu's long-standing embarrassment whenever she encountered Lin Ke. In truth, Lin Ke bore no grudge against the harsh words exchanged between the siblings Han Yun and Han Fu. If he could ultimately transform their animosity into a source of strength, it would be most advantageous. However, it seemed that Han Fu, spoiled by Han Yun, had embedded a thorn in her heart, believing that she had wronged Lin Ke in the past. In reality, neither Lin Ke nor Han Yun cared much about that incident. It was merely Han Fu's own awkwardness. Nevertheless, at this moment, Lin Ke's inviting demeanor instilled a sense of respect in Han Fu. Thank you, senior brother Lin, she said, her eyes radiating joy from within. She turned to her companion, Zongya, and remarked, I hope you, junior sister, will be accommodating. With the assistance of her senior sister, Qing Sang Yuan would undoubtedly reach new heights. Zongya, possessing considerable emotional intelligence, found it easy to engage with someone like Han Fu. Brother, it was my slip-up this time, Fong Du spoke apologetically as he conversed with Zongya and Han Fu. I was the one who took advantage of Brother Fong. Lin Ke replied, shaking his head. Moreover, Brother Fong stood by my side even in such circumstances. There is no need for self-reproach now. As he spoke, he gazed into the distance. The battle has begun, and we should not linger here any longer. He then retrieved several storage bags from his waist, taken from those they had just defeated, including one from Li Lu. These items are the rewards for our collective efforts in battle. Without even glancing at the contents, Lin Ke produced 6 storage bags, letting them hover in the air. This was previously agreed upon with everyone. If their numbers were sufficient, there was no need for Lin Ke to risk his life. If they were fewer, Lin Ke and Zongya could forego the spoils for the others to share. Huang Fuqi stepped forward and collected Li Li's storage bag, then stood aside in silence. Observing this, Lin Ke inclined his hand in gratitude towards Huang Fuqi. Li Li's storage bag was akin to a hot potato. Who knew what it contained? Who could predict how the formidable Yunjiang would retaliate? Yet, Huang Fuqi was undeterred. His master, Bai Lu Zhenren, was the sole sword cultivator, and even Yunjiang would avoid provoking him. Then I shall be unreserved. Han Yun stepped forward to casually take a storage bag, followed by Shi Ping and Han Fu. Finally, Lin Ke gestured for Fong Du and Zongya to come forward and take one as well. Thus, the spoils were distributed. Although Lin Ke did not take a single storage bag, his gains were the most substantial of all, for he had eliminated his enemy, Li Lu. Moreover, he had not returned empty-handed. He still possessed a plethora of ordinary insects at home, many of which were carnivorous. He would not be shackled by moral constraints that forbade his insects from feasting on human flesh. These corpses, brimming with spiritual energy, were perfectly suited to nourish his insects. By the way, everyone, allow me to introduce, Lin Ke said with a smile as he introduced Fong Du, Huang Fuqi, Shi Ping, and Han Yun to one another. Fong Du, having gained fame through the sect competition, was well known among the sect, while Huang Fuqi, reputedly the champion of that year's competition, predated Lin Ke's very existence. The group, united by Lin Ke, had become quite familiar with one another after sharing in the act of violence. At this juncture, Zongya and Han Fu opted to return home to their familial estate at Qing Sang Garden. The only ones present with their own territory were Lin Ke, Huang Fuqi, and Shi Ping. The others merely served as subordinates. In Lin Ke's perspective, Han Yun and Han Fu resembled white-collar workers in a previous life. While Huang Fuqi owned vast industrial parks, and Shi Ping had contracted several mountains for business, Lin Ke, on the other hand, possessed a modest plot of farmland. Most members of the sect were engaged in their duties and preferred not to occupy themselves with the taxing management of the sect's enterprises. Thus, individuals like Huang Fuqi, Shi Ping, and Lin Ke, despite their busy schedules, found their lives less burdensome than those of Han Yun and his ilk. However, when war erupted, Huang Fuqi, Shi Ping, and Lin Ke had their own places to call home, albeit with varying degrees of significance. With nowhere else to go, Han Yun and Han Fu decided to make Qing Sang Garden their long-term residence as well. Once Zongya and Han Fu departed, the remaining individuals began to deliberate. I know of a location rumored to be teeming with spirit insects, though I am uncertain if anyone has a superior suggestion, Fong Du remarked. Previously, he and Lin Ke had been discussing the purpose of their journey, but Fong Du had withheld his thoughts until Li Lu and others interjected. I am agreeable. Huang Fuqi replied, his disposition typically affable. This venture is merely at our master's behest, to gain experience and vanquish foes. I have no objection to any destination. Shiping nodded in agreement. I feel the same. The two brothers shared a strong bond. Although Shiping had yet to formally join the ranks of the esteemed Bailu Zhenren, it was considered a matter of time. Meanwhile, Han Yun smiled and clasped his hands, stating, "It is a stroke of fortune to accompany you all, thus I am open to any destination." Lin Ke then chuckled. "Brother Fong, please lead the way." "After you," they replied in unison. The poison refining mountains reverberated with spiritual energy, embroiled in chaos from north to south. Not only the genie sect, but numerous sects were engaged in battle with the demonic creatures of the poison refining mountains. Scores of sects, with throngs of nascent soul practitioners and clusters of golden core experts, presented a vivid tableau of conflict between human cultivators and various monstrous beasts. In such tumult, those at the foundation establishment stage appeared trivial. Yet, that was the state of affairs at the outset. Currently, the nascent soul masters were recuperating, stationed firmly in the rear. While the golden core masters were few in number, as it seemed their paramount objective was to gather experiences and witness the myriad facets of life, many had ventured forth. For instance, the genie sect had summoned their golden core disciples from afar, yet none had returned thus far. Consequently, the battlefield was predominantly populated by foundation establishment cultivators, such as Lin Ke and his companions. "Esteemed friends, we are nearing our destination," Fong Du indicated ahead. Instantly, the group turned their gazes in that direction. Before us lies an unremarkable small hillock, surrounded by dense thickets. This location was discovered by my senior brother from the law enforcement hall prior to the commencement of hostilities. Yet he has since advanced to the Golden Core stage and thus entrusted this information to me. Fong Du pointed towards the hillock, stating, "Within it lies a hidden world. Dark and damp, yet conducive to the gathering of spiritual energy, home to numerous spiritual insects. We may freely harvest them, or even claim this place for future cultivation of these creatures." Chapter 60, The Mysterious Spiritual Insects, A Hidden World? Lin Ke scrutinized the area and indeed discerned a subtle clue. One particular tree appeared somewhat withered. However, without a strong mental acuity or careful observation, one might easily overlook it while passing by. Precisely, Fong Du nodded, that very tree. The others also noted the affliction of the grand tree. Its yellowing leaves indicated malnutrition. Though it bore similarities to the other trees, it was evident that it was affected in some way. As they approached, the group descended, soon grasping the significance of Fong Du's words. "Behold," he said, as he revealed the roots of the tree, unveiling a profound entrance. Beneath this small hillock lay a spacious cavern adorned with stalactites and pools of water, teeming with spiritual insects scattered across various regions. My senior brother had previously surveyed this place and reported no spiritual insects of the late foundation establishment stage, estimating there to be around 10 in total. Fong Du had come prepared. Being merely a novice at the initial stage of foundation establishment himself, and having just recently broken through, he naturally avoided overly perilous areas. However, with Lin Ke, a formidable opponent of the same rank, and Huang Fuqi, a late-stage sword cultivator, present, Fong Du's demeanor was notably relaxed. I initially planned to find a companion to defeat a few spiritual insects and then return. Yet today, with our numbers, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity. Fong Du's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Shiping was the first to speak up. "I believe we should proceed. This place is not far from the sect and will inevitably be discovered. Rather than relying on the slow reproduction of spiritual insects, which yields minimal benefit, we should capture them all and claim this area as our breeding ground." Hearing their reasoning, Lin Ke turned to Huang Fuqi, who expressed no dissent. Lin Ke then declared, "Then let us take this place." Fong Du nodded slightly in approval. Expanding our territory, capturing spiritual insects. A double victory. Thus, Fong Du took the lead, employing the mountain-moving technique to widen the entrance sufficiently for passage. Following him were Huang Fuqi, Shiping, Han Yun, and finally Lin Ke. The group entered in succession, with Lin Ke using the same technique to restore the land outside before turning to join the others. Inside the cavern indeed lay darkness, with the soil exceedingly damp, and a hint of stifling heat pervaded the air. It is indeed an environment well-suited for the survival of insects. Furthermore, a sweep of mental energy reveals the presence of numerous insects crawling nearby. The group descended through a small opening, and after traversing several meters, the space before them suddenly expanded. Before them lay a cavern, unmistakably a karst formation. There was no time to admire the spectacular stalactites. As Lin Ke's mental energy abruptly sensed a spirit insect swiftly approaching from over 100 meters away. "Be cautious," Lin Ke promptly cautioned. Following him, Huang Fuqi's voice chimed in, "It's coming." Subsequently, everyone turned in surprise to glance at Lin Ke, seemingly astonished that his mental prowess surpassed even Huang Fuqi's. Huang Fuqi himself was somewhat taken aback, given that he was already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, this was not the time for discussions about mental strength. Their attention shifted to the approaching spirit insect. To facilitate their observation, Feng Du employed a fireball technique, illuminating the creature's form. To their surprise, it was a sandfly. Quite intriguing. Does anyone have a particular interest? Huang Fuqi was the first to speak up. He chuckled. "I have a senior sister who greatly enjoys raising sandflies and antlions. If you all are amenable, I shall claim this sandfly." Naturally, none among them held any special affection for the sandfly, and they all readily agreed to let Huang Fuqi have it. Up, Huang Fuqi then summoned his flying sword and engaged the sandfly in battle. "This task is best left to Brother Huang. We shall seek the next spirit insect," Shi Ping declared. "Why don't we split up? If assistance is needed, just call out," Feng Du suggested. Remaining clustered together would only hinder their efficiency. Should the need arise, a loud shout would echo in the cavern, ensuring support could be rendered without delay. The group readily agreed, each selecting a direction and dashing forth. Lin Ke cast a few casual glances at Huang Fuqi and the diminutive sandfly before resuming his search for spirit insects with his mental energy. The sandfly was merely a low-grade spirit insect of the early foundation establishment stage, its innate potential likely not exceeding the lower tier of spiritual quality. Furthermore, there was a low-grade spirit insect near the entrance, and deeper within, there might be even more. However, just as Lin Ke had flown a few dozen meters, he immediately heard sounds of combat emanating from other areas. It appeared that Shi Ping and his companions had also encountered spirit insects. Spirit insects, spirit insects. If only I could find a mid-grade spirit insect, Lin Ke mused as he searched intently, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. For humanity, innate talent holds significant importance. Yet, for insects, this aspect is even more critical. After all, while humans can endure hardships and exhibit intelligence, compensating for deficiencies in talent to some extent, for insects, achieving enlightenment is exceedingly challenging. Without wisdom, it is nearly impossible to engage in diligent cultivation. Thus, should their innate potential be lacking, insects find it exceedingly difficult to ascend to greater heights. For instance, Lin Ke's stinging moth and amethyst beetle both appear rather dull and listless, seldom engaging in self-initiated cultivation of spiritual energy. He yearns for a specimen endowed with superior talent. Lin Ke continues his search. Yet, in the next moment, an overwhelming sense of crisis suddenly envelopes him. This is dire. Lin Ke promptly conjures a protective barrier of spiritual energy. With a resounding crash, the barrier shatters. But in an instant, he employs the technique of moist egg hatching to erect his amethyst shell once more. Lin Ke is forcefully pushed back several meters, his heart racing with alarm. Such formidable strength. Simultaneously, a sense of vigilance awakens within him. It appears that in such a perilous environment, one must remain ever alert, perpetually sustaining the moist egg hatching technique. Otherwise, it may elude him in critical moments. This realization also clarifies why some have remarked upon his lack of proficiency with the moist egg hatching technique. In situations like the recent one, a seasoned practitioner should instinctively execute the technique, responding before conscious thought can even react, effectively warding off attacks. These reflections flit through Lin Ke's mind in an instant, and he subsequently extends his mental energy outward. Yet, he perceives no trace of any insects. Mental energy is not infallible. Under certain conditions, it resembles a radar, capable of scanning the shapes of objects, but unable to immediately discern their identities. It is said that only during the nascent soul stage does mental energy transform into divine consciousness, at which point its potential expands exponentially. In the next moment, his amethyst shell is struck once again. What manner of insect is this? Could it possibly be invisible? Lin Ke furrows his brow, immediately invoking the technique of shifting mountains and turning seas. Rise. In an instant, an unending cacophony of stalactite-like stones erupts, swiftly enveloping the area within dozens of meters, encasing Lin Ke and the unseen creature. Under Lin Ke's command, these stones gradually compress inward. The vast space may hinder my growth, but when face to face, let us see how you conceal yourself. As the technique of shifting mountains and turning seas is employed, The earthen walls encasing the surrounding space rapidly converge. However, even when reduced to a mere half-meter radius around Lin Ku, he still cannot perceive the spiritual insect. Logically, spiritual insects tend to be of considerable size, as energy and size are generally proportional. Yet, this is not an absolute rule. Bang, bang, bang. Throughout this process, the elusive spiritual insect continues to assail Lin Ku's amethyst shell with remarkable speed. Fortunately, it has yet to breach the defenses of the amethyst shell. The amethyst beetle is nearing the mid-tier of the spiritual level, coupled with Lin Ku's seemingly boundless supply of spiritual energy. Let us constrict further. A thought flickers in Lin Ku's mind, and the earthen walls shrink once more. Ultimately, just as the walls are about to press against Lin Ku's amethyst shell, his mental energy finally detects the presence of the spiritual insect. A flea? Lin Ku was somewhat astonished. Before him, not far away, there was an exceedingly tiny black dot, resembling a sesame seed, swiftly darting about and striking against the amethyst shell. It appeared that this flea sensed the impending fate that awaited it. In the next moment, Lin Ku once again unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, conjuring a fireball that materialized in the air. Fireball technique. This technique possesses numerous variations. Some practitioners can enlarge or diminish the fireball, or even cause it to explode. However, Lin Ku had yet to cultivate fire magic, and thus could not manipulate it with such ease. Yet, he could compensate for this limitation through sheer quantity. Boom. 7 or 8 fireballs instantly emerged, filling the area occupied by the flea. However, this flea was no ordinary creature. A thin layer of spiritual energy shield had formed over the bristles on its surface. Lin Ku's fireball technique was akin to that of a novice, insufficient to scorch a flea at the same foundational stage. Indeed, this flea was a spiritual insect of the foundational stage, though its aura was faint, confined within this small space. Lin Ku could vaguely discern that it was a mid-grade spiritual flea. What a gain! He pondered whether it could reproduce, narrowing his eyes. He once again employed the techniques of mountain moving and earth strengthening to further constrict the flea's area of movement. The flea seemed to sense that its life was in peril and struck against Lin Ku's amethyst shell with increased ferocity. However, sensing the hardness of Lin Ku's shell, it redirected its assault towards the earthen wall, which had been reinforced by the earth-strengthening technique. Boom, boom, boom. The wall trembled from the impacts but did not collapse. After all, this was a spell Lin Ku had been utilizing for quite some time. While he could not claim mastery, he was undoubtedly proficient, even skilled. Furthermore, even if the reinforced wall sustained damage, he could immediately mend it. Such is the advantage of abundant spiritual energy. The flea's diminutive form was no match for Lin Ku. Even if he were merely at a basic foundational level, he surpassed the flea tenfold. It is worth mentioning that the optimal strategy for such a flea would be ambush rather than direct assault. Its aura had diminished to a barely perceptible level, likely discernible only by divine consciousness. Foundational stage cultivators would find it implausible. At this moment, the flea seemed to have expended much of its spiritual energy, its speed gradually diminishing. Lin Ku hastily withdrew some fireballs to avoid incinerating the flea, which was no larger than a sesame seed. Yet, the flames did not extinguish entirely. He intended to deplete the flea's spiritual energy before subsequently confining it within the nest of the golden-winged insect. The flea seemed to comprehend its impending fate, its speed slowing further until it eventually came to a halt in the center of the earthen box Lin Ku had created, quietly resisting the flames. Observing this, Lin Ku immediately enveloped the flea with his mental energy, then forcefully broke open the box with his right hand, gripping the flea tightly. The flea attempted to struggle, but Lin Ku's overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth with tremendous force. In the realm of Yunjiang's Gu technique, Lin Ku exerted an unusual intensity in refining the spiritual insect. The only insect he had previously refined was the Lin silkworm, and since then, he had commanded all subsequent creations of Lin silkworms with remarkable ease. However, the resistance emanating from this small flea far exceeded Lin Ku's expectations. With no recourse left, it was time for it to submit willingly. Lin Ku let out a cold snort, his eyes radiating a piercing white light as his formidable mental energy formed a pressure that combined with spiritual force to suppress the flea. Within mere seconds, Lin Ku sensed the flea's resistance waning. Yet, it persisted in its defiance. With a low command, Lin Ku's indomitable will, propelled by his mental energy, surged forth with great force. In a moment of clarity, it seemed he heard a crack, finally shattering the flea's mental defenses. The unique spiritual energy of the Gu technique transformed into a character imprint, deeply engraved upon the flea's very soul. The process of subjugation was complete. After nearly 10 minutes of effort, Lin Ku successfully subdued the flea. A sense of satisfaction washed over him as he perceived the flea's mid-tier spiritual aptitude. With an open palm, the flea made a feeble leap before concealing itself within Lin Ku's hair, demonstrating commendable stealth. Lin Ku nodded slightly. This flea could indeed serve as a lethal asset. After all, not every spiritual insect needed to be utilized for reproduction. If one possessed inherent strength, mating could prove counterproductive. However, further examination of the flea's characteristics was necessary. If it turned out to be of limited utility, it would not be used for breeding. At its current state, it could primarily achieve concealment, ambush, and surprise attacks, lacking distinctive features in terms of power or defense. Thus, it would be prudent to hold onto it for the time being and reassess later. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly a gain. Lin Ku's face blossomed with a smile. The primary purpose of his expedition was to deal with Li Lu, with the secondary aim of gathering spiritual insects. As it stood, he had successfully acquired a mid-tier spiritual flea, his very first of such caliber. With a flourish of his hand, Lin Ku caused the surrounding earthen walls to collapse with a thunderous sound, and he continued his exploration. The cave was deep and shadowy, with many areas obscured from his sight, lacking the expansive reach of his mental energy. However, his mental force acted as a scanning mechanism, often revealing less clarity than his own eyes. Yet, this was acceptable. Although the cave widened as he descended, its infrequent visitors suggested that Lin Ku's presence, replete with spiritual energy and the essence of blood and carbon dioxide, was irresistibly alluring to the insects. The flea nestled within his hair incessantly transmitted a desire to feed on blood, which Lin Ku promptly curtailed. The body of a practitioner, rich in blood and spiritual energy, was akin to treasure, much like the bodies of demonic beasts and spiritual creatures. Humans sought to consume beasts, and beasts, in turn, desired to feast on humans. Just then, Lin Ku spotted a flicker of blue light swirling in the distance. The spinning motion was induced by the wind, yet the illumination was curious indeed. Even Lin Ku could perceive the subtle sensation of the glowing points, reminiscent of the planet of misfortune. He soared towards them, his mental energy unfurling like a tempest. To his astonishment, as his mental force swept through, a cacophony of roars erupted from the luminescent area. Spirit insects. And not merely one. Lin Ku narrowed his eyes, his amethyst carapace unwavering, as a flying sword materialized in his hand. He was determined to subdue every one of these spirit insects. Chapter 62. Young Master. Come to me. These spirit insects reminded him of a certain insect from his previous life, the little fungus gnat, also known as the ghost curtain worm. The larvae of this ghost curtain worm typically dwell in caves, capable of spinning long strands of silk. These silken threads are adorned with viscous droplets, creating a curtain of beads. These bead curtains are meticulously crafted traps for capturing small flying insects drawn in by their allure. Their lifespan is but a year, with the larvae occupying most of their existence, transforming into adult forms akin to large mosquitoes after pupation. The adults, devoid of mouths, do not feed. Their sole purpose is to mate and lay eggs until they are utterly spent. It is said that after mating and laying eggs, the adults will expend their last ounce of strength to crash into the larvae's silk web, sacrificing themselves to nourish their offspring. In his previous life, the ghost curtain worm was rather unremarkable. Yet, in this moment, it was an insect Lin Ku coveted immensely, to the point that he hesitated to use it for breeding in the Mud Pill Palace due to its enticing nature. The natural world offers myriad attractions for insects, such as light, scent, water, and warmth. Lin Ku had previously contemplated luring insects using these methods, hoping to attract some exotic or spiritual varieties. However, time was of the essence, and he had been too weak, lacking the experience of actual combat. Moreover, the protective array around the sect allowed only ordinary insects to enter, as any with a hint of spiritual energy would be thwarted by the formation. Thus, he had never put his plans into action. Now, encountering a natural lure for insects, Lin Ku could not let the opportunity slip by. Moreover, these were all spirit-level medium-grade ghost curtain worms. If the larvae possess such quality, what might they become once they pupate into adults? How splendid! Many spirit insects lack the ability to conceal their inherent traits, making their quality easily discernible to all. As Lin Ku cautiously approached the circle of luminous curtains, he felt a sense of relief. Humans, endowed with intelligence, often find it challenging to discern each other's quality. spirituality, inherent nature, and enlightenment. All three require specific means to reveal themselves. Many creatures, however, are different. For instance, insects possess such low intelligence that their quality is readily apparent upon sight. The distinctions of low, medium, and high spirit levels can be sensed easily. Humans, on the other hand, are not the same. Lin Ku originally possessed an inherent nature of high spirit level. Now, fused with Lin Ku's soul, it was likely that his inherent nature had ascended even further. However, without the aid of special spiritual artifacts, it remains undetectable. This is why everyone believes Lin Ku's restoration of his cultivation is attributed to the Wanlu physique rather than a change in his innate qualities. So much of it, all classified as mid-tier spiritual grade. While pondering this, Lin Ku arrived at an opening where the air flowed gently. The ethereal curtain worms hung upside down, swaying their luminescent liquid curtains. Each of these liquid curtains, standing vertically and cascading down, measured approximately 2 meters in length, with the worms at their apex as large as half a palm. What enormous creatures! As Lin Ku approached, the ethereal curtain worms seemed to sense his presence, swiftly beginning to sway those pendant-like liquid curtains. In the next moment, these pendants were hurled towards Lin Ku. They sought to prey upon him. Although the cave was teeming with insects, many spiritual insects maintained boundaries among themselves. Ordinary non-spiritual insects entering here were essentially doomed, swiftly consumed by the carnivorous ones. This accounts for the scarcity of common mosquitoes and bugs in this cave, formed by the karst landscape. Despite being mid-tier spiritual grade, the ethereal curtain worms appeared devoid of any particular means to assault. They could only ensnare their prey with the liquid curtains. However, it is essential to note that many spiritual insects are not so easily trapped by those liquid curtains. This led the ethereal curtain worms to instinctively attempt to capture any living being they detected, without regard for the size or strength of their quarry. With a flicker of thought, the stones at the cave's entrance rumbled dramatically, and circles of somewhat calcified, moist stalactites began to separate each ethereal curtain worm. The worms, seemingly lacking in intelligence, immediately abandoned their pursuit of Lin Ku, opting instead to remain motionless, feigning death. Lin Ku effortlessly encased these ethereal curtain worms into individual boxes, severing their liquid curtains. How convenient. A smile graced Lin Ku's face as he extended his right hand towards the first ethereal curtain worm. The worm made no attempt to resist, continuing its charade of lifelessness. Utilizing the Miao Zhonggu technique, Lin Ku was surprised to find that the first ethereal curtain worm was thus refined without struggle. So effortlessly? Lin Ku was taken aback. He had not anticipated such ease in the process, with no resistance whatsoever. Consequently, he replicated his method, successfully refining a total of 26 ethereal curtain worms. Yet, just as he refined the last one, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Young man, are you satisfied?" The voice was soft and soothing, reminiscent of a cotton candy melting in one's mouth. However, Lin Ku felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. This voice audaciously disregarded his mental defenses and resonated within his mind. Cold sweat immediately trickled down his temples. Reacting swiftly, he cupped his hands and proclaimed loudly to the surroundings, "I am unaware of the esteemed elder's secluded meditation here, and I do not wish to disturb you. I shall take my leave at once." After speaking, Lin Ku turned and manifested 2 dragonfly wings on his back. This was a spell he had previously chosen. Originally merely a technique, it had been elevated to a magical category due to its exorbitant consumption of spiritual energy. Although the energy expenditure was significantly higher, the speed afforded by the dragonfly dash spell was considerably swift compared to many other escape spells. The consumption of spiritual energy was the least of Lin Ku's concerns, which was why he opted for this particular incantation. Now, an intense surge of energy coursed through him, propelling his speed to new heights. Dragonfly dash. However, after only a few meters, that voice echoed once more. "Young man, why not come and sit with me for a while?" The voice was sweet and enticing, reminiscent of a woman stretching lazily after waking. As soon as the words faded, Lin Ku felt his body come to an abrupt halt. The surrounding space suddenly froze, and he found himself as immobile as an insect trapped in amber. Panic surged within him. In the next moment, he sensed the air around him begin to stir, pushing him backward with a gradual force. "Young man, you have accepted my crystal veil. Why not stay and become my shadow veil? I have a fondness for blood. Perhaps we could use yours for the crystal veil?" A light, mocking laughter echoed in his mind. Lin Ku felt a chill envelop him, rendering him speechless. How could such a powerful entity be concealed so near the sect's stronghold? Suppressing his inner terror, Lin Ku began to contemplate an escape strategy. Suddenly, he recalled the earth-shattering techniques he had employed during the sect's grand competition, as well as the ability to solidify the ground beneath him. At that time, his spiritual energy had been dispersed across numerous spikes, resulting in each spike lacking substantial hardness. However, during his struggle with Lilu, he had managed to condense a single spike with sufficient strength to engage in a back-and-forth battle. Condense. He needed to concentrate his power now. Only then could he unleash the force akin to a golden core stage attack and escape. Lin Ku's gaze sharpened, and his inner energy began to boil, akin to mighty rivers in full flow. Concentrate, peak power. Chapter 63, Escape and Discussion. He understood the urgency of breaking free. Although the woman's voice had seemed amiable, as if genuinely inviting him for a visit, it was highly likely a seduction intended to lower his guard. As for whether this was someone Lin Ku recognized, absolutely not. Neither he nor anyone he knew had ever heard that voice before. Regarding the Golden Winged Queen, who had cast a fleeting glance at him earlier, the odds were exceedingly slim. While she had indeed glanced at him, her identity was that of the founding ancestor's beloved spirit beast. Not only was her cultivation unfathomably high, but based on the annual festival's context, her tone and demeanor did not align with this womaness. Of course, it did not mean that the speaker could not be the Golden Winged Queen, but the probability was certainly not substantial. Thus, he must run. Lin Ku's mental focus was unprecedented, and his spiritual energy began to boil with intensity. Previously, he could only summon a fraction of his power to conceal his talents and evade detection. Now, in the desperate bid for survival, he must unleash his full potential in an instant to seize a fleeting chance for escape. Although the strength of this mysterious woman was formidable, it had not reached the level of the Golden Winged Queen, who could freeze the entire festival square. Rather, she seemed to manipulate the air and control the wind, rendering Lin Ku immobile. This indicated that Lin Ku had the opportunity to break free. Concentrating his power into a singular point, he prepared to unleash his peak strength. With a fierce cry, Lin Ku erupted. Blood mist burst forth from every pore, and crimson flowed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. This was the force of 50% of his spiritual energy. Boom! Stalactites shot forth, shattering the solidified air, rolling and crashing against the surrounding cavern like waves. At that moment, a distant gasp and the shrill cry of some insect echoed. An opportunity. Blood tears streamed from the corners of Lin Ku's eyes, but he did not wipe them away. Instead, he surged his spiritual energy into his back. Dragonfly flight technique. Originally, he possessed merely 2 dragonfly wings, but now they multiplied to 4, tinged with a faint hue of blood. His speed surged. Whoosh! The once stagnant air parted, and Lin Ku's figure transformed into a blur of green and blood mist, a crimson streak racing toward the distance. Simultaneously, the previously feminine voice behind him turned shrill and terrifying. Stop! I hunger. I crave flesh and blood. I am famished. I shall devour you. Damn it! The air suddenly surged, transforming into enormous hands reaching forward, as if to seize Lin Ku. Yet, he had already dashed to the entrance of the tunnel from whence they had come. Hurry! There's a Yunjiang powerhouse here, Lin Ku shouted, his voice echoing throughout the cavern. The cavern was teeming with spiritual insects, widening the deeper one ventured, resembling a pyramid. Just moments earlier, Huang Fu and his companions had likely descended into the depths to capture the spiritual insects. Although Lin Ku faced imminent peril, he still took the moment to warn others. At that instant, it seemed his voice reached the depths of the cavern, eliciting echoes. A Yunjiang powerhouse. This cavern is no ordinary place. Flee quickly. Lin, your righteousness is commendable. Even in this dire moment, you do not forget to warn us. Though they were far apart, upon hearing Lin Ku's voice, the others swiftly made their escape. They were unaware of the true nature of the cavern, which was merely a location disclosed by Fong Du's senior brother, relatively concealed. In truth, no one had ever ventured to uncover the reality within. Or rather, even if it has been explored, no one pays heed. Nor has there been a thorough investigation. It is important to note that this is situated adjacent to the Golden Wing sect, with so many formidable powers residing nearby. Brother Fong Du is unlikely to fathom that there could be great beings concealed deep within the cavern, to remain hidden at the same realm. Especially under the aegis of the Miaojiang Gu technique that the Golden Wing sect predominantly practices, is exceedingly challenging. Either the owner of this feminine voice possesses something extraordinary, Or this unknown entity's power surpasses the nascent soul stage, perhaps even exceeding the fusion phase. Contemplating this, Lin Ke quickened his pace. Blood surged forth from his body, and his spiritual energy was rapidly depleted. In but a short while, he returned to the place he had entered. At this moment, the currents that had been pursuing him gradually subsided, akin to a gentle breeze, no longer able to impede Lin Ke's movements. Simultaneously, cries continued to resonate from the depths of the cavern. Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Yunjiang! Yunjiang! I shall feast upon your flesh and blood. Devour your progeny. Human race! Human race! Release me! Release me! The voices from deep within the cavern echoed relentlessly, causing the various insects within the stone chamber to scurry in panic. Some spiritual insects darted about, yet none ventured towards the cave's entrance, as if something terrifying lurked within. Confined here? Lin Ke watched this scene with a sense of trepidation. Meanwhile, in the distance, Huang Fuqi and the others hastened their pace to arrive. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, they peered inside with trepidation. To their astonishment, a formidable being was imprisoned here. Huang Fuqi furrowed his brow deeply. Such a powerful entity, and the sect is completely unaware? Should we report this to the sect? Han Yun's expression grew grave. An existence like this residing within the cavern is akin to a ticking time bomb. Should we inform the higher-ups of the sect? Upon hearing this, the group fell into contemplation, none daring to speak. Lin Ke squinted at the scene. Should they inform the sect? Naturally, they should not. In fact, they ought to seize this location for themselves. Regardless of whether the entity is human or beast, should they grow stronger in the future, might they not be able to subdue her? Moreover, they could already anticipate that, given this place holds such an existence, there would undoubtedly be more extraordinary aspects awaiting their discovery. Such a treasure trove, who would willingly disclose it to others? However, a moral compass resides within each individual, and they all pondered the implications of failing to report it to the sect. What if trouble arose later? Observing this, Lin Ke finally spoke contemplatively. Once we become powerful, the sect shall likewise grow stronger. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, the others immediately focused their gazes upon him. Lin Ke smiled. My dear brothers, to be candid, I am reluctant to report this location. At this, everyone nodded in agreement. Who would wish to? None would. Thus, we shall refrain from reporting this. Lin Ke gestured towards the surroundings, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. As I previously stated, the strength of the sect is intrinsically linked to the prowess of its disciples. Others' power contributes to our own, just as our strength bolsters that of others. Why should we relinquish the territory we have discovered? Instead, let us seize this land, claiming a radius of 1 mile and defending it for 10 days. At that point, this place shall be our domain. Chapter 64. Alliance. Occupying the cave. To occupy this territory and hold it for 10 days? A shock coursed through the hearts of the few present, and they immediately grasped Lin Ke's intention. Earlier, Master Yuzhu had announced that any group capable of holding a territory within a 1-mile radius for 10 days would claim it as their own. This was intended to encourage the disciples of the sect to venture forth and expand their boundaries. However, the location they currently occupied was not far from the sect and bore little in the way of resources. It was predominantly inhabited by ordinary insects and beasts, with very few spirit creatures present. Thus, when they surrounded and killed Li Lu, no one bore witness to the act. This lack of occupation was due to most individuals opting to venture further afield, where powerful nascent soul masters reigned. While occupying this place for 10 days was feasible, and they might not even face a counterattack from spirit creatures, the idea of claiming such a perilous area struck the others as audacious. Brother Lin, are you suggesting that we occupy this place, and then, when we reach a higher level of cultivation, we may confront that formidable being? Fong Du's face displayed a flicker of interest. We are 5, yet that great power is but 1. How shall we divide it? It must be noted that Fong Du possessed a considerable degree of courage, as he was the first to align his thoughts with Lin Ke's. However, they were indeed faced with the issue of selecting a representative, for only one could lay claim to the land. Silence enveloped the group. Lin Ke then spoke. Brother Huang is the strongest among us and is on the verge of reaching the golden course stage. I propose we nominate him to lead, ensuring our future safety. Huang Fuqi, a sword cultivator and disciple of the nascent soul master Bai Lu, would develop into a golden core cultivator and be best positioned to care for the group. The prosperous shall uplift the less fortunate. However, upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Huang Fuqi shook his head in disagreement. On the contrary, Brother Lin is more suited than I. Shi Ping concurred. What my brother says holds truth. Brother Lin is indeed better qualified than us. He then turned to Fong Du and Han Yun. We have gathered under Brother Lin's leadership, and he even remembered to inform us during his escape. I am willing to place my trust in him. Fong Du and Han Yun nodded in agreement. It is essential to understand that when pursued by a ferocious beast, one must not merely outrun the predator but also outpace fellow companions. This principle remains relevant in the realm of cultivation. When faced with danger, many might choose to abandon their comrades, allowing them to lag behind in hopes of self-preservation. Yet, Lin Ku exhibited remarkable clarity, boldly shouting for everyone to remain vigilant and flee together. Thus, the group was able to cast aside their ongoing struggles with the creatures they were taming or battling and flee. I concurred. Fong Du nodded, saying, I ventured forth upon hearing of Brother Lin's virtuous character, and indeed, he proves to be righteous. Han Yun, in agreement, added, It is true. We have gathered here because of Brother Lin, and it is only fitting that he serves as the bond among us. Consequently, all eyes turned towards Lin Ku. Huang Fuqi smiled and proposed, Brother Lin, why not establish an organization with us? When others join, we can share both joys and hardships. He sighed, continuing, Most of my master's disciples are carefree wanderers, and while many possess golden elixirs, I alone am a cultivator of the foundational path. At times, I yearn for a dependable brother to accompany me on this journey. Typically reticent, Huang Fuqi was unexpectedly impressed by Lin Ku's talent, especially after witnessing Lin's unyielding stance against Li Lu. This led both Huang Fuqi and Shi Ping to willingly offer their assistance to Lin Ku. Given the current circumstances, their sentiments aligned. Although resources were abundant here, Lin Ku's reliability was unquestionable. He would not betray friends or seniors for personal gain or survival. Thus, he was the most suitable candidate to occupy this place. Then let us pledge with our blood, Lin Ku declared, unhesitatingly. He was not one to indulge in pretense. The arduous path of cultivation is indeed more pleasant with 3 or 5 trusted friends to support one another on the ascent. With that, he summoned 5 stone cups from thin air and filled them with water using the sweet rain technique. He first dripped 5 drops of blood into each cup, and the others followed suit. They then raised their cups. Let us strive together in the future, Lin Ku reflected. The road ahead is long and arduous, and we shall seek knowledge together. Well said, Huang Fuqi praised. Shi Ping added, I felt an affinity with Brother Lin from the start. Now, as we stand as brothers, we must nurture our bond. He nodded towards Han Yun, and Fong Du. Han Yun's face radiated joy as he proclaimed, I am but a lowly cultivator from the law enforcement hall, and I am grateful for your kindness. In the future, I shall strive to keep pace with all of you. So shall I, Fong Du responded. Within our sect, there are numerous factions and organizations, and it is fortuitous that we 5 have gathered here. We shall surely ascend to greater heights. The 5 exchanged smiles and simultaneously raised their heads to drink the blood-infused water. Blood is thicker than water. Although they were not sworn brothers by birth, their bond was scarcely different. As previously stated, they would share both joys and hardships and strive together. To this cup, cheers. Cheers. This simple ritual deepened their brotherly affection significantly. Such is the nature of men. They can wield blades for a brother they have barely met and dedicate their lives to a cause for one they have never heard of. During the era of the 3 kingdoms, figures such as Jiang Wei, despite having never encountered the likes of Liu Bei or Zhuge Liang, tirelessly endeavored to fulfill the aspirations of restoring the Han dynasty. Speaking of which, Brother Lin, have you ever encountered that formidable nascent soul? Shi Ping glanced towards the cave from which they had emerged. Although the cave had been diminished in size by Lin Ku, the subtle movement of air and the mindless insects crawling out manifested the unrest within. Indeed not. Lin Ku's expression grew solemn as he recounted his previous observations, then remarked, I believe that if we encounter insurmountable adversaries in the future, we might consider luring them into this cavern. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Certainly. If formidable foes such as those in the Golden Core or nascent soul stages arise, or even someone from within our sect, we could devise a trap to eliminate them. However, I have yet to hear of any powerful figures being imprisoned beyond the sect's protective array. Shi Ping stroked his chin thoughtfully. I shall investigate the scriptures in the scripture pavilion. Knowing the identity of the nascent soul below would be advantageous for us. I will mark this location for now. Lin Ku nodded, producing his disciple token and channeling his spiritual energy into it before casting it into the sky. In an instant, an inexplicable aura enveloped the area within a mile, akin to how tigers and other creatures delineate their territory through scent. This was Lin Ku proclaiming that this area now had an owner. Chapter 65. Insects. The group eagerly engaged in discussions regarding the future of their alliance. Lin Ku managed the Qingsang Garden. Huang Fuqi oversaw the Jinghe River, while Shiping administered by Xia Peak. Huang Fuqi, a powerful sword cultivator with a formidable backing, and Shiping, possessing considerable administrative experience, ensured the effective management of Bai Xia Peak. As for Lin Ku, his strength was well known, and with Han Yun expertly tending to the black gold silkworms in Qingsang Garden, the group held him in high regard. Feng Du, having navigated the challenges of the mortal realm since childhood, was not one to be trifled with and was known for his loyalty. Han Yun, with years of experience in the law enforcement hall, exhibited exceptional emotional intelligence and demonstrated remarkable interpersonal skills in his earlier interactions with Lin Ku. He was indeed a clever individual. After a casual exchange of ideas, they began to deliberate on other matters. Initially filled with panic, they gradually found calmness, though their emotions remained somewhat turbulent with the recent alliance. In the future, we should establish a name for ourselves, Shiping proposed. By Xia Peak. Huang Shixiang's Jinghe River and Lin Xiang's Qingsang Garden are all sect properties. Now that we, as brothers, are developing together, it would be fitting to choose a name. The others nodded in agreement, offering various suggestions, ultimately settling on the name De Huang. Whether it would be known as De Huang Hall or De Huang Palace would depend on the structures they erected here. However, these considerations were secondary. The paramount concern remained the unknown powerful entity beneath the cave and the multitude of spiritual insects descending from above. These were indeed invaluable resources. This place resembles a treasure trove, and they ought to engage in earnest discussions regarding the division of spoils. Thus, the group deliberated here for 2 hours. Ultimately, only Lin Ku and Feng Du remained at their post, while the others returned briefly. Huang Fuqi and Shiping went back to arrange matters concerning the Jinghe River and Bixia Peak. Han Yun departed for Qingsang Garden to inform Zhongya and Han Fu, and to have Zhongya oversee affairs at the garden. However, Han Yun and Lin Ku did not intend to bring their younger sister and senior sister along. Although Zhongya possessed considerable strength, Han Fu's abilities were lacking, and bringing her along would only prove burdensome. Staying in Qingsang Garden could be regarded as remaining within the sect. Albeit lacking the protective Great Formation, it still offered a modicum of safety. Thus, 6 hours passed in this manner. Lin Ku and Feng Du rested and cultivated under the sect's token, untroubled by any unwelcome spirit insects. Only a disciple of a nascent soul master came to inquire about Lin Ku's situation, subsequently recording the time displayed on the sect's disciple token. This area fell under the jurisdiction of the nascent soul master, or rather, the peak master. They only needed to occupy it for 10 days. After that, should any issues arise, they would merely need to summon the peak master for assistance. Everything was in readiness, awaiting the passage of 10 days. The moon dimmed while the stars shone brightly, and the birds fell silent. Feng Du sat beneath a tree practicing, while Lin Ku stood vigil in the air. Senior brother. Feng Du slowly opened his eyes. I have completed my cultivation. It is my turn now. Lin Ku smiled and shook his head. I am of the myriad leeks body. My foundation far exceeds 50%, and each session of cultivation requires a considerable amount of time to assimilate. Cultivation involves converting spiritual energy into spiritual power. In truth, Lin Ku possessed an astonishing 13% foundation. Each hour of practice allowed him to absorb an astounding 13% of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the Miao Jianggu skill was not particularly compatible with Lin Ku, hence the assimilation was not as swift. Feng Du nodded in understanding. The Miao Jianggu skill is commendable, yet it is not entirely suitable for us. Brother Lin, your talent is exceptional. The choice of technique is indeed crucial. However, despite the significance of the technique, Lin Ku and the others had no alternatives. The entirety of the Jin E sect practiced this particular skill. The transmission of techniques is a closely guarded secret of every sect. Should any leaks occur, it would lead to dire consequences. Therefore, given Lin Ku's current experience, he had not encountered practitioners of other techniques within the Jin E sect. Suddenly, Feng Du recalled a certain spirit insect and became pensive. When I roamed the mortal realm as a child, I learned of many secrets. It is said that in Yunjiang, there exists a spirit insect known as the Xuanqing ascaris, which can reside within the host's body, aiding their cultivation. I wonder if such a creature has become extinct. Ascaris? Xuanqing ascaris? Must one consume it? Lin Ku felt a twinge of disgust, but then self-deprecatingly laughed. Whether or not it exists, even if it does, it is unlikely to involve us. Lin Ke also possessed the inheritance from the old man, which contained numerous powerful goo insects. Yet the conditions for nurturing these creatures are either excessively harsh or their birth circumstances are equally stringent, resulting in a scarcity of existing spirit insects. One might speculate that beneath this cavern lies an expansive space. Feng Du remarked, perhaps there exists the elusive Xianyun Huichong down below? Perhaps. Lin Ke replied with a serene smile. The cavern was abundant with spirit insects, representing their resource. However, to locate the specific spirit insect they required was no simple task. The two engaged in casual conversation, reminiscing about Feng Du's past or discussing Lin Ke's experiences in the Qingsang garden. Thus, a day slipped away. Yet, as they continued to wait, an uninvited guest approached swiftly, silhouetted against the rising sun. Something is amiss. Lin Ke gazed into the distance, rousing the meditating Feng Du. His brow furrowed. In the far distance, a swarm of black mist was rapidly advancing. The buzzing of wings echoed, and the form of the ominous cloud became apparent before Lin Ke and Feng Du mosquitoes. Feng Du ascended to join Lin Ke, frowning as he unsheathed his weapon and summoned his spirit insects. Such a vast horde of mosquitoes, has the front line been breached? Just then, amidst the dense swarm, a low voice commanded, "You two youngsters, clear the way for Grandpa." Following the voice, a formidable aura surged forth. Jinan, Lin Ke and Feng Du's expressions turned grave, and they immediately descended slightly. This was not a spirit insect from the Tsidu Mountains. It was evident that a direct disciple of the Jindan was commanding the mosquito horde. However, as Lin Ke and Feng Du stepped aside, a voice called out from within the swarm, "What a stroke of luck! I found you without even searching." Instantly, the entire host of mosquitoes veered towards Lin Ke, their momentum overwhelming and speed astonishing. Lin Ke and Feng Du were taken aback and promptly separated to flee. "Who are you?" Lin Ke furrowed his brow, retrieving the purple crystal beetle, from which two wings unfurled. Dragonfly dash. Yet, he did not immediately take flight, for he had sustained grievous injuries from the earlier surge of spiritual energy in the cavern. To unleash more than 40% of his energy now would likely be detrimental to his foundation. Meanwhile, Lin Ke urged Feng Du, "Brother Feng, swiftly summon Master Huadai. A direct disciple has gone mad." Feng Du, understanding the gravity of the situation without a word, dashed away to seek reinforcements. Fully aware that this individual sought to eliminate Lin Ke, they both comprehended that the intruder was undoubtedly after Lin Ke due to the earlier incident involving Li Lu. Where only Li Li's father, the formidable Yunjiang, was aware of Lin Ke's identity. If they separated, the assailant would surely choose to pursue Lin Ke over Feng Du. Moreover, Lin Ke, having already expended his spiritual energy during their previous ordeal in the cavern, lacked the capacity for a hasty retreat like Feng Du. Moreover, Lin Ke was renowned for his protective abilities akin to the amethyst beetle during the sect's grand competition, making him the most suitable guardian for Feng Du. However, these were merely theoretical assertions. Those who remained were most likely to meet their demise. Both Lin Ke and Feng Du were at the early stages of their foundation establishment, while their adversaries were at least at the initial phase of the Golden Core. A single misstep could result in their utter annihilation. "Hold on, Brother Lin. I shall be there shortly," Feng Du exclaimed as he retreated. Bang! Just as Lin Ke summoned the amethyst beetle's crystalline shell, an onslaught of countless insects struck, shattering the protective barrier with the very first blow. Rising again, Lin Ke manifested the amethyst shell anew, while layers of earthen walls surged upward, enveloping him. He summoned the strength of mountains and rivers, transforming the ground into steel. Simultaneously, he hastily retreated in the direction where Feng Du had fled, which also led to the cave of the transforming butterfly realizer. "Ha ha ha, I shall devour you whole, to avenge my junior brother's death and report back to our master." The voice of the newcomer was wicked and arrogant, as if no one in heaven or earth was worthy of his regard. It was indeed a disciple of the brave ape realizer. Just as expected, he had come for Li Lu. Try if you dare. Lin Ke's gaze became as calm as a still pond, while his internal spiritual energy surged. At that moment, he created layers of earthen walls to shield himself from the approaching threat. The wings of a dragonfly emerged behind him, frantically flapping to stir the air currents and propel him backward. Yet, he sensed that the assailant was rapidly breaching his defenses. The insects assaulted him like bullets and cannonballs, reducing the earthen walls to mere paper, crumbling under the relentless onslaught. He could not hold out for even 10 seconds. Lin Ke struggled to maintain his composure, channeling his spiritual energy to fend off the incoming attacks. Curse that infernal turtle shell. I loathe turtle shells. The assailant roared. In the next moment, Lin Ku beheld a colossal wall of earth, towering dozens of meters high, erupting with an even greater swarm of mosquitoes. Taste my treasures. With those words, the walls disintegrated into dust within mere seconds, leaving Lin Ku no time to conjure new defenses. There was no escape. Lin Ku felt a sense of resignation within. Yet he had no choice but to unleash an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, just as he had done in the cave. Oh, you possess such vast spiritual energy despite not being at the Golden Core stage? The intruder gasped in astonishment, followed by a more derisive grin. Very well. I shall consume you and let my treasures feast. However, Lin Ku erupted in a torrent of blood mist, and 4 pale red dragonfly wings reappeared behind him. Dragonfly surge technique. With a swift motion, Lin Ku propelled himself several hundred meters, leaving the swarm far behind, the wind rustling the surrounding leaves. His spiritual energy was being rapidly depleted, but at that moment, he could think of nothing else. He had to run. In mere seconds, the familiar buzzing of mosquitoes echoed behind him once more. Ha ha ha, it is merely the dragonfly dash technique. How could it possibly compare to my black mosquito art? The sound grew increasingly closer, prompting Lin Ku to instinctively channel more spiritual energy, resulting in a fresh trickle of blood. Earlier, within the cavern, he had only unleashed his power for a brief moment, and afterward, a little rest sufficed. But now, it had stretched on for over 10 seconds. Lin Ku felt a searing pain coursing across his skin. Yet, in the face of imminent peril, he had no time to spare and pressed on with desperation. Just then, in the distance, he caught sight of Fong Du's silhouette. He was actually closing the gap on Fong Du. However, as he spotted Fong Du, a tremendous force suddenly struck from behind, shattering the purple crystal armor and delivering a heavy blow to Lin Ku's back. Pff. Lin Ku spat a mouthful of blood, feeling an unbearable itch and pain as if tiny creatures were feasting upon his flesh. In a moment of clarity, Lin Ku swiftly employed the mountain-moving technique to excise the flesh from his back and immediately conjured a layer of armor on his surface. With the mountain-moving technique, within the armor, droplets formed by the sweet rain technique began to seep into his body, mending his wounds. The pain was excruciating, yet spurred by that recent blow. Lin Ku fled with even greater speed. Ha ha ha, devoid of body-refining techniques, but possessing such formidable spiritual energy, it seems you truly are a vessel with countless leaks. Unable to cultivate body-refining skills, and yet without suitable spiritual insects? Today will be your last, boy. The voice behind him pursued relentlessly, and Lin Ku gritted his teeth, suddenly dispelling the purple crystal armor, casting the purple crystal beetle behind him. Under his command, the beetle erupted in a burst of violet light, erecting a crystal barrier to shield him. He terminated the wet egg hatching technique, allowing the purple crystal armor to fend for itself against the approaching foe. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sounds of impact resounded, clearly indicating that the purple crystal beetle had successfully intercepted the swarm of mosquitoes. However, mere seconds later, Lin Ku felt a sharp pain radiate from his dantian. Pff. Once more, Lin Ku coughed up blood. The purple crystal beetle was a spirit insect he had refined, much like the Lin silkworm, having been assimilated into his dantian. Thus, the demise of the purple crystal beetle dealt a retaliatory blow to him. But he could not afford to dwell on that now. Escape. He must hold on until the transformation butterfly master arrives. Lin Ku clenched his jaw, flipping his hand to hurl several lower-grade flying swords from his storage bag, detonating them to create a momentary barrier. Ha ha ha. You think you can inform the transformation butterfly master? To tell you the truth, she is currently battling the swamp giant frog. You are doomed, and that scar-faced brat from earlier is as well. It is the master's command. No one shall defy it. Ha ha ha. Once I eliminate you, I shall finally be free. Ah, yes, continue your flight. I shall enjoy this hunt, savoring every moment. Do not expire too quickly. The voice behind him was maddened, as if it had been suppressed for far too long. Lin Ku would never place faith in such matters. Even if the butterfly transformation master were engaged in a fierce battle, he would still hasten to the master's cave. To pause in an attempt to resist would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Lin Ku's cultivation level was low, yet his gaze held a profound depth, infused with both rage and tranquility. His time of training had been brief. He had traversed here for merely over 2 months. Yet, in this scant time frame, he had encountered a multitude of challenges. With his limited abilities, formidable adversaries continued to emerge. Once this ordeal concluded, he would resolutely strive to elevate his cultivation and nurture even more potent spirit insects. Resources, cultivation, spells, spirit insects, combat, body refinement. If he wished to avoid oppression in the future, he must forge ahead with relentless determination. In this moment, you may take advantage of my weakness. But should I grow powerful in the days to come, I shall repay you 100-fold. Chapter 67. Severe Injury. The Blood Devourer. Ha ha, you have no future. Today, I shall skin you alive, crack your bones, and drain your blood, consuming even your hair. Remember the name of your master, the Blood Devourer. The Blood Devourer's voice dripped with mockery, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Weak, truly weak. The sect remains vast, yet I am no longer the same. Ha ha. Kill, devour. Brother Zhang, Brother Fang, Sister Bai, your former junior brother has returned. Ha ha. First, I shall slay you, then proceed to massacre them. After striking Lin Ku to the ground, the Blood Devourer hovered in the air, laughing maniacally. Boom, boom. A series of reinforced earth walls surged before Lin Ku, forming layer upon layer of protection. Meanwhile, his body sank deeper into the earth, being propelled away by the soil. He coughed up blood, yet for the moment, he could not utilize the dragonfly speed technique, having to rely on the earth to transport him afar. His back was a bloody mess, spiritual energy and blood gushing forth uncontrollably. In just a minute, he had lost the fruits of 3 days of arduous training. Moreover, if reinforcements did not arrive in time, he faced the peril of death. Even ants cherish their lives. Lin Ku still possessed nearly 30% of his spiritual energy. Since escape was not an option, he would employ a strategy akin to moving mountains and seas for protection and flight. Though slow, it would still afford him a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, the Blood Devourer seemed to be someone who, after enduring oppression for years outside, returned to the sect seeking to vent his emotions. Thus, he toyed with Lin Ku like a cat with a mouse. This presented an opportunity for Lin Ku. Ha ha ha, you wish to flee? You wish to live? Take your foundation. The Blood Devourer's laughter echoed above the layers of reinforced earth walls. I loathe those with over 50% of their foundation, those prodigies and geniuses. The thought of such individuals sickens me. As he spoke, the Blood Devourer appeared to recall something, his tone turning vicious. Upon hearing this, Lin Ku immediately comprehended the underlying truth. He spoke up without hesitation. What you despise is not their genius and diligence, but your own weakness and incompetence. Regret gnaws at you, for had you accumulated more before breaking through the foundational barriers, you could have emerged as a genius, perhaps even as a prodigy. Lin Ku's intermittent voice, tainted with blood, spilled from his lips. In an instant, the formidable sphere of tempered earth he had conjured shattered. Alongside the sunlight that graced Lin Ku's vision stood a towering, brawny man, his upper body exposed. What did you say? The man's expression was dark and menacing, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I said you dare not kill me, for you fear the repercussions that might follow, Lin Ku retorted, his gaze icy. You only dare to incapacitate me, but not to take my life. In times of war, when the sect is engaged in battle, stringent measures must be enforced. Transgressions of the rules will lead to death. Lin Ku's lips twisted into a cold smile, blood streaming forth. You are only capable of wounding me, of striking me, yet you hesitate to end my life. You dread the thought of my suffering. As you seek solace in the act of vengeance against a weaker foe, you envision me as a peer you cannot best, as someone you believe to be 100 times your superior, who oppresses you, hence your desire to torture me. Yet you are indecisive, timid, masking your inner turmoil with a fade of madness. Lin Ku's words were incisive, almost provoking his adversary to strike him down immediately. Are you attempting to provoke me? The bloodthirsty true man arched an eyebrow, suddenly delivering a resounding slap across Lin Ku's face. Lin Ku was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily into a pit. However, he did not perish. You wish for me to end your life? The bloodthirsty true man chuckled coldly. Do not presume I would actually kill you. I will cripple you. Keep your limbs intact, but I will implant the black pattern worm into your dantian, and then manipulate you to your own demise. If my master desires your death, then you shall surely meet your end. The bloodthirsty true man advanced slowly, his foot pressing forcefully against Lin Ku's face. I have just returned to the sect, but I have not forgotten the rules within. He laughed maniacally. Should you seek to escape, you shall not. Should you wish for death, you shall not find it. You have merely opened your lower dantian, have not even touched your middle dantian, and your upper dantian is a realm of chaos. Perhaps I shall refine you into a flesh puppet, a mere slave to serve. He ground his shoe against Lin Ku's face, mixing blood and dirt, making it difficult for him to breathe. Lin Ku, nearly drained of spiritual energy, was losing blood rapidly, words barely escaping his lips. Yet, unbeknownst to the bloodthirsty true man, a minute black dot was inching forward at a glacial pace, almost imperceptible. This was the flea Lin Ke had recently tamed. Kid, are you dead yet? The bloodthirsty true man raised his chin, mockingly observing Lin Ke. Why are you silent? Just because you're older does not mean you can suppress me with your cultivation. Lin Ke's visage was ghastly, blood flowing from his mouth, eyes, nostrils, and ears. Nevertheless, his gaze remained remarkably calm, imbued with a sense of pride. Little did he know, it was this very pride that would further infuriate the bloodthirsty true man. Such eyes. Such eyes. The blood-biting master immediately gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Do not look at me with those eyes." With that, he delivered a powerful kick to Lin Ke's waist, sending him soaring through the air like a cannonball once more. You, a genius like this, with such repulsive eyes. The blood-biting master's gaze turned frosty as he swiftly closed the distance, catching Lin Ke by the throat. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to kill you? You do not dare, Lin Ke retorted, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. You fear the repercussions from your sect. You only dare to use a black mark to parasitize me, leaving my demise for another day. Lin Ke continued to provoke him. For he was gambling on a singular notion. The master genuinely wished to slay him, yet his taunts might deter him from doing so. By reversing the expected course of action, Lin Ke embraced the philosophy that a person who fears death is of little significance. Thus, taking their life would not immortalize their name in history. Conversely, those who embrace death for a noble cause are often revered, as was the case with many scholars throughout the history of China. Presently, Lin Ke found himself among those who yearned for death. One must understand that the rules of the sect were exceedingly strict. In the past, Li Lu had wished to give Lin Ke a beating but hesitated, fearing that Lin Ke might seize the opportunity to report him to the Rain Spider Master. That would have brought considerable trouble, as Lin Ke was merely at the first level of qi cultivation then, leading Li Lu to believe such actions were unnecessary. Had Lin Ke not traversed time, it is likely Li Lu would have succeeded in his initial intentions. But now, things were different. The more he enraged the blood-biting master, the less likely he was to kill him. You persist in provoking me, merely seeking death, the blood-biting master remarked, a sudden smile gracing his lips. A talent like yours, rendered useless, would be more unbearable than your death. Perhaps I shall refine your elder sister into a furnace for my enjoyment. Right before your very eyes, it would surely be delightful. The blood-biting master's tone became more relaxed. However, by then, you would have already been parasitized by my black mark, rendering you unaware of anything. Haha, I am unafraid to tell you. My black mark is an ancient aberration, granting me control over your center of consciousness with merely the golden core level of cultivation. At that time, I shall have you stripped bare, following me like a dog, while you watch me indulge with your sister. For a genius like you, death would be the ultimate release. Haha. The blood-biting master smiled, then waved his right hand. A black mark, no larger than an ordinary mosquito, flew towards Lin Ke. Do not fear, it will be swift, and soon you will be my slave. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ke's expression hardened, yet he remained silent, for he was uncertain of the nature of the black mark. He observed as the black mark swayed gently, descending towards his forehead, vanishing into the location of his pineal gland. In the next moment, Lin Ke promptly closed his eyes. Within the Upper Yuan Palace and the Mud Pill Palace, Lin Ke's form coalesced upon the boundless expanse of his dantian. What is this black mosquito? How does it intend to enslave me? Lin Ke surveyed his surroundings, yet saw nothing. Could it be an imperceptible spirit insect that kills unseen? However, in the next instant, Lin Ke sensed something and lifted his gaze towards the high sky on his right. There, a palm-sized mosquito was fluttering clumsily towards the ground. Its elongated proboscis casually aimed at the earth. Was it to extract, or perhaps inject a potion of enslavement? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. Yet, he could not afford to wait for this black mosquito to act at its leisure. Thus, Lin Ke extended his hand, enveloping the black mosquito from a distance. With a thunderous rumble, the unknown azure gas that filled the Mud Pill Palace instantly coalesced into a massive hand under Lin Ke's mental control. The Mud Pill Palace was Lin Ke's domain. The Lower Yuan Palace served as his dantian, the Middle Yuan Palace as his heart, and the Upper Yuan Palace as his brain. Ultimately, Lin Ke had only awakened his heart. However, he had indeed opened the Upper Yuan Palace, the arena of mental power. Here, Lin Ke could accomplish many feats relying solely on his mental prowess rather than spiritual energy. Buzzing incessantly, the black mosquito was promptly captured by Lin Ku's enormous hand, which elicited a fierce sound of flapping wings. This noise generated a peculiar wave, causing the surrounding azure gas to undulate like waves and layers. Nevertheless, the black mosquito could not escape the grasp of Lin Ku's mental hand. Lin Ku felt a surge of joy within. He was certain that his mud pill palace was not so simple. It could not only respond to the essence of the Lin silkworm and the mysterious seed from before, but could also nurture and integrate new species. This was akin to the abilities of a creator. Today, the blood-sucking practitioner outside would never have imagined that Lin Ku had already developed his mud pill palace during the early stages of Foundation establishment. Even less could they fathom the multitude of peculiarities that his mud pill palace possessed. It was a mud pill palace birthed from a mysterious pearl, one that even the beast sovereign of the Yunjiang was enraged by, indirectly leading to the war between the human and demon races. Such a mysterious pearl. Such a mud pill palace, such a scene. How could a mere black mosquito easily breach the defenses of Lin Ku's Upper Yuan palace and turn him into a puppet? To establish a mud pill palace during the Foundation establishment stage, or even during the Qi refining stage, was akin to a mere 3-year-old managing to build a Fortune 500 company and assume the presidency. Absurd in the extreme. However, Lin Ku dared not slay the black mosquito. At least, not at this moment. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Lin Ku's mind as he trembled. He could not discern the rank of this black mosquito. At the very least, it was likely at the golden core stage. After all, a realm does not necessarily equate to combat prowess. The black silkworms in Lin Ku's Qingsang garden were merely spirit insects at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. However, their abilities are derived from bloodline rather than a self-achieved foundation from overcoming beasts. Thus, even commoners like Fong Tong could easily defeat them, and a normal person might even crush them underfoot. Yet, there exist certain pests, such as Lin Ku's fleas. If one were not vigilant, even those at the golden core stage could fall victim to their attacks. In such circumstances, it is quite reasonable for this black mosquito to possess the realm of the golden core while exhibiting merely the strength of a mosquito. It is possible that the true strength of this mosquito lies in its mental prowess, and Lin Ku, possessing formidable mental strength herself, could thus suppress it. Therefore, it can be inferred that not only does this black mosquito hold a high realm, but its inherent quality is likely significant as well. If it were to be utilized for breeding, it could potentially yield a notably powerful spiritual insect. Thus, Lin Ku resolved to subdue the black mosquito. Once the crisis had passed, and the blood devourer believed Lin Ku to be under control and ready to be manipulated, she would suddenly turn against him. By that time, any exposure would be of little consequence. It is even conceivable that the demise of the black mosquito could inflict harm upon the blood devourer, thereby enabling a possible eradication of the threat. With this plan in mind, Lin Ku immediately conjured a cage within her soul space to imprison the black mosquito, then opened her eyes. The next moment, she was met with the cold visage of the blood devourer, who extended his foot to clean the mud from her boots. Lin Ku, expressionless, forcefully propped herself up with her arm and then bent down to extend her tongue. Life and death are of utmost importance. In comparison, consuming a bit of dirt is trivial. Dignity is not solely acquired through bravado and a reckless embrace of death. Enduring humiliation and bearing burdens is also a form of dignity. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. "You wretched beast! How dare you harm a disciple of our sect? Even a golden core initiate cannot disrupt the natural order. Otherwise, I shall surely slay you." The voice was cold and piercing, reminiscent of a crescent moon suspended in the night sky, akin to a waterfall cascading down icy cliffs. It evoked a chilling sensation that penetrated the heart. At last, the transformation butterfly master had arrived, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Ku's gaze. No need to lick anymore. Upon hearing the voice, the blood devourer narrowed his eyes and looked up, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Blood devourer pays his respects to the transformation butterfly master. Are you not engaged in battle with the beast? What brings you here for leisure? We, my junior brother Lin Ku and I, are merely engaged in a friendly exchange of techniques. Rest assured, no one harbors intentions to kill us, nor do we wish to slay others. In just a few sentences, the blood devourer distanced himself from any implication of hostility. In essence, he conveyed that the exchange with Lin Ku was a sparring session, not an act of mutual slaughter. "This is not a sparring session. Do you take me for a fool?" the blood devourer retorted, directing his gaze towards Lin Ku. "Tell me, Lin Ku, is it true that the blood devourer is pursuing you?" Chapter 69, Transformation Butterfly Master Lin Ku, you must speak. The Blood Devourer regarded Lin Ku with a smile that bore an air of mockery. He was well aware that Lin Ku would never admit to being hunted. Those who have been parasitized by the black mosquito retain the appearance of their original selves, yet their essential consciousness is supplanted by that of the black mosquito. They become intimately connected with the bloodthirsty sage, living in a world that revolves around him, while the thoughts of the original host still linger. Thus, the act of deception becomes a trivial endeavor, merely a matter of sparring. Lin Ku's voice echoed from afar. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. Upon hearing this, the voice of the approaching butterfly sage faltered. The bloodthirsty sage's smile widened. Rise, my junior brother. You are injured. Just swallow this elixir. With that, he produced a porcelain vial from his storage pouch, inscribed with the words Dendrobium Pill. He then dispensed a pill from within, crouching down to feed it to Lin Ku. Lin Ku opened his mouth and swallowed the Dendrobium Pill, which dissolved instantly, releasing pure medicinal energy that coursed through his body. Unbeknownst to Lin Ku, the area on his back, which had been previously gouged out, began to sprout flesh granulations, and the damaged blood vessels within his body were mending. In an instant, Lin Ku's body was restored to its former state, though the lost spiritual energy would require further cultivation to replenish. A high-grade Dendrobium Pill? A voice inquired. Lin Ku, having regained his physical vitality, sat up and turned to see the source. A figure clad in a flowing gown that transitioned from soft pink to a vibrant crimson, resembling a magnificent butterfly, approached. Beside her stood a stunned Fong Du. It was none other than the butterfly sage, whose influence stretched across 1,000 miles. Lin, brother, how are you faring? Fong Du asked, astonished as he helped Lin Ku to his feet. No harm done, Lin Ku replied with a smile, shaking his head. At first, we believed the bloodthirsty sage intended to kill us, but it turned out to be merely a jest. A jest? Fong Du's pupils constricted as he took a cautious step back, falling silent behind the butterfly sage. The butterfly sage's expression turned frosty and aloof as she surveyed her surroundings. Her brow furrowing. You call this a jest? Lin Ku nodded. It was merely a spar. Otherwise, the golden core sage could have ended my life with a single blow. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty sage stood with crossed arms, watching Lin Ku explain with a smile. Do not think I cannot protect you, the butterfly sage interjected. If you suffer any injustice, even the brave sage would face repercussions. During the sect's grand competition, the butterfly sage had observed the events, being aware of Lin Ku's circumstances. Even if she had not known, such matters would have been discussed widely after the competition. Therefore, she recognized who the bloodthirsty sage's disciple was. There is no need for concern, sage, Lin Ku replied, his gaze towards the butterfly sage imbued with gratitude. This is merely a personal grievance between myself and the brave sage. It does not warrant your involvement. Upon hearing this, the previously aloof butterfly sage regarded Lin Ku with a hint of admiration. She then waved her sleeve, dismissing the bloodthirsty sage. You have just returned to the sect. Instead of standing here guiding your juniors, should you not be on the front lines fighting alongside your master? Very well, since you find yourself at leisure. Accompany me to vanquish that mired giant frog, thereby contributing to our sect. Upon uttering these words, Master Butterfly swiftly ascended into the sky, commanding, follow me. His tone was icy, imbued with an unmistakable authority that brooked no dissent. The bloodshed master's expression shifted, yet he ultimately took to the skies, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Ku before departing. Once the bloodshed master had left, Fong Du let out a deep sigh. Brother Lin, do not tell me you have been possessed. Not at all, Lin Ku replied, shaking his head, followed by a resigned sigh. However, even if one were to confront this issue, it would merely result in punishment. Indeed, in times of chaos, strict measures are warranted. Yet, within such turmoil, hierarchy and strength hold considerable weight. A golden core cultivator who slays a chi refinement disciple would face severe repercussions, for stability and order are paramount. But now, golden core disciples are the mainstay of the battlefield, while chi refinement disciples are merely fodder. In such circumstances, if the matter is not of great significance, the sect's higher-ups would surely turn a blind eye. Even if one were to confront the issue, the likely punishment would be relegation to perilous battlegrounds. It is inconceivable that a mere foundation establishment disciple could lead to the bloodshed master's demise, even if that disciple were a prodigy with a remarkable physique. In times of chaos, the soil favors not the budding of prodigies but the dominance of the strong. Thus, Rather than exposing oneself by revealing the ability to control the black mosquito, it is wiser to keep this matter concealed. The Bloodshed Master would likely never suspect that Lin Ku had already opened the Mud Pill Palace, a feat that even he and his master had not achieved, and that Lin Ku could manipulate its power to control the black mosquito in reverse. When the opportune moment arises, Lin Ku could ultimately trap the Bloodshed Master and even eliminate the Brave Ape Master if necessary. Contemplating this, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Ku's gaze, which he quickly concealed. He turned to Fong Du and said, "Brother Fong, let us return and resume our watch. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted, and I can only rely on you to guide me." "Very well," Fong Du replied, noticing Lin Ku's pallor. Although his body had recovered, it was clear that Lin Ku had run out of spiritual energy. Consequently, Fong Du stepped forward to support Lin Ku as they made their way back to the cave above. Huang Fu and the others had yet to return, and Lin Ku's disciple token remained suspended above the cave, seemingly unchanged. Only Lin Ku had undergone a transformation. "Brother Lin, that was indeed perilous. You should have plunged into the depths," Fong Du remarked after they settled down. "Had I dived, the Bloodshed Master might have survived, but I would have likely perished." Lin Ku replied with a wry smile. Earlier, Lin Ku had escaped the pursuit of an unknown formidable being within the cave, inciting the entity's apparent wrath. Had it not been for the being's apparent entrapment in the depths, Lin Ku and his companions would likely have met their end. If Lin Ku were to draw the Bloodshed Master underground, it was probable that he himself would be the first to perish. Thus, Lin Ku had previously refrained from choosing such a perilous path. However, the wisdom of Brother Lin is profound, and I, as your junior, am in deep admiration. Fong Du wore a look of respect. Initially, he suspected that Lin Ku had been possessed, but he soon recalled that even a nascent soul cultivator might struggle to achieve possession, let alone someone at the Golden Core stage. Consequently, he immediately surmised Lin Ku's intentions, to wait for the opportunity to retaliate in the future. Otherwise, after a chaotic upheaval, this place would likely fall into failure. It was merely a matter of survival. Lin Ku sighed and said, "Junior brother, please keep watch for now while I recuperate." With that, Lin Ku promptly sat cross-legged on the spot, beginning to absorb spiritual energy. Although his flesh had been restored by the Shirhu Dan, his spiritual power had yet to recover. He needed to regain his strength. Otherwise, if enemies were to arrive again, he would not be prepared to respond. Chapter 70. Renting a Golden Core. A day and night passed, and the blood-soaked true man had not returned. Huang Fuchi and the others gradually came back. Upon learning of the events that transpired during their absence, they all became vigilant. At this moment, beneath the great tree, several individuals sat together. Lin Ku had already restored his spiritual power, yet he had not yet sought to investigate the black mosquitoes. This was because they were deliberating on future matters. This place was certainly not an ordinary cave. Fong Du frowned and remarked, "My earlier senior brother thought this place was small, merely a pit, but it seems otherwise." "Indeed." Lin Ku nodded. "I had captured some ghost silkworms before I heard that sound emanating from the depths below. It is likely that this location was once a battlefield of formidable beings, only for that powerful entity to be suppressed into the ground, resulting in the formation of this cavern. Below lies a typical karst landscape, filled with numerous limestone caves. It is probable that Fong Du's senior brother had never ventured inside, merely glancing at the entrance without delving deeper. Otherwise, such a treasure would certainly not have been left for Fong Du. What precious resources, and so many spiritual insects." Han Yun narrowed his eyes. "Perhaps we truly need to acquire a powerful formation." A formation? After experiencing Lin Ku's ambush, the group began discussing how to confront formidable foes. This place teems with spiritual insects, an abundance of resources. Furthermore, that unknown powerful entity also represents a certain form of resource. Thus, they deliberated on pooling their resources to purchase a formidable formation. At the very least, it should be capable of countering Golden Core cultivators. However, how troublesome it is to establish a defense against Golden Cores. While anyone may have the opportunity to progress from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, not everyone possesses the requisite foundation to condense a Golden Core. The value required to advance from Qi refinement to Golden Core is immeasurable. Is it feasible to rely solely on a formation to contend with Golden Cores? Difficult. It is not that it is impossible, but the cost would likely be calculated in mid-grade spirit stones at the very least. In addition to formations, primordial-level weapons are also an option. But Shiping could only shrug in resignation, noting that both are exceedingly expensive. Even if we pooled our resources, we might not be able to procure them. Primordial spiritual artifacts. Such items can only be wielded by those in the golden core stage, requiring immense amounts of magical power and costing a fortune. However, their formidable power is equally astounding. For instance, the earlier incident at the Yiwa market near the Qinseng Garden was quelled by a primordial hat, deterring anyone from acting out of line. Yet, as Shiping remarked, confronting a golden core heir is exceedingly challenging. Lin Ku's prowess is already considerable. During her battle with the blood-sipping real person, she could be likened to a cataclysmic landslide. However, under the playful torment of the blood-sipping real person, she could only endure for a few mere seconds. This serves to illustrate the might of those in the golden core stage. And what if we consider not purchasing a golden core creature, but rather a foundational stage one? The foundational stages Huang Fuqi and Lin Ku could easily handle it without the need for formations or weapons. Thus, the discussion among the group reached an impasse. Perhaps we could acquire a mountain-guarding spirit beast? Or rent one from the spirit insect cave? Han Yun suddenly proposed. Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback. Renting. Indeed. Weapons are generally bound to their owners and cannot be rented. Formations, too, are fixed and cannot be adjusted at will. However, spirit beasts differ. Many spirit beasts lie idle, accompanying their owners in daily cultivation while only being taken out for special occasions. Yet, this pertains to those with owners. Within the spirit insect cave, numerous spirit insects remain unsold, evolving gradually over time. Some even possess foundational or golden core cultivation. Currently, the spirit insect cave has rarely engaged in such transactions due to the absence of conflict. Only a few instances have arisen where external sects requested their services, the specifics of which remain unknown. Nevertheless, this opened a new avenue of thought for the group. Is this feasible? Fong Du was uncertain. However, Lin Ku promptly retrieved the Xinmai document to inquire with Zonya. Please hold on while I consult my senior sister, Lin Ku stated. She works at the spirit insect cave, so she should have some insights. The others awaited with bated breath. After a while, Zonya responded, confirming that rental options were indeed available. This is promising, Lin Ku exclaimed, followed by a query about the pricing. Zonya admitted her uncertainty, suggesting that costs might vary based on the creature's strength and intended use, but in general, they tend to be quite expensive. Furthermore, she added that, given the current state of conflict, many spirit insects might have ventured out to claim territory and battle demon beasts. For spirit insects, their adversaries are other spirit insects, which can also serve as their nourishment. But how long should we rent them? Fong Du pondered. Even a lower-tier spirit insect from the golden core stage would likely command a hefty price. The correlation between grade and strength is not entirely absolute. However, within the same tier, higher-grade creatures typically exhibit greater power than their lower-grade counterparts. To rent a spirit insect at the golden core stage as our guardian beast, it would be imprudent to select a feeble one, would it not? Opting for a stronger specimen could easily cost several thousand spirit stones per month. Thus, this presents a dilemma. How about this? Brother Lin, you can handle the rental while I remain here to guard. Huang Fuqi suggested. Let us each contribute 2,000 spirit stones as a deposit, renting it month by month. We shall replenish our contributions every month, and in approximately a year, we will no longer need to rent. A year? Lin Ku raised an eyebrow, and then smiled. It seems Brother Huang is on the brink of a breakthrough. Huang Fuqi, with his commendable innate talent, roots, and comprehension, was also a sword cultivator, unmatched in offensive prowess. Should he break through to the golden core stage, his strength would surely soar to new heights. That is quite accurate, Huang Fuqi chuckled. Even if I do not achieve a breakthrough within a year, I should be capable of contending against golden cores with a foundation below 50%. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their congratulations, and thus they reached a consensus. The difference between pooling 10,000 spirit stones monthly and in a lump sum was significant. Each of them only needed to contribute a modest amount. Furthermore, if they fell short, they could venture to catch some spirit insects to sell, which would suffice. What Lin Ku did not mention was that if these spirit insects were sold externally, one sale would likely exhaust their supply. Therefore, it would be more advantageous to offer them to him. He merely needed to take them to the Mudball Palace for breeding, where the spirit insects produced could be mass-produced. By then, whether they were utilized for their own benefit or sold, substantial profits would be garnered. Hence, as long as they could manage the operation of this cave, all would profit. The most challenging phase was indeed the present. They lacked members of formidable strength and sufficient resources, leaving them to scrape by for the time being. Please wait a moment, everyone. I will return promptly, Lin Ke said with a respectful gesture, then departed with the 2,000 low-grade spirit stones each had contributed. Brother Lin, hurry back and stay safe. We shall guard this place in the meantime. Be cautious. Lin Ke himself possessed fewer than 2,000 spirit stones. He planned to first return to the Qingsang garden. He intended to inspect the fleas and the shadow veil insects he had captured to see if they could breed with the black gold silkworm or with each other. Afterward, he would visit the spirit insect cave with Zonya to thoroughly evaluate and select a powerful golden core spirit insect. Realms of blood and realms of courage. Do not fret, I shall soon grow stronger. Chapter 71, Honey Brewing. The Bee King. On his way to rent the golden core spirit insect, Lin Ke took the opportunity to review the rewards bestowed upon him from the recent sect competition. Notably a low-grade spirit-level Titan giant spider egg and a medium-grade spirit-level glimmering insect grass. The Titan giant spider serves as a mount of immense strength, capable of carrying substantial loads. After all, storage bags cannot accommodate everything, nor are they limitless. Thus a spirit insect like the Titan giant spider proves to be quite useful. However, Lin Ke was not engaged in trade and had no immediate need for a mount. Thus, the spider egg was destined to become mere material for mating. Nevertheless, there was another reward for the sect competition: any one spirit-grade medium-quality insect egg from the spirit insect cave. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare. A spirit-grade medium-quality insect egg could cost a few hundred spirit stones at the lower end, and could exceed tens of thousands at the higher end. Much like dogs, some may be valued at merely dozens, while others could fetch thousands. The disparity in price arises from the differences in breed and lineage. Lin Ke had just received the reward from Fong Du, representing the law enforcement hall, and had not yet had the chance to exchange it in the spirit insect cave before all these events transpired. Now that she was headed to the spirit insect cave, she decided to take the opportunity. The application of bioluminescent insect grass was remarkably extensive, making it the most sought-after feed within the sect. Zonya provided Lin Ke with an introduction during their journey. Lin Ke chose not to mention her prior perilous encounters, opting instead to share some tales from the great wilderness caverns. Then, can we cultivate it? Lin Ke smiled. If common insects consume it, could they potentially undergo metamorphosis? Indeed. Zonya nodded slightly. Many common insects within the sect may transform into spiritual ones after consumption. However, Zonya shook her head, expressing her resignation. The greater likelihood is that they will be assimilated by the insect grass, becoming new bioluminescent insect grass, which will then revert to being common grade, losing its spiritual essence. I see, Lin Ke replied thoughtfully. The number of people raising common insects in the sect was actually quite limited. She raised common insects because the silkworms could only be produced from insects, as silkworms exclusively fed on them. However, most individuals in the sect raised spiritual insects that did not require insects as feed. They could consume livestock such as pigs, dogs, cattle, sheep, and various poultry. Thus, the most lucrative operations within the sect were those that raised blood-fed creatures. For instance, Huangfuchi's Jinghe River was known for crane cultivation, while Shiping's Bixiao Peak specialized in poultry. Raising these domestic animals required stringent standards, unlike Lin Ke's previous life in the countryside, where such practices were rather casual. Large-scale operations were fundamental, otherwise, the feed would be insufficient. Therefore, Lin Ke did not plan to raise livestock for the time being, choosing to focus on nurturing her common insects first. Moreover, should the bioluminescent insect grass have a certain probability of inducing metamorphosis in common insects, it might be worth considering large-scale cultivation. However, cultivating insect grass posed its own challenges. In her past life, even cultivating common insect grass on a large scale was arduous, let alone the spirit-grade medium-quality bioluminescent insect grass in this life. A single misstep could lead to a spirit-grade medium-quality bioluminescent insect grass being transformed into several spirit-grade lower-quality or even common-grade insect grass, which would be an utter waste. If we are to cultivate spirit-grade medium-quality spirit grass, an insect master is indispensable, Zonya cautioned with a smile, concerned that Lin Ke might harbor unrealistic aspirations. Insect master, Lin Ke quipped. Isn't it fortuitous that you are preparing to become an insect master? With my current skills, it's already commendable if I can juggle alchemy and artifact crafting, Zonya teased as she playfully pinched Lin Ke's soft waist. Are you trying to wear your elder sister out? That won't do. I only have one close senior sister, and the others are inconsequential. My dear senior sister must not be overburdened. The two engaged in lively conversation as they made their way, arriving at the spirit insect cave just before dusk. The cave was teeming with people, clearly one of the few favored places amidst the current tumult of war. After all, enhancing one's combat prowess promptly is of utmost importance. "Zongya, you're back." A tall woman clad in flowing white gauze exclaimed joyfully upon their entrance. Lin Ku and Zongya turned to look. "Shaoli," Zongya exclaimed, hastening with Lin Ku towards her, a beaming smile adorning her face. "Have you made any breakthroughs today?" "What breakthrough?" "I'm still at the initial stage of the Dao Foundation. I doubt I'll ever make a breakthrough," Shaoli replied nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively. "Whatever. I'm just here to bide my time." "But you," she remarked, casting a glance at Lin Ku. "Your junior brother has been quite impressive. Not long ago, a buyer for the Zhizhen Gu came to inquire about it." "Inquire about you?" Zongya raised an eyebrow and then explained to Lin Ku. "That Zhizhen Gu you had was sold through Shaoli." "Ah, I see," Lin Ku responded, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister." "Oh, it's nothing. We're all in this together," Shaoli replied cheerfully. She then glanced around and pointed towards a nearby loft. "Come, let us talk inside." Thus, the three of them entered a room where Shaoli closed the door and proceeded to pour tea. "Please, have a seat." Lin Ku and Zongya promptly settled down. "Your Zhizhen Gu possesses rather mediocre combat capabilities, and its wing scales are unremarkable. However, it seems it can form battle formations, which is why a formation master purchased it," Shaoli stated, placing the tea before them with a smile. "But guess what? That formation master returned a few days ago to ask if there were any more Zhizhen Gu available." "Oh?" Lin Ku and Zongya exchanged glances. To be frank, the Zhizhen Gu was indeed unremarkable to Lin Ku, lacking the utility of the purple crystal beetle. When Zongya had inquired about its price prior to resigning from the spirit insect cave, it was not particularly high. Given that the innate qualities of the Zhizhen Gu were merely average, far from astounding. Yet now, how could it be considered useful? "I didn't disclose your information," Shaoli said as she settled down after pouring the tea, smiling at Lin Ku. "However, I did uncover a crucial detail. Your Zhizhen Gu can produce honey." "Produce honey?" Lin Ku's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. The Zhizhen Gu is a product of the mating between two types of insects, the low-grade spirit-level Wujin moth and ordinary honeybees. He had always focused on the innate qualities of the Wujin moth, but had overlooked the honeybee's contributions. After all, for an ordinary bee, retaining the stinger's talent in the Zhizhen Gu was already impressive. Now, to discover it could even produce honey? This information was hard-won, Shaoli pouted. That formation master was quite obstinate, but I informed him that unless he clarified the reason, the seller would certainly not sell again. Only then did he reveal this to me. He expressed that the stinging moth not only has the ability to produce honey from flowers and fruits, but can also create meat-based honey, which is the source of his delight. Furthermore, he mentioned that possessing a queen bee would be advantageous. Otherwise, the stinging moths would require his own guidance. If a queen bee is available, he is willing to offer up to 50 medium-grade spirit stones. 50 medium-grade spirit stones? That amounts to 5,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the 1-to-1 ratio is merely a recognized conversion rate. The actual exchange rate is estimated to be around 1113, as the spiritual energy within medium-grade spirit stones is far more refined. This implies that 50 medium-grade spirit stones are nearly equivalent to 5,650 lower-grade spirit stones. Chapter 72, Golden Core Stage. Dream-Eating Gecko. Upon hearing Shaoli's words, Lin Ku's face illuminated with contemplation. A queen bee? He has one. The silkworm. However, the silkworm is certainly not for sale, as that would be tantamount to selling his own soul. What Lin Ku had not considered previously is whether the stinging moth, having retained many characteristics of bees, could indeed spawn a queen bee. It is known that a queen bee is essentially a fertile female worker bee, and various factors contribute to her status as the queen. Nonetheless, the silkworm is currently residing underground in the Qingsang Garden, and he decides to inquire later. For now, he is not interested in selling. Lin Ku chuckled, neither affirming nor denying the sale, leaving everything in suspense. Very well, Shaoli understood Lin Ku's implication. I shall return with your response. By the way, what about your violet crystal beetle? Shaoli took a sip of tea. After the sect competition, your violet crystal beetle has certainly made an appearance, and many have been inquiring about it. The violet crystal beetle? Lin Ku had contemplated this long ago, responding, the violet crystal beetle can be sold, but the price may be higher than before. The stinging moth was previously priced at 228 spirit stones each, requiring only a single insect freeze for Lin Kun to produce one. In contrast, a violet crystal beetle necessitates 16 insect freezes, yet its price hovers around 350 spirit stones. With an additional 100 spirit stones, the consumption of 15 more insect freezes is warranted. From a cost-effectiveness perspective, the stinging moth is more advantageous. Of course, calculations cannot be made in this manner. While the stinging moth is excellent, it cannot be the sole commodity sold, nor are there enough buyers to sustain such a model. In the future, there will undoubtedly be more high-end spiritual insects that will require even greater consumption of insect freezes to yield. At that time, the economics will become increasingly unfavorable. However, once a certain threshold is surpassed, prices will rise once again. Spiritual insects typically adhere to an 80-20 distribution, where 20% of the varieties generate 80% of the revenue. For instance, top-tier spiritual products, superlative and exquisite items, may even surpass the cost of foundational grades. Meanwhile, lower-grade spiritual items, particularly those involved in bulk transactions, such as the Titan giant spider, may also possess considerable cumulative value. Thus, the market value of medium-grade and upper-grade spiritual items tends to be relatively modest. Presently, it seems plausible to raise the price of the violet crystal beetle to 600 spirit stones each. Shali remarked, Lin, you have become quite the sensation in the recent sect competition. It is entirely reasonable for the price of the purple crystal beetle to rise by over 30%. However, if it is priced too high, the number of potential buyers will dwindle significantly. Many disciples in the chi refining stage typically seek out spiritual insects only when they are attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and they tend to purchase only low-grade spiritual insects. The purple crystal beetle is originally a low-grade spiritual insect, yet it is close to mid-grade and possesses remarkable qualities. Selling it for 600 spirit stones could yield a decent profit, with at least 50 specimens likely to be sold. 50. Upon hearing Xiao Li's explanation, Lin Ku turned to Zongya, who gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. 50 purple crystal beetles would amount to 30,000 spirit stones. If sold, Lin Ku would not have to worry about spirit stones until he reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. I shall contemplate this matter further, Lin Ku noted, jotting it down. Soon after, Zongya engaged in a conversation with Xiao Li, reminiscing about old times. After a while, Zongya shifted the topic to Lin Ku's desire to rent a golden core spiritual insect for assistance in guarding. Golden core? Xiao Li exclaimed in surprise, but soon grasped Lin Ku's intentions. We do not have many golden core spiritual insects in our insect cave. Xiao Li pondered deeply. You seek one for guarding. Yet most of the golden core spiritual insects I know of have already been dispatched. Golden core spiritual insects possess intelligence nearly indistinguishable from that of humans. Otherwise, a golden core would not be able to coalesce. On their way here, Zongya had mentioned that although the golden core spiritual insects in the insect cave could be sold, akin to the sale of slaves, the buyer must be approved by the sect. After all, cultivating a masterless golden core spiritual insect is no easy feat. It is rumored that the insect cave also houses a nascent soul spiritual insect, which the sect treats with utmost respect, not daring to show any negligence. As for those of higher rank, the legendary golden-winged queen, whose precise realm remains unknown even to the sect leader, is reputed to be well regarded among the demon clans within the poison refining mountains. Have the earth-shaking king, the lava master, and the weaving maiden all been dispatched? Zongya inquired of Xiao Li. These three are known to be amicable golden cores with excellent reputations, frequently rented out. They have all been taken by the elders. Xiao Li replied, shaking her head, before producing her insect mirror to investigate. Let me see who is available for under 10,000 spirit stones per month. After a brief moment, Xiao Li frowned. There are indeed a few golden core spiritual insects still available, but they all have some issues. What sort of issues? Lin Ku inquired with curiosity. Xiao Li promptly displayed the insect mirror before Lin Ku and Zongya. Take a look at this one, known as the mountain-throwing crab. Although it was cultivated in our insect cave, it has a violent temperament and a penchant for bloodshed, often slipping into a frenzied state post-battle. Unable to distinguish friend from foe, the multicolored dragon, originally a lizard, attained enlightenment through mortal sacrifices, yet is now of no use beyond delivering prophetic dreams, possessing the form of a golden core without the corresponding power. And this one, the ice-cold king. Xiao Li continued her explanations. It was indeed shocking to discover the realities behind these creatures. Linku was unaware that the spirit insect cave housed over 30 golden core spirit insects, though currently, all but 6 had been dispatched. The remaining 6 were either disobedient, preferring death to compliance, or they had attained the golden core realm yet lacked significant power. Alternatively, they were of low intelligence, having achieved the golden core through sheer luck, much like Linku's dark golden silkworms from the Qing Garden, which were all at the foundation establishment stage, yet possessed neither intellect nor strength, resembling ordinary insects. In essence, those not chosen had substantial issues. Even those with minor flaws, such as voracious appetites or excessive sleep, had long been removed. The remaining candidates presented considerable challenges, often intolerable. Suddenly, Linku noticed the peculiar request from a certain golden core spirit insect, the dream-devouring gecko. Intrigued, Linku learned that it was nearing the nascent soul stage but had been rendered dormant due to excessive energy consumption, having interacted with several elders before being abandoned. How curious that it was so close to the nascent soul stage, yet had been forsaken due to its demands. Oh, that, Xiaoli interjected, shaking her head. The dream-devouring gecko possesses remarkable intelligence and spirit, yet it seems to require a master. Several elders have attempted to bond with it, but to no avail. Hence its perpetual slumber. As for its high consumption, while it is indeed powerful, the elders mention that it must absorb substantial mental energy to grow. Yet it cannot sustain itself, leading to its current state of dormancy. Mental energy? Linku pondered, feeling a stir within. I am of the Wan Lu physique, naturally endowed with formidable mental energy. Perhaps I should give it a try? Is there such a talent within the Wan Lu physique? Xiaoli questioned, puzzled. Linku nodded affirmatively. There must be. After all, no one truly knows what the ancient masters of the Wan Lu physique were like. If I claim it now, then it is so. Chapter 73. Selecting insect eggs. Zongya remained silent until Xiaoli and Linku concluded their discussion. Xiaoli, please keep the uniqueness of the Wan Lu physique confidential. Rest assured, we are sisters. I understand, Xiaoli replied, clasping Zongya's hand reassuringly. Now, let me take you to see the dream-devouring gecko. Xiaoli and Zongya shared a close bond, one that Linku had heard of several times before. Previously, Zongya had protected Linku well, limiting her interactions with Zongya's acquaintances. Nevertheless, Linku understood the merit of discretion, choosing not to divulge certain matters in front of Xiaoli, as Zongya, as an elder sister, naturally contemplated Linku's best interests. At last, they arrived. The trio traversed the path as Zongya and Xiaoli engaged in light conversation, while Linku listened attentively, eventually reaching their destination, the spirit insect cave. Beyond the entrance lay a cavern, the interior adorned with countless tunnels resembling a beehive. It was said that this was one of the abandoned hives of the golden-winged queen from years past. In the present day, myriad holes serve as habitats for various ethereal insects. Xiaoli led them through a particular entrance, and as they ventured deeper, a sensation of warmth and humidity enveloped them. Eventually, a nest reminiscent of a jungle emerged before them. Linku immediately sensed the presence of the dream-eating gecko. The creature lay curled, its body adorned in hues of orange and pale yellow, with its substantial tail coiled around its head, blissfully asleep. I had previously alerted it with my insect lens, but, feeling helpless, Xiaoli softly approached and said, "Esteemed dream eater, please awaken for a moment." In the next instant, the dream-eating gecko's eyes abruptly opened, resembling serpent-like slits as they fixed upon Linku. With a sudden poof, the creature transformed into a wisp of yellow mist, and Linku felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head, causing his eyes to involuntarily shut. A sensation akin to having endured sleepless nights for over a week washed over him, making him feel drowsy, as if he could instantly succumb to slumber. This feeling lasted mere seconds before he jolted back to clarity. "You, I like you," came a clear and melodious voice. Linku opened his eyes to see the dream-eating gecko gazing at him, its soft tongue extending from the left side of its mouth to lick its own eye. "Among the entire sect, I hold affection solely for you." The voice revealed that this dream-eater was evidently a young boy, still retaining a childlike innocence. "Is this truly the case, esteemed dream-eater?" Xiaoli asked, astonished. Zongyu quickly grasped the situation and turned to Xiaoli, saying, "Xiaoli." This matter, Xiaoli comprehended immediately, responding, "Understood, I see. Thank you." Zongyu nodded in gratitude. "This is of great significance. My brother is already a target of envy. If this information were to leak, it could bring him harm." Xiaoli nodded, then addressed the dream-eating gecko, "Esteemed dream-eater, shall I proceed according to protocol?" Very well. The dream-eating gecko replied, its gaze still fixed intently on Lin Ku. Although Lin Ku had just experienced a moment of drowsiness, he found it impossible to harbor any animosity toward the creature. Will you come with me? Lin Ku crouched down and softly asked the gecko, which was about the size of a calf. I have been nourished by the spirit insect cave for a long time, the dream-eating gecko answered, reminiscent of a child. You must provide them with 130,000 spirit stones for me to leave. Let us consider renting first, Lin Ku replied with a hint of resignation. As for why he felt a sense of familiarity with the dream-eating gecko, after pondering, he surmised it might be related to the Niwen Palace. The Niwen Palace, integral to cultivation, consists of the upper, middle, and lower three palaces. The Baoyuan Palace serves as the Dantian, storing spiritual power. The central palace functions as the heart, connecting the upper and lower realms. The Niwen Palace is the brain, nurturing and concentrating spirit. The dream-eating gecko had long been in a state of exhaustion, confined to slumber, only to express its fondness for Lin Ku upon their encounter. What could be inferred from this? Alas, the road ahead appears bleak. Lin Ku let out a sigh, then took out his golden wing nest and said, I will rent it first. Please enter, Senior Dream Eater. The Dream Eater gecko nodded gently and, with a poof, transformed into a yellow mist. This mist was not the true form of the Dream Eater gecko. Lin Ku sensed that its true essence was comfortably residing within the golden wing nest. A bleak path ahead? Xiaoli thought Lin Ku was referring to the price of the Dream Eater gecko and chuckled. You truly are impressive. Your body, the thousand-league body, has managed to attract the attention of the Dream Eater gecko. Senior Dream Eater is a formidable force at the late Golden Core stage, and even some Yuaning elders treat him with great respect. While the price is steep, it is still reasonable. Indeed, Lin Ku smiled in agreement but said nothing further. The bleak path he referred to was related to his cultivation. Just as he had been pondering, since the Dao Foundation had opened the Baoyuan Palace, and the Golden Core had opened the Central Palace, when would the Niwen Palace be established? Originally, he thought it would occur during the fusion stage. The stages of cultivation were Qi refinement, Dao Foundation, Golden Core, Yuan-ing, and fusion. The fusion stage was already at the level of the elders. However, he had not heard of the elders possessing a Niwen Palace. Moreover, the Dream Eater gecko showed no interest in the elders but rather in him, gradually enlightening Lin Ku. In the fusion stage, the Niwen Palace remained unestablished. This was initially Lin Ku's advantage, yet it also posed a dilemma. The Golden Wing sect had no presence beyond the fusion stage, which meant they certainly lacked knowledge of the Niwen Palace's application. For instance, the Baoyuan Palace could store spiritual energy for him to utilize in spells. But what about the Niwen Palace? What purpose did the Niwen Palace truly serve? Did the mental power it provided only serve to perceive and observe, akin to the function of eyes? If he wished to fully harness the effectiveness of the Niwen Palace, he must acquire the relevant inheritance. Otherwise, he would remain limited to a passive use of it. Xiaoli, there is another matter. Zhongya whispered to Xiaoli regarding the rewards from Lin Ku's sect competition. Lin Ku and Zhongya had successfully fulfilled their initial objective on this journey. They had even gained insights into the characteristics of the stinging needle moth, which could be considered a significant harvest. Of course, in the end, due to the unique nature of the Dream Eater gecko and Xiao Li's discount privileges, they managed to rent it for the price of 6,000 low-grade spirit stones per month. Furthermore, due to its special powers, according to Xiao Li's earlier claims, the Dream Eater gecko could even contend with those in the Yuaning stage. Such a presence was more than sufficient to suppress the Great Wilderness. However, there was still one matter at hand, the rewards from Lin Ku's sect competition. Lin Ku produced one of the tokens given to him by Fong Du for exchange. With this token, he could select a mid-grade spiritual insect egg from the countless spirit insect eggs within the spirit insect cave. Oh, an exchange token? Very well, junior brother Lin. Come and see the insect mirror. I will help you find the most expensive and the best one. Take a look and see which you prefer. Chapter 74, Fleas and Black Gold Moths? Fusion failure? Upon emerging from the dream-eating gecko's wormhole, they returned to the original chamber. Xiaoli, displaying commendable enthusiasm, enumerated all the commendable spirit-grade medium-quality insect eggs she was familiar with. However, it is worth noting that these eggs extend beyond mere insect eggs. They also encompass the eggs of reptiles such as snakes and lizards. In the understanding of the Golden Wing sect, these entities fall within the realm of insects. Despite the abundance of medium-quality spirit insect eggs, Lin Ku found herself lacking any particular requirements. Thus, she opted for the most expensive and rarest white grass snail egg. which was on the verge of hatching. The prowess of the white grass snail does not lie in its strength, but rather in its intrinsic utility. The unique secretion of this snail serves as a primary ingredient for an elixir known as white grass pill. This pill is specifically designed to nourish spirit insects and spirit beasts, facilitating an accelerated cultivation process for those being fed. This aspect is undoubtedly of significant importance. Furthermore, the white grass itself is remarkably easy to cultivate, primarily requiring energy from sunlight and rainfall, with minimal demands for soil fertility. This realization conjured a complete industrial chain in Lin Ku's mind upon contemplating the white grass snail and the white grass. In times of warfare, what is of utmost importance? Technology, discipline, morale, and so forth. Technology can be equated to spells, spiritual artifacts, and other external factors. For disciples in the Qi refinement stage, given identical conditions, wielding a low-grade spiritual flying sword pales in comparison to possessing a medium-grade spiritual flying sword. This exemplifies a form of technology. Discipline and morale are equally comprehensible. If the sect commands you to engage the enemy in the east, and you successfully defeat the adversary there, the enemy may suffer a comprehensive rout. Conversely, should you choose to disregard the sect's orders and engage in the west, you inevitably squander the opportunity. This principle applies universally, from the individual to the entire sect. Discipline holds paramount importance. Morale is self-evident. According to Lin Ku's knowledge, in ancient military contexts, high casualty rates often led to routs. As individuals witness the increasing demise of those around them, their spirits may falter. However, once a great leader instills a sense of military spirit within a battalion, the soldiers will charge forth against the enemy, unwavering even in the face of dwindling numbers. This encapsulates morale. Beyond the aforementioned factors, warfare is influenced by numerous elements, including individual strength. Yet, one aspect stands out as particularly crucial: the economy. When the cannon fires, gold flows. This so-called gold equates to wealth, fundamentally representing material resources. If a disciple on the battlefield breaks a low-grade spiritual flying sword, the reconstruction of a new sword may necessitate the collaborative efforts of mineral seekers and blacksmiths. These artisans, in turn, require substantial resources for their daily sustenance and necessities. Thus, the economy holds significant weight. The white grass pill, in this context, emerges as a highly sought-after elixir. After all, the Golden Wing sect is not primarily characterized by an abundance of weapons, spells, or formations, but rather by spirit insects. It is evident that the demand for elixirs capable of nourishing the spirit insects is exceedingly high. Although no news has yet emerged regarding this matter, Lin Ku is acutely aware that the abundance in the storerooms is a direct consequence of the Gene E sect's millennium of peace. As the supplies gradually dwindle, there may come a time when the provision cannot keep up with the demand. He can take the initiative to prepare by planting more white grass and subsequently directing others to refine additional white grass elixirs, or even sell the white grass itself. Thus, having selected the white grass spiral eggs and accompanied by the dream-eating gecko from the nest of the Gene E envoy, Lin Ku and Zhongye made their way back. Upon returning to the Qing Sang garden, tranquility still reigned. On the Jinkan Peak, 6 individuals were diligently at work. The mulberry trees, nourished by the soil cicada's warmth, were growing ever taller, resembling small trees. Furthermore, these mulberry trees bore clusters of red and white mulberries, which would turn black in due course, indicating their ripeness. Lin Ku and Zhongye passed by these trees and descended underground. 7 layers below, each level served its distinct purpose. Most of the original inhabitants of the Qing Sang garden were engaged in tending to the Wujin silkworms, the silks they produced, and the common insects on the 6th layer. The living conditions for these insects were rather ordinary, resulting in the daily demise of many, which were subsequently transformed into insect gel for Lin Kan. The diligent Lin Kan continued her cultivation, occasionally urging her sole companion, a stinger moth, to assist in the production of insect gel. Nearby, there lay a storage bag that Lin Ku had designated for her use, likely filled with a considerable amount of insect gel by now. "Father, you're back," Lin Kan exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Ku and Zhongye return. Lin Ku approached with a smile. Lin Kan has grown. Judging by her tone, she appeared to be akin to a 7- or 8-year-old child, having matured significantly during this time. "I have understood much of Father's knowledge," Lin Kan said, somewhat bewildered, "but there is still much I do not comprehend. In time, I shall understand more." Lin Kan chuckled and gently patted her head. "How much insect gel have you accumulated recently?" 18. Lin Kan replied in a sweet, delicate voice. I'm so hungry. I've restrained myself from eating to gather so many. Well done, Lin Can, Lin Ke said with a smile. He then instructed her to hatch a purple crystal beetle, which Zhongya would later take to sell to Shaoli. Lin Can obediently complied, hatching the purple crystal beetle. After which Zhongya set off to sell it in the spirit insect cave. Lin Ku then returned to his own mud palace after inquiring about Lin Can's current cultivation progress. At that moment, several spirit insects were near his feet, a few shadow curtain worms, a flea, and a male and female Wujin moth. Not far away, a black mosquito was ensnared within a soil cage made from the mud of the palace. This was merely a Tao Foundation black mosquito, yet it exhibited remarkable prowess. Observing the black mosquito lying motionless within the earthen confines, Lin Ke couldn't help but reminisce about his earlier battle with the blood-sucking real person. This black mosquito managed to infiltrate the mud palace with its late Tao Foundation strength and exert control, indicating its formidable nature. It might very well be a Yuan-level spirit insect. Regrettably, the essence of the black mosquito did not escape in any significant manner, leaving Lin Ke unaware of its precise grade. Nevertheless, this did not impede its mating. You shall keep it. When the opportune moment arises, I shall ensure your demise here, Lin Ke declared, dismissing the black mosquito and proceeding to facilitate the mating of the spiritual insects. Previously, he had attempted to mate the black gold silkworm with ordinary insects, with a dishearteningly low success rate. However, now equipped with an abundance of spiritual insects, Lin Ke felt that the probability of success could not possibly remain so dismal. He decided to experiment with a flea. During his earlier confrontation with the blood-drinking real person, he had contemplated using the flea for a surprise attack, only to discover its lack of lethality. Ultimately, he resolved to expend it. Thus, he grasped the flea and directed it toward the black gold moth. To his astonishment, the flea turned out to be female and successfully copulated with the male black gold moth. In an instant, the male black gold moth's body was drained and subsequently carbonized, while the flea appeared utterly unperturbed. Had he failed? Chapter 75. The Lost Breed. Lin Ke furrowed his brow. He had anticipated the possibility of failure. Yet the outcome still stung his heart. Each black gold moth was a treasure, being a type of spiritual insect, though lacking in strength. Its ability to produce black gold silkworm silk and reproduce rendered it invaluable to Lin Ke. Steeling himself, he pressed on. With the flea still alive, he chose to disregard it for the moment and attempted to mate a shadow curtain insect with the black gold moth. To Lin Ke's disappointment, the shadow curtain insect appeared not to be an adult, as the true adult form was likely the shadow curtain moth or mosquito. Thus, the mating proved unsuccessful. Similar to the black gold silkworm's inability to mate, the shadow curtain insect would have to be nurtured for future attempts. You are my only hope, Lin Ke mused, casting a smile at the flea in his hand. Though diminutive, it possessed the remarkable ability to drain a black gold moth, prompting a reflection on the wonders of creation. He then procured a selection of venomous insects. Benefiting from the legacy of the old man, Fong Tong had raised these creatures remarkably well. If Lin Ke were to provide a more optimal environment, the cultivation of spiritual insects might indeed be possible. However, for now, he needed to await the resolution of matters concerning the great wilderness cave before returning to this endeavor. He brought in a multi-headed centipede, a golden unicorn beetle, and a bumblebee, which should suffice. Lin Ke entered with an insect-rearing container filled with common 5 poisons, several previously captured 6 evils, and some particularly unique ordinary insects. Each of these creatures possessed distinct characteristics. Although not spiritual insects, the purple crystal longhorn beetle had been produced through the mating of multi-headed centipedes. He decided to try the first one. Lin Ke directly grabbed a multi-headed centipede with his bare hands and brought the flea close. In the next moment, the two engaged in copulation. With a sharp sound, the multi-headed centipede exploded into a spray of flesh and blood. Lin Ke collected the remnants, intending to take them outside to prepare insect freeze for the stinging moth. Then the experiments continued. However, after several attempts, the outcome was consistently disastrous. Each attempt resulted in a tragic demise. This was to be expected, as the flea possessed a nature of mid-level spiritual quality, and its intrinsic power was equivalent to the mid-stage of the Tao Foundation. This starkly contrasted with the low-level spiritual quality of the black gold silkworm, which only commanded the initial stage of the Tao Foundation. Hence, ordinary insects perished without a whisper. This left Lin Ke feeling somewhat helpless. With a series of sharp slaps, he had made several attempts, yet none succeeded in mating with the flea. Ultimately, He had to concede that this round of spiritual insect mating had ended in failure. Although his mud pill palace was extraordinarily unique, it still required adherence to fundamental principles. In comparison, the mating success rate of the black gold moth was considerably higher than that of the flea. However, the black gold moth was currently unable to mate, as all the ordinary insects raised in the Qingsang garden had already mated with it, resulting in the birth of only two species, the stinger celestial moth and the purple crystal beetle. They would have to wait for future opportunities. Feeling a sense of regret, Lin Ku prepared to leave. Just then, a curious voice chimed in beside him. "Is this the Mud Pill Palace?" Startled, Lin Ku turned to see the orange body of the Dream Eater gecko materializing within the Mud Pill Palace. "Dream Eater Senior?" Lin Ku exclaimed in astonishment. "Fear not. I shall keep your secret," the Dream Eater gecko replied in a sweet voice. "From now on, I wish to become your spiritual insect. I have taken a liking to you. Had I known earlier when little Li was here, I would have mentioned your Mud Pill Palace." "What?" Lin Ku was taken aback. The Mud Pill Palace was one of his most significant secrets, second only to his time-traveling ability. The thought of anyone discovering such a secret made him uneasy. Nevertheless, the straightforwardness of the Dream Eater gecko alleviated some of his concerns. "I prefer not to stay inside the Mud Pill Palace. I like to perch outside," the Dream Eater gecko remarked after glancing around. "Your Mud Pill Palace is unguarded, allowing anyone to enter." Just then, it suddenly fixed its gaze on the black mosquito trapped nearby. In the next moment, it extended its tongue to lick its eyes, smacking its lips. "I want to eat." "Want to eat?" Lin Ku quickly waved his hands. "Dream Eater Senior, this cannot be consumed. It has great utility." Not only could the black mosquito mate, but as a covert agent for the blood demon, Lin Ku could not afford to recklessly act against it. "Great utility?" The Dream Eater gecko closed its mouth, seemingly swallowing. "Once I become your spiritual insect, you should capture more black-spotted blood mosquitoes for me. I could ascend to the nascent soul stage and assist you even further. Since I will not remain here, I shall perch outside your Mud Pill Palace to guard it, and I will consume any excess scattered mental energy you release." "Very well," Lin Ku replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Dream Eater Senior. From now on, just call me Dream Eater," the gecko said before dissolving into a cloud of yellow mist. Lin Ku's heart settled a bit. Indeed, his Mud Pill Palace had proven to be a place one could enter or exit at will. The black mosquito intruded directly, followed closely by the dream-eating gecko, both entering without any semblance of protection. With the dream-eating gecko guarding, it has become a form of defense. As for the dissipation of mental energy, Lin Ku understood that the human body continuously releases various forms of energy, be it mental energy or heat. The loss of such energy is indeed wasteful, and the dream-eating gecko's ability to consume his dissipated mental energy is rather advantageous. However, the true name of the black mosquito caused Lin Ku to frown. "Black-spotted blood mosquito?" he murmured. This name reminded him of a formidable spirit insect from the old man's legacy, the summer-winter mosquito, devoid of the powers of spring and autumn, and the elemental forces of water and fire forged into a furnace. Though the name appears common, the capabilities of the summer-winter mosquito are exceptionally potent. Nevertheless, the summer-winter mosquito bears no relation to the black-spotted blood mosquito. Rather, it is connected to a failed variant of the summer-winter mosquito. A certain generation of old men, in their quest to replicate the cultivation of the summer-winter mosquito but unable to find the relevant goo, had to settle for an alternative. They resorted to breeding a winged mosquito birth from the forces of darkness and light. The result was a mosquito known as the Soul Shadow mosquito. Although not as powerful as the summer-winter mosquito, it possesses the ability to consume souls and manipulate fleshly bodies, rendering the controlled individuals akin to their original selves. Yet deep within, they have become mere puppets and slaves. The strength of that old man was thus amplified tenfold or more. He even incited war, devouring hundreds of tribes, until he was ultimately defeated by a great shaman adept at controlling lizard goo. The gecko is indeed a type of lizard. Observing the dream-eating gecko's interest in the black mosquito and linking it to the characteristics of the black-spotted blood mosquito, it now seems highly probable that this black mosquito is a descendant of the original Soul Shadow mosquito. Perhaps breeding this black-spotted blood mosquito might yield unexpected results. Lin Ku stroked his chin, contemplating the black mosquito, yet he realized the time was not yet ripe. This is a game of strategy. He must first eliminate the blood-tasting real person. He then took a heap of insect flesh and blood outside, handing it over to Lin Kan, initially thinking to bring Lin Kan along for the convenience of indulging in various insects outside. He reconsidered due to Lin Kan's uniqueness and ultimately decided to allow Lin Kan to develop in secrecy. He then returned to the Great Wilderness Cave. Chapter 76. Refining Skills. Rapid Progress. From a distance, even before approaching the Great Wilderness Cave, Lin Ka sensed waves of spiritual energy emanating from that direction, accompanied by the sounds of battle, furious roars, and screams. Something was amiss. Lin Ku immediately quickened his pace and soon neared the Great Wilderness Cave. He observed that a semicircular formation centered around the Great Wilderness Cave was filled with a multitude of demonic beasts. With Huang Fuqi and the others fiercely battling the demons to protect the disciples' tokens behind them. At a glance, there were easily over 10,000 demonic beasts. Yet, Huang Fuqi and his companions had managed to secure 1,000 miles of land, preventing the beasts from advancing any further. Upon seeing Lin Ku approach, Huang Fuqi, still with some energy to spare, called out, "Brother Lin, what news do you bring?" Lin Ku immediately responded with a resonant voice, "It has been accomplished." His words, amplified by spiritual energy, reverberated far and wide, invigorating Shiping and the others. They all understood that Lin Ku's primary mission was to secure a gold core demon beast. The possession of such a creature would provide them with a formidable ally. Without further elaboration, Lin Ku plunged into the fray. With a thunderous roar, sharp and robust spikes erupted from the earth, uprooting surrounding trees and soil with tremendous force. The spells mountain moving and earth to steel had become second nature to Lin Ku through repeated practice. He had gradually mastered the subtleties of their execution, enabling him to summon them with a mere thought. Simultaneously, he embarked on another endeavor. "Everyone, allow me to make an attempt." Lin Ku approached Shiping, who was under immense pressure, and immediately invoked the spell Moist Egg Transformation. The purple crystal beetle merged into his body, and he concentrated on conjuring a purple crystal shell around Shiping. The shell shimmered momentarily before stabilizing. Success. This sight deepened Lin Ku's understanding. It appeared that the abilities acquired from the Moist Egg Transformation could not only be applied to oneself but also to others. This revelation opened new avenues of thought for him. "Purple crystal beetle?" Shiping exclaimed in astonishment. "Thank you, Brother Lin. Let us fight with abandon." Lin Ku chuckled, bestowing the purple crystal shells upon all his companions. Feng Du, who had also been employing the Moist Egg Transformation with the purple crystal beetle, ceased his original spell in favor of summoning an offensive spirit insect. With his abundant spiritual energy, Lin Ku had no difficulty supporting the shells for several individuals. And he even attempted to don a second one for himself. He sensed that, although numerous, the demon beasts were not particularly formidable. They resembled a trickle of beasts that had escaped from the front line. Had there been a defeat at the hands of the butterfly transformation true person, they would have been overwhelmed long before now. Suddenly, a spike pierced through a wild boar at the initial stage of foundation establishment, directly in front of Lin Ku. He swiftly collected the boar's carcass. Huang Fuqi and the others were similarly engaged. These remains were of excellent quality, imbued with substantial spiritual energy, suitable for disassembly into materials for crafting or as fertilizer and feed. Lin Ku's moth of stinging needles and purple crystal beetle consumed only insects. But the ordinary bugs from the Qingsang garden could serve as perfect nourishment. With a series of piercing sounds, more demon beasts were impaled. Lin Ku's spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly, allowing him to unleash his powers with explosive force. The ordinary demon beasts were utterly incapable of withstanding the sharp and sturdy earth spikes. Simultaneously, Lin Ku conjured a spear that embodied the essence of both the art of moving mountains and the technique of turning the earth to steel. These spears shot forth like arrows, swift and deadly. The slaughter was relentless. Shiping and his companions had seldom witnessed Lin Ku in battle. This was their first encounter with his formidable prowess. However, they were not to be underestimated. Shiping wielded 2 pairs of shoes, with stingers sprouting from his posterior, and the shoes on his arms elongated like tails. Any beast that came into contact with these stingers would succumb to poison instantaneously. Huang Fuqi, too, was a force to be reckoned with, as he wielded his jade flying sword, creating a vacuum of death around him. Han Yun employed a particular type of wasp, which, upon hatching, grew wings and sprouted 2 purple glowing stingers from the palms of his hands. As for Feng Du, although he had only recently ascended to the initial stage of the Dao Foundation, his extensive accumulation of experience was evident as he fought fiercely with a chain hammer, clashing against a mid-stage Dao Foundation tiger. Yet, as time passed, the surrounding beasts did not diminish. Rather, more and more creatures began to converge from afar. Something was amiss. Lin Ke furrowed his brow and asked, "Gentlemen, have there been any updates from the front lines?" "None," Huang Fuqi replied with a booming voice. Yet, they all sensed that something must have gone awry at the front. Within a radius of several thousand miles, they were the only occupied stronghold. All other Dao Foundation and Golden Core disciples must be stationed near Master Hua Dai. Han Yun exclaimed. Perhaps the beasts at the front launched a fierce assault, creating a breach. Indeed, Lin Ke nodded slightly in agreement. Generally speaking, their current location was quite distant from the front lines and relatively close to the sect. Those above the Dao Foundation rarely regarded this place highly. The lack of spirit insects and the abundance of trees made it troublesome to develop a flat resting ground. Thus, they were conspicuously present in a radius of several thousand miles, allowing the beasts to easily spot them and converge upon their position. Lin Ke and his companions recognized this issue, but found themselves powerless to change it. If they did not guard the sect disciples' tokens here, the great wilderness cavern would no longer belong to them. Fortunately, the pressure was still manageable, though Feng Du and Han Yun were beginning to struggle, already resorting to spirit stones to absorb spiritual energy. Observing this, Lin Ke promptly retrieved the remaining spirit stones from the rental of the dream-eating gecko, swiftly flying to each individual to return the stones. "Do not be stingy with the spirit stones. There may yet be a fierce battle ahead," Lin Ke cautioned, fearing that the others might exhaust their spiritual strength. Except for Huang Fuqi, everyone hurriedly took a spirit stone in hand. It is worth noting that these individuals all held positions within the sect. Even the most experienced Huang Fuqi had seldom ventured beyond the sect's confines. Within the law enforcement hall, only the protectors frequently undertook missions. However, at this moment, they could all feel their combat experience rapidly escalating. This blow consumed too much spiritual power, while that blow failed to penetrate defenses. Moreover, fighting beasts was entirely different from battling humans. Weakness, willpower, spiritual energy, and methods of attack all exhibit significant disparities. While battle experience is abundant, the pressure simultaneously intensifies. Roar! Suddenly, a late-stage Foundation establishment golden leopard leaped forth, swiping a paw towards Han Yun. Bang! Caught off guard, Han Yun was nonetheless shielded by his amethyst shell, though he was still slammed to the ground. "I shall handle this," Huang Fuqi declared sternly. "Break flame." In the next moment, Huang Fuqi commanded his flying sword to engage in combat with the golden leopard. "Brother Han, are you unharmed?" Lin Ke called out loudly, raising several towering and robust earthen walls to shield Han Yun's vulnerable position. At the same time, he glanced into the distance. Late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners were approaching. Could there be golden elixirs as well? Chapter 77, Breakthrough. Terrifying spiritual energy. Initially, they only needed to contend with early-stage and mid-stage Foundation establishment adversaries. They could have easily managed. However, the emergence of late-stage Foundation establishment beasts within the demonic horde signaled a dire situation. This indicated that the breach at the distant front line was widening perilously. Roar! Moments later, the golden leopard was slain by Huang Fuqi, showcasing his unparalleled swordsmanship. Nevertheless, the group remained vigilant, as more late-stage Foundation establishment presences could be felt approaching from afar. "Everyone, take a moment to rest," Lin Ke urged, his focus unwavering. "I will hold the line." This was destined to be a protracted battle. Lin Ke proclaimed loudly, "Let us rest for a moment before continuing. I fear there may be even more beasts lurking behind." He had previously surmised this. It was well known that the poisonous mountain range was teeming with flora and fauna. Initially, the Genie sect and other sects might have gained a certain advantage, expanding their territory. However, once the demonic tribes retaliated, the situation could drastically shift. Not to mention, even ordinary wild beasts and insects were enough to pose a significant challenge to the Genie sect. "Brother Lin, can you hold your ground?" Huang Fuqi retreated swiftly, followed by Shi Ping and the others. "I can endure." Lin Ke's expression was steely. In the next moment, walls of earth surged skyward, as if new mountains were forming around Lin Ke, blocking out the sun. Moving mountains and shifting seas. Shi Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this still early-stage Foundation establishment? Beside him, Feng Du remarked, "Perhaps this is the legendary 10,000 Leagues body. It is said that in ancient times, there was a great being named Yangzi, whose 10,000 Leagues body rendered him invincible. All right, let us quickly adjust and restore our spiritual energy," Huang Fuqi urged with a commanding tone. The group fell silent, immediately closing their eyes to recuperate. Meanwhile, Lin Ke faced an escalating burden, with earthen walls on both sides blocking his path. The demonic beast surged towards the vacant space in the center where Lin Ke stood. Ordinary beasts, chi-refining beasts, and foundation establishment beasts rushed forth. The pressure was palpable. Yet Lin Ke stood undaunted. Moving mountains and shifting seas. Ground turns to steel. The great art of wet egg hatching. With the simultaneous application of 3 techniques, Lin Ke transformed into a formidable machine of violence. A cacophony of spikes erupted from the ground in rapid succession, only to retract just as swiftly, resembling waves. It was these wave-like spikes that effortlessly harvested the lives of the majority of the beasts. The ordinary creatures could only flee through the forest, while the demon beasts at the initial stage of foundation establishment, despite their ability to fly, were unable to withstand Lin Ke's onslaught. In the brief span of time, even with 13 portions of foundation, Lin Ke expended a considerable amount of spiritual power. He was compelled to continuously extract spirit stones, swiftly depleting their essence, and then silently channeling the Yunjiang Gu technique to assimilate it. Regrettably, the lower-grade spirit stones contained an excess of impurities, and the Yunjiang Gu technique was not entirely suited to Lin Ke, being a relatively weak method. The conversion of spiritual energy into spiritual power did not occur expeditiously. Nevertheless, his spiritual power was substantial, and through the ebb and flow, he managed to maintain a near equilibrium. Concurrently, Lin Ke gradually found his rhythm, alternating between group attacks and single-target strikes, achieving a slaughtering efficiency that even surpassed that of the previous 5. At the very least, the demon beasts at the chi-refining and initial foundation stages could not obstruct him. Is Lin brother truly at the initial stage of foundation establishment? Shiping remarked, initially taken aback, then reflecting, the body of myriad leaks, such is the nature of talent. Beside him, Huang Fuqi chuckled softly and shook his head. Junior brother, do not become overly fixated on talent. Shiping's body trembled, and he managed a wry smile. What you say is true, senior brother. Hanyan interjected from the side. Lin brother possesses more than just the talent of the myriad leaks. Throughout history, many have had such a physique, yet none have ever broken through the chi-refining stage, most fading into obscurity. He gestured towards Lin Ke. Previously, I had heeded Li Li's words, intending to target Lin brother, only to discover he had reached foundation establishment after observing his progress over the past 3 years. At this point, Han Yun's tone grew wistful. He entered the sect many years ago, initially displaying commendable aptitude and quickly advancing in cultivation. However, 3 years ago, just as he was about to break through to foundation establishment, his cultivation faltered, revealing the leaking characteristics of the myriad leaks, reducing his strength to a mere fraction. For 3 years, he endured scorn and ridicule, yet he persevered in his cultivation, ultimately discerning the intricacies of his own being, reclaiming his lost cultivation and emerging as a genius at 60% of foundation establishment. Han Yun's admiration shone through his eyes, inspiring a collective sigh of respect from those present. Everyone acknowledged Lin brother's innate talent, envying his abilities, yet few recognized the relentless efforts he had invested over the years. Feng Du also expressed his respect, stating, moreover, Lin brother's sister, Zongya, is equally devoted and loyal, never leaving his side for 3 years, supporting each other, which is truly commendable. As their spiritual power had nearly recovered, they observed Lin Ke's formidable prowess, prompting reflections and exchanges among themselves. I have few whom I respect in my lifetime, yet Lin brother is undoubtedly one, Huang Fuqi declared with a smile, then boomed, Lin brother, do you require a moment to rest? To their surprise, Lin Ke continued to wield his might, remaining unresponsive. The group paused, exchanging glances in bewilderment. Huang Fuqi raised an eyebrow, sensing a sudden shift in the spiritual energy emanating from Lin Ke. The once turbulent flow of energy intensified, resonating like a mountain stream cascading down a cliff. In the next instant, Lin Ke emitted a light whistle, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha! Cultivating with spirit stones is truly exhilarating. As Lin Ke's voice echoed, a series of thunderous sounds erupted in succession. Rows of spikes surged forth like the quills of a porcupine. Today, having broken through to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment, tomorrow I shall condense the golden core, and subsequently give rise to the nascent soul. Lin Ke's voice brimmed with joy and exuberance. The mid-stage of foundation establishment. After enduring the trials of the great wilderness cave, confronting the crisis posed by the blood-drinking true immortal, and engaging in fierce battles once again after a brief respite, coupled with the overwhelming influx of spirit stones and spiritual energy, Lin Ke naturally achieved his breakthrough. The distinction between the mid-stage and the initial stage of foundation establishment is subtle, primarily an increase in spiritual energy. However, while this difference may seem negligible for others, it is transformative for him. Where others possess 5 units of spiritual energy, doubling it yields merely 10, an increase of 5. In contrast, Lin Ke, with 13 units of spiritual energy, would see this soar to 26. This level of growth may appear manageable in the early stages, still within reach. But what will it be like in the future? Golden core, nascent soul, transformation. As long as Lin Ke maintains his accumulation, he is destined to surpass his peers in terms of spiritual energy density within the same realm. Everyone, hold the line for a moment. I shall consolidate my cultivation. Lin Ke declared, his spirits soaring. Huang Fuqi and the others felt invigorated by Lin Ke's breakthrough, sensing their own potential for advancement. This was a powerful motivation for the team. Consequently, the group stepped forward to fend off the tide of beasts. At this moment, Lin Ke had already slain the majority of the beasts, leaving only a few from the initial and mid-stages of foundation establishment. The lower-tier beasts and those at the qi refining stage had already suffered devastating losses. The pressure on Huang Fuqi and his companions significantly eased. Meanwhile, Lin Ke retreated gracefully. Settling cross-legged on a large tree, dozens of spirit stones appearing in his hands as he closed his eyes. Mid-stage foundation establishment. How it can enrich my spiritual energy. Yet, it is insufficient. I require at least 2,000 spirit stones. Chapter 78. The renown of the dream-eating guardian. The sheer consumption of spirit stones startled Lin Ke. Fortunately, he still possessed a considerable stash of spirit stones, which he promptly withdrew in full. These stones encircled him, compensating for the deficiency of spiritual energy in the surrounding area. With each intake, the stones disintegrated into powder, carried away by the wind. Nearly half an hour later, every last spirit stone had been consumed, leaving Lin Ke devoid of funds once more. However, the gains were unmistakable. His Baoyuan Palace, the reservoir of his spiritual energy, had expanded significantly in breadth and depth. Within the confines of the Mud Pill Palace, a resonant rumble echoed through the ground, revealing numerous mountainous protrusions. The spiritual energy had burgeoned significantly. Such a remarkable transformation at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. One could only imagine the wonders that awaited at the late stage, or even at the golden core level. Lin Ke opened his eyes, a newfound confidence in the path ahead igniting within him. Let us eradicate these demon beasts together. He rose to his feet. Noting the absence of any second demon beast at the late stage of foundation establishment, it seemed prudent to eliminate all the beasts in this vicinity at once. With Lin Ke's participation, the throngs of demon beasts were swiftly vanquished, leaving behind only a few ordinary wild animals that lay on the ground, moaning and barely clinging to life. The group surveyed the battlefield and promptly released their spiritual insects. The profusion of blood and flesh on the ground was far too valuable to squander. Typically, such resources would require purchase within the sect, yet now they lay freely available. Particularly, Fong Du's earth spider, which had been lurking underground, emerged to voraciously consume the blood and flesh with unrestrained delight. Lin Ke could even sense that this inferior-grade spiritual spider was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The spoils were indeed bountiful. This singular battle not only afforded the group considerable advancements in combat experience, but also provided their respective spiritual insects with an ample supply of nourishment. Most importantly, Lin Ke had seized this opportunity to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Such an achievement was exceptionally rare. With only 7 days remaining until they fully claimed this territory, as long as no complications arose during this period, it would rightfully belong to the sect. Everyone, take a moment to rest, Lin Ke announced, observing that no demon beasts remained. He opted to remain aloft while the others recuperated. We shall alternate between resting and keeping watch. The group nodded in agreement and descended to rest, casting glances of awe toward Lin Ke, who hovered above. His spiritual energy was profoundly deep. Even Huang Fuqi, at the late stage of foundation establishment, found it difficult to gauge the extent of Lin Ke's power. Having encountered many Golden Core seniors, he noted that quite a few possessed less potent spiritual energy than Lin Ke. It was no wonder he could unleash a Golden Core strike even at the initial stage of foundation establishment, Huang Fuqi mused. Shortly thereafter, the group completed their recuperation and regained their vigor. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ke descended to introduce them to the Dream-Eating Guardian. A Golden Core Dream Eater? Huang Fuqi stared in astonishment at the slumbering guardian before him. Shi Ping was equally astounded. The Dream Eater Senior has met our master, the esteemed Bai Lu Zhenren, but was dismissed by the senior. Bai Lu Zhenren? The sect's foremost sword cultivator, Bai Lu Zhenren? The formidable, unparalleled Bai Lu Zhenren of the nascent soul stage? The group was momentarily dumbfounded. How could a mere golden core dare to dismiss Bai Lu Zhenren? The Dream-Eating Guardian opened its eyes slightly, glancing at Huang Fuqi. That little sword cultivator from back then? What am I dismissing Bai Lu? He merely brandishes his sword, unable to harm me. I could effortlessly consume his nascent soul in a single bite. His sole focus on sword intent, neglecting the cultivation of his spirit, renders him nothing more than a paper tiger. The voice of the Dream-Eating Guardian, though childlike in tone, exudes an unmistakable arrogance. Yet, such audacious words cast a spell of silence over the crowd. Only Huang Fuqi, with a sense of resignation, remarked, as sword cultivators, a single sword is sufficient to conquer countless souls. Try to sever me, and see if you succeed. The Dream-Eating Guardian lazily half-closed his eyes and licked his own eyelids, retorting, your spirit may not be formidable, but your bravado is quite excessive. Huang Fuqi, though momentarily defeated in spirit, still held his ground, asserting, I have yet to refine my sword intent. Otherwise, severing a golden core would be akin to cutting through dead branches. The Dream-Eating Guardian appeared particularly caustic, casting a glance at Huang Fuqi before turning to Lin Ku. You, on the other hand, appeal to me. Your spiritual energy is robust, your soul is complete, and your dantian is flawless. Following you would surely yield benefits. I am fond of you. Huang Fuqi fell silent at once. Lin Ku, caught between amusement and exasperation, interjected. All right, both of you. Each path has its strengths. We must unite to face our adversaries and should not let tempers flare. He remained oblivious to the Dream-Eating Guardian's sharp tongue and was equally unaware of Huang Fuqi's sudden inclination to engage in verbal sparring. Could it be that Huang Fuqi had been humiliated by the Dream-Eating Guardian alongside his master, the revered Bai Lu, in years past? Regardless, such matters held no significance for him. As long as there were no life and death grudges, he felt at ease. Brother Lin, your ability to summon the esteemed Dream-Eating Guardian is indeed remarkable, Shi Ping chimed in with a smile. My master has stated that. Aside from the most formidable souls within our sect, even those at the nascent soul stage would sustain injuries under the Guardian's assault. A golden core cultivator with a weak soul would surely be devoured. Such strength, although this opinion stemmed solely from Bai Lu, it nonetheless highlighted the formidable prowess of the Dream-Eating Guardian. It became evident that had Lin Ku not inadvertently met the Guardian's requirements regarding soul and spirit, this opportunity might never have arisen. Brother Lin, you truly are a dragon among men. Fong Du and the others echoed their admiration. In such moments, they formed a community of shared interests, where the greater the strength of their allies, the better. Well then, I shall take my leave. Summon me if needed. The Dream-Eating Guardian stated, casting a glance at the group before dissipating into a yellow mist. In truth, he manifested outside the Dantian Palace, situated in the lofty realms of Lin Ku's consciousness, yet regrettably, Lin Ku remained unaware of his presence. The Dream-Eating Guardian, lying outside the Dantian Palace, transformed the dissipated spiritual energy into a more refined essence, nourishing Lin Ku's Dantian. This power did not manifest through sheer strength of spirit. Instead, it delved deeper into Lin Ku's very soul. Meanwhile, witnessing the Dream-Eating Guardian had instilled a sense of reassurance among the onlookers. Having a formidable ally in the background was certainly preferable to the alternative. The group took turns keeping watch and resting. By the time Lin Ku resumed his vigil, it was already midday on the second day. However, this time, he sensed an anomaly in less than half an hour. What could it be? A dark cloud suddenly emerged from a place beyond the reach of his mental prowess. Recalling the earlier incident involving the blood-drinking adept, Lin Ku dared not hesitate and promptly communicated with the Dream-Eating Guardian. Yet, upon discerning the identity of the approaching entity, Lin Ku frowned once more. Was this a locust? How did such a creature make its way to the front lines? Aren't they capable of devastating swathes in an instant? Could there be some hidden agenda? Chapter 79. The Locust Demon from a distance. It was difficult to ascertain anything. Surely, it could not be a massive horde of golden core stage locusts? If that were the case, Lin Ku and the others would be utterly unable to stop them. Survival would be nearly impossible. However, if they were not golden core locusts, a single fireball spell could easily eradicate a large number of them. This was dire. It was the locust demon. Huang Fuqi's expression shifted. Everyone, be cautious. The locust demon? The crowd expressed their confusion. Huang Fuqi swiftly elucidated. In my sect, a senior brother once encountered this locust demon. It is reputed to be a low golden core stage demonic insect. Its strength lies not in its individual prowess, but rather in its ability to command countless locusts to form formations of its own devising. Typically, we would not pay heed to such mundane insects, allowing this demon to stealthily traverse our sect's defenses and devour some of our spiritual herbs and treasures. It was only when an elder discovered it that it was driven away. The sect's protective barriers ordinarily only obstruct beings imbued with spiritual energy. Ordinary insects, flowers, or other commonplace flora and fauna are not impeded. It appears that the front lines are indeed in dire straits, with no one attending to the unusual activity of these ordinary insects. Lin Ke furrowed his brow. Over 2 days had passed with no word from the front. This only heightened Lin Ke's sense of isolation regarding his information channels. Many matters could only await notification, lacking avenues for personal investigation. For instance, had he been aware of the situation at the front lines in advance, he could have made more informed decisions. If there was a significant defeat, they would retreat to the sect to avoid becoming cannon fodder. Conversely, if there was a resounding victory, they would continue to hold their ground, awaiting the break of dawn. Minor victories, narrow escapes, and close defeats all necessitate different responses. Instead, they were left to conjecture the front line's condition based on sporadic sightings of beasts leaking through. Attention! Huang Fuqi bellowed, do not employ spiritual insects. Fire attacks are our best option. He too sheathed his flying sword, opting for fireball spells instead. Lin Ke and the others followed suit. One by one, fireballs manifested in the air, coalescing into a formidable wall of flames. All present were cultivators of solid foundation, with Lin Ke and Huang Fuqi standing as paragons among them. Thus, before the locust swarm could even approach within 100 miles, the sky was already awash in a fiery crimson hue, reminiscent of a burning cloud. Just flames, young ones, came a chilling laugh from the distance. The locust demon. Some demonic beasts possess the ability to articulate human speech upon gaining sentience, yet most insects are incapable of reaching such a stage. The locust demon's ability to articulate human speech is already remarkable in itself. Just as the demon's voice faded, a tumultuous swarm of locusts surged into the vast firewall conjured by Lin Ke and his companions. Countless locusts were scorched to cinders by the flames, plummeting into the dense forest below, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma of charred flesh. Yet, a greater number of locusts managed to breach the fiery barrier. Observing this, Lin Ke furrowed his brow. Transcending spells and incantations, there exists a realm of intent. Earlier, during the sect competition, Lin Quanming had grasped the art of the leaping dance of intent. The locust demon before them had likewise comprehended this intent, specifically, the intent of a certain formation. The locusts vibrated their wings, producing a resonant hum that filled the atmosphere. A sweep of his mental force revealed that these locusts bore a thin membrane of spiritual energy on their exoskeletons, seemingly imbued by some unique rhythm. Junior, I fear not the flames. You shall all become sustenance for my young, echoed a sinister voice once more. The locusts immediately reformed their ranks, exuding an enigmatic aura from their collective formation. Intent of the formation. The locusts divided into several clusters, charging towards Lin Ke and his companions. The most numerous were those targeting Lin Ke, Shiping, and Huang Fuqi. Lin Ke and Shiping were at the mid-stage of their foundation, while Huang Fuqi had reached the latter stage. Thus it was only natural for the locust demon to allocate the majority of its strength against the three. Do not panic. Huang Fuqi's voice rang out. The demon's greatest strength lies in its concealment. However, its power is dispersed. As long as we avoid being ambushed by its true form, we shall be fine. With that, Huang Fuqi glanced at Lin Ke, who nodded in acknowledgement. He immediately raised his hand, bestowing each of them with a crystalline purple shell. In a heartbeat, they clashed with the locust demon. In the ensuing battle, they discovered that the demon's power was indeed not as formidable as anticipated. Coupled with Lin Ke's crystalline shells and their individual defenses, the ordinary locusts were unable to penetrate their barriers. However, it seemed that the intent of the locusts enveloped all of them, making these ordinary creatures akin to swords and bullets, rendering the fight quite arduous. Yet, amidst the fierce skirmish, a sudden exclamation broke forth from Han Yun. Puff! A mid-stage locust burst forth from the swarm of ordinary locusts. effortlessly shattering both the crystalline shell Lin Ku had provided and Han Yun's own spiritual barrier. This strike pierced directly through Han Yun's right arm. "Be careful," Lin Ku warned, his brow furrowing. The locusts controlled by the demon conceal other malevolent creatures among them. If they were merely ordinary locusts, we would not be concerned. However, with some mid-stage demonic insects hidden within the swarm, we cannot afford to be careless. With a gasp, Han Yun exhaled, releasing a great plume of flames that coalesced into the semblance of a fiery bird in the air. The great art of fire cooking oil. The others felt a measure of reassurance. It seemed that Han Yun had not previously utilized this technique due to a lack of spiritual energy. In the midst of the current crisis, Han Yun unexpectedly unleashed his abilities. However, the locusts before him shifted their formation, resembling a spherical entity, breaking through the wind and charging towards the firebird. Streamlined, Lin Ku narrowed his eyes, instinctively extending his hand to grant Han Yun another purple crystal shell. In the next moment, thousands of locusts surged through the firebird, crashing against Lin Ku's purple crystal shell. Boom! The purple crystal shell shattered upon impact, and Han Yun's body was thrown to the ground, his fate uncertain. While Lin Ku aided Han Yun, 4 or 5 late-stage locusts suddenly erupted from his front, colliding with Lin Ku's purple crystal shell. Yet, Lin Ku's own shell, being a product of his internal energy, was several times more resilient than those of Han Yun and his companions. It could not be easily shattered. Nevertheless, Lin Ku's body was sent flying several dozen meters away. Not afraid of fire, Lin Ku frowned, but quickly smirked and waved his hand, merely relying on formation intent to devour us while hiding in the shadows. As the spiritual energy surged within him, countless droplets of water coalesced in the sky. These droplets swiftly gathered together to form a massive water sphere encasing Lin Ku. Mountain moving and sea toppling. Lin Ku had always been accustomed to employing the mountain-moving aspect of this technique, seldom utilizing the sea toppling. However, this did not imply that he was incapable. It was simply that, against many beasts or humans, the attack power of earth spikes was significantly superior to that of pure water. But the circumstances were different now. Since the locust demon sought to conceal itself among the endless swarm of locusts and utilized formation intent to resist fiery damage, Lin Ku would first dismantle its formation intent. Chapter 80. Distribution of spoils. As the sky gathered into a large water sphere, its diameter spanning hundreds of meters, it enveloped Huang Fuqi and the others entirely. They did not resist. Each of them immediately understood Lin Ku's intention, to prevent surprise attacks. Since the flames could not obstruct, they would exploit the resistance of water. Lin Ku had only just realized the locust demon's use of a streamlined formation when he saw the locusts take shape. Streamlined, in the past, typically referred to aircraft and ships, it is a design that reduces air resistance, allowing objects to move more smoothly. Certain whales and fish possess such streamlined bodies, enabling them to swim swiftly. Just moments ago, the locust demon swarm had used this streamlined form to break through Han Yun's fiery incantation. Now, submerged in water, even the swiftest would leave traces behind. Everyone grasped Lin Ku's strategy, nodding in silent agreement. Simultaneously, Lin Ku intended not only to drown, but to strangle. Within the vast water sphere, streaks emerged, all slicing towards the locust swarm like blades. The power of water could be freely controlled by Lin Ku, embodying the essence of the mountain-moving and sea-toppling technique. In its traditional form, mountain moving would entail crushing and sea toppling would involve inundating. After a prolonged period of familiarity, Lin Ku had become increasingly adept at the art of moving mountains and seas, having mastered it to a high degree. At that moment, a series of whirlpools enveloped the locusts. Many ordinary locusts, caught off guard, were swiftly shredded to mere remnants by the swirling waters. Under the control of the locust demon, the insects formed a streamlined mass, all charging towards Lin Ku. "I shall eradicate you." The locust demon's voice seethed with anger, revealing its true intentions. Lin Ku responded with a cold smile. "Even a golden core cultivator is like a mere child. Today marks your demise." Such audacity. The locust demon's true form remained concealed within the swarm. The foundational locusts remained still, forming a dark mass that filled the water sphere. Annihilate. Lin Ku disregarded defense as the surrounding waters grew increasingly turbulent, the whirlpools gaining speed and tearing at the locust horde. However, the locust demon possessed considerable intelligence and instinctively countered Lin Ku's water sphere with strategic formations. Yet, Lin Ku did not intend to rely solely on this method to defeat a golden core cultivator. He was merely employing the technique to trace the locust demon's whereabouts. Just then, a child's voice echoed in his mind. "I have found it." As the words faded, the water sphere suddenly revealed a spectral head of an orange gecko, which lunged towards a specific direction behind Huang Fuqi. "Ah, who are you?" The locust demon's voice was interrupted before it could say more. Concurrently, the other locusts, which had been fiercely attacking alongside Huang Fuqi, suddenly lost their vigor. These locusts flailed helplessly in the water, their efforts futile against the powerful water sphere. A few foundational locusts also revealed their presence. Without the locust demon, these insects were merely a disorganized mass. The water sphere dissipated in an instant. Thank goodness for Senior Dream. Fong Du sighed in relief. The previous situation had been perilous, as the locust demon had appeared intent on killing Lin Ku. Little did they know, its true form had been hidden among the ordinary locusts surrounding Huang Fuqi. Clearly, the locust demon aimed to strike Huang Fuqi while his attention was diverted towards Lin Ku. "What a formidable creature," Huang Fuqi remarked, shaking his head, and bowed to Lin Ku. "Thank you, Senior Dream. Had it not been for the timely warning of the gecko, I would likely have met my end." "No need for thanks. It was my duty," Lin Ku replied with a smile, then turned to his companions. 18 foundational locusts. Let us divide them." "Sure. Please check on Han's condition. I am certain these locusts will require your involvement." Huang Fuqi and the others nodded, while Ping flew down to assess Han Yun's situation. Before long, they returned to their original position. "How is Han?" Lin Ku inquired. Han Yunpan sat upon the gnarled roots of a tree, his complexion somewhat pale. Yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration and a hint of nostalgia. 8 years had passed, and he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Lin Ku soon realized that Han Yun's fluctuating aura was not due to injury, but rather a result of recently overcoming a deficiency in spiritual energy. "Congratulations, Brother Han, on turning adversity into fortune." Lin Ku quickly offered his felicitations. He noticed that the wound on Han Yun's arm had already been healed by Ping's magic. For Han Yun, enduring a moment of pain to attain a breakthrough was undoubtedly worthwhile. There were 15 locusts, all in the mid to late stages of the Dao Foundation, with one deceased. At this moment, Huang Fuqi unfastened the golden-winged pouch at his waist, releasing his own locusts. Lin Ku and the others followed suit, simplifying the process significantly as they divided the insects among themselves. Lin Ku deliberately selected 1 male and 2 females, intending to facilitate their mating within his own Niwen palace later. The others did not dwell on such considerations. While locusts could be cultivated, the limitation lay in each individual's capacity to control spiritual beasts. Creatures like the locust demon, which belonged to the golden core stage, could only be effectively wielded in conjunction with tens of thousands of locusts in a coordinated attack, a strategy that Lin Ku had successfully dismantled. Ultimately, the demise of the locust demon was attributed to the more formidable dream-eating guardian, a golden core beast. This underscored the fact that the ordinary grade locusts held little value for cultivation. They would merely serve as feed. Only Lin Ku could derive any true benefit from them. Finally, Huang Fuqi spread his palm to reveal an unremarkable, earthy-colored corpse of a locust. Its compound eyes had lost their luster, resembling a tarnished copper mirror, utterly drab. The corpse of the locust demon. The group's eyes widened in surprise. They had just distributed several living Dao Foundation locusts, and now they were presented with the chance to claim the corpse of a golden core locust? Unfortunately, it was too small. Huang Fuqi shook his head and addressed the group. "I only require spiritual stones in exchange." They had previously agreed to allocate spoils based on contributions, allowing anyone in need to express their desires and select spoils before compensating the others with spiritual stones. As a sword cultivator, Huang Fuqi had little interest in the locust demon's corpse. Its utility was limited, whether for feed, fertilizer, weaponry, or alchemical concoctions. It required the involvement of beast tamers, spiritual cultivators, forgers, and alchemists. For those lacking such needs, the corpse held no value. "Let us consider this," Lin mused. Although he was inclined to acquire the corpse, he found himself in no particular need of spiritual artifacts at that moment. It was better to focus on mastering his current spells and spiritual insects rather than spreading himself too thin. Moreover, they had recently expended a significant sum hiring the dream-eating guardian, making this an opportune moment for exchange. Fong Du also mentioned he already possessed a weapon and had no immediate need. Ultimately, only Han Yun and Ping remained. Since that is the case, if you all do not want it, then I shall take it. Chapter 81. The arrival of the Butterfly Transformation Master. The speaker was Han Yun. Ping nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Brother Han is more suited than I. I am more accustomed to commanding spirit insects." Han Yun's technique of wet egg transformation was not particularly proficient. Perhaps it was due to the combat experience of those present being far more extensive than Han Yun's. Or perhaps it stemmed from his long-standing lack of engagement in battles. Nevertheless, he was indeed more suited to possess the Golden Core insect corpse than Ping. Ping himself wielded a mid-grade spirit sword, and as he aspired to join the ranks of Master Bai Lu in the future, he would undoubtedly become a sword cultivator. One sword sufficed. Possessing an excess of magical treasures would serve little purpose. "Thank you, Brother Shi." Han Yun expressed his sincere gratitude, his previously pallid complexion improving significantly. He reflected, "Our great wilderness supports one another, surpassing many groups I have encountered. I hope we can ascend to greater heights together in the future." Han Yun's heartfelt words resonated with Lin Ku and the others, who readily concurred. This locust demon not only possessed an expensive physique, but also harbored a golden core within. Han Yun remarked, "I will consult the blacksmith regarding the valuation and then gather the spirit stones for all." The group acknowledged this. Understanding that the value of a body belonging to a formidable golden core cultivator extended beyond mere flesh, the golden core itself held immense worth. The golden core. It represented the fusion of all internal organs and energies into a singular essence. Such a core, regardless of its application, possesses extraordinary value. Selling it would yield a price beyond comprehension. Had it not been for the locust demon's penchant for ambush and Lin Ku's prior communication with the dream-eating gecko, their survival would have been uncertain. Thus, the golden core and locust demon's body were estimated to be worth at least 10,000 spirit stones. Brother Han, why not depart first, return to your sect to deliver the locust demon's body to the blacksmith, and then return? It would provide an opportunity to recuperate, Lin Ku suggested. The others agreed. The imperative now was to swiftly convert these spoils into combat strength, ensuring their prolonged defense in this location. Very well. Han Yun stood, bowing respectfully to each person before taking flight. By the way, is there still no news from the Butterfly Transformation Master? After Han Yun departed, Lin Ku inquired of Ping. Ping produced his mysterious vein document and shook his head. They are likely still engaged in battle. Ping gazed into the distance, where faint fluctuations of spiritual energy occasionally emerged, suggesting that the conflict had not ceased, albeit too far to be clearly discerned. However, from the celestial phenomena and the spiritual energy disturbances, it could be inferred that the fighting likely continued unabated. Then let us maintain our vigil, Lin Ku nodded. While the waves of demon beasts presented a manageable challenge, at least Lin Ku and his companions were not in immediate peril. However, what if the front line collapsed? And even the Butterfly Transformation Master fell? The absence of communication channels meant that by the time they learned of a frontline defeat, the demon beast would already be upon them. Yet, there was little to be done. Lin Ku pondered this issue regarding the intelligence network, then turned his gaze toward his golden-winged nest. The nest of the golden-winged insect is the abandoned hive of the golden-winged insect, akin to a beehive. After refinement, it transforms into spatial equipment, specifically designed for housing spirit beasts. However, the focal point is not the nest itself, but rather the golden-winged insect, which is none other than the bee. It is said that the golden-winged sect was founded on the prowess of the golden-winged insect, which not only produces honey but also serves as a swift messenger due to its speed. Yet, its most advantageous application lies in intelligence gathering. The diminutive size of bees makes them perfectly suited for such covert operations. Perhaps in the future, one might experiment with further breeding between spirit insects and bees. Lin Ku pondered this, much like his stinging needle moth. Although its flying speed is not particularly rapid, it possesses traits of both bees and the black gold silkworm. It can gather nectar, utilize its scales, and employ its stinger. If, in time, one could crossbreed bees with another type of insect to produce some that could be used for reconnaissance, that would be most advantageous. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. A group of demonic beasts approaches from the distance. Prepare for battle. They need to hold their ground for just 10 days. And this territory will belong to them. For thousands of miles around, this area is under the dominion of the Butterfly Transformation Master, known as Moon Egret's Peak. The Butterfly Transformation Master is at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, having advanced only within the past century, thus stationed close to the sect. If even Moon Egret's Peak is besieged by so many demonic beasts, The pressure on other areas must be considerable as well. On the 9th day of their defense, the butterfly transformation master arrived. "How many golden elixirs have you encountered here?" she asked, her body drenched in blood, having utilized the method of wet egg transformation. Two nearly 3-meter-long black and gold butterfly wings unfurled from her back, adorned with exquisite blue markings on her neck and cheeks, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. "Master, we have encountered 3 golden elixirs, the locust demon, the dark green profound goose, and the golden mouse, all of which have been slain," Lin Ku replied, cupping his hands in respect. They had not been idle during these days. Numerous Taoists had filtered through from the front lines, with ordinary beasts in abundance and occasional golden elixir demonic beasts. However, apart from the initial challenge posed by the locust demon, the subsequent 2 were dealt with efficiently by Lin Ku and his comrades. Of course, the primary force was not Lin Ku, but rather the Taoists like Huang Fuqi, who were only the visible front. Behind the scenes, it was Lin Ku's dream-eating gecko, lying in wait outside the mud pill palace, that devoured the souls of the intruders. According to the dream-eating gecko, swallowing a golden elixir's soul barely sufficed to activate its innate abilities once. Slain? The butterfly transformation master paused, glancing at Lin Ku and then at Huang Fuqi and the others behind him, incredulously asking, "Just the few of you?" The dark green profound goose is a mid-stage golden elixir demonic beast, while the locust demon, despite being in the early stages, has claimed the lives of numerous golden elixir disciples. The golden mouse, though slightly weaker, is remarkably swift in its escape, though you possess the 10,000 leagues body. And I've heard of Huang Fuqi's sword skills. Being able to slay the golden mouse is impressive. How did you manage this? The butterfly transformation master inquired with an expression of curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lin Ku smiled and clasped his hands together, stating, "We have summoned a venerable golden core elder from the spirit insect cave to assist us." Upon hearing this, Master Butterfly displayed a look of realization, then nodded slightly. "You are quite clever." With that, she produced a token and infused it with spiritual energy. The token immediately began to levitate in the air. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Moon Goddess Peak." The decree of the peak stated, "This territory belongs to the disciple Lin Ku." As her words fell, a radiant light emanated from Master Butterfly's peak token, directed toward Lin Ku's disciple token below. Instantly, Lin Ku's token blazed with brilliance, and after a moment of sensing, she gestured, causing the token to soar back to her. This area, spanning 1,000 miles, now belongs to the great wilderness. Furthermore, the marsh giant frog has already been slain by me. Master Butterfly did not inquire further about which golden core spirit insect Lin Ku had summoned, but instead smiled and said, "This place now belongs to you. If you desire, you may venture beyond my Moon Goddess Peak to expand your territory. Youngster, it is beneficial to explore more." "The marsh giant frog has been slain?" Lin Ku exclaimed in surprise, then sincerely congratulated, "Congratulations, Master, on eliminating this great foe." Huang Fuqi and the others also extended their congratulations. The marsh giant frog was originally the Yunjiang overlord of the Moon Goddess Peak region, and Master Butterfly had been contending with it for quite some time. Who would have thought it had been vanquished? "Haha, it was hardly a great enemy, merely an obstruction," Master Butterfly replied, her mood evidently buoyant, her laughter resonating with a hint of exuberance. Observing this, Lin Ku pondered and asked, "Master, what of the Blood Devourer?" Chapter 82, Taking Disciples? The Blood Devourer? Master Butterfly raised an eyebrow. Him? Previously, he was injured by the tongue of the marsh giant frog and has returned to recuperate. He won't emerge for at least 10 days to half a month, so you may focus on your cultivation. As she spoke, a hint of a cold smile appeared on Master Butterfly's exquisite features. As for the brave ape, do not fear him. This territory is now mine. In the future, I shall assign my disciples to patrol here regularly. Should you have any matters, he will notify me directly. By the way, I see you possess a sharp mind and a commendable pace in your cultivation. You are of the Wan Lu physique. How is it that you lack a master?" Master Butterfly's enchanting gaze sparkled as she continued. "How about this? Once you break through to the late stage of the Tao Foundation, I shall take you as my disciple." "How does that sound? Taking a disciple?" Lin Ku was momentarily taken aback. He had not previously contemplated the notion of apprenticeship. Generally, Yuaning masters seldom accept Tao Foundation disciples. Aside from gifted individuals like Huang Fuqi and Lin Quanming, most disciples aspiring to be mentored by a Yuan must first attain the Golden Core stage. Prior to that, apprenticeship holds little significance. at least in terms of cultivation. Only disciples at the Golden Core stage require guidance and instruction. For Qi refining and Tao Foundation disciples, one must first overcome the hurdle of condensing the Golden Core before progressing further. Otherwise, even if one were to take on disciples, not only would the lineage fail to be passed down, but several centuries later, the disciples passing would only evoke sorrow. What is the necessity of such an endeavor? Thus, most Yuaning practitioners indeed accept disciples primarily from the ranks of golden elixirs. Those formidable beings at the fusion stage above Yuaning are even more selective. Of course, this is a perspective based on cultivation level. In practical terms, certain Yuaning practitioners often identify promising disciples and invest in them early on. Otherwise, once the gold shines, it is uncertain who will be able to claim it. The butterfly transformation master observed Lin Ku in a moment of astonishment and could not help but smile. My master's sole wish before his passing was for the Golden Wing sect to grow ever stronger. Were it not for my master, I, the little girl who once begged on the streets, would have perished from hunger long ago. He raised me, allowed me to enter the outer sect, and when I reached the later stages of the Tao Foundation, he took me as his disciple. Thus, I have become who I am today. Therefore, I have always disdained the conduct of the monkey brave master and greatly admired the style of the white dew master. As she spoke of the white dew master, the butterfly transformation master smiled at Huang Fuqi and Shi Ping. The sect belongs to us. The prodigies and talents of the sect naturally require our nurturing. Only in this manner can we ensure the continuous prosperity of future generations. I was aware of your situation and had originally intended to take you as my disciple during the Tao Foundation sect competition to provide you with protection, but I did not anticipate that war would erupt. With a gentle smile, the butterfly transformation master recounted some of her past. Upon hearing her words, the crowd felt a deep sense of admiration. Lin Ku, too, appreciated the benevolence of the butterfly transformation master. Additionally, they had learned about her achievements upon arriving at the Great Wilderness Cave. In summary, she embodied a fierce aversion to evil, a kind heart, and a spirit of gratitude. With many disciples to her name, typically, Yuaning practitioners have little time for their own cultivation, who would squander time on teaching disciples unless faced with imminent danger. Yet, during the past century, the butterfly transformation master has devoted herself tirelessly to nurturing talent for the sect. Within the Golden Wing sect, individuals like the butterfly transformation master are numerous, while those like the monkey brave master are indeed rare. Just as Lin Ku's spiritual energy mysteriously dissipated earlier, many elders came to investigate. Curiosity was one factor, but more importantly, they aimed to assist Lin Ku. Even if Lin Ku ultimately only reached the first layer of Qi refinement, they had never considered expelling him from the sect. Instead, they envisioned him retiring peacefully in the Qingsang garden. One could say that by glimpsing a fragment, one could discern the entirety. From the butterfly transformation master, Lin Ku perceived the roots of enduring prosperity within a sect. Thank you, master, for your kindness, Lin Ku said respectfully, bowing deeply. With a reliable manner, his future path would undoubtedly become more promising. Congratulations to the master on acquiring an excellent disciple. Huang Fuqi was the first to offer his congratulations. Also, congratulations to Brother Lin for gaining a remarkable teacher. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, Brother Lin. They all chimed in, expressing their well wishes. The butterfly transformation master felt even more elated. Then you shall remain here while I go to explore a few other places. With a wave of her hand, several beams of golden light appeared, floating before each of them. Lin Ku focused his gaze. Golden elixirs, Hanyan exclaimed in astonishment. Before them hovered an array of golden elixirs, glistening splendidly. Gather them all. Today, I am in high spirits, said the butterfly transformation master with a gentle smile. From this moment forth, golden elixirs and nascent souls shall no longer be rare commodities. You may procure them at your leisure. With that, the butterfly transformation master spread his wings and soared into the distance. Farewell, master. Lin Ku and the others bowed respectfully as they watched him depart. Once the master was gone, they promptly stowed the golden elixirs into their storage bags. It seemed that many had perished at the front lines. Lin Ku chuckled. The butterfly transformation master is indeed generous. The others nodded in agreement. In the past, when battles were infrequent, it was primarily the disciples of the law enforcement hall who ventured out to explore and hunt. However, in this time of relentless warfare, the abundance of golden elixirs had naturally increased. Yet, they understood that for nascent souls, golden elixirs held little value. For them, however, the situation was quite different. Rumor had it that the ancient demon sect possessed a forbidden technique capable of absorbing golden elixirs for the benefit of nascent souls. Huang Fuqi pondered the golden elixir in his hand with a look of regret. Alas, this technique is akin to our sect's secret method of wet egg incubation. If only we could access it, our cultivation could advance further. Huang Fuqi was already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. A further advancement would lead him to the golden elixir stage. The ancient demon sect was indeed a sect of dark arts, harmonizing with their sinister techniques. Even if they were to acquire such a method, it might conflict with the Miaojianggu technique. Ping chuckled. Initially, they had envied Lin Ku for his backing. But now, with the master bestowing gifts upon them, they were filled with joy. Now that matters are settled, what shall we do next? Lin Ku suddenly inquired. The 10-day period has elapsed, and the great wilderness cave has been secured. Surely, we must take some action? Firstly, exploring the great wilderness cave was not an option. To venture forth, they needed to elevate their cultivation. Otherwise, an unknown entity could easily extinguish their lives with a mere immobilizing method. Hence, it sufficed for someone to stand guard here. They could devise a plan to develop this area first, then take turns to stand watch. There was no necessity for all to remain idle. I intend to go to the front lines to slay enemies, Huang Fuqi declared first, to refine my sword intent, and subsequently break through to the golden elixir stage. Although Huang Fuqi possessed the clear spring sword intent, it was reputed to be difficult to wield. Moreover, from their experiences over the past 10 days, it became evident that the comprehension of sword intent and its adept application were two distinct concepts. For instance, against the locust demons, his sword intent proved of little use, and it was even less effective against creatures like the dream-eating gecko. Thus, upon hearing Huang Fuqi's self-arrangement, the others nodded in approval. I shall accompany my senior brother. Ping smiled. My master has tasked me with reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage within this year. Otherwise, I shall not be accepted as a disciple. Huang Fuqi was fortunate, as he was accepted by Master Bailu due to his cultivation at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and his refinement of sword intent. However, Ping's acceptance was solely due to his innate talent. If he could not fully realize his potential, Master Bailu would undoubtedly not take him as a disciple. And you, Lin Ku? Chapter 83. The primitive Great Wilderness Palace. Upon discerning the invitation in Ping's tone, Lin Ku smiled and gently shook his head, expressing, I shall refrain from advancing to the front lines for now. He cast a glance towards the rear, stating, I will return to Qingshan Garden to consolidate my cultivation and thoroughly comprehend the gains I have made during this period. Once I have digested these insights, I shall venture to the front to join you. Currently, the Great Wilderness Cave has been established as Lin Ku's territory, safeguarded for the sect. Any external threats or internal meddling must first pass through the scrutiny of the Transformation Butterfly Master. Hence, there is no necessity for everyone to remain stationed here. Lin Ku was intent on properly absorbing his recent successes back at Qingshan Garden, as transforming these accomplishments into his own strength was of utmost importance. I will also proceed to the front, Han Yun interjected. Previously, I lacked reliable companions, but the circumstances have changed. He glanced at Huang Fuqi and the others with a smile, adding, I shall depend on all of you then. Huang Fuqi nodded slightly, while Ping remarked, Brother Han has always been commendable, and in recent days, he has made remarkable strides. In the future, there will be no need to speak of reliance. We, as brothers, shall support one another. Upon hearing this, Han Yun's expression softened further. The group then turned their attention to Fong Du. I have several senior brothers in another direction. Also from the law enforcement hall, Fong Du replied with a hint of resignation. I will first go there to pay a visit. As my senior brother has treated me well in the past, I shall return to seek your company afterward. That is acceptable. Huang Fuqi waved his hand. Without your senior brother, this great wilderness cave would struggle to see the light of day again. Should he be willing, he may join us in the development of this place. The great wilderness cave was initially pointed out to Fong Du by his senior brother, who likely believed it to be an ordinary cave, failing to sense the presence of several spirit insects, thus directly revealing its location to Fong Du as a gift. It was only later, when Lin Ku and his companions explored, that the cave's extraordinary nature was uncovered. With Lin Ku nearly being consumed by a mysterious powerhouse dwelling deep within, this revelation solidified their intention to collaborate. How about we alternate our watch every 2 months? Lin Ku proposed with a smile. I shall take the first 2 months, followed by all of you. Although the area had been secured, It would be a pity to leave it unattended. Let me take the 3rd and 4th months, Fong Du suggested. I should not be away from my senior brother for too long. If anything arises, I will communicate with you all through the Xianmai manuscript. After 10 days of steadfast guarding, their resources had significantly increased. Each of them had acquired the Xianmai manuscript. Han Yun, for instance, had even sent the remains of the locust demon for refinement into a spirit weapon, although it was yet to be completed. Overall, they were all quite satisfied, with Lin Ku and Huang Fuqi being the most content, as they were the primary contributors and thus received the lion's share. I will follow after Brother Fong. Lin Ku declared. I am next. Shi Ping and Han Yun also accepted their watches, leaving Huang Fuqi as the final sentinel. Very well. As the task of vigilance was determined, Lin Ku pondered, what do you all think of my previous proposal? The others fell into silence. A few days prior, Lin Ku had suggested transforming this location into a resting point. They were situated in close proximity to the sect and not far from the outermost peripheries of various frontline peaks. Such a transit area would indeed be most suitable for conversion into a marketplace. Venturing further ahead posed significant dangers, while retreating farther back would be impractical. If they could establish some inns for respite, alongside shops for selling and purchasing goods, it was likely that many would be inclined to visit. After all, even Lin Ku and his companions found the repetitive journeys to be rather cumbersome. After slaying the beasts, they had to return to procure supplies, which often took 2 to 3 days. Establishing a marketplace here would not only facilitate their own needs, but would likely attract many from the surrounding territories. Moreover, their domain would benefit financially. Even without operating their own shops, the influx of visitors would naturally entice numerous businesses. When the time came, merely collecting rent could yield a substantial amount of spirit stones. Having experienced the age of bustling trade, Lin Ku understood that a flow of people equated to commerce and profit. You are all more familiar with these matters, so you shall decide, he remarked. Huang Fuqi had entrusted his own affairs to mortals and showed little interest in such endeavors. Shi Ping began to collaborate with Lin Ku on specific methodologies. Fong Du was also indifferent to these matters. However, Han Yun, due to his personality, had made numerous acquaintances during his tenure at the enforcement hall, including many Qi refining disciples, as well as Dao Foundation practitioners, and some from other sects conducting business with the Golden Wing sect. He could introduce several of them. Then let us take action, Lin Ku stated decisively after several minutes of discussion. May we all aspire to attain the golden core in the future, diligently striving toward the condensation of the nascent soul and the pursuit of eternal life. To our shared aspirations, they echoed, clasping their hands in respect before soaring into the distance. Lin Ku remained behind, contemplating the abundant trees and shrubs around him, deeply considering the construction of houses. After all, he had not studied civil engineering in his past life. Alas, it seemed he would have to expend resources eventually. Lin Ku shook his head, but with over 6,000 spirit stones in his possession, he felt quite affluent. The recent battles, particularly the sales of a few golden core beasts, had garnered them significant profits, not to mention the remains of other Dao Foundation beasts. Additionally, the expenses for the development of their territory were shared with Huang Fuqi and the others. Thus, Lin Ku decided to first transform this area into a vast platform. Gazing down at the cavern, he resolved to bury the great wilderness cave. He would first convert the surrounding area into a grand platform, and then invite some practitioners from the dragon sect to assist with the formation of arrays and the construction of pavilions and towers. Otherwise, Lin Ku would merely construct a series of square boxes, failing to attract any attention. With a thunderous rumble, he declared his intent. The spiritual energy within Lin Ku surged, transforming into a force capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. The soil within several miles began to stir, toppling tall trees like waves and shattering them to pieces. Various insects and reptiles scurried forth, frantically crawling in all directions, with those unable to escape in time buried beneath the upheaved earth. Subsequently, Lin Ku pointed downwards with a gesture. The ground became as firm as steel. The originally soft, damp soil rapidly congealed into a solid, level circular foundation, concealing the vast cave beneath. For convenience, Lin Ku molded a small dwelling atop this foundation from the earth, furnishing it with a round table and 5 chairs, sufficient for himself and his companions, Huang Fuqi, Shi Ping, Fong Du, and Han Yun. Viewed from above, it appeared as merely a small, protruding house, with the surrounding foundation barren of any other structures. It was essential to name the place. Continuing to call it the Great Wilderness Cave was rather unfit. Thus, it was aptly named the Great Wilderness Palace. The primitive Great Wilderness Palace had been established. Chapter 84. Dragonflies and Black Gold Moths. Successful fusion. However, the present Great Wilderness Palace was undeniably primitive, consisting solely of an earthen dwelling. Despite being reinforced with the ground becoming as firm as steel, it remained fundamentally a mud hut. Yet, some things are valued for their essence rather than their appearance. A cultivator in the nascent soul stage may wear tattered garments, yet remain a nascent soul. Conversely, one in the chi refinement stage may don splendid attire, yet still be of the same realm. The Great Wilderness Palace is merely a symbol. It need not be an opulent palace. Continuing onward, Lin Ke gazed into the distance and took flight, persistently employing the methods of moving mountains and overturning seas, as well as solidifying the ground to forge a foundation. He did not pause until he had prepared a substantial expanse of land. Afterwards, he returned to the small earthen house of the Great Wilderness Palace, retrieving the Xianmai manuscript to contact Zhongya, requesting her to summon an array master from the Yuan market to set up formations. The array masters of the Pointing Dragon sect possess a wide array of skills, adept at everything from grand protective formations to the minutiae of feng shui and civil engineering. As discussed among them, it was preferable to invest effort into proper construction rather than hastily throw something together. By developing this place, it might one day evolve into a presence akin to that of the Yuan market. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ke resolved to capture some spiritual insects. He opened the soul table within the Great Wilderness Palace, revealing the passage leading to the Great Wilderness Cave. Their agreement was to act cautiously during ordinary times, descending only when the need arose to capture spiritual insects. Lin Ke intended to venture only briefly, aiming to catch one or two for their purposes. However, upon descending, he searched for quite some time, but failed to capture a single insect. It seemed that the recent upheaval had driven all the spiritual insects deeper into the cave, and they may even have been consumed by some unknown presence. Yet, this did not pose an issue. At this moment, Lin Ke had already gained control over a considerable number of spirit insects. Upon arriving at the Mud Pill Palace, Lin Ke presented his recent acquisitions, 6 early-stage Dao Foundation locusts, classified as low-grade spiritual insects, 3 early-stage Dao Foundation bird-catching spiders, also low-grade, and 1 early-stage Dao Foundation sun-transforming dragonfly, which was of medium grade. These were the fruits of Lin Ke's labor over the past 10 days. It is noteworthy that this yield far surpassed the meager spoils amassed by the original owner over several years within the sect. While war had claimed many lives, it also forged true talent in the crucible of adversity. Thus, it was time to commence experimentation. Lin Ke gazed at the spirit insects before him, his spirits lifted. Initially, he possessed only 3 locusts, but through an exchange with Han Yun, he acquired more. The carcass of the locust demon ultimately belonged to Han Yun. But Lin Ke required no spiritual stones in return. He only sought 3 early-stage Dao Foundation locusts, to which Han Yun readily consented. For most, these early-stage locusts held little value. However, for Lin Ke, they represented excellent breeding material. Fortunately, he had brought along several black gold silkworms. With a smile, Lin Ke summoned a few of the silkworms. Let the mating begin. His first experiment involved the black gold silkworm and the locust. Holding a female locust in one hand and positioning a male black gold silkworm with the other, he joined their tails together. Suddenly, with a resounding pop, the female locust's body exploded. Could it be that its quality was even inferior to that of the black gold silkworm? Lin Ke was astonished. Despite the failure, it was surprising to discover that this locust ranked lower among low-grade spiritual insects than the black gold silkworm. The locust demon's effort in nurturing such an ordinary locust to the early Dao Foundation stage was commendable in its own right. Shaking his head, Lin Ke then aimed the rear of the black gold silkworm at the bird-catching spider, which was enormous, nearly the size of a wheel. Lin Ke commanded the spider to remain stationary, then brought a female black gold silkworm closer. In the next moment, the female silkworm uneasily shifted its body, prompting the spider to seize it with all 8 legs, fervently infusing it with essence. In mere seconds, the body of the black gold silkworm exploded. The spider, perplexed, released its grip and lay quietly on the ground, awaiting Lin Ke's next command. Another failure. Although he had anticipated this outcome, Lin Ke couldn't help but sigh. It was exceedingly difficult. The quest to breed new, powerful spirit insects proved to be more challenging than capturing one in the wild. Yet, Lin Ke felt compelled to continue his experiments. After all, only the spirit insects produced within the Mud Pill Palace could enable mass production of Lin Ke's silkworms. Turning his gaze to the early stage Dao Foundation sun-transforming dragonfly, which was of medium grade. He recalled that this male dragonfly had joined their ranks a couple of days ago after a migration brought a flock from the north, driven by the ongoing conflict. Thus, it was not a beast that had slipped through from the front lines, meaning it was not an enemy. They did not disturb too much, capturing only a few to avoid unnecessary complications. However, when Lin Ke eagerly commanded the Huayang dragonfly to mate with the Wujin moth, a delightful surprise unfolded before him. The Huayang dragonfly gently fluttered its wings, mirroring the actions of the Wujin moth. As both creatures delicately trembled, the abdomen of the Huayang dragonfly expanded and contracted, transferring its nutrients into the body of the female Wujin moth. Gradually, the female Wujin moth absorbed the essence bestowed upon her by the Huayang dragonfly amidst this trembling. Eventually, the Huayang dragonfly's body became rigid, ultimately transforming into an empty husk. Even this desiccated shell was reduced to ashes, which were then drawn into the abdomen of the Wujin moth. Success! Excitement shimmered in Lin Ke's eyes. Since the last emergence of the amethyst beetle, it had been a long time since a third type of spirit insect had been cultivated. Now, the third spirit insect was on the verge of appearing. Unlike the previous two, the amethyst beetle and the stinger moth, this third spirit insect was the offspring of a mid-grade spirit and a low-grade spirit. While the amethyst beetle and the stinger moth had one parent from the Wujin moth, the other parent had been a mere ordinary insect. Now, the mating of the mid-grade Huayang dragonfly and the low-grade Wujin moth posed an unimaginable potential for the outcome of this spirit insect. Oh no, Lin Ke was absent. Yet upon witnessing the Wujin moth writhing in preparation to lay eggs, Lin Ke instinctively slapped his thigh. Lin Ke. Only Lin Ke could consume the eggs cultivated and fused within the Mud Pill Palace for mass production. Otherwise, the spirit insects hatched from those eggs would merely be ephemeral creations. With this thought, Lin Ke hastily exited the Mud Pill Palace and addressed the dream-eating gecko, which was perched outside. Esteemed Dream Eater, could you guard this place for me? I have an urgent matter to attend to. With a thud, the silhouette of the dream-eating gecko appeared on the earthen round table before him. You may go. Lin Ke nodded and immediately soared into the distance. The dream-eating gecko surveyed its surroundings while resting on the table. The Great Wilderness Palace? Such a grand name. How melodious. I wonder when Lin Ke will reach the golden core stage. When that time comes, I shall let him witness my prowess through the wet hatching. Humph. Chapter 85, The Majestic Young Dragonfly. Speed and Gathering Light. Lin Ke was oblivious to the dream-eating gecko's expectations, as he had already returned to the Qing Sang Garden. He descended directly to the lowest level, where he found Lin Ke dozing. Come, eat this. Lin Ke approached Lin Ke, startling him awake. Lin Ke raised his head. Huh? Then he spotted the egg in Lin Ke's hand. What is this? I want to eat. It seemed Lin Ke had just emerged from his sleep-induced daze, quickly grasping the egg and devouring it in large bites. After the egg was nurtured within the Mud Pill Palace, it typically required some time to hatch. At this moment, with a single gulp from the Lin Ke, the egg was poised to hatch. One must concede that Lin Ke was indeed a remarkable being. Lin Ke had long been speculating about the true nature of Lin Ke, pondering the origins of that initial seed. Yet, whether in the scripture pavilion or elsewhere, there were no pertinent records to be found. Lin Ke dared not probe too deeply, lest others uncover the mystery. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Lin Ke flushed crimson, extending her hands forward, her internal spiritual energy swirling vigorously. In the next instant, a massive egg materialized before Lin Ke. The pale yellow egg shimmered with a translucent glow, resembling a piece of yellow jade, its size comparable to that of a basketball. While Lin Ke was captivated by the sight, the egg cracked, revealing a small head. It was a golden-hued, round dragonfly head, its compound eyes glimmering with a hint of vitality. Soon after, a body interwoven with pale gold and orange emerged, adorned with 6 legs and wings that sparkled as if dusted with gold. At first glance, it was unmistakably a golden dragonfly. A giant sun dragonfly? Absorbing the information in her mind, Lin Ke began to ponder its implications. The Huayang dragonfly was known for its ability to consume the essence of the sun and the beauty of the moon, possessing an innate swiftness in flight. Its wings, akin to blades of steel, could effortlessly slice enemies in two mid-flight. In contrast, while the dragonfly's mouth was sharp, it was not particularly remarkable, as many carnivorous insects bore similarly keen mandibles but lacked the capacity for effective lethality. Moreover, the Huayang dragonfly naturally generated fireballs from the essence of the sun upon its wings, a formidable force indeed. It appeared that this giant sun dragonfly might inherit most of its genes from the Huayang dragonfly. Without further ado, Lin Ku extended her hand, channeling the Miaojiang Gu technique to refine the giant sun dragonfly into her own Gu insect. A connection of intent formed with a mere gesture. Lin Ku commanded the dragonfly to address her needs first. Buzzing, the giant sun dragonfly began by consuming its shell, its damp wings unfurling, rapidly drying and hardening. Subsequently, it wobbled into the air. What a magnificent dragonfly! Nearby, Lin Kun was voraciously devouring insect eyes to regain her strength, marveling at the beauty of the golden creature. Indeed, Lin Kun nodded in agreement, complimenting Lin Kan. You have reached the mid-stage of the Tao Foundation. How does it feel? I'm so hungry, Lin Kan replied, continuing to consume the insect ice, seemingly unfazed in her speech. Hunger is but a call to eat, yet do remember to absorb spiritual energy to supplement your sustenance. Lin Ku advised, gesturing towards the giant sun dragonfly. I shall test its prowess. Lin Kan nodded her small head. Go ahead, Papa. Stepping outside, the giant sun dragonfly followed closely behind. Let me see what your speed is like. In the next moment, Lin Ku soared swiftly into the sky, two dragonfly wings sprouting from his back. Dragonfly dash? However, the giant sun dragonfly hesitated for only half a second before instantly flying to Lin Ku's side, regarding him with a curious gaze, as if wondering what he was up to. So fast? Lin Ku raised an eyebrow, delight evident in his eyes. He boldly reached out to touch the body of the giant sun dragonfly. What egg-hatching technique! In an instant, another pair of wings sprouted from his back, and his speed surged several-fold. Whoosh! Lin Ku exerted himself to the utmost, and within mere seconds, he flew hundreds of miles away. Yet, he halted immediately. Too fast. His eyes sparkled with surprise, yet he felt a tinge of apprehension as dizziness washed over him. The overwhelming speed rendered his reaction sluggish, resulting in excessive mental strain. Nevertheless, he sensed the harmonious interplay between the wet egg hatching technique and the dragonfly dash. Complementary. Did it seem that there were other abilities? Lin Ku felt a surge of excitement. He channeled his spiritual energy into his right hand. With a whoosh, a golden blade materialized in his grip, appearing as if forged from pure gold. He raised the blade skyward and then activated the abilities of the giant sun dragonfly. Gather sun. In an instant, glimmers of golden light converged upon the blade, and it became searingly hot. Was this the power to dispel illusions and malevolence? Lin Ku found himself increasingly satisfied. The giant sun dragonfly possessed two abilities. One was the dash, and the other was the gathering of sun. The technique of dash complemented the dragonfly dash exquisitely. The gathering of sun allowed him to materialize weapons. He had initially thought to purchase a sword or knife once he accumulated enough wealth, but it seemed unnecessary for the time being. Excellent. The spirit-level mid-grade spirit insect was truly exceptional. Lin Ku withdrew the wet egg hatching technique and gazed contentedly at the giant sun dragonfly beside him. The giant sun dragonfly had absorbed the qualities of the spirit-level low-grade black gold moth and the spirit-level mid-grade Huyang dragonfly, attaining the strength of a spirit-level mid-grade entity. Moreover, it was not merely at the lower end of mid-grade, but rather at the upper echelon, just as Lin Ku had previously surmised about the amethyst beetle. The fusion of a spirit-level upper grade and a spirit-level lower grade did not necessarily yield a spirit-level mid-grade, just like how the amethyst beetle, though superior to the black gold silkworm in qualities, had parents that were a spirit-level lower grade black gold moth and an ordinary insect. One day, Lin Ku might very well synthesize two spirit-level lower-grade insects into a spirit-level mid-grade. Junior brother you. Just then, a voice rang out from afar. It was Zongya. Turning to look, Lin Ku saw Zongya approaching with an elder from a distance. Senior sister, this is Lin Ku, who welcomed the giant sun dragonfly into the golden wing's nest and then smiled, bowing respectfully to the person beside Zongya. I am Chongqing. It is an honor to meet you, senior brother Lin Ku. The elder inclined his head in greeting. Junior brother Chong, Lin Ku returned the gesture. Before him stood an elderly man who, despite his apparent age, possessed only the cultivation level of the initial stage of Tao Foundation. Thus addressing Lin Ku as senior brother was not unwarranted. This esteemed junior brother, known as Chong, was a renowned formation master from the Pointing Dragon sect. Zongya introduced him with a smile. Earlier, you mentioned your intention to construct a building and establish formations, so I invited Chong here, although his fees are somewhat steep. He has been in this profession for several decades, and his wealth of experience will surely meet the construction needs of the Grand Wilderness Palace. Chapter 86. Pointing Dragon Sect. Formation Master. Pointing Dragon Sect? Lin Ke was momentarily taken aback. The construction of the Grand Wilderness Palace indeed required prompt action to seize the initiative. "I am grateful to you, Chang," Lin Ke remarked with a smile. "Please follow me." Pointing Dragon Sect was a modest sect nestled within the poison refining mountains. While its strength paled in comparison to the Golden Wing sect, its formation masters were exceptionally sought after. Each sect maintained a permanent outpost within the other. Members of the Golden Wing sect sold insects at Pointing Dragon Sect, while Pointing Dragon Sect provided formations to the Golden Wing sect. Lin Ke had previously sent Zhongyu to make arrangements, and coincidentally, they had now crossed paths. Without hesitation, Lin Ke took the lead, instructing Zhongyu to return to the Qingsang Garden. Upon arriving at the Grand Wilderness Palace, the dream-devouring guardian informed Lin Ke that there were no unusual occurrences. Before settling back into his mind, "Are we to construct something akin to the yuan market here?" Chang surveyed the foundation below, contemplating. "That is certainly feasible. But what type of formation do you desire?" The yuan market utilized a yuan-grade silver cap as its formation eye, capable of suppressing golden core-level threats. "What would you like to use as your formation eye here? What level of adversary do you wish to suppress?" Chang's inquiries flowed forth, showcasing his professionalism. Lin Ke pondered for a moment and articulated his thoughts, derived from previous discussions with Huang Fuqi and the others. How many spirit stones would be necessary to counter a nascent soul? Lin Ke posed an initial question. They were not particularly concerned about adversaries at the Golden Core stage for now, as the dream-devouring guardian, being a formidable beast at the late Golden Core stage, posed no threat. However, the situation differed when it came to the nascent soul stage. Should a powerful nascent soul beast intrude and wreak havoc, they would be among the first to suffer. Moreover, there loomed the formidable threat of the formidable Yunjiang Jinren. Although Yunjiang Jinren had not yet found the opportunity to confront Lin Ke, he anticipated that once matters settled, the latter would undoubtedly seek him out. After all, it was a vendetta born from the loss of a child. Nascent soul. Chang's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement upon hearing Lin Ke's words. Does Lin brother wish to create a formation capable of contending with a nascent soul? This is no small feat. Haha, indeed, no small feat. Chang, with his hair and beard white, resembled a child as he paced excitedly. A yuan-grade weapon, it must be of high quality, preferably of the finest grade. What style would be best? Let me ponder. Wait a moment, Lin Ke hastily interjected. I merely seek to understand. I do not intend to proceed with such an endeavor. We cannot afford that many spirit stones. A single formation eye requires a high-grade yuan weapon, do bear in mind. It is a yuan grade. Generally, the golden elixir is not something one can easily afford. A low-grade weapon of the yuan level commands a price starting from 10,000 spirit stones, while a high-grade one, it is unlikely to be acquired without at least 100,000. And that is merely for the formation eye. If one were to secure everything, it would amount to several 100,000. It's simply unattainable. Thus, Lin Ke promptly interrupted Chongqing. I can contribute a portion. Chongqing, still brimming with excitement, replied. I can offer 30,000 spirit stones. It is my life-vest savings. Is that sufficient? Accumulating 30,000 spirit stones at the initial stage of foundation establishment? Lin Ke couldn't help but gain a newfound respect for the wealth-accumulating capabilities of formation masters. It was evident that despite Chang's low cultivation level, he genuinely cherished the art of formations. After all, the sect had only spent 1,000 spirit stones to hire Chongqing. Yet he was willing to invest 30,000 for Lin Ke to create a formation capable of countering the Yuaning. Such willingness to invest heavily without expectation of returns is a testament to true passion. We cannot possibly raise that much money, Lin Ke exclaimed, half amused, half dismayed. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the excitement in Changqing's eyes began to fade. He glanced at the pristine foundation below and sighed, what a pity for such untainted land. If only we could construct a high-grade yuan-level formation, I would have no regrets in death. Formations possess grades as well. A yuan-level formation is akin to the standard found in the yuan marketplace. And a high-grade yuan level? It could truly rival the yuaning. However, as previously stated, it is exorbitantly expensive. Lin Ke empathized with Chongqing. After all, the foundation below was akin to a blank canvas, ripe for creativity and perfection. What about other areas within the Genie sect? They either already bore formations or were impoverished regions lacking the resources to construct one. For instance, In the Qingsang Garden, even if a formation were to be erected, it would merely suffice for a basic soil cicada warm sand array. It would only cover a mountain peak, offering little more than a greenhouse effect. Currently, the territory surrounding Linkou spans several hundred miles, transformed into a foundation. To craft formations on such an expansive area is akin to freely painting on a blank slate. It is no wonder that Chongqing was so exhilarated. However, just as Linkou was about to articulate the need for this endeavor, a resonant voice called out from afar, "Why not? Let us create a grand formation. It is intended to combat the Yuaning." The voice was clear and robust, imbued with a palpable confidence. Linkou and Chongqing turned to see two figures approaching from the distance. One was remarkably handsome, while the other bore a prominent scar across his face. The latter was none other than Fong Du Lin brother. "This is Brother Zhu." Fong Du called out from a distance. "There have been no battles over there." So Brother Zhu said he would accompany me to take a look. Brother Zhu? Linkou realized that this must be the senior who had informed Fong Du of the cave's location. Thus, he returned a respectful greeting. Linkou pays his respects to Brother Zhu. The newcomers, like Huang Fuqi, were practitioners at the late stage of foundation establishment, appearing youthful and striking. "Greetings, Brother Zhu." Linkou smiled as he exchanged pleasantries, then turned to Chongqing, saying, "Junior Brother Chong, will 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones suffice?" 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Both Linkou and Chongqing were taken aback. These were medium-grade spirit stones, each capable of being exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Linkou had calculated that the actual ratio is around 11:20. This meant that medium-grade spirit stones hold immense value. This was indeed reasonable. Lin could typically refrain from using low-grade spirit stones for cultivation, but he had experimented during a breakthrough. The efficiency of absorbing low-grade spirit stones far surpassed that of absorbing spiritual energy. Brother Zhu's initial offer of 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones translated to over 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. What great wealth! In that moment, Linkou felt as if Brother Zhu were not a mere person, but a being composed entirely of spirit stones. Should it be insufficient? "I can provide as many as necessary," Brother Zhu declared, as he and Fong Du swiftly approached Linkou and Chongqing. Enough. Quite enough." Chongqing paused momentarily, tears streaming down his face. "I will undoubtedly ensure the formation is set up properly. I will make it work." Linkou then glanced at Fong Du, who sheepishly scratched his head. "You see, I have a birthday coming up in a few days. I merely mentioned it in passing." Yet Brother Zhu insisted on presenting me a gift. Linkou took a deep breath, poised to speak when Brother Zhu interjected. "Linkou, I have heard of your exploits. Consider this 1,000,000 spirit crystal cards as a token of our first meeting. These can be exchanged for spirit stones at any sect across Yunjiang. I hold you in high regard, immensely so." 1,000,000? Linkou inhaled sharply, nearly choking. He had never even heard of spirit crystal cards. How could he possibly accept such a gift? Regardless of whether Brother Zhu's intentions were benevolent or malevolent, he could not accept a gift without merit. One should not bite the hand that feeds. If he were to accept 1,000,000 spirit stones, he would find himself perpetually bowing and scraping before Brother Zhu in the future. Moreover, if Brother Zhu's intentions were not pure and the money came with ulterior motives, then he could not accept it at all. "There's no need, Brother Zhu. I appreciate your kindness, but I must respectfully decline." Linkou gently shook his head. "Oh, you truly possess spirit." Brother Zhu's eyes lit up. "Very well, 1,000,000 is indeed too insulting. Allow me to offer you 10,000,000 instead, 10 cards." With that, he produced 10 shimmering cards from his possession. 10,000,000. Not only Linkou, but even Fong Du was astonished. Chongqing was rendered speechless, nearly choking on his words. If he were an ordinary elderly man, he might have succumbed to shock, but fortunately, he was a foundational cultivator. Yet, such a grand gesture left them all somewhat breathless. "Brother Zhu, what is the meaning of this?" Linkou furrowed his brow, uncertain of the intent behind such generosity. Even with boundless wealth, such extravagant spending seems rather excessive, does it not? Perhaps it is the constraints of poverty that have limited Linkou's imagination throughout his 2 lifetimes. He has scarcely encountered the term millions. He still clings to the notion that a gift consists merely of 2 boxes of fruit. The idea of a meeting gift amounting to millions appears far beyond his comprehension. Perhaps he is too lowly and impoverished in status to grasp such intentions. Indeed, it was his initial reaction as he noted that in Yunjiang, everyone is struggling financially. Brother Zhu scratched his head and accepted the crystal card with an apologetic expression. "I apologize, Junior Brother Lin. I have grown accustomed to the customs of foreign realms and momentarily forgot the economic conditions here in Yunjiang. No harm done, Lin Ke thought, feeling as though he had been branded with the label of poverty. This realization dulled his earlier joy, which had stemmed from earning a few thousand spirit stones on the battlefield. Wealth does bring its advantages. Lin Ke shook his head and redirected the conversation away from the topic of gifts. So, Brother Zhu, are you interested in investing in our Dahuang Palace? Precisely. Brother Zhu replied with a smile. This place has great potential, blessed with both talented individuals and natural beauty. I have heard from Fong Du that you and your companions are truly remarkable people. I was contemplating that if you contribute your efforts, I shall provide the funding. And together we can develop this place. What do you think? He gestured towards the surroundings. If you trust me, I will relocate some of my enterprises here to foster mutual prosperity. However, junior brother Lin, do not overthink it. You must have heard of my reputation as Zhu Qingge, known for my fondness for forming bonds with like-minded brethren. Talent and strength are of little consequence. What truly matters is compatibility. Haha. Brother Zhu chuckled as he patted Lin Ke on the shoulder. Zhu Qingge? Lin Ke furrowed his brow, searching through the memories of the original owner, and indeed found this name. It seems he was the one who, during a mission outside the law enforcement hall, brought back a woman after encountering a certain Zhu. It is said that the woman later achieved her golden core and ventured out for training. However, the crux of the matter lies not with her, but with this Zhu, that senior brother. Having learned of the woman's tragic fate at the hands of the tribe and her subsequent years of vengeance, ultimately succeeded in avenging her. Initially, the law enforcement hall dispatched them to investigate the truth behind the tribe's destruction. Although the tribe had committed numerous atrocities, the Jin E sect was unaware of these details. They only knew that a tribe had been annihilated, and as the sovereign of the region, they needed to assess the situation. Upon discovering the entire backstory of the woman's vengeance, Brother Zhu offered a handsome sum to protect her. Though she initially harbored resentment towards the Jin E sect, she bore no grudge against them due to Zhu's intervention and chose to train after attaining her golden core. Thus, it seems that this Zhu Qingge must indeed be the same person. A figure known for his extensive friendships, a penchant for justice, and an appreciation for individuals with integrity. Thank you, Brother Zhu, for your kind regard. Lin Ke clasped his hands and stated, although both Fong and I are in agreement regarding this matter, it is imperative that I consult with a few of my fellow disciples first. Thus, it must be done. Zhu Qingge smiled and nodded. I have heard of your accomplishments. It appears that the others are also quite capable. Fong Du has spoken highly of you, and I feel confident about joining your ranks. Then let us descend and discuss this further, Lin Ke replied, nodding in acknowledgement. He led the group down to a modest earthen dwelling, where they settled in comfortably, and Lin Ke promptly produced a document to begin writing. After querying the group, it turned out that Huang Fuqi and the others were in agreement as well. After all, this vast, desolate cavern was a position given by Zhu Qingge to Fong Du, with Zhu coming in goodwill and possessing considerable strength. It was only natural that no one wished to refuse. Lin Ke refrained from mentioning Zhu Qingge's wealth, merely stating the need for collective investment. Although, even if he had mentioned it, the reaction would likely have been minimal, particularly from Huang Fuqi and Shi Ping, who prioritized their own cultivation. Is that settled then? Zhu Qingge glanced around and laughed heartily. Shall we arrange an additional seat here? Lin Ke nodded. The current round table accommodated just their few places. Thus, adding Zhu Qingge necessitated another chair. With a mere thought, Lin Ke summoned a new chair to rise from below. Satisfied, Zhu Qingge nodded approvingly and then turned his gaze towards Chang Qing. The elder had remained silent, merely watching Zhu Qingge with eager eyes. Upon being noticed, Chang Qing immediately donned a flattering smile. Are you capable of this? You are merely a high-grade spirit-level array master, are you not? Zhu Qingge inquired curiously. A high-grade elemental array? Is that not something only a golden core cultivator can create? Indeed, I can, Chang Qing exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat. Brother Zhu, I assure you, I am fully capable. He then retrieved a crumpled storage bag from his robe, producing a scroll from within. Before my master's passing, he entrusted me with 3 elemental grand arrays, one of low grade, one of mid grade, and one of high grade. A nostalgic gleam filled Chang Qing's eyes as he continued. I have devoted myself to studying these 3 grand arrays daily, which has enabled me to create 36 high-grade spirit-level arrays, 114 mid-grade spirit-level arrays, and 354 low-grade spirit-level arrays. I have long since comprehended the intricacies of these three arrays and now wish to fulfill my master's final